Chapter 1. In the world of Liao Zhai, in the southern wilderness kingdom, today, the majestic Tenglong River continues to surge through this land for hundreds of miles. Deep within the river's murky depths, a pair of colossal eyes, reminiscent of houses, suddenly opened. Soon after, a gigantic form rose from the sludge, quickly revealing its true self. This was a beast nearly 100 feet long, with a serpentine body and long horns, possessing 4 claws beneath its belly, each with 4 digits, neither quite a dragon nor entirely a serpent, akin to a flood dragon. Is this me? A flood dragon? Yin could scarcely believe that upon opening his eyes once more, he had been reborn, and as a flood dragon demon king at that. The cultivation realms are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, void return, and tribulation crossing. The corresponding ranks for demons are spirit creature, transformation, great demon, demon king, demon sovereign, and demon emperor. Memories surged into his mind, and soon Yin grasped the nature of his current predicament. How intriguing, the world of Liao Zhai. My injuries stem from that accursed Pudu Zihong and the dark mountain old demon who coveted my physical body. This was a world both similar and dissimilar to Liao Zhai of his previous life countless years ago. The deities and Buddhas of the heavens had inexplicably vanished overnight. Consequently, this realm swiftly devolved into a paradise for demons and monsters. In his former existence as a demon king, he had ruled over a considerable territory. However, not long ago, he had nearly been slain by a suddenly emerging centipede spirit. This centipede spirit, self-styled as Pudu Zihong, was, much like the demon in the film A Chinese Ghost Story, a creature of the dark arts yet remarkably adept in Buddhist techniques. Overwhelmed and grievously injured, he had been further betrayed by the dark mountain old demon, who had long sought his formidable body. Ultimately, he succumbed to his injuries and perished, only for his soul to be seized and occupied by Yin. Having pieced together the sequence of events, Yin could hardly afford to seek vengeance for his predecessor. At this moment, he was acutely aware of his waning strength, compounded by the 2 malefic demonic energies wreaking havoc within him. Healing was now his utmost priority. As for how to mend his injuries, Yin found the optimal solution within his memories. Demons lacked proficiency in alchemy, and apart from a single artifact, he possessed no other resources. Thus, the most effective course of action was clear. That would be to devour other weaker demons. With this thought, Yin exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter, and with a flick of his tail, his figure vanished in an instant. The Tenglong River Water Mansion, once the abode of the river god. Yet now, this water mansion bore no trace of celestial essence. Swarms of aquatic demon creatures roamed about, while the surrounding grounds were littered with the pale remains of numerous human corpses. Within the mansion, the presence of various demonic energies confirmed the identity of its owner. How fascinating! Is this truly the chaotic world of Liao Zhai? Even the divine water mansion has been seized by demons. Just outside the water mansion, a figure suddenly materialized, Yin, now in human form. However, he refrained from acting recklessly, for the depths of the Liao Zhai world were treacherous, and he had no knowledge of the demon that had occupied this water mansion. Thus, he concealed his aura and patiently awaited the opportune moment. Half a day swiftly passed, and from within the mansion, a patrol of aquatic demon creatures, retaining the characteristics of fish, shrimp, and crabs, began their rounds. As they patrolled halfway, mere miles from the water mansion, a figure suddenly appeared before the patrol. Before the aquatic demons could react, they all succumbed to unconsciousness. The sudden intruder was none other than Yi Yin, who reached out and seized the leader, commencing a soul search. After a brief span, a smile of delight graced Yi Yin's face. The strongest within the Tenglong River Water Mansion, the river god, is merely a mid-golden core, pig-headed dragon, essentially an alligator demon. There are also his 2 sworn brothers, a black water snake demon at the initial golden core stage, and a water monkey demon, also at the initial golden core stage. Oh, and as an extra, there's an old turtle at the golden core stage. Yi Yin, not one to shy away from diligence, prudently searched the souls of the remaining demons as well. Having ascertained the true combat strength of the water mansion, he waved his hand, and the demons before him were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. It was not that Yi Yan's bloodlust was excessive, rather. He wished to prevent any information about him from leaking, as he had not forgotten the existence of his two enemies. At this moment, within the Tenglong River water mansion, a banquet was underway. In the grand hall, 3 golden core great demons raised their cups repeatedly, joyfully consuming their drinks. Below, a group of clam girls, transformed from river clams, danced gracefully, showcasing the enchanting charm of aquatic female demons, imbued with the tenderness of water. Yet in the next instant, a flash of azure-purple light erupted. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, the outermost formation of the water mansion was torn asunder. This sudden turn of events left the 3 golden core great demons both alarmed and furious, prompting them to leap into the air in unison. The leading alligator demon transformed into its true form, revealing a massive black-gray alligator over 10 feet long, its gaping maw dripping with blood as it roared at the heavens above the water mansion. Who? Which blind fool dares to wreak havoc in my Tenglong River? Beside it, the alligator demon's 2 brothers also morphed into their true forms, a deep black giant snake and a dark green water monkey. Not bad, very fine river delicacies indeed. They should taste exquisite. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Yan's figure materialized before the 3 demons. Before the demons could utter a word of defiance, Yi Yan swiftly made his next move. He extended his hand, and a river, shrunken countless times, suddenly appeared within his grasp. Chandler River, go! With a flourish, the river expanded exponentially, ultimately transforming into a massive bowl-shaped canopy that enveloped the entire water mansion. What a splendid artifact! The alligator demon's eyes gleamed with greed, only to be swiftly replaced by terror. For at that moment, the alligator demon beheld Yi Yan's previously diminutive human form morph into a nearly 100-foot-long azure-purple flood dragon. Flood dragon! Before the alligator demon could utter another word, Yi Yan had already appeared before it in his true form. With a swift motion, Yi Yan's massive dragon claw seized the alligator demon, and with a fierce rip, the alligator demon's colossal body was instantaneously torn asunder into 2 segments. The remaining 2 demons' expressions shifted from rage to horror, prompting them to scatter in flight. Yi Yan did not pursue instead. He casually waved his hand, unleashing a burst of azure-purple light. This azure-purple light was the divine power that had just shattered the water mansion's formation, known as the Kuei Shui, divine thunder, a dual attribute of water and thunder, one of the elemental divine thunders. The unleashed Kuei Shui divine thunder surged forth, striking the black water snake demon, leaving it gravely wounded and on the brink of death. As for the fleeing water monkey, Yi Yan paid it no mind, instead opening his gaping maw to consume the alligator demon's remains entirely. He then seized the black water snake demon and cast a sympathetic glance at the rapidly fleeing water monkey. At this moment, the water monkey felt no sorrow for the deaths of its 2 sworn brothers, but rather rejoiced in its escape. As for the thin layer of water curtain before it, the water monkey, confident in its mastery over water, dismissed it entirely. Yet in the next instant, the water monkey's massive form crashed violently against the water curtain, and with a thunderous sound, its head was obliterated. With the 3 demons vanquished, Yi Yan refrained from further bloodshed. Instead, he dragged the dying and gravely injured demons deep into the secluded chambers of the water mansion. Time swiftly passed, and over half a month elapsed. During this period, Yi Yan consumed the 3 golden core great demons, temporarily stabilizing his injuries. However, this method could only serve as a temporary measure to suppress his ailments. To thoroughly resolve his condition, Yi Yan pondered, only to let out a rueful smile. In the absence of miraculous elixirs, relying on slow and steady efforts would require at least several decades. Such a duration was no trifling matter, not to mention the ever-looming threats of Pudu, Sihong, and the Dark Mountain Old Demon. Contemplating his 2 formidable foes, Yi Yan felt a surge of resentment while also experiencing a sense of helplessness. After all, both possessed strength far beyond his own, and even upon recovery, he would remain at a disadvantage. Pudu Tsihong needed no introduction. He was a super boss who had, at the peak of his powers, nearly transformed into a true dragon after successfully scheming against a human kingdom. Yi Yan's predecessor, at the mid-nascent soul stage, had been grievously wounded by him in mere moments. As for the Dark Mountain Old Demon, Yi Yan found him to be even more terrifying after all. Each time he acted in the mortal realm, it was merely an incarnation of his true self. Who could say just how formidable his true form was? Moreover, according to rumors, one of the treasures of the underworld, the City of Death, had shattered and granted him a fragment. In the world of Liao Zhai, devoid of female ghosts or female demons, what was Yi Yan to do in the face of such daunting adversaries as Pudu Tsihong and the Dark Mountain Old Demon? As he contemplated, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do you wish to recover from your injuries? Do you seek vengeance? Do you aspire to grow stronger? Allow me to introduce you to the concept of more children, more blessings. Subsequently, Yi Yan felt a page of information manifest in his mind. More children, more blessings system. Host, Yi Yan severely injured. Cultivation level, mid-stage Yuan, Shen Demon King. Bloodline, Xian Shui Lei Jiao. Spouse, none. Descendants, none. Afterward, Yi Yan delved deeper into the so-called more children, more blessings system. The system could bestow rewards upon Yi Yan, which varied widely, including celestial treasures, miraculous elixirs, and divine weapons. It could also enhance his cultivation or allow for bloodline regression. However, there were 3 prerequisites for receiving rewards. First, Yi Yan must marry an exceptional partner. Second, he must have outstanding descendants born within 10 generations. Third, those remarkable descendants must elevate their cultivation levels. Having sorted everything out, Yi Yan officially emerged from his seclusion. As for how to find an exemplary spouse, he already had an answer in mind. Although he was unfamiliar with the demon-infested lands nearby, he understood that no demon would say one must search for a wife alone. Such matters should be entrusted to professionals, specifically matchmakers. He could simply await the nuptials in peace. In this regard, there was indeed a suitable demon within the water mansion. After a fortnight had passed at the Tenglong River Water Mansion, the various demons had accepted the change of leadership, and most deemed it a fortunate turn of events. After all, demons adhered to the survival of the fittest. A powerful lord could ensure a better and more promising existence for them. However, one demon remained anxious after this period. Prime Minister Gay, Wang Yang, was still trembling with fear. This was due to the fact that the prior Dragon Demon King had devoured 3 golden core demons in succession. At this moment, it seemed he was the only golden core demon left in the Water Mansion. As a member of the Tortoise Clan, Prime Minister Gay Wang Yang was not particularly strong, yet his insight surpassed that of the other demons. He was well aware that the Demon King must be injured, hence the need to consume golden core demons as healing medicine. But would he be the next target for consumption? Amidst his worries, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Yi Yan's transmission. Little turtle, come to the main hall. In the grand hall, Yi Yan had transformed into his human form, donning flowing white garments that made him appear almost celestial. However, Prime Minister Gay Wang Yang had not forgotten the ferocious visage of Yi Yan as a golden core crocodile demon. At that moment, his legs trembled, nearly giving way beneath him. Yi Yan offered no words of comfort, merely stating, Prime Minister Gay Wang Yang, I require your assistance with a task. Complete this task, and you shall remain the Prime Minister of the Water Mansion. What is it that the Lord wishes me to do? Prime Minister Gay inquired cautiously, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing he might be required as the Demon King's healing medicine. As for the position of Prime Minister of the Water Mansion, well, that could easily be inscribed on a tombstone. It is quite simple. I have claimed this water mansion, and naturally, the territory within an 800-mile radius falls under my jurisdiction. However, I sense that the water mansion is lacking something. What do you think? Yi Yan had resolved to establish his roots here. As for seeking vengeance against Pu Du Si Hang and the Black Mountain Old Demon, he was in no hurry. He would address that matter after fathering a dozen or so children and receiving sufficient rewards. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Gui finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to curry favor. Ah, it is indeed a blessing for our humble Tenglong River that the Lord has taken an interest. Pray tell, what do you believe is lacking here? I have lived in this area for many years and possess some knowledge of the various assets and treasures of both the human and demon clans nearby. Madam, Yi Yin declared with unwavering determination. After a moment's contemplation, he reflected on his identity as a Jiaolong, a dragon species, which afforded him the unique advantage of lacking reproductive isolation with most other races. Even the ethereal ghostly beings could mate with a Jiaolong and produce offspring that he recalled a memory of a Jiaolong friend who had sired over a dozen children with a female ghost king. Thus, Yi Yin added, a few, or even dozens, of mistresses could be considered, whether from the demon race, human race, or even the ghostly and demonic clans. However, they must possess exceptional qualities. Humans should have excellent spiritual roots or unique physiques, while demons ought to have noble bloodlines, with the ghostly and demonic races evaluated on a case-by-case basis. After outlining his expectations, Yi Yin began to paint a grand vision, enticing his audience with promises of abundant rewards and a bright future. He ultimately left the Prime Minister, the tortoise, with a directive. Within a month, he must find at least 3 suitable candidates. Having concluded his instructions, Yi Yin imparted half of the Jiaolong royal technique to the tortoise Prime Minister, withholding the other half to gauge his future performance. Subsequently, he placed a restriction on the tortoise, knowing that loyalty was often a rare commodity among demon races. This left the Prime Minister feeling both elated and apprehensive, sensing that this new life held far more promise than his previous existence. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, realizing that despite being the Prime Minister of the Water Palace, he was merely a servant to the Demon Lord, which felt far from commendable as for the technique. He mused, what merit could it possibly hold? His family's accumulated techniques over generations seemed rather mundane. However, upon stepping out of the Grand Hall and perusing the jade slip containing the technique, the Tortoise Prime Minister stood dumbfounded, then slapped his own face in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is indeed a genuine royal-level technique. Incredible! The ability to simulate the might of a colossal mountain. Once mastered, I could wield tremendous strength, capable of supporting mountains. Ah, who would say that being a servant is undesirable? It is indeed a great honor to serve such a magnificent demon lord." After recalling Yi Yin's command, the Tortoise Prime Minister realized that 3 mistresses were insufficient. Far too FEW demon lord. Surely we should aim for 10 or 8 mistresses for our water palace. He began to contemplate which female demons or other races' females might be suitable. I have a friend whose daughter appears to be a promising candidate. Once he had briefed the Tortoise Prime Minister, Yi Yin similarly placed restrictions on other demons within the water palace, offering minor benefits to those he deemed favorable. He first wielded a stern approach, then rewarded a select few with a handful of red dates. With this, the entire water palace was effortlessly brought under Yi Yin's command. After initially restructuring the water palace, Yi Yin devised his next steps. First and foremost, the Tortoise Prime Minister's task was to seek out exemplary partners for himself. Considering his ample means for survival but a severe lack of combat prowess, even the royal technique he had bestowed would not suffice to enhance his fighting capabilities in the short term. Thus, Yi Yin dispatched the strongest batch of demon soldiers from the water palace to join his entourage, and he also cast a protective technique on the Tortoise Prime Minister as a safeguard. Meanwhile, Yi Yin directed some of the demon soldiers to tidy up the water palace, insisting that while he did not expect a celestial ambience, it should not resemble the current state of chaos and demonic energy. Particularly, the mountain of ghastly white bones outside needed swift removal, as it severely tarnished his image. How could he ever hope to court the celestial maidens of the human race under such conditions? Lastly, it was time for Yi Yin to focus on his own tasks. Through the memories of the black water snake demon, he learned that he was currently situated in the southern region of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, a far cry from the eastern domain, which lay several 100,000 miles away. Consequently, he felt little concern about being pursued by the Pu Du Si Hang or the Black Mountain Elder. Moreover, the prospect of marrying multiple wives and having numerous offspring, as well as nurturing his descendants in their cultivation, made it imperative for Yi Yin to find a suitable base of operations. He also required a faction to provide him with cultivation resources to support his progeny. Having decided to settle in the Tenglong River, he resolved that he would not allow any rivals to rest easy nearby. From the Blackwater Snake Demon's recollections, he discerned that within a radius of 1,000 miles, aside from the Water Palace, there existed 3 other factions, each boasting several golden core cultivators. Thus, Yin planned to approach them with 2 options: either bow in submission and pay tribute annually, or face annihilation. As Yin prepared for action, the Tortoise Prime Minister had already come to terms with his role and responsibilities. As a matchmaker, I doubt anyone within 1,000 miles is more suited than I. Within the ranks of his demon entourage, the Tortoise Prime Minister smiled slightly, and at that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. Nearby, a robust demon with distinct catfish features inquired curiously, "Prime Minister, what occupies your thoughts?" The Tortoise Prime Minister shook his head, then posed a question. "It's nothing much. Fat catfish, let me ask you something that if one day you had to choose between your path to immortality and your friends, which would you select? Would betraying or saying farewell to your friends ensure your path to immortality is smoother?" "Well," the fat catfish pondered, stroking his beard, then decisively replied, "As everyone knows, I, fat catfish, am all about loyalty. If faced with such a dilemma, I would choose to make many more friends than apologize to each of them in turn, only to make even more friends to betray. When it comes down to it, my path to immortality is far more important. Ha! You sly fellow. However, I assure you, Prime Minister, I would never betray my friends. This situation is a tremendous opportunity for them." The Tenglong River flowed through the southern wilderness kingdom, renowned for its 800-mile expanse, traversing 18 county cities, 3 prefectures, and a single district city. According to the Blackwater Snake Demon's memories, the district city was a formidable stronghold, housing several golden core cultivators, including human cultivators and deities of incense. This moment, a streak of azure-purple light gracefully approached the district city, boldly hovering above it. "Ha! Tenglong District, what a splendid name! It shall be the auspicious ground for my rise." Yi Yan's voice boomed without restraint, reverberating through the heavens below. A multitude of mortals and low-level cultivators, upon hearing this, assumed they were witnessing a true immortal and promptly bowed their heads in reverence. Meanwhile, some higher-level human cultivators displayed caution, having recognized that Yin was not of their kind but rather a great demon, perhaps even an entity of a higher echelon. Nevertheless, these human cultivators showed no hostility, nor did anyone call for violence. Soon, the prominent golden core figures of the human race made their appearance. 5 figures quietly arrived above Tenglong District, the foremost being a benevolent elder radiating a distinct aura of divine incense. Ian speculated that this elder was likely the deity of incense for the district city, most probably the city god, as anticipated. The elder nodded in greeting, introducing himself, "Greetings, fellow demon. I am the city god of Tenglong District." He then clasped his hands and inquired, "You seem unfamiliar. What brings you to Tenglong District?" As a human deity, he exhibited no sign of animosity towards the unknown demon. This might appear illogical, yet accurately reflected the reality of the southern wilderness kingdom, and indeed the entire southern domain. Since the disappearance of the immortals and Buddhas, a tumultuous struggle had engulfed the world between humans and various demon creatures. Over a prolonged period, the situation had stabilized. In Central Plains, the human race's ancestral lands remained robust, with powerful cultivation sects, human empires, and divine incense deities holding sway. Thus, humans remained the singular rulers of that land, while demons were either relegated to the status of mounts and henchmen or faced utter obliteration. In contrast, the eastern wilderness, where Yin had previously resided, saw a balance of power between humans and demons, each holding half of the territory, leading to frequent clashes and persistent warfare. The southern domain, however, embraced a different paradigm, where the human nations practiced co-governance between humans and demons, as long as one possessed sufficient strength and did not exhibit excessive brutality towards humans. Demons who feasted upon humans would not be met with cries for extermination. They could even share governance alongside the human elite. Consequently, the city god of Tenglong District bore no ill will towards the unfamiliar demon. Yet, Yin was not there to forge friendships, in response to the city god's kindness. He shook his head, stating, "There is no need for such formality. City god, I have come as a guest with ill intent." With that, Yin extended a finger and declared, "One strike. If you can collectively withstand my blow, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, the 18 county cities, 3 prefectures, and this Tenglong district shall bow to me in submission and pay tribute annually." Yan's words instantly transformed the expression of the city god into one of icy displeasure, accompanied by a cold snort of dissatisfaction. "What audacity you possess!" The other 4 shared a similar sentiment of discontent, but before they could utter threats or insult family members, their faces paled in an instant. For at that moment, Yin had ceased to conceal his aura. The terrifying demonic energy of a Yuan Shun realm demon king surged skyward. Hiss! He is a Yuan Shun realm demon king. Such a fearsome presence. No wonder he dares to call himself this king. Truly terrifying. In the face of everyone's astonishment, Yin displayed little emotion. After all, his system did not require shock value. He merely advised, "Junior Golden Core cultivators, come forth together and see if you can withstand a single strike from me." The human Golden Core cultivators reacted swiftly, each unleashing their respective magical treasures. Incense, fire, great array. Activate! The city god, leading the charge, exhibited remarkable skill as he waved his hands, bellowing a command, instantly igniting a massive earthy yellow formation. Kuaishui divine thunder. Please savor. Esteemed guests. As Yian's voice fell, a brilliant azure-purple radiance enveloped him, followed by the resounding roar reminiscent of thunder from the heavens. In an instant, the azure-purple light transformed into lightning, hurtling towards the city god and his 4 companions with astonishing speed. Boom! The dazzling electric light struck, shattering the incense fire great array, while the other magical treasures were reduced to ruins by this divine thunder. Subsequently, the residual force of Kuaishui, divine thunder, surged towards the group, and the city god and his companions were filled with terror, believing their lives to be forfeit. Yet, Yin intervened. With a delicate grip of his fair hand, he contained most of the raging Kuaishui, divine thunder. After all, Yin's intent was to subjugate Tenglong County, not to make enemies of the entire southern wilderness kingdom. Boom! The remaining 20% of the Kuaishui divine thunder wreaked havoc upon the city god and his 4 companions, inflicting injuries but sparing them from fatality. Once the confrontation concluded, the city god and his companions had no choice but to surrender, expressing their gratitude for Yi Yan's mercy. "Your Excellency, the Demon King, possesses extraordinary prowess and a compassionate heart. We concede." Following this, the others respectfully clasped their hands in salute, devoid of any resentment. Even in defeat, the Demon King is truly formidable. What remarkable divine thunder! I initially thought I was facing the very wrath of the 9 heavens. The city god then inquired, "Might I ask the esteemed title of the Demon King? Our Tenglong County is indeed submissive and pays tribute, as has been the custom in the southern region. However, the court requires registration, and officials from the royal family will come to officially liaise with you." Yin did not withhold his identity, stating plainly, "The waters of the 800-li Tenglong River are now my domain. I'm the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River." As Yin displayed his might, compelling the high-ranking officials of Tenglong County to bow in submission. On the other side, the Tortoise Minister, serving as a matchmaker, led a cadre of demons away from the Tenglong River. Mirror Lake, a tranquil pond connected to a tributary of the Tenglong River. Unlike the constantly turbulent waters of the Tenglong River, Mirror Lake is renowned for its serene calmness and tranquility. Thus, even though the spiritual energy here is relatively sparse, it has attracted numerous peace-loving demons to settle out of course. Those with high emotional intelligence would attribute this to a penchant for peace. But the reality is that many of these demons are rather weak. "Minister, why have you brought us to such a remote and rural corner?" Upon arriving at Mirror Lake, the plump catfish and other demons were quite perplexed. Indeed, in such a poor place, I've heard there are hardly any transformed demons. A hierarchy of disdain exists even among demons, and they regarded this location as merely a gathering place for lesser spirits. What remarkable demons could possibly reside in such a backwater? Would any of the female demons here catch the eye of our dragon lord. The tortoise minister offered no further explanation, calmly stroking his beard and feigning profundity. It matters not how high the mountain is. If it harbors immortals, it gains renown. It matters not how deep the water is. If it is home to dragons, it possesses spirit. You do not understand, for there are indeed dragons here. The tortoise minister, adept at cultivating relationships and making friends over the centuries, had befriended various aquatic and terrestrial demons, even other races of monsters. Thus, when a good opportunity arose, he thought of his friends. Among them, he had a connection with a carp spirit residing in Mirror Lake. Moreover, this carp spirit was no ordinary one. Rather, it was its daughter who was remarkable. Most offspring of demons inherit their lineage, but there exists a chance for a bloodline mutation, with an exceedingly rare possibility of ancestral regression. This friend of his was one such fortunate being. And despite their attempts at concealment, the tortoise minister saw through it immediately. His daughter had regressed in bloodline, achieving an extraordinary lineage known as the dragon fish. The dragon fish, resembling neither fish nor dragon, belongs to the dragon category, sprouting a single horn and possessing dragon scales. It is a spirit of water. Naturally gifted in gathering fortune and accumulating blessings, it is a rarity in the world. Indeed, the dragonfish is among the most sought after among demonkind. Humans favor them for their ability to gather fortune, while other demons and monsters crave them to enhance their bloodlines and cultivation. It is even said that ancient immortals and deities cherish the dragonfish as a form of ornamental pet. However, for demons, particularly those of the dragon lineage, the dragonfish serves another purpose. It is an excellent mate. For its noble bloodline and exceptional fertility, generally speaking, the higher the cultivation of a demon, the more challenging it becomes to bear offspring. Even a loach dragon requires centuries of effort to yield results. Yet, marrying a dragonfish is different. Their fertility is exceptional, often yielding results within a decade. Furthermore, the offspring tend to possess pure and noble bloodlines, genuinely belonging to the dragon category, rivaling loach dragons. Thus, the tortoise minister's destination was the dragonfish of Mirror Lake. For the sake of the Dragon Lord's mission, friendships had to be set aside. Upon arriving at Mirror Lake, the tortoise minister promptly ushered the group of demons to a stone mansion. He then unleashed his golden core aura, enveloping the entire stone dwelling, and calmly called out, "Lihi, my friend, please come forth for a conversation." And no sooner had his words fallen than the mansion's door swung open, and a middle-aged demon with white hair and beard emerged, wearing a wry smile. "Senior Wang Yang, could you please temper your aura? The little car cannot bear your golden core pressure." The tortoise minister reined his aura and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "My dear friend, there is no need for such formality. We cannot be so distant. After a long absence, my friendly, he remains as handsome as ever. Truly, I envy your carp clan. Handsome males and beautiful females." The carp demon, Li He, was taken aback. He and the old tortoise were merely acquaintances, so why such flattery? The tortoise minister then cut to the chase, stating, "I have come with great news, a tremendous fortune for you. Firstly, the Tenglong River Water Mansion has a new master. The current Dragon Lord is a Yuan Shun Realm Demon King." This, Li hesitated, unsure whether to express envy. What good fortune did this entail for him? The tortoise minister continued, "The Dragon Lord is now seeking a mate, and I immediately thought of you. My friend, I recall you have a daughter." Upon hearing this, Li's expression changed dramatically. He was about to wave his hand to refuse when the tortoise minister continued, "Do not decline, my friend. Your daughter has regressed in bloodline and possesses the form of a dragonfish. That I am fully aware of this. The dragonfish lineage is highly compatible with our dragon lord's loach dragon bloodline." He further urged, "You must understand that the dragonfish is a treasure to other demons, even to monsters and humans. Do you truly believe you can hide her forever? Marrying our dragon lord and seeking protection is the way to ensure lasting safety." After saying this, the tortoise minister added a final compelling remark. "Do not forget, my friend, that the grudge against your wife has yet to be avenged." Upon hearing this, Li He's mouth moved, yet he found himself unable to articulate a refusal. He could only smile wryly and say, "Matters of marriage must also consider my daughter's opinion. As for me, I naturally hope to become one family with the Dragon Lord." He then inquired, "And as for the matter of revenge. At this, the tortoise minister's face lit up with joy. With the Dragon Lord assistance, what do a few golden core demon wolves matter? The deceitful matchmaker, having tricked the man, then ensnares the woman, ultimately leading to a tumultuous marriage that ends in a flurry of chaos and divorce. In contrast, the genuine matchmaker ensures satisfaction for both parties, fostering harmony and happiness. Of course, the Tortoise Chancellor is not without his strengths. After all, even the weakest of Golden Core stage demons can sweep through the meager Mirror Lake. However, when a female protagonist marries into the Water Palace to bear the Dragon Lord's offspring, will she truly withstand the persuasive power of that intimate whisper? To put it succinctly, he is here to forge a bond, not to create enmity. Having spoken, the carp demon Li He, without further hesitation, guided the Tortoise Chancellor and a multitude of Water Palace demons towards his residence. In the next moment, a voice echoed from afar. "Long time no see, old carp. Oh, it seems you have esteemed guests." Accompanying the voice was a swarm of shellfish demons swimming towards the residence. River clams, freshwater mussels, and even pond snails. Goodness, there was even a golden apple snail. These shellfish demons possess a unique trait. Even after transforming, they shrink their shells to dangle from their garments. This serves both an aesthetic purpose and a practical one, providing a means of defense against enemies. Thus, the identity of this group of demons was quickly recognized by the Tortoise Chancellor, who then fixed his gaze with keen interest upon a white river mussel demon, that he inquired, "Esteemed friends, do you hail from Little Jingxi? And is this white mussel friend perhaps by Xian?" The group of shell demons, upon being identified, felt no surprise. After all, the largest gathering of shell demons nearby was indeed Little Jingxi. Only by Xian, the white mussel demon, appeared somewhat astonished before clasping his hands and replying, "Indeed, I am Bai. May I ask who this esteemed friend is?" Upon hearing this, the Tortoise Chancellor's demeanor shifted to one of joviality. "That I am the Tortoise Chancellor of the Tenglong River Water Palace, and I feel a remarkable affinity with you. Bai Daoyu," he added with a chuckle. "By the way, I heard you have a daughter." The Tortoise Chancellor's expression of affinity struck by Xian as mere pleasantry, and he paid it little mind. However, the subsequent inquiry about his daughter ignited a blaze of fury within this middle-aged demon, darkening his countenance. "What? Your so-called affinity means you wish to become family? You, decrepit old demon, aspire to be my son-in-law, and to speak of such things upon our first meeting. Do you take me for a fool, seeking to amuse yourself at my expense?" Before he could utter more harsh words, he was swiftly restrained by a companion. Xian, tread carefully. The Tortoise Chancellor is a golden core demon. Moreover, he is backed by 3 other golden core demons. The warning from his companion rendered by Xian hesitant to express his anger. After all, the shell demons of Little Jingxi were merely a small, cozy faction, lacking prowess in battle. Their strongest members were but a few elders at the late transformation stage, and most shell demons were notoriously weak in combat. A golden core demon was far beyond their reach. Consequently, Bai Xian could only swallow his indignation. The harsh realities of survival in the demon world dictated that strength begets respect, while weakness invites disdain. One cannot simply cry for autonomy against fate and expect the status quo to shift. Such foolish demons would have long since been reincarnated in the underworld, or worse, scattered to the winds, with no chance for rebirth. Ultimately, Bai Xian managed a wry smile. "Senior, I do indeed have a daughter, but her looks would only be considered mediocre among the Muscle clan. Moreover, she is rather proud and often spouts nonsense about seeking a remarkable demon. A young paragon among demons." The Tortoise Chancellor was momentarily speechless. "A young paragon among demons. Spare me the slander. I would never dare compete for the affections of the Dragon Lord." He soon regained his composure, and, with an amiable gesture, reassured by Xian, "Fear not, Bai Daoyu, for I have no intention of pursuing an old tree blossoming anew." Raising his voice slightly, he continued with gravity, "Esteemed friends, allow me to clarify. The Tenglong River Water Palace has a new master. The current lord of the Tenglong River is none other than the Dragon Lord, a true demon king of the Yuan Shan realm. As for the previous 3 vile demons, they disrespected the king and failed to heed the heavenly order, and were thus eradicated by the Dragon Lord. As soon as these words left his mouth, The group of shell demons was taken aback by this monumental revelation that them, a golden core demon, was already a venerable figure. But to hear that they had been so easily vanquished was astonishing as for a Yuan Shun realm demon king. Such beings were only spoken of in tales and legends. For these lowly demons, such a presence was akin to a celestial being, an unfathomable existence. As the shell demons processed this shocking news, the tortoise chancellor turned to the carp demon, Li He, and suggested, "My friend, it would be prudent to inquire your beloved's thoughts on this matter. If she harbors no objections, it would be wise to settle this matter soon." With that, he disregarded the other demons and led the river muscle demon by Xian into the residence for further discussion. In the back chambers of the residence, Li He approached his daughter's boudoir. After a moment's hesitation, he found himself grappling with unspoken words, staring at the door with a conflicted expression. Suddenly, a flash of crimson appeared before him. The newcomer was none other than Li He's daughter, the dragon-fish demon Li Yunyang. Observing her father's silence, Li Yunyang softly remarked, "Father, I am already aware." He recognized his daughter possessed a unique ability akin to clairaudience, allowing her to hear voices from miles away. Thus, their earlier conversation with the tortoise chancellor had likely reached her ears. Li Yunyang continued, "This could actually be a fortuitous event. Father, firstly, a Yuan Shun realm dragon will not covet my meager dragon bloodline enough to consume me, thus making this demon king an excellent match. Secondly, the time has come to avenge my mother. I do not require him to slay all 4 of those wolf demons. Even if he takes down one, I would willingly spend my life with him." Meanwhile, the river muscle demon by Xian found himself led to a secluded corner by the tortoise chancellor. Upon opening his mouth, the tortoise chancellor startled by Xian once more. "By Dao Yu, my earlier inquiry about your daughter was under the auspices of my lord, the dragon lord, who seeks a spouse that I believe your daughter would be a splendid match." "How can this be?" Bai Xian was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in denial. "I appreciate the chancellor's goodwill, but my daughter, she truly lacks the grace of our kind. Among her sisters, she cannot even be deemed average. She is unworthy," the honest Bai Xian continued in a hushed tone. "For her to marry the esteemed demon king is but a daydream. Even serve as a maid by his side would be an immense honor for my family. It is well known that the Muscle clan produces exquisite beauties, characterized by their gentle demeanor and exceptional dancing skills. However, their bloodline is deemed inferior, and unless one possesses unparalleled beauty, their typical role within the demon realm is that of a dancer or maidservant for various factions." Thus, Bai Xian assumed the tortoise chancellor was jesting, perhaps mocking him. Realizing he had been offended, the tortoise chancellor reflected on Bai Xian's earlier disdain, perceiving him as a decrepit old demon. Now, to hear that his daughter could aspire to be the dragon lord's maid was a further slight. "So, it seems I'm truly unappreciated." Nonetheless, as a professional matchmaker, the tortoise chancellor quickly reset his mindset and focused on the task at hand. No. By Dao Yu, your daughter's bloodline is extraordinary. I am certain her beauty is equally remarkable. How can you claim she is of inferior stock? Extraordinary bloodline. Bai Xian was left bewildered. The tortoise chancellor seemed oblivious to the fact that their muscle clan was notorious for its inferior bloodlines. Among the aquatic demons, even common fish, shrimp, and crab demons possess superior bloodlines compared to theirs. Seeing Bai Xian's confusion, the tortoise chancellor realized the truth. This father was utterly unaware of his daughter's exceptional nature. "It seems your daughter possesses remarkable wisdom," he mused. "Did Bai Dao Yu not know that your daughter's bloodline is a return to ancestral traits?" The tortoise chancellor promptly revealed the truth. "To be frank, your daughter does not bear the muscle bloodline. In my estimation, she is most likely a descendant of the ancestral SHN demon, the true identity of your beloved daughter. Shun, the progenitor of river clams, is regarded in certain regions as a great clam. Innately endowed with formidable spiritual power, it is not particularly adept at offense, yet it possesses an inherent mastery of illusion. Legends speak of an ancient and powerful Shun demon that once transformed an entire sea domain into a realm of phantoms, commanding billions of aquatic creatures. Even celestial beings and Buddhas struggled to subdue it. Thus, the Shun demon is regarded as a lineage of considerable strength, while the precise bloodline concentration of the daughter of Bai Xian remains unknown. Even a mere trace would rival that of the dragon fish spirit. Hence, the second target of Prime Minister Gui is this by Xian's daughter. By Xian, bewildered, wonders how his daughter inexplicably became a Shun demon. Prime Minister Gui, exasperated, thinks to himself that it is simply due to Bai Xian's utter cluelessness. Moreover, in the remote and humble locale of Xiajingxi, how could they possibly protect a Shun demon? Perhaps this is why Bai Xian's daughter conceals her true lineage. After all, in the realm of demons, the emergence of a genius from a minor clan could lead to their annihilation. The hierarchical structure of the demon clans makes it exceedingly difficult to find parallels to the sex of the human race. Additionally, the ability of demon bloodlines to devour and usurp exacerbates this situation. So, my friend, what do you think of the union between your daughter and our Dragon Lord? Naturally, I agree, but what if Prime Minister Gui's information is erroneous? And my daughter is merely an ordinary river clam spirit. Bai Xian remains skeptical and somewhat apprehensive. He fears the wrath of the Demon King and worries that his daughter may not find a suitable match, which would be a source of shame for them in the future. Bai Xian's words prompt a change in Prime Minister Gui's perspective, as he recognizes that despite Bai Xian's confusion, he is not without merit as a father. The old turtle's information is undoubtedly accurate. Even in the unlikely event of a mistake, the Dragon Lord would not hold you responsible like a tea that time. An ordinary river clam spirit would hardly be deemed worthy of our Dragon Lord. But rest assured, Old Turtle guarantees a promising future for both father and daughter. Point 1 may serve as a maid in the Water Palace, while the other could become a guard, thereby securing a place within our Water Palace. Among ordinary demons, that would indeed be considered a bright future. Prime Minister, your demon is rather fortunate, truly clueless. The old turtle is certain that the information will not falter, and it's time to cultivate good rapport with your future son-in-law. The Dragon Lord, within the Stone Mansion, having resolved the matters concerning Bai Xian and his daughter, Prime Minister Gui received delightful news. He conveyed that his daughter had indeed consented to the marriage. Subsequently, Prime Minister Gui met the future mistress of the Water Palace. Her skin, as fair as exquisite jade, adorned in a vibrant red gown akin to a blooming lotus. Her beauty was unparalleled, with features that could captivate nations, accentuated by a scarlet crystal on her forehead that further enhanced her allure. Although Li Yunyang hailed from humble beginnings, her eloquence was remarkable. Particularly, her demeanor exuded an air of grace and dignity, embodying the qualities of a noble woman. Thus, during their conversation, Prime Minister Gui treated her with the utmost respect. Beside them, Bai Xian felt a pang of discomfort, internally lamenting, "My daughter, I hope you are truly using illusions to conceal your true appearance. In the end, your beauty is indeed breathtaking, and you must possess the bloodline of a Shun demon. Otherwise, you might find yourself relegated to the status of a mere maid." After addressing these two matters, Prime Minister Gui and his entourage departed from Jinghu, heading straight for the mainland. With two mistresses from the aquatic demon clan secured, it was time to seek a companion from the skies. "My avian friend, you shall be the one." Meanwhile, Yi Yin, having subdued Tenglong County through his prowess, extended an invitation to a golden core cultivator to accompany him in subjugating the remaining two factions. As for the rationale behind inviting the golden core cultivator, the first motive was to establish authority. By annihilating a faction, he would demonstrate greater strength, ensuring that others would think twice before acting recklessly. They may harbor discontent in their hearts, but they must submit outwardly, rendering their offerings willingly without any subterfuge. The second reason was simply that he was unfamiliar with the terrain and required a guide. The city god and 4 other golden core cultivators were present, with the city god, being a deity of incense, unable to stray too far from his domain. Soon, a golden core sword cultivator stepped forward, expressing his willingness to lead the way. During their journey, Yi Yin conversed with the golden core sword cultivator, learning about the situation of the demon clans at their destination. According to the cultivator's account, the so-called Firewolf Mountain was a place of utter disdain. This aligned with the memories of the black water snake demon, which also bore a deep-seated hatred for the 4 wolf demons. Given the infamous reputation of Firewolf Mountain, it seemed an ideal target for extermination. That why Ian mused inwardly that he had prepared for this before his arrival, intending to subjugate at most 2 of the 3 major Golden Core factions. Thus, at least one of them was destined for annihilation, not for any other reason but to serve as an example. Now, the target for this demonstration of power had been identified: Firewolf Mountain, a towering peak rich in third-tier fire spiritual veins. Unlike other factions, Firewolf Mountain is solely inhabited by 4 wolf demons, all of them kindred golden core firewolf demons, known for their murderous tendencies. These wolf demons prey upon both humans and demons alike, devouring anything that crosses their path. Consequently, any demon that follows them swiftly becomes their next meal. Each year, they feast upon thousands of humans and hundreds of demons, establishing a notorious reputation along the Tenglong River. Even among demonkind, they evoke feelings of fear and disgust. However, their strength is commendable. The 4 wolf demons possess the ability to unite their powers. It is said that they once escaped a calamity at the hands of a certain nascent soul cultivator through this very ability, subsequently hiding for over a century before daring to return to their lair a decade ago. They approached the vicinity of Firewolf Mountain. The air grew increasingly sweltering. Before Yi Yin stood a mountain, its entire form ablaze with fiery hues. Flanking this crimson mountain were 2 massive piles of stark white bones. To the left lay the remains of humans, while to the right were the bones of various colossal birds, fish, beasts, and insects, clearly the remnants of demons, including those of wolf demons. The golden core sword cultivator hastily explained, "Dragon Lord, beneath this mountain lies a third-tier fire spiritual vein, alongside which is a small spiritual stone mine, thus enhancing its spiritual energy. Moreover, the mountain is rich in fire spiritual materials, yielding substantial annual returns." Following this, the typically taciturn sword cultivator awkwardly added, "Dragon Lord, these wolf demons do not deserve to occupy such a treasure trove." Yi Yin merely chuckled. "You need only say that you wish for me to eradicate them." However, his aura bore down on the golden core sword cultivator, nearly causing him to faint. "Oh, you expect me to act as your blade? The Demon King demands retribution. Yet, they are deserving of their fate. They must be punished." Although aware that his words displeased Yi Yin, the sword cultivator gritted his teeth and continued, "Even among demons, these 4 wolf demons deserve their doom." It was evident that the sword cultivator harbored a personal vendetta against the wolf demons. Perhaps his family had been torn apart, or a loved one had met a tragic end. Yet, this bore no significance to Yi Yin. However, he soon tempered his aura, pointing at Firewolf Mountain. "I will slay them, but you must pay 2 prices. First, you mentioned that Firewolf Mountain is so splendid. It must be properly developed. Therefore, you shall take personal responsibility for this matter, ensuring that I receive a satisfactory amount of cultivation resources annually for 100 years. The golden core sword cultivator did not inquire about the specifics of the resources, solemnly nodding in agreement. Then, Yi Yin raised a finger, articulating the second price. "Second, you shall serve the Tenglong River Water Palace for 100 years. The lifespan of a golden core cultivator from the human race is approximately 700 years. A considerable price to pay." However, without a moment's hesitation, the golden core sword cultivator readily agreed, subsequently swearing a profound oath. Indeed, it seems you have quite a tale with the wolf demons. After pondering briefly, Yi Yin chose not to reopen old wounds and transformed into a streak of azure-purple light, soaring towards Firewolf Mountain. In his excitement, the golden core sword cultivator swiftly followed suit, now aware that the wolf demons had previously escaped a calamity at the hands of a soul transformation realm cultivator. Yi Yin, not underestimating the situation, gently waved his right hand, and a stream of azure water instantly shot forth. This water rapidly morphed into a colossal river, overshadowing the sky as it hovered above the peak of Firewolf Mountain. Wait, the golden core sword cultivator suddenly recalled that Yi Yin had not even employed a magical artifact against them, merely utilizing a single divine ability. Such a commotion quickly drew the attention of the wolf demons. Perhaps due to their prior encounter with a soul transformation realm cultivator, the wolf demons did not emerge to confront their adversaries. Instead, they silently retreated into the earth, attempting to escape. Yet, how could they conceal themselves from Yi Yin's divine sense? With a swift motion of his hand, the serpentine river in the sky split into 4 segments. plunging directly underground. Thousand Flow River. Swift. Yi Yin formed a seal with his hand, and the four segments of azure water surged forward with astonishing speed. In mere moments, they caught up with the wolf demons, positioning themselves directly in front of the four. Instantly, the azure water transformed into a circular prison, trapping the four wolf demons securely. Damn it! How could he catch up so quickly? He truly is an ancient monster of the soul transformation realm. One wolf demon exclaimed in fury, pleading for mercy. Please forgive me, esteemed senior. I have never wronged you. Another wolf demon, displaying fear, directly cried out for clemency. Meanwhile, the remaining two wolf demons, both at the late Golden Core stage, gritted their teeth and gathered their magical power, determined to break free. Beneath the earth, the two wolf demons revealed their true forms. Transforming into massive red fire wolves, each several dozen feet in size, breathing flames in an attempt to evaporate the water. However, no matter how fiercely they burned, the water showed no signs of diminishing. After realizing their flames were ineffective, the two wolves steeled their resolve, channeling their entire magical power into their demon bodies as they lunged at the seemingly thin water wall on the surface. Yi Yin shook his head, indicating that these rural monsters truly lacked insight. The Thousand Flow River was no ordinary water. It was a magical artifact forged from a substantial amount of heavy water. Heavy water, a remarkable treasure, weighs 1,000 pounds per drop in its normal state, and when infused with magical power, a single drop can weigh tens of thousands of pounds as a defensive formation composed of 1,000,000 drops of heavy water. The Thousand Flow River could withstand most attacks from the late soul transformation realm. How dare you attempt to strike it with your demon body? Ha! Ignorance. Foolishness. Indeed. In the next moment, the claws of the two wolves shattered, followed by their entire demon bodies fracturing, their organs rupturing. Soon, the four wolf demons were dragged to the surface by the Thousand Flow River. Yi Yin wasted no time, performing soul searches on each of them before effortlessly dispatching two. The remaining two wolf demons were handed over to the Golden Core Sword Cultivator, who had a vendetta against them. The usually taciturn sword cultivator's eyes turned red upon seeing the two wolf demons, and he began to roar angrily. Return my dog's life? Yi Yin? After subjecting the two wolf demons to a gruesome demise and scattering their souls, the sword cultivator finally recounted his tale. The sword cultivator had lost his parents and elder brother at a young age, leaving him and his sister, along with a loyal dog, to rely on one another. Eventually, the old dog cultivated to a spirit and further transformed, continuing to protect the siblings as they pursued their path of cultivation. Later, his sister, possessing extraordinary talent, was taken in by a prominent sect in the southern region, while he and the dog roamed the south in search of opportunities to cultivate. However, a few years prior, while passing through Fire Wolf Mountain, the pair was ambushed by two wolf demons. At that time, they had only just broken through to the early Golden Core stage and were no match for the attackers, ultimately relying on the dog's self-detonation to give the sword cultivator a chance to escape. Since then, the sword cultivator had been seeking revenge for his faithful companion, with a sister and a dog. The sword cultivator's life story is something Yi Yin could hardly fathom. Goodness, you are more of a protagonist than I am, he internally remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then curiously asked, might your surname be Yang? The sword cultivator paused for a moment before replying, no, my surname is Zhang. He then added, but upon reflection, I could also be a Yang, as Zhang is my mother's surname, while my father indeed bears the surname Yang. Yi Yin, having dealt with the four wolf demons, Yi Yin did not rush to depart, but instead gazed with excitement towards the lair of the wolf demons. That moment, a notification from his multi-child and multi-blessing system echoed in his mind. Discovering an exceptional mate, a Golden Core Emu Lotus Demon. Superior bloodline, excellent pregnancy potential, containing innate emu energy, greatly beneficial for offspring. The host is encouraged to seize the opportunity for early progeny. Yi Yin, I am quite flustered. On the second day after my transmigration, the system wants me to sleep with a lotus flower. What kind of bizarre system is this? He mentally complained. For others, a sleeping lotus is merely a noun. But for you, it seems to be a verb. While he grumbled internally, Yin felt no aversion. After all, who could resist the allure of multiple wives accompanied by rewards? Moreover, to be fair, the system was rather discerning. Just yesterday at the Water Mansion, there were numerous enchanting female demons, clam maidens, snail girls, fish demons, snake spirits, and more, dozens of beauties who could be considered goddesses in his past life. Yet the system found none of them worthy. In the system's words, they possessed inferior bloodlines and were not to its liking. It even scolded Yin, warning him against associating with such lowly demons if he wished for his descendants to avoid becoming mere fish monsters. Yin was well aware that when it came to progeny, quality was far more important than quantity. He certainly did not wish for his future offspring to be incapable of even reaching the golden core stage after he ascended to immortality. After slightly handling the demon cores of the 4 wolf demons, he proceeded with the Zhang-surnamed sword cultivator towards the wolf demon's lair. The lair was a true den of wolves. Upon entering, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. As they stepped into the lair, they were met with a grotesque sight: various races captured by the wolf demons. Humans, demons, and even specters, indicating the wolf demon's indiscriminate appetite. These are mere trifles, of no consequence. Yin commanded the sword cultivator to rescue them with a casual wave. Yin's true focus was on the 2 most eye-catching golden core demons positioned on either side, both ensnared by restraints and suspended in midair. With a pool of searing hellfire beneath them. One of them was undoubtedly the Emu Lotus demon previously mentioned by the system, her body cloaked in emerald wood-based demon energy. The wood energy had transformed into a green lotus. Seemingly her divine ability, quite extraordinary. The hellfire's scorching heat appeared fierce, yet had no effect on her. The other was a water attribute dragon demon, a distant relative of Yin, in contrast to the lotus demon. This one was struggling. Despite being surrounded by flowing water, his magical power seemed nearly depleted. Moreover, the water was gradually turning red, resembling a scene where he was on the verge of boiling himself. Had Yin arrived any later, he might have ended up finding the dragon demon within the belly of the wolf. Without delay, Yin waved his hands, unleashing 2 torrents of water divine lightning that struck with precision, shattering the restraints without causing harm to either demon. At that moment, the true forms of the 2 golden core demons came into view. To the left stood Yin's kin, a mid-golden core flood dragon, characterized by a dragon's head and a serpent's body, lacking feet or claws, a descendant of the dragon bloodline, resulting from a diluted lineage. This detail was inconsequential. Yin glanced at him before moving on. To the right, however, was the Emu Lotus demon, the one with excellent pregnancy potential as indicated by the system. She possessed hair that cascaded to her waist, a face pure as an immortal's, and a figure that was enviable. Her aura was captivating. Just one glance left Yin understanding the meaning of being washed clean in the ripples, yet not appearing seductive. In an instant, Yin found himself thinking fondly of the lotus. Realizing it was indeed a rather elegant pursuit, he promptly inquired gently, "May I ask, fair maiden, what circumstances led you to fall into the hands of the wolf demons?" However, the lotus demon, who was being scrutinized by him, exhibited no immediate reaction, momentarily dazed before realizing that Yin was addressing her. Subsequently, she whispered her gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue. Also, I must clarify that I am not a celestial being. I am a demon." Yin found the lotus demon's an endearing demeanor quite amusing, and thus he playfully responded, "Very well, little demoness, do tell how you were captured by the wolf demon." The lotus demon then recounted her origins. Although she had already attained the golden core stage, her memories seemed to suggest that she had only recently awakened her intelligence. Furthermore, she had swiftly transitioned from a spirit creature to a physical form and subsequently entered the golden core stage, before departing from the secret realm that nurtured her to commence her travels. Just a few days prior, while cultivating near a deep pool, she had been discovered by several wolf demons, due to her lack of proficiency in offensive skills with her awakened divine abilities. She was ultimately ensnared and brought back by the wolf demons. Fortunately, her wood-based divine abilities provided exceptional defensive capabilities, allowing her to survive until now. Yin could discern that the lotus demon was indeed a fledgling among demons. having entered the Golden Core realm early solely due to her extraordinary lineage. Moreover, this female demon appeared quite bashful. Not only did she avoid making eye contact while conversing with him, but her face also flushed with color. Instantly, Yin teased, "Little Demoness, I've saved your life. Do you know how one ought to repay such a debt? You might consider the popular narratives among mortals. This life-saving grace could be repaid in the next life by serving as a beast of burden." However, that seemed to apply only in circumstances where the benefactor was unattractive. The Lotus Demon pondered for a moment, glanced at Yi Yan's handsome and imposing visage, and her face turned crimson. Eventually, she lowered her head and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "For one as handsome as you, perhaps the debt of gratitude can only be repaid by offering myself." I concur," Yi Yan replied. "As members of the demon race, we need not concern ourselves with trifling matters. How about we have the little demons from the Water Palace prepare for our nuptials tonight?" The Lotus Demon was taken aback. "This was far too swift, and you haven't even inquired about my name yet." Yet, after some contemplation and another glance at Yi Yan, she ultimately refrained from voicing any objections, merely nodding with her face still aflame. Subsequently, Yi Yan turned his gaze toward the Serpent Demon, offering him little room for choice. With a mere display of his aura as a Yuan Spirit Realm Demon King, he effortlessly subdued the Serpent Demon to the ground. Without allowing for refusal, he declared, "I am the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River. Since I have saved you, it is only fitting that you repay me." The Serpent Demon, somewhat bewildered, almost uttered, "I too shall offer myself." Yet, recalling the precariousness of his own life, he hesitated, he quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Indeed, indeed, as a small demon, I shall certainly repay the Dragon Lord." "How would you like me to do so?" Yi Yan presented the Serpent Demon with a singular path, to serve the Tenglong River Water Palace for 200 years, during which he would be at his beck and call. Furthermore, he was to take a solemn vow as a binding commitment, with no other options, and given the shortage of personnel at the Water Palace. The only other Golden Core being available was the Tortoise Chancellor. Yi Yan acknowledged that the Tortoise Chancellor was indeed a capable demon, adept in managing internal affairs or acting as a matchmaker. However, expecting him to engage in violent endeavors would be asking too much. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the Sword Cultivator and the Serpent Demon as temporary enforcers. The Serpent Demon reflected on his longevity. With over 900 years remaining, and realizing his life was still in another's hands, he promptly agreed. As fellow Golden Core entities, demons naturally enjoy longer lifespans than their human counterparts. Before long, the other humans or various demonic beings captured by the wolf demons were released. Prior to their departure, some expressed a desire to repay the Dragon Lord Yi Yan. However, their offers were swiftly dismissed, particularly those from certain female humans and demonesses, as well as female specters. You seek to repay a favor. Nonsense. You merely covet my form and aspire to marry into wealth. Am I correct? Yi Yan could not be bothered to expose their intentions, merely waving his hand for them to leave. With the common folk dispatched, the remaining unearthed Golden Core forces were the Yui Ghost Palace, which possessed 2 Golden Core specters and a later-stage zombie. Yet, Yi Yan did not intend to intervene personally. He simply entrusted the 4 Golden Core wolf corpses to the Sword Cultivator and the Serpent Demon. Subsequently bestowing upon them the art of splitting their essence, he instructed them to approach the Yui Ghost Palace and convey his message. Should they choose to submit, all would be well. However, if they sought destruction, the 2 essence split forms were more than capable of annihilating the Ghost Palace. Meanwhile, Yi Yan had pressing matters to attend to, not that he was particularly eager for the nuptials. Rather, he had received a system notification indicating that upon consummation, the system would recognize an increase in the number of spouses. Additionally, acquiring exceptional partners would yield rewards related to their bloodlines, in other words. With the bloodline of the Emu Demon Lotus, Yi Yan stood a significant chance of obtaining healing treasures or miraculous elixirs. This prospect was utterly irresistible to him at that moment. The Tortoise Chancellor was leading the Water Palace's demon soldiers on a land. Arriving in a mountainous region, it was common knowledge that the Tortoise Chancellor enjoyed making friends, and presently, he aimed to visit a longtime companion. The elder of the Lar clan, a Golden Core demon, was also his current target. This demon had shared a deep bond with the Tortoise Chancellor in the past. During their youthful travels, they had once been captured by a golden core demon from the Magic Clan, nearly devoured. Fortunately, they had utilized their life-saving trump cards to escape, only to be subsequently captured by a golden core female specter for sustenance. In short, their relationship was quite robust. Thus, whenever the Tortoise Chancellor encountered fortuitous events, he was reminded of his old friend. Of course, the primary motivation for his visit was his old friend's daughter, who possessed exceptionally outstanding talents and bloodlines. Soon as he entered the mountains, the Tortoise Chancellor called out, "Old friend, the old tortoise of the Tenglong River has come to pay a visit." Following this, amidst a cacophony of birdsong, a colossal lark appeared, transforming into a humanoid form. Upon seeing the Tortoise Chancellor on the ground, the lark demon, unceremonious, greeted him with a smile. "Old tortoise, you surely didn't come all this way just to reminisce about old times. Speak, what can I assist you with?" Then, with a grand and magnanimous tone, he added, "As long as it is within my capability, I shall certainly lend my aid." The Tortoise Chancellor's small eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he hastily replied, "Old friend, you said it. I heard you have a daughter, Yunk Yao." At the same time, Yin had already returned to the water mansion of the Tenglong River with the Emu Lien Yao. During his journey home, he deliberately stopped by Tenglong County to procure various wedding supplies. Upon learning that Yin had effortlessly annihilated the Fire Wolf Mountain, the city god, and the 4 Jin Dan cultivators, along with the prominent families of the county, elevated their esteem for Yi Yin once more, displaying even greater respect. Upon discovering that Dragon Lord Yi Yin was to take a bride and that the wedding night was to commence this very evening, they, though surprised, sensibly presented a lavish congratulatory gift. Concurrently, they dispatched a group of individuals to assist at the water mansion. The Yi Yin graciously accepted their goodwill, warmly inviting them to partake in the wedding festivities and share in a cup of celebratory wine. In contrast, the Jin Dan swordsman and the Jiao Yao appeared rather obtuse and lacking in social grace. Knowing that Yi Yin, the Dragon Lord, was to wed, they failed to utter even a few words of joy, revealing a rather low emotional intelligence. However, Yi Yin expressed understanding, believing that they could make amends with their gifts later, as these would serve as cultivation resources for their future children. One must be prudent in managing family affairs. Soon, as evening fell, aided by the human populace of Tenglong County, the entire water mansion underwent a magnificent transformation. Various symbols of joy and red flowers adorned every corner, celebrating the wedding. Certain projection arrays were also arranged. The human cultivators assured that the consumption of materials and spirit stones was a trivial matter, primarily aiming to ensure the delight of the Dragon Lord. The aquatic beings were not skilled in culinary arts, and the current manpower at the water mansion was inadequate. Thus, the banquet, along with an array of fruits, wines, exquisite dishes, and spiritual delicacies, was entirely managed by the humans. Subsequently, human guests flocked to offer their congratulations, which greatly satisfied Yin, who patted his chest, affirming that he had witnessed their commendable efforts. The Dragon Lord, declare that henceforth Tenglong County shall enjoy tranquility, and all shall prosper in harmony, with smooth paths ahead in their immortal journeys. That night, after the banquet concluded, neither the demon nor human factions dared entertain any thoughts of raucous revelry. After once more toasting Yi Yin with their congratulations, they discreetly departed. Before long, the vast water mansion was left empty, save for Yi Yin and the Emu Lien Yao. Prior to entering the bridal chamber, Yi Yin took the precaution of enveloping the entire water mansion with his innate treasure, the Qianlu River. Ensuring its protection in life, there are two great joys: the wedding night and the triumph of academic achievement. In his previous life, Yi Yin's examination results were far from stellar, and thus, he had never experienced the latter. However, the proper act of marrying and entering the bridal chamber was indeed a first for him. Lifting the veil and sharing a cup of mingled wine, the Lien Yao's face flushed crimson as she remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Husband, it seems you do not even know my name." Yi Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. To be honest, he had indeed rushed things. Yet, primarily, it was the readers who wished to see this unfold, passing the blame. Fortunately, the Lien Yao continued, "I am a spirit of grass and wood, hence my surname is Yi, and "My name is Yu Lian. Yi Yu Lian, do remember it." "Very well, I shall remember it for this lifetime and the next." He vowed. "Sister Lian, the night is deep." The same moment, a sudden tempest arose in the previously tranquil Mirror Lake. Within the stone mansion, Li Yunyang, clad in a crimson gown, was suddenly struck by an impulse. Feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something had slipped away from her grasp, in the dead of night, at Xiajingxi, the Bai family, this moment, Bai Xian and his wife beheld their daughter's true visage for the first time. Leaving both demons in stunned silence, Point One was astonished by the beauty of their daughter, whose appearance was beyond that of mortals, akin to a celestial fairy. The other felt a pang of sorrow, recognizing that their daughter was far too perceptive and mature, lamenting their inability to protect her, allowing her to reveal her true form only now. Observing their silence, the Shanin Bai Shuang calmly reassured. "Father and mother need not grieve. Our good days are about to begin. The Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River, a formidable Jiao dragon of the Yuanshan realm, indeed makes for an excellent husband, capable of safeguarding our daughter. With his assistance, it is surely not difficult for you two to attain Jin Dan, and there shall be plenty of good days ahead." Bai Xian did not wish to dampen his daughter's spirits, but felt compelled to speak the truth. "My dear daughter, the daughter of a Li family from Mirror Lake is not inferior to you in beauty, and I've heard her bloodline is also extraordinary. Our current life is quite satisfactory. Once you marry into the Water Mansion, no demon would dare to bully you. Your mother and I do not seek Jin Dan. This is already quite good." Bai Xian's meaning was quite clear. He did not wish for his daughter to be overly favored simply because of her beauty, nor did he hope she would vie for affection. Who says I must rely on beauty to win favor? Bai Shuang shook her head, subsequently revealing her confidence as a Jin Dan cultivator. A large jewel materialized in her hand, radiating dazzling brilliance. My strength, along with resources sufficient to advance to the Yuanshan realm, stems from my Shanin bloodline. How could the Dragon Lord not favor me? Such a notion is inconceivable. Then, recalling the memories of ancient times, she pondered the perfect union of true dragons and pure-blooded Shanin demons that produced the Shenlong. She wondered how much of that pure-blooded Shenlong's essence would be reflected in her offspring with the Dragon Lord. How she hoped to bear several children in the future. Meanwhile, after several rounds in the bridal chamber, Yin felt a peculiar sensation, whispering, "I can't shake the feeling that a female demon is keen on bearing my children. And it seems she wishes to have many." "How do you know?" Below him, the Lian Yao Yi Yu Lian exclaimed in surprise, astonished that her husband could discern her thoughts. Blushing, she mused that this must be what humans refer to as a heart-to-heart connection. Soon after, Yi Yu Lian drifted into slumber. "Please, host, claim your rewards swiftly." The alert of the multi-child blessing system echoed in Yian's mind, leaving him speechless. "It is you who urges me to have children. And now you're disturbing me after just one round in the bridal chamber. This is quite vexing." As he swept his consciousness through the system in his mind, he felt a surge of joy. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring an exceptional spouse, the Emu Yin Yao. Rewards are as follows. First, a healing treasure, the Emu Spirit Pill. Second, an opportunity to comprehend with elemental divine powers. Third, an increase of 300 years of cultivation. Please claim your rewards promptly." With a mere thought, Yin conjured a small, finger-sized azure elixir in his hand. As soon as the azure pill materialized, Yin instinctively took a whiff, and in an instant, he felt his injuries begin to mend. He then swallowed the elixir, and a surge of potent medicinal energy erupted within him, though it was remarkably gentle, gradually repairing his shattered form. Following this, a wave of vibrant life force surged into his heart, generating a copious amount of fresh blood, which subsequently coalesced into the essence of a dragon's blood. As his physical condition gradually improved, the two streams of demonic power that had been coiled within Yi Yan's body, emanating from Pudu Si Heng and the Black Mountain Old Demon, began to rampage. However, this time, Yin did not need to expend his own energy to suppress them. The rich potency of the Emu Ling Dan swiftly extinguished their fury and expelled them from his body. In just over a brief moment, injuries that would have taken decades to heal were rapidly restored, and the excess medicinal energy even subtly enhanced Yi Yan's dragon demon form. having resolved his injuries. Yi Yin proceeded to extract his rewards. This time, he received 300 years' worth of cultivation. Upon extraction, a dense flow of spiritual power surged within him. Before Yi Yin could refine it, the power naturally fused into his being, as if it were the very essence he had painstakingly cultivated. There was no trace of awkwardness or unfamiliarity, instantly amplifying Yi Yan's demonic prowess. At last, only one reward remained, which Yi Yin deemed the most significant. Unlike the human race, which relied heavily on various magical artifacts for combat, the demon race placed greater importance on the strength of their own forms and the mastery of their innate abilities. Currently, Yi Yin had command over 3 ancient dragon abilities: cloud riding, wind summoning, and river overturning, in addition to the awakened Kuei-Shui thunder from his Xian Shui Lei Jiao bloodline. Thus, acquiring an additional ability held profound significance for him, as awakening a new power could also bolster his physical form to a certain extent. For instance, the Kuei-Shui thunder significantly increased his resistance to water and lightning-related spells. Soon, as Yi Yin comprehended the opportunity to grasp the wood elemental ability, his consciousness began to fog. When he regained awareness, he beheld a colossal azure tree connecting heaven and earth, its enormity beyond description. He even noticed numerous worlds, resembling bubbles, clinging to its branches. Then, 2 ancient characters appeared in Yi Yan's mind: Jinmu. Shortly thereafter, the vision shattered, plunging Yi Yan's consciousness into darkness. Yet, after a brief interval, a surge of azure energy manifested within him. Accompanying this was the sound of tempestuous winds and thunder, as a golden azure seed took root and sprouted within his being. As the seed germinated, a vibrant life force blossomed within Yi Yin, reminiscent of the vitality he experienced after consuming the Imu Ling Dan. He soon learned the name and nature of the ability he had comprehended: one of the 5 elements thunder. The Wood Thunder dual system ability, Imu Shunlei. This divine thunder could not only inflict harm upon adversaries through lightning strikes, but could also sap the vitality of those struck, potentially diminishing their lifespan with each successive hit. Conversely, it could heal injuries and fortify his physical form, and at its pinnacle, it could extend his own lifespan while significantly enhancing his resistance to both lightning and wood-related spells in the Yunk Mountains. The words of Turtle Prime Minister echoed in his mind. "I hear you have a daughter." The underlying implications of this statement were not lost on the great demon of the Yunk. While it was improbable that the old turtle desired to marry his daughter, it was likely that he intended to propose on behalf of another demon. Thus, the once exuberant Yunk demon, upon encountering an old acquaintance, now wore a look of displeasure. Turning to the Turtle Prime Minister, he coldly remarked, "Get lost, you old turtle. If you genuinely come as a guest, my young clan would naturally welcome you, even treating you as an esteemed guest. However, if you intend to propose on behalf of some other demons, then don't even think about it." The great demon of the Yunk, named Yun Tian, was a native of the Yunk Mountains, with the mountains located merely hundreds of miles from the Tenglong River. He was well aware of the Turtle Prime Minister's previous associates. They were nothing more than a few fortunate wild demons who had stumbled into the Golden Core stage. An alligator demon, a black water snake, and a water monkey. All of them possessed ordinary bloodlines, lacked management skills, and had no backing. Even their combat abilities were mediocre. They merely relied on the advantages of waterborne demons to occupy that watery realm. Such beings were beneath Yun Tian's consideration, and his proud little princess would certainly not be interested in them. Moreover, what constituted a wild demon? They were entities with ordinary bloodlines, devoid of heritage, without a foundation or support. Even if they were fortunate enough to enter the Golden Core stage, they could not cultivate the next generation to follow suit. Thus, it was highly probable that 90% of wild demons would see their descendants or third generations fall into obscurity. Although the Young clan was not large, they consistently produced 1 or 2 Golden Core demons each generation, making them a formidable clan within 1,000 miles. Even if this generation only had 2 Golden Core demons, their tenacity and ability to maintain their existence meant they had little to fear from those wild demons. "Why, old friend has misunderstood. We have been close companions for many years. How could I betray you for those 3? The Turtle Prime Minister chuckled, then attempted to draw closer, saying, "What sort of relationship do we share? It is a bond forged by life and death. Have you forgotten? Over 100 years ago, when you were nearly drained of your essence by that golden core female ghost. It was I, the old turtle, who stepped in to divert her attention and saved you from disaster. As the Turtle Prime Minister recounted this incident, Yin Tian's face flushed crimson, prompting her to interrupt. All right, I remember. Let us not speak of that anymore, nor of matchmaking. Let us simply enjoy our reunion. With that, Yin Tian took the Turtle Prime Minister's hand and soared toward the summit of the mountains. At the peak, they found a vast expanse of forest, constructed from second-tier spiritual plants known as wind spirit wood. This was the territory of the young clan, their nests built high among the towering trees. Yet, as they entered their domain, Yin Tian noticed an unusual commotion. Surrounding a verdant spirit tree were numerous gathering young demons, and even another golden core demon from their clan, her father, was present. Puzzled, Yin Tian grasped the Turtle Prime Minister's hand and made her way towards the throng. Before they could draw near, the two demons were already inundated with the chattering voices of the young, among which the term Tenglong River Dragon Lord resonated frequently. Yin Tian was bewildered. Did those three wild demons possess any connection to dragons? How dare they declare themselves as dragon lords without fearing retribution from a passing draconic elder? Glancing at the Turtle Prime Minister beside her, Yin Tian found him withholding information, stating, "My friend, this matter is best left for you to inquire about directly. However, I can confirm that a dragon lord has indeed emerged from the Tenglong River." Soon, Yin Tian heard astonishing news. How remarkable! A demon king has also arisen in the Tenglong River basin. So, those four wolf demons were truly eradicated. Excellent! What a relief! Unfortunately, Yin Mei, your attempt to win his favor has failed. You are quite beautiful. After all that you think the Demon King would prefer a robust male demon like me. Yin Tian directly led the Turtle Prime Minister to land amidst the crowd of demons. There, she bowed respectfully to an elder clad in azure robes with azure hair, then inquired with astonishment, "Father, is this the Tenglong River Dragon Lord you speak of, and a Demon King at the nascent soul stage? What on earth is going on?" The elder with azure hair is none other than Yin Tian's father and the previous clan leader of the Lark lineage, at this moment. His face is also filled with astonishment, a feeling that lingers for quite some time. Upon hearing his son's inquiry, he merely gestures towards a transformed Lark demon. This Lark demon, Yin Tian recognizes as Yin Shu, a younger member of their clan who had gone missing during an outing, leading everyone to believe her fate was grim. Subsequently, Yin Shu recounted the events that led to her disappearance over 10 days prior. She had been captured by the wolf demons of Firewolf Mountain. There, her powers were sealed, and she, along with various other demons, humans, and spirits, was imprisoned in a dungeon. During that time, the four wolf demons would occasionally seize individuals for their feasting. Fortunately, she remained unscathed until yesterday, when Firewolf Mountain was unexpectedly breached by a formidable demon king of the primordial spirit realm, resulting in the demise of the four wolf demons. Upon hearing this, even the Lark demon Yin Tian felt a wave of satisfaction, for those four wolf demons were indeed a scourge to their kind, having caused much suffering within the Lark clan. Yin Shu continued, explaining that after slaying the wolf demons, the Demon King had also liberated them. According to his companion, an elder from the human realm, that esteemed individual was the new master of the Tenglong River, the Dragon Lord of Tenglong River, a veritable primordial spirit realm dragon. As she spoke, Yin Shu expressed a tinge of regret, stating that it is often said that one cannot repay the debt of saving their life except by offering oneself in servitude, and she had expressed such sentiments to the Demon King. Alas, she lamented, her humble lineage would hardly catch the eye of such a grand figure. The mention of the Tenglong River Dragon Lord left Yin Tian in shock, and he turned incredulously to his old friend, Prime Minister Jiyu. That moment, Prime Minister Gue realized that in just over a day of absence, their Dragon Lord had created such a significant stir. "My old friend, who exactly is this Dragon Lord?" Prime Minister Gue asked, placing his hands on his hips with a proud expression. "But he is, of course, the master of our water palace in Tenglong River. By the way, I still hold the position of Prime Minister there." "Impressive. What a significant figure. I envy you for serving under a primordial spirit realm demon king, especially in the capacity of Prime Minister." That is extraordinary. This is the reality. Serving a powerful master is not a disgrace. The true misfortune lies in having a weak master. If one's master is a person of great stature, then the status of their servant naturally elevates as well, transforming into an entity that commands respect and requires appeasement. Instantly, the Lark Demon clan regarded the entourage from the Water Palace with respect and envy, a treatment previously unheard of for the demons of the Water Palace, leaving them in a state of elation. The concept of a primordial spirit realm demon king is well understood by Yun Tian, a formidable demon at the Golden Core stage in the vast expanse surrounding Tenglong River. Such a being is akin to a deity. Even in the sprawling southern wilderness nation, he would rank among the top 20 figures. Reflecting on Prime Minister Gui's earlier words, Yun Tian could not help but cheekily inquire, "My old friend, were you just suggesting a marriage proposal on behalf of the Demon King?" The roles had shifted, and Prime Minister Gui maintained his composure, responding in kind, "My old friend, as you just mentioned, let us not discuss marriage proposals. Let us simply enjoy each other's company." Hearing Prime Minister Gui's words, Yun Tian felt a bit restless. However, as the leader of the clan, he could not afford to be concerned about his pride. The emergence of a primordial spirit realm demon king could indeed alter the dynamics within thousands of miles. If the Lark clan wished to remain unaffected, they must align themselves with this formidable force. Immediately, Yun Tian sent a message to Prime Minister Gui, stating, "My daughter, Yi, is not merely a return to ancestral bloodline. She has manifested an extraordinary lineage, the bloodline of the Great Peng, the Thunder Peng." "The Thunder Peng bloodline of the Great Peng clan?" Prime Minister Gui exclaimed, a mix of joy and envy washing over him. "How is it that this old fellow produces such remarkable daughters? Perhaps you could share your secrets with me." Historically, aside from the exceedingly rare divine beasts like the Golden Crow and Kuan Peng, the aquatic clan predominantly reveres the dragon lineage, while avian beings honor the phoenix as their sovereign. Though the Great Peng clan may not hold the same status as the phoenix, it is still a significant lineage. Renowned as the second royal family among birds, some of the top-tier Great Peng bloodlines, like the golden-winged Great Peng, are even comparable to pure-blooded phoenixes. While it is understood that Yun Yi's Thunder Peng bloodline is not pure, it remains a top-tier lineage in their remote region. Prime Minister Gui speculated that it was at least on par with the Dragon Lord's dragon bloodline. Furthermore, having witnessed the power of Yian's thunder of the water god, Prime Minister Gui was aware that Yian's bloodline also possessed thunder attributes. Thus, he believed that should Yun Yi, with her powerful thunder attributes, unite with their dragon lord, there would be a substantial chance of producing exceptionally gifted offspring. History has shown that many offspring born from unions of demon birds and dragon-type demons with matching attributes have often surpassed their parents in brilliance. Without wasting any time, Prime Minister Gui directly accompanied Yun Tian and his father to meet Yun Yi. In the ancestral grounds of the Lark clan, beneath two towering 100-foot-tall, third-tier spiritual trees, Prime Minister Gui finally encountered Yun Yi. The two spiritual trees stood on either side. The left one possessed wind attributes, surrounded not only by dense spiritual energy, but also by a fearsome whirlwind. Though the whirlwind appeared terrifying, it greatly aided avian beings in comprehending wind-based supernatural powers and spells. The current strength and status of the Lark clan owe much to the presence of this spiritual tree, as it is said that their ancestors were merely ordinary avian demons. After acquiring the spiritual tree, they elevated the bloodline of the Lark clan through generations of diligent cultivation. Consequently, the Lark clan found it significantly easier to produce newborns with innate wind attributes. And since then, every generation has been protected by a golden core great demon. The other spiritual tree was unfamiliar to Prime Minister Gui. It might either be a long-hidden treasure of the Lark clan or a recent acquisition. At this moment, Yun Yi was meditating beneath the towering tree, engaged in an extraordinary form of cultivation. The magnificent spiritual tree occasionally unleashed violent violet lightning. The power of the violet lightning was immense. Even from a distance, Prime Minister Gui felt a considerable threat. As the violet lightning struck, it was instantly absorbed by Yun Yi, who remained seated under the tree. As the lightning continued to be devoured, the bloodline pressure emanating from Yun Yi became increasingly pronounced. indicating she was practicing some form of bloodline secret technique. Sensing the presence of others, Yin opened her eyes, concluding her meditation, and curiously inquired, "Father, grandfather, who is this esteemed elder?" Yin Tian, the Lark Demon, introduced the two, saying, "This is Prime Minister Gay of the Tenglong River Water Palace and a longtime friend of our family. You may recall meeting him when you were a child. This is my daughter. What do you think, Brother Gui?" And he, unshy and poised, greetings, Uncle Gui. The significance of her bloodline needed no further elaboration. In the surrounding thousands of miles, how many demons could rival her? Her appearance was also exceptional, and her cultivation at the Golden Core stage. Prime Minister Gay could not help but feel a sense of awe. If his memory served him correctly, this child was barely 20 years old, perhaps even just 18. Good heavens, are today's young demons truly so formidable? Each one of them seems to be a prodigy. Possessing the Thunderpung bloodline, it is unsurprising that her rate of cultivation is exceptionally swift. Prime Minister Gui mused, pleased with Prime Minister Gui's astonishment. Yin Tian proceeded to explain his friend's intentions to his daughter. However, Yin soon frowned slightly and asked, "Father, what are the reasons behind this?" From a young age, she had been proud, and even more so after her bloodline's return to ancestry. "I acknowledge that a primordial spirit realm demon king is indeed powerful, capable of exerting influence over thousands of miles around Tenglong River. However, my Thunderpung bloodline is not to be underestimated, and I have a 90% chance of advancing to the primordial spirit realm. Why must I marry the Dragon Lord of Tenglong River? Or is it that you and grandfather are so eager to marry me off? Brother Gui, my father and I naturally wish to forge a union with the Dragon Lord. It is merely that this child has always been quite proud." Yin Tian admitted, feeling rather troubled, as neither he nor his father could manage their daughter effectively. Hence, they could only hope that Prime Minister Gui could persuade her. Prime Minister Gui chuckled and replied, "There is no rush, my dear niece. Possessing the Thunderpung bloodline, it is only natural for you to carry a certain pride that we, with our ordinary bloodlines, were not so high-minded in our youth, were we?" At that time, everyone believed that the Golden Core was merely a starting point, and the Demon King could be easily dealt with. Sometimes, they even naively contemplated what name to adopt for the title of Demon Sovereign upon breaking through to the Void Return Realm. Subsequently, Prime Minister Turtle gazed at Yuni, his tone shifting to one laden with profound implications, a 90% chance of advancing to the nascent soul stage. My dear niece is truly naive. In my opinion, you don't even possess a 30% chance that you believe that. Upon hearing this, Yuni was about to retort. However, Prime Minister Turtle continued, "I acknowledge your formidable bloodline, which could potentially allow you to cultivate without encountering any bottlenecks before reaching the nascent soul realm. But the first question arises, does your Skylar clan possess sufficient resources to support your cultivation to the nascent soul stage?" Yin felt somewhat indignant. What if their Skylar clan lacked resources? Wasn't it possible to seize what was needed? As a member of the demon race, how could they simply toil away in agriculture? Yet Prime Minister Turtle had already discerned her thoughts and voiced her inner musings. In your impoverished backwoods, whom can you rob? Moreover, wouldn't such an act expose your bloodline? You must understand the allure of the Lei Peng bloodline. Without the protection of a nascent soul demon king, you would soon find yourself drained of your essence, sacrificed to enhance the offspring of other demon kings. Your Skylar clan would face annihilation. Prime Minister Turtle then posed even more questions. Do you possess any insights on breaking through to the nascent soul stage within your Skylar clan? Do you have a means to forge artifacts capable of withstanding the tribulations of the nascent soul realm? When the crucial moment arrives, who will assist you in fending off external threats and provide protection? Your clan lacks all of these advantages. You still believe you have a chance to ascend to the nascent soul realm? Yin fell silent, her spirits dampened that moment. She realized just how naive her previous arrogance had been. Indeed, the reality was as Prime Minister Turtle had described. Furthermore, with the arrival of the Dragon Lord, the power dynamics of the surrounding factions within thousands of miles would undergo a dramatic upheaval. The Skylar clan also had numerous rivals, To remain unscathed, sacrifices would inevitably be required. As a father, Yin Tian naturally cherished his daughter, but he was also the leader of the Skylar clan and had to consider the welfare of his people. Simultaneously, he recalled that their demon race had a sworn enemy, the Green Vine Serpent Clan, also a faction boasting a golden core demon, with whom the Skylar clan had harbored enmity for centuries. Whenever given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek to obliterate one another. Moreover, the Green Vine Serpent Clan was known for producing stunning beauties, and the allure of the Green Vine Serpent demon was renowned for miles around. What if one of their serpentine demons whispered sweet nothings into the ear of the Dragon Lord? Thus, Yin Tian resolutely declared, "As for this marriage, I shall decide on your behalf. You must marry the Dragon Lord. It is for the sake of the clan that nurtures you." Yin Yi held deep affection for her clan and readily agreed. "Yes, I shall marry." Prime Minister Turtle then interjected, "This is a momentous occasion. Why do you both sound as if you were heading to my Tenglong River water mansion to suffer?" He subsequently reassured Yin Yi, "You must also consider that your Skylar clan cannot facilitate your advancement to the nascent soul realm. However, marrying into the Dragon Lord's family changes everything. With a husband who is a nascent soul realm demon king, your path to cultivation would surely be much smoother. Your aspirations for the nascent soul realm are not unattainable." Prime Minister Turtle also made it clear. "However, you must conduct yourself well to earn the Dragon Lord's favor. For instance, bearing several exceptional offspring would be a commendable choice." Instantly, Yin Yi's mood brightened, and she exuberantly declared, "I shall marry immediately. Once I enter the water mansion, having several children will be more than sufficient. Yin Yi, will certainly bear 10 exceptional offspring for the Dragon Lord." Just as Yin Tian of the Skylar clan had anticipated, the emergence of Yi Yin, the nascent soul demon king, indeed precipitated monumental changes in the power dynamics within thousands of miles. First, among the human race, upon Yi Yan's appearance, the golden core cultivators of Tenglong County had already sent word to the capital through the formation, the royal family of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom. Upon confirming the existence of a wild nascent soul demon king in Tenglong County, one who was not particularly malevolent and could coexist with humanity, was not only relieved but delighted. While they might incur some losses in the short term, the long-term benefits of allying with a nascent soul demon king outweighed the immediate drawbacks. They quickly issued orders for human cities, led by Tenglong County, to submit and pay tribute to the water mansion. Simultaneously, they dispatch a member of the royal family who was a nascent soul cultivator to pay a visit to Yi Yan. This visit served two purposes: to assess Yi Yan's strength and to negotiate terms and territorial arrangements. This also signified Yi Yan's formal inclusion in the ruling class of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, theoretically placing him on par with the royal family. Next, regarding the demons and other creatures, after the eradication of Firewolf Mountain, two of the three largest demon factions near Tenglong River had been eliminated. The remaining Yui Ghost Palace had already received visits from Golden Core Sword cultivators and Flood Dragons that morning. Initially, negotiations were tenuous. Given the substantial influence of the Ghost and Corpse clans in the southern regions, it was unreasonable to expect them to submit after mere words. However, following the release of a doppelganger technique by the Sword Cultivator, the two ghosts and one corpse were instantly gravely injured. Subsequently, the members of Yui Ghost Palace, from the three Golden Core leaders downwards, became exceedingly welcoming and jovial. Furthermore, various members of other clans who had been saved by Yi Yin spread the news of the nascent soul demon king upon returning to their respective factions. As a result, by dawn, the water mansion of Tenglong River was bustling with a multitude of humans and various demons seeking to pay their respects and tribute on the second day after Yi Yin and the Emu Lian demon, Yi Lian, consummated their union. Long before dawn, a throng of demons had gathered outside the water mansion of Tenglong River. These demons were divided into two groups. One comprised of the water mansion's demons who had been temporarily expelled due to the Dragon Lord's nuptials, while the other consisted of demons from nearby factions rushing to pay their respects. The purpose of their visit was clear: to seek an audience with the newly emerged nascent soul demon king. Yin, once his authenticity was confirmed, their request would swiftly transition from mere audience to submission and tribute. Among the gathered demons, the majority were the transformation stage. Additionally, there was a monkey demon and two golden core ghosts. Observing the water mansion before them, the two golden core demons couldn't help but express their astonishment. They had not anticipated that overnight, the factions surrounding Tenglong River would find themselves overshadowed by a formidable presence. Amid their astonishment, the two golden core demons began to converse telepathically. The golden core monkey demon spoke first. "Ghost brother, how powerful do you believe this nascent soul demon king truly is?" The golden core ghost shook his head, uncertain. "I don't know. After all, it has been ages since a nascent soul cultivator emerged in our region," he then added, somewhat uncertainly. "However, I think I can hold my own against this demon king in a few exchanges." The golden core ghost expressed confidence. Being in the late stages of golden core and possessing an exceptional ghostly physique. Then the golden core monkey demon, with a tone laden with intrigue, inquired, "What do you think of this mysteriously appearing demon king?" Yet, before the golden core ghost could respond, the atmosphere around them erupted into chaos, and their conversation was abruptly interrupted. As the demons congregated, the surrounding spiritual energy became thick with tension. Naturally, these demons were not all cordial, and many were sworn enemies gathered in one place. When foes meet, sparks fly. Although the presence of the Dragon Lord Yin had prevented an outright brawl, heated exchanges were inevitable. For instance, a transformation stage bird demon jeered at a similarly ranked green vine serpent demon. "Oh dear, old green snake, I heard your wife just hatched a little black snake." "Heh, my fellow comrades, it's quite a rarity for the green snake and red snake couple to produce a black snake." Instantly, the green vine serpent demon was infuriated by this remark but dared not retaliate in the vicinity of the water mansion, merely glaring fiercely at the bird demon. Nearby, a black wolf demon looked guilt-ridden at a wild boar demon that was glaring at him with malice. And he plaintively explained, "Brother boar, it's not that I wanted to offend you. Honestly, your sister-in-law was just too forward, and I couldn't resist such enthusiasm." Gradually, the atmosphere among the demons grew increasingly volatile, as if a fight could break out at any moment. But soon a resounding voice cut through the din, drawing the ire of all present that a bunch of raucous dogs. Subsequently, before the myriad of demons and monsters could utter a word, a colossal azure-purple dragon manifested above the water palace. The moment the dragon appeared, it was accompanied by an overwhelming pressure emanating from the realm of the primordial spirit. In an instant, all creatures, save for the denizens of the water palace, were forced to their knees, unable to withstand the terrifying aura. Even the two golden core beings from the monkey and ghost clans found themselves half-kneeling under the sheer force of this presence. Following this, the dragon continued its tirade, exclaiming, "In the early hours of the morning, you have turned my Tenglong River water palace into a chaotic mess, and you dare to contemplate a massacre within my domain. Speak, what is your intention?" This dragon was none other than Yi Yin, who, after venting his ire, transformed directly into human form. Soon, the demons and monsters displayed a remarkable quickness of wit, each one beginning to plead for mercy in subdued tones. Revealing their purpose, to pay homage to the Tenglong River Water Palace and to acknowledge the Dragon Lord, offering tributes annually. At this juncture, Yi Yin felt it would be inappropriate to press them further. Especially since they were here to offer him resources, he gestured for them to rise, simultaneously retracting the oppressive aura of the primordial spirit. However, upon the mention of tributes, Yi Yin suddenly recalled that he had yet to collect protection fees from these demons and monsters. The thought of the impending expenses of raising numerous offspring prompted him to consider this matter seriously. Yet after casting a cursory glance and noticing that the gathered demons were mostly minor entities, Yi Yin lost interest in engaging them further. Discussion should be reserved for those in charge. What could these small fry contribute? Thus, he pondered how to demonstrate his strength in a manner that would resolve the tribute issue in one fell swoop. After some contemplation, Yi Yin devised a plan. He began forming hand seals, channeling his demonic power, and subsequently, several phantoms erupted from his body. Like their origin, these phantoms exuded the same aura of the primordial spirit. Soon, the phantoms transformed into their true forms, their primordial spirit energy solidifying as they bowed slightly to Yi Yin before dispersing in azure-purple hues in all directions. The gathered demons and monsters were left both bewildered and exhilarated. Even the two golden core beings were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. "Brother Gue, am I seeing things?" one queried. "You are not mistaken. What incredible divine powers or secret arts!" Even the clones possessed the aura and momentum of the primordial spirit, indicating they must possess substantial strength in that realm. "It seems our Dragon Lord is truly formidable, surely among the strongest of the primordial spirit demon kings." After this exchange, the Ghost Clan's golden core became increasingly animated, turning to the monkey demon with resolute eyes, declaring, "Did you not just inquire about my opinion regarding our Dragon Lord? I wish to acknowledge him as my adoptive father." Following this proclamation, he began to recite flowery sentiments about having drifted through life, lamenting the lack of a worthy sovereign until now. Disregarding the potential for an additional foster son, Yin was focused on controlling several phantoms soaring through the skies thousands of miles away. As they flew, they radiated the terrifying aura of a primordial spirit demon king. The sudden surge of power instilled fear in the hearts of various factions they passed, affirming the reality of the Tenglong River Water Palace's Dragon Lord being a primordial spirit demon king. Before long, the phantoms reached their designated locations, encircling the entirety of the Tenglong River and the surrounding regions. In unison, they unleashed a thunderous dragon roar that reverberated through the skies, echoing for an extended duration. After establishing dominance, Yi Yin proceeded to address the matter at hand, issuing a decree to the myriad factions within the vast expanse. "I am the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River Water Palace. Yi Yin, from this day forth, the Tenglong County and the vicinity of the Tenglong River, spanning 3,000 miles, shall be my domain. All factions within this range must send their leaders to my water palace to pledge their allegiance and offer tributes within 2 days. Those who defy this command shall face execution, and their faction shall be obliterated." Considering the enmities these factions harbored, Yi Yin issued an additional decree to ensure their compliance. Furthermore, within this 3,000-mile radius, no acts of aggression or vendetta shall occur for the next 5 days. Yi Yin's edict was decidedly authoritarian, yet aligned with the brutal laws of survival in this world. The various factions within the 3,000 miles felt no resistance to this proclamation, merely reflecting inwardly on the shifting tides in the Tenglong domain. Amidst their musings, the leaders of the factions began preparations for the tributes. Yi Yan's phantoms continued to linger in the skies, scanning the area with their spiritual senses until they identified several golden core subordinates from the Water Palace. The Yunk Mountains, where the recently conversed Young Clan and the Tortoise Chancellor were also privy to the Dragon Lord Yi Yan's decree. In an instant, various expressions adorned the faces of the gathered assembly. The Young Clan, typically proud, was reduced to trembling like ordinary sparrows, clearly overwhelmed by the fearsome pressure of a primordial spirit demon king. In contrast, the haughty Lei Peng bloodline's Yun Yi gazed at Yi Yin with admiration, even a hint of infatuation. It was evident that his display of formidable strength had already captivated her heart before their meeting. Meanwhile, the Tortoise Chancellor stood tall and proud, wearing a beaming expression of a sycophant, his heart swelling with pride, eager to boast, "This is my Dragon Lord, the strongest being within 3,000 miles. Soon after, a streak of light darted before the Tortoise Chancellor, shattering into the visage of a dragon's head. From this apparition, Yi Yan's commands echoed forth. The Tortoise Chancellor promptly returned to the Tenglong River Water Palace to prepare for the upcoming tributes in the following days. Subsequently, another order was issued, instructing him to bring back female demons and their kin should any matchmaking developments arise, with marriage to occur the following day. Here it comes. My stage is set. Tomorrow, Dragon Lord, you shall witness the unwavering loyalty of this old turtle as I strive to fulfill your mission, the Tortoise Chancellor declared, taking a deep breath and bowing respectfully. I shall heed the Dragon Lord's decree. He further elaborated, Dragon Lord, I have managed to find 3 female demons of remarkable bloodlines, exceptional strength, and stunning beauty for you. I propose that you consider marrying them all at once tomorrow. I am in the hall of the ghostly Leaf Palace. Beautiful female ghosts danced gracefully. Meanwhile, the previously defiant 3 golden core lords bore injuries, yet they greeted their unexpected guests, a golden core swordsman and a serpentine demon. With smiles, each displayed their demeanor distinctly. The swordsman maintained an upright posture, his gaze unwavering, occasionally casting appreciative glances in stark contrast. The serpentine demon indulged himself, summoning two female ghosts to pour him drinks and serve him food, clearly succumbing to the pleasures of wine and revelry. However, as Yan's phantoms issued their decree, the entire ghostly leaf palace descended into a brief, serene stillness. Soon, a dragon-head apparition materialized, delivering Yi Yan's command. You two must swiftly return to the water palace to prepare for the tributes and the matter of this dragon lord's marriage. Understood. Subsequently, the golden core sword cultivator greeted the three palace masters of the Jiao demon and the Yui ghost palace before swiftly returning to the water manor. The following morning, after a day and night of preparation, all forces within a 3,000-mile radius had gathered without exception. Observing this, Yi Yan decisively issued orders. In the morning and at noon, the water manor commenced the tribute offerings for various factions. At noon, it was the grand marriage of him, Dragon Lord Yi Yan, to three female demons. At the break of dawn, the vicinity of the water manor was teeming with all manner of demons and monsters, interspersed with a considerable number of human beings. These were members of the factions preparing to offer tributes, and there were even spies who had traveled from distant regions to gather intelligence on Yi Yan. At the entrance of the water manor, Prime Minister Turtle was already waiting with the demon clan of the water manor, while nearby, the golden core sword cultivator and the Jiao demon prepared to assist. On the other side, a late-stage golden core member of the Liu clan was smiling broadly as he approached Prime Minister Turtle with a familiar demeanor. Prime Minister Turtle felt somewhat averse, suspecting the ghost's intentions were not pure, fearing he might covet the position of the Dragon Lord's foremost subordinate. However, he did not refuse a late-stage golden core free helper. The Liu clan member, meanwhile, was beaming with thoughts of how to ingratiate himself with Dragon Lord Yi Yan later, laying a solid foundation for his future as an adopted son. Meanwhile, the golden core sword cultivator and the Jiao demon were engaged in a familiar telepathic conversation. The golden core sword cultivator remarked, "Do you think our Dragon Lord's marriage is a bit rushed? Not to mention the lack of preparation for bridal gifts and dowries. They haven't even chosen an auspicious date." The Jiao demon scoffed, saying, "Those customs of your human race do not apply to our demon clan. As for auspicious dates, who dares question the day chosen by our Dragon Lord?" He then lazily added, "In the ancient times, if we demons took a liking to someone, we would simply knock them unconscious and drag them back to our lair. There was no need for such formalities." The golden core sword cultivator was rendered speechless, but was soon retorted by the Jiao demon. "Do you think your human race is any better? In ancient times, at least we demons had a lair. You humans conducted your affairs in grasslands or caves. Amidst the clamor, the tribute offerings commenced. At the forefront was the human faction. Tenglong County Point, three golden core members respectfully trailed behind an elderly man with red hair, subsequently presenting the tribute and list to Prime Minister Turtle. In the next moment, Yi Yan appeared directly before the members of Tenglong County, leading the red-haired elder away. "Friends of the South Wilderness royal family, please enter the water manor for a discussion. Do stay for a cup of celebratory wine later." Naturally, Yi Yan's appearance was reserved for those of equal status, fellow cultivators of the Yuan Shun realm. For the Dragon Lord's grand wedding, how could Feng not partake in a cup of celebratory wine? Soon, a demon and a human began conversing within the water manor. At the entrance, Prime Minister Turtle loudly announced the resource list for the tribute from Tenglong County. The tribute list from Tenglong County and its three subordinate states and 18 counties is as follows: a total of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as this was uttered, a commotion erupted around them. Not only the generally impoverished demons and monsters, but even the affluent human sects were taken aback. It was known that these 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was merely the annual amount, and such tributes were expected every year. 10 million spirit stones annually. What a staggering amount! The vast quantity of spirit stones astonished all factions. Even the Golden Core demons could not help but inwardly gasp at Tenglong County's grand gesture. Prime Minister Turtle, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to recite the resources listed. 10 third-tier magical artifacts, 100 third-tier spirit fruits, 30,000 pounds of third-tier spirit ore. Following this were the tribute resources from other factions, which paled in comparison to Tenglong County. The Yui Ghost Palace contributed 500 mid-grade spirit stones, 100 third-tier pearls, and 10,000-year-old ghost peaches. The Five Elements Talisman Sect offered 200 mid-grade spirit stones, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, 20 third-tier talismans, and 300 second-tier talismans. The Yushui Dan Pavilion provided 10 bottles of third-tier elixirs, 80 bottles of second-tier elixirs, 3 third-tier magical artifacts, and 88,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Green Vine Snake Demon Clan contributed 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, and 10 pieces of third-tier spirit ore. The Young Demon Clan offered 100 mid-grade Thunder-type spirit stones and 100 second-tier Thunderfruit. Within the courtyard of the Water Manor, Yi Yin sat opposite the red-haired elder from the South Wilderness royal family. As an outsider demon king, Yi Yin was not well acquainted with the Southern Domain or the South Wilderness Kingdom. Thus, he did not feign restraint and directly inquired about the general situation of the South Wilderness Kingdom, raising several questions in the process. The red-haired elder was forthcoming, answering each query without reservation. Soon, Yi Yin gained a rough understanding of the visible circumstances in the South Wilderness Kingdom. Firstly, the South Wilderness Kingdom was jointly governed by the royal family and the human and demon races, with the royal family holding the dominant position by the 18 Yuan Shun realm cultivators in the South Wilderness Kingdom. The royal family comprised half. The red-haired elder, named Feng Qi, was one of them, with 4 human cultivators and 5 relatively benevolent demons and monsters among the remaining members. The second reason for the royal family's prominence was their possession of a return to void realm existence. As for the number, Feng Qi did not disclose, and Yi Yin naturally refrained from probing. Following this, Feng Qi shared a wealth of intelligence and secrets regarding the Southern Domain. After their casual discussions concluded, Yi Yin straightforwardly inquired about the terms of treatment and obligations. While it was true they were jointly governing the world with the royal family, the conditions of treatment and obligations certainly needed clarification. Feng Qi, my friend, please be frank regarding the treatment conditions provided by your kingdom or the royal family. Additionally, what obligations do we Yuan Shun realm demon kings have? Feng Qi promptly laid out the bottom line. Firstly, Tenglong County belongs to the court, or rather, the royal family's domain, and in the future, you shall receive 30% of the annual output. You shall not interfere, but there is no cost to you. This 30% resource is conservatively estimated to be worth no less than 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Yi Yin nodded calmly, considering the South Wilderness Kingdom rather generous. An annual net profit of 20 million low-grade spirit stones is quite a substantial income for someone of the Yuan Shun realm. Secondly, the tributes from other factions, including those from human forces, will also remain unmonitored and unimpeded by the court. Furthermore, the royal family acknowledges that aside from human cities, the 3,000-mile territory of Tenglong County belongs to you. Then, Feng Qi revealed the third benefit. Thirdly, the incense offerings from human cities will allow you to share 30%. Although the myriad of gods and deities had long vanished from the world of Liaozhai, a considerable number of incense deities still existed among humans. Thus, incense offerings in the Liaozhai world were a hard currency on par with mid-grade spirit stones, with strategic value that could surpass them during certain unique times. Both humans and demons cherished incense offerings, as they were indispensable for large factions and advantageous for a solitary demon king like Yi Yin. After all, if he had no use for them, he could exchange them for valuable items with Yuan Shun realm deities, or even leave them as a legacy for his descendants who would follow the path of incense deities. After discussing the benefits, Feng Qi also candidly addressed the obligations. As for obligations, there's not much to say. We merely hope that the Demon King will protect the mortal populace to some extent, ensuring that their numbers do not dwindle significantly. After all, they're the source of incense, which the court values greatly. Such favorable treatment with minimal obligations was indeed surprising. Even for a Yuan Shun realm demon king, such generous enticements seemed unusual. Yi Yin harbored doubts about the existence of such good fortune, suspecting underlying motives. However, he remained unhurried, knowing that once he had more children and sufficient strength, any schemes would pose no threat to him. Subsequently, Feng Qi smiled mysteriously and said, "Lastly, After the Dragon Lord's wedding, I may seek you out for a sparring session, should the Dragon Lord's displayed combat prowess be exceptional and reach a certain level. The court will elevate your treatment further. There's also a significant opportunity awaiting the Dragon Lord thereafter. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed. The various factions had concluded their tribute to the water manor of the Tenglong River. Subsequently, Yin perused the data compiled by Prime Minister Gay that a total of 86 factions, large and small, had contributed to the tribute, among which only 2 possessed several Golden Core practitioners, the Tenglong County Court and the Yui Ghost Palace. Additionally, there were 18 factions with 1 or 2 Golden Core Guardians. The majority comprised foundational cultivators, primarily small factions of the demon race in their transformation phase. Prime Minister Gui had meticulously cataloged the resources offered in tribute. In terms of spirit stones, if medium-grade spirit stones were converted to low-grade, the total revenue amounted to over 15 million low-grade spirit stones. There were 25 third-tier magical artifacts, over 30 vials of third-tier elixirs, and nearly 100 third-tier talismans and other consumables. Furthermore, 200 third-tier spiritual herbs and over 400 third-tier spiritual fruits were included. Various third-tier materials totaled 600, while the second-tier elixirs, spiritual fruits, and materials were countless. After surveying the offerings, Yin stored a portion of the items within his spatial ring. Most of the second-tier items and a small number of spirit stones were deposited in the manor's treasury, while another portion was entrusted to Prime Minister Gui for use at the wedding banquet. As afternoon approached, the water manor was adorned with a festive atmosphere. The leaders and members of the various factions who had come to pay tribute were invited to partake in the celebratory feast. Within the courtyard of the manor, nearly 100 tables were arranged closely together, laden with an abundance of spiritual delicacies and fine wines, even rare spiritual fruits, coupled with the pre-arranged projection formations. The entire manor took on an ethereal, celestial ambience. During the banquet, the dancers were the clam maidens, the servers were the spirit crane youths, and even the guard were formidable shrimp and crab warriors. In that moment, many demon cultivators believed they had entered the legendary ancient dragon palace. Soon, the atmosphere became one of harmonious joy. However, the hosts of the wedding had yet to arrive, making the most captivating sight the 2 tables at the highest point of the courtyard. Crafted from third-tier spiritual wood, one table had only a single seat, clearly designated for the royal family's soul transformation realm representative. The other table, slightly further back yet still elevated above the rest, left everyone speculating about which notable figures would occupy those seats. Before long, the patriarch of the Lar clan, Yin Tian, and his father took their places, momentarily silencing the crowd. The leader of the rival Green Serpent Demon clan was particularly taken aback. As whispers spread among the guests, curiosity about their identities intensified. Upon learning they were merely the 2 generations of a Golden Core demon clan, astonishment grew as they pondered how their status could rival that of a soul transformation cultivator. Shortly after, the clam demon Bai Xin took his seat alongside his wife, followed by the carp demon Li He, who sat down with a calm demeanor. Prime Minister Gui personally attended to them. Exchanging pleasantries in that moment, the guests realized that these were indeed the families of the 3 brides. Thus, envy and admiration filled the air. How could the carp demon, with merely transformation-level cultivation, be so fortunate as to become the father-in-law of the Dragon Lord? Indeed, Bai Xian's lineage was well known. He was simply an inconsequential clam demon. Securing a marriage in such a prominent family was undoubtedly a pinnacle in his demon life. The Green Serpent clan also had beautiful demonesses, and they could hardly believe they were inferior to the daughters of this family. Amidst the familial table, the 3 families, after a brief moment of calm, began to engage in polite conversation. The Lark demon, Yin Tian, seemingly exhilarated by his daughter's marriage, boasted a bit. Esteemed guests, although we are all marrying off daughters, allow me to make a humble statement. My daughter, at the tender age of 18, possesses Golden Core cultivation and hails from the great Peng lineage. The Thunder Peng bloodline, Bai Xian interjected thoughtfully. Her cultivation is commendable, yet I fear that bloodline may not be conducive to bearing offspring with the Dragon Lord. He continued, my daughter also possesses Golden Core cultivation, born of the Xinqiao bloodline, though her abilities are weaker compared to the Thunder Peng, yielding little more than a precious pearl. This pearl enhances fertility and purifies the bloodline of offspring. Finally, the carp demon, Li calmly added. Indeed, while the Thunderpung bloodline is immensely powerful, it is said to be quite challenging to produce heirs. My daughter, however, is of the dragonfish lineage, and offspring born of dragonkin are known for their pure bloodlines. It is rumored that dragonfish bloodlines are exceptionally fertile, often yielding 10 or 8 offspring at a time. Before long, the groom, Yin, made his entrance at the banquet, accompanied by his 3 brides. Alongside his first wife, the Tai Lotus demon Yi Yulian. The 4 demonesses were undeniably stunning, each possessing their unique allure. The Lotus demon, Yi Yulian, boasted an elegant figure and an ethereal charm that transcended mere demon beauty. The dragonfish demon Li Yunya, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, exuded a dignified and grand presence, embodying true nobility. The Shenxiao demon Bai Shuang appeared dreamlike and enchanting, her gaze towards the dragon Lord Yi Yin brimming with tenderness. Meanwhile, the Thunder Pengyan Yi radiated an overwhelming aura of bloodline supremacy, embodying the traditional aesthetic values of the demon race with her fierce yet graceful demeanor. Se Yin and his brides made their grand entrance. The banquet hall fell into a hushed silence. This was due, first, to the sudden appearance of the Dragon Lord Yi Yin, a soul transformation realm demon king, and second, because the demon race does not adhere to the custom of a red veil. Hence, the striking appearances of Yi Yin and the other 3 demonesses astonished all the guests present. Among the human cultivators, the Tai Lotus demon Yi Yin and the dragonfish demon Li Yunya were deemed the most beautiful and best matched with Dragon Lord Yi Yin. In contrast, the demon race favored by Shuang and Yun Yi, believing these 2 to be the most fitting companions for the Dragon Lord. The aquatic demons, however, found beauty in all, though they felt a particular affinity for Li Yunya and Bai Shuang. At this moment, the guests remained in awe-stricken silence. Moments later, at the first table, the royal soul transformation realm cultivator Feng Qi revealed his true form and began to applaud, exclaiming, "Remarkable! The Dragon Lord possesses formidable strength." And it is no surprise that his wives also boast extraordinary bloodlines, truly a match made in heaven. Feng Qi's words were not mere flattery. They were heartfelt admiration. It must be noted that he was genuinely astonished. For Yian's brides were indeed exceptional. Yun Yi was evidently of a powerful Peng bloodline, rivaling even his own. Although he could not discern the exact bloodline of Yi Yulian, the rich aura of nature surrounding her suggested an extraordinary lineage. As for Bai Shuang, her bloodline was unmistakable, given the limited number of ancestors of the clan lineage. Lastly, the most surprising to Feng Qi was Li Yunya, for she represented the most sought-after partner among the aquatic and dragonkin. And it had been nearly a millennium since a new dragonfish bloodline demon had been discovered in the southern domain. Feng Qi had arrived early, but had refrained from revealing his true form. Dismissing the earlier claims of the carp demon, Li He as mere boastful tales from rural demons. Yet he was taken aback to discover they were indeed true. At that moment, Feng Qi regarded Yi Yin with newfound astonishment, feeling as though he had encountered a protagonist from a tale. Inwardly musing, goodness, such a small place as Tenglong County has produced so many bloodline-strong demonesses, and this fellow is extraordinarily fortunate to have married them all. Feng Qi's proclamation instantly transformed the previously tranquil atmosphere into a lively celebration. Guests began to offer their congratulations, exclaiming that the Dragon Lord and his brides were a perfect match of talent and beauty. Indeed, they wished for the Dragon Lord and his brides to bear children soon and be blessed with prosperity. The brides, it was clear, were destined for fortune, and it wouldn't be long before they might witness the arrival of little Dragon Lords. Such a prospect was delightful, for with the protection of the Dragon Lord and his offspring, even the rural demons could share in the blessings. Our talisman sect also extends heartfelt congratulations to the Dragon Lord and his brides, wishing them abundant progeny and a shared path to immortality. Receiving the blessings of numerous guests, Yin nodded with a smile, subsequently raising his wine cup to toast the families of the female demons and guests thrice. He then engaged in conversation with the female demons and their kin, and made arrangements with Feng Qi for a friendly spar 5 days later. This was not only an opportunity for him to test his strength against peers of the same realm, but also a chance to explore the significant opportunity Feng Qi had mentioned, especially as his number of wives continued to grow. Before long, the wedding banquet concluded, and the guests settled in, awaiting the new regulations set by the Dragon Lord post-nuptials. Meanwhile, Ian led his brides into the bridal chamber. There, as the festivities continued, a series of notifications from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exceptional spouse, Dragon Fish Spirit, Li Yunyang. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exceptional spouse, Shun Demon, Bai Shuang. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exceptional spouse, Thunder Falcon, Yun Yi. However, Ian paid them no heed and focused on other matters that it wasn't until the second and third days, while his brides were in a deep slumber, that he began to examine the rewards bestowed by the many children, many blessings system. The rewards for his spouse, Dragon Fish Spirit, Li Yunyang, were as follows. First, an increase of 300 years of cultivation. Second, the fourth tier formation, Dragon Fish Grand Array. Third, the heavenly level technique, Dragon Fish 9 transformations, exclusive to the Dragon Fish Demon Clan. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yin decided against claiming the 300 years of cultivation, opting instead to reserve it. With Feng Qi still present among the Yuanshan realm cultivators of the southern wilderness, he preferred not to attract suspicion regarding any sudden increases in his cultivation level. He hoped in the future to acquire a technique or divine ability that could conceal or alter his cultivation aura. Subsequently, Yi Yin claimed the other two rewards. The first was the fourth tier formation, Dragon Fish Grand Array, composed of 360 formation flags, with a fifth-tier dragon fish serving as the core, symbolizing the essence of a return to the Void Realm. This array possessed considerable power, capable of confusing and trapping enemies within its illusionary formations while also generating a formidable defensive barrier. Additionally, it could summon a mid-Yuanshan realm dragonfish or up to 3 initial-stage Yuanshan realm dragonfish to attack adversaries. This was precisely what Yi Yan's water mansion lacked at present, providing him with a sense of reassurance for future endeavors. The second reward was a technique that Yi Yan scrutinized briefly. He discovered that this technique was indeed exclusive to the Dragonfish Demon Clan, rendering it ineffective for other demon races. Nonetheless, it was exceptionally intricate and included 5 divine abilities suitable for the Dragonfish clan's cultivation. Its efficacy in refining bloodlines was astounding, with the potential to transform a dragonfish into a pure-blood true dragon at its peak. However, the resource consumption required for cultivation in the later stages left Yi Yan, a Yuanshan realm demon king, lamenting his financial constraints. Should his future offspring, with Yunyang, be of the dragonfish variety? Or should dragonfish appear among his descendants? This technique would be perfectly suited for them. Yet he was still quite impoverished and needed to earn resources diligently, lest he find himself unable to support his children in the future. Next, Yi Yan began to claim the other rewards for his spouse, Shun Demon, by Shuang. The rewards were as follows. First, an increase of 300 years of cultivation. Second, the divine ability, Breaking Illusions True Eye. Third, the spiritual treasure, Water Avoidance Pearl. As per his usual practice, Yi Yan did not claim the cultivation reward, but instead opted for the spiritual treasure, Water Avoidance Pearl. After refining it slightly, he understood its general functionality. True to its name, the Water Avoidance Pearl not only provided water avoidance, but also offered a degree of resistance against water-based divine abilities or spells. After estimating, Yi Yan concluded that once refined, this pearl could reduce the effects and damage of ordinary Yuanshan realm water-based divine abilities by at least 50%. Following this, Yi Yan claimed the divine ability, Breaking Illusions True Eye. Soon, he found himself enveloped in darkness, only to discover a vast segment of memory surfacing within his consciousness. In an endless ocean, a colossal white shell, measuring thousands or even tens of thousands of miles, emerged. It then opened its massive mouth, releasing countless dreamlike, colorful bubbles that quickly coalesced into a mist of vibrant hues. Ultimately, the entire ocean erupted in turmoil, with numerous dragons and even true dragons soaring into the sky, only to be consumed by the colorful mist. The memory abruptly ended, and Yi Yan regained his awareness. That he then touched his left eye, channeling his mana. In an instant, His left eye transformed into a spectrum of colors, and an ancient inscription, break, materialized within his pupil. Fascinating. Such a remarkable divine ability, capable of penetrating illusions and formations, and proving immensely beneficial against inner demons and the extraterrestrial fiends that might descend during tribulations. Finally, Yi Yin had yet to claim the rewards from Thunder Falcon. Yin, to be honest, he was most eager for her rewards, as he had discerned that the rewards for newly acquired spouses were largely based on their bloodlines. Thus, the rewards from Yin were highly likely to include thunder-based divine abilities. With a strong possibility of receiving the 5 elements divine thunder, it was this potential that piqued Yi Yan's anticipation, for within the memories of his former self, a secret tale within the bloodline inheritance of the Xianshui Thunder Dragon spoke of the 5 elements divine thunder, a divine anomaly whose possessor would gain advantages on the path to immortality. Before long, Yi Yan willed himself to examine the rewards from Yun-Yi. The rewards for his spouse, Thunder Falcon, Yun-Yi, were as follows. First, an increase of 400 years of cultivation. Second, the divine ability. 1,000 thundercloud movement. Third, an opportunity to comprehend a metal-based divine ability. Likely due to Yun-Yi's superior bloodline compared to the other female demons, the increase in cultivation was a full 100 years more. Nevertheless, Yi Yin still refrained from claiming the cultivation reward and instead opted for the divine ability. 1,000 thundercloud movement. In an instant, Yi Yin found himself enveloped in purple lightning and azure clouds. The commotion awakening Li Yunyang and the other 3 brides. With dazed eyes, they gazed at Yi Yin, their expressions a mixture of affection and curiosity. Yi Yin smiled gently and remarked, "Perhaps the joy of the bridal chamber has invigorated the divine ability." He then soothed the 4 women back to sleep before retreating to the adjacent room. Soon, the purple lightning and azure clouds intensified, enveloping Yi Yin entirely. Moments later, he absorbed every last trace of the purple lightning and azure clouds. Yi Yin discerned the intricacies of this divine ability, his expression turning to one of delight. What a remarkable divine ability! It was a movement technique, and not of low caliber. As a dragon, Yi Yin naturally possessed movement techniques, one of which, riding the clouds and mist, was among the most common among dragons. However, dragons were not particularly known for their speed, and thus, Yi Yin's speed while riding the clouds and mist could not be deemed fast. He could only compare it to that of an ordinary Yuanshan realm demon bird, marking it as a weakness. When he sought to hasten his travels, he would often need to supplement riding the clouds and mist with the Kuei, Shui, divine thunder for added impetus. However, the 1,000 thundercloud movement he had just acquired was extraordinary. As the name suggests, it signified the speed of 1,000 thunders and the transformation of cloud seas. In essence, it connoted the swiftness of thunder, making long-distance travel exceedingly convenient, while also allowing for rapid shifts in battle akin to the ever-changing nature of a cloud sea. This skill filled a significant gap in Yi Yan's movement techniques. Finally, Yi Yan claimed the opportunity to comprehend a metal-based divine ability. Almost immediately, he felt his spirit grow hazy, and then he beheld a radiant golden light. This golden light soared towards the heavens, piercing the very fabric of the sky. It seemed to originate from the primordial chaos, having been nurtured for an unquantifiable duration before acquiring sentience and learning to conceal itself. That ascendant golden light coalesced into a singular mass, transforming into a golden egg. After an unknown passage of time, the golden egg shattered, giving birth to a colossal white tiger with wings. In its exuberant roar, the newly formed white tiger shattered the entire realm in an endless cascade of golden light. Thereafter, the scene faded to darkness, within which an enigmatic voice echoed, "I once encountered a fortuitous encounter and beheld the appearance of the progenitor of the white tiger. From this, I comprehended a divine ability known as Gung Metal Divine Thunder. This thunder possesses no other strengths, but it is unparalleled in its ability to obliterate all." As the voice faded, Yi Yin regained his consciousness, sensing a golden seed taking root and sprouting within him, eventually manifesting as a divine ability. Channeling his mana, he soon noticed a golden glimmer in his eyes, accompanied by the faint rumble of Thunder Point, one of the 5 elements divine thunders, Gung Metal Divine Thunder. Other divine thunders possess accompanying abilities. However, the Kuei Shui Divine Thunder excels in penetration and can synergize with other water-based divine powers, enhancing their might. The Emu Divine Thunder has the capacity to heal wounds and prolong life, while also being able to sever the lifespan of foes. Yet the Gung Jin Divine Power stands apart, for it wields an unprecedented level of destructive force, capable of obliterating all in its path when honed to perfection. At this moment, Yin has already attained 3 of the 5 elements' divine thunders. Moreover, the extraordinary effects of these divine thunders seem to be manifesting, as Yin perceives a resonance among the seeds of the 3 divine thunders he has acquired. Subsequently, his demonic form begins to undergo a gradual enhancement autonomously. Simultaneously, at the border of Tenglong County, in the region connecting to other nations, 2 beams of light, one azure and the other obsidian, dart swiftly through the air. They soon step into the territory of Tenglong County. Following this, the owners of the beams reveal their true forms. The azure light is embodied by an elder with azure hair and complexion, bearing a shell on his back resembling a scaled-down mountain peak. This appearance unmistakably indicates that he is a member of the Turtle clan, which, due to its racial characteristics, often retains the strongest defensive shell even in its transformed state. The black light also unveils its true form, revealing a being with the head of a tiger and a human body, covered in pitch-black fur, clearly a black tiger demon. Intriguingly, he exudes both demonic and ghostly auras, with flickering gray, ghostly shadows dancing around him. The black tiger demon licked his lips, his hoarse voice breaking the silence. "Old Turtle, we have arrived." "Indeed, this is the southern wilderness," the azure turtle demon replied nonchalantly, pausing to contemplate before adding, "This should be Tenglong County. There are no Yuanshan realm beings here, not even in the neighboring counties, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles." Then does that not mean we can feast and prosper?" The black tiger demon's eyes turned crimson, and his robes began to swell as if alive. "Look, my little treasures also wish to enjoy a hearty meal." The azure turtle demon shook his head and replied coolly, "This is merely the information we had before. To be cautious, we ought to capture some cultivators and demons for soul searching." After saying this, the black tiger demon nodded, and the 2 demons parted ways to hunt for their quarry. Before long, the black tiger demon arrived at a mountain range. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he detected a group of fox demons and a few transformed foxes. Without hesitation, he spared one transformed fox, devouring the rest whole. The surviving fox demon was soon subjected to soul searching, revealing a trove of memories to the black tiger demon. Immediately, the black tiger demon's expression shifted erratically, and finally, his eyes glinted with intense murderous intent as he consumed the fox demon and set out to reunite with the azure turtle demon. Around the same time, the azure turtle demon had already launched an attack on a human cultivator's family. After conducting a soul search, he murmured, "Interesting, a dragon lord, a demon king, and even a Jiao dragon." Turning to glance behind him, he saw the black tiger demon silently appear. "This region is already guarded by Yuanshan Realm Demon King. What do you think?" The azure turtle demon smiled slightly, suggesting, "Shall we take a step back and scour other areas devoid of Yuanshan realm beings?" Upon hearing this, the black tiger demon smirked coldly, revealing his sharp white fangs, and declared arrogantly, "Who do you think I am? Just a mere Jiao dragon demon? Do I look afraid? Let us storm that Tenglong River water mansion and swallow that little mudfish whole." Having known each other for many years, the azure turtle demon was well aware of the black tiger demon's temperament. Although formidable in cultivation and abilities, the half-demon, half-ghost method of practice had rendered him single-minded and easily provoked. Thus, the earlier suggestion to retreat was merely a ploy to instigate him, as expected, regardless of the black tiger demon's original intentions for battle or retreat. Upon hearing the word retreat, he was now solely fixated on assaulting the Tenglong River water mansion. The azure turtle demon chuckled inwardly at having successfully provoked the black tiger demon. Memories of a mysterious task he had received from the underworld black market flashed in his mind. Seeking a complete demon body of a Yuanshan realm Jiao dragon, urgently. The rewards for this mysterious task were quite substantial, but what truly piqued the turtle demon's interest was the task's issuer. The Black Mountain Old Demon. Although currently obscure in the mortal realm, the Black Mountain Old Demon was a powerful lord in the underworld, with many Yuanshan realm demons and ghosts pledging allegiance to him. It was said that his cultivation had reached the realm of returning to void, but he could not manifest his true form in the mortal realm, thus operating through avatars. The Azure Turtle Demon did not wish to remain trapped in the mid-Yuanshan realm. He aspired to advance further. Therefore, he aimed to complete this task and forge a connection with the Black Mountain Old Demon to align himself under his banner, despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The Azure Turtle Demon maintained a composed facade. After pondering the Black Tiger Demon's words for a moment, he nodded earnestly in agreement. What you say holds merit. Indeed, how can two mid-Yuanshan realm demon kings shy away from a mere Jiao dragon demon? Since we have encountered it, we shall slay it, he then added casually. According to the memories from my soul search, this so-called Tenglong River Dragon, Lord Jiao Dragon, appeared rather suddenly. That it is likely a lucky wild demon that has broken through. And ordinarily, it should be at the early Yuanshan realm. With our strength, we should be able to eliminate it. The Black Tiger Demon nodded, filled with killing intent. Indeed, and even if it is mid-Yuanshan realm, we are not afraid. With our abilities, we can contend even with those in the late Yuanshan realm. The Azure Turtle Demon agreed with the Black Tiger Demon's assessment, recognizing their prowess as formidable within the Yuanshan realm. Then let us proceed as per our usual arrangement, splitting the cultivation resources and various blood feasts equally. But what about that Yuanshan realm Jiao Dragon? It is a treasure. How shall we divide it? At this moment, the Black Tiger Demon recalled that the Yuanshan realm Jiao Dragon was a treasure in its own right, and considering his innate abilities, a plan began to form. Ahem, old turtle, how about you take the physical body, and I take the soul? Your thoughts are quite fanciful. With the soul of a Yuanshan realm Jiao Dragon, your abilities would be greatly enhanced, and I have no proficiency in crafting or alchemy. What use would I have for the dragon's physical body? Although the Azure Turtle Demon was tempted to agree immediately, he feigned reluctance to avoid arousing the Black Tiger Demon's suspicions. The Black Tiger Demon chuckled, stepping back. Then let us agree on a 6-4 split for cultivation resources and blood feasts. That should be acceptable. Very well. But let us be gentle when we strike. We must not damage its physical form. The two demons reached a consensus and transformed into black and azure beams of light, heading toward the water mansion this moment. Within the Tenglong River Water Mansion, the heads of various factions that had recently offered tributes had gathered in the courtyard. This assembly was called to address the new regulations established by Dragon Lord Yiyan for the region spanning 3,000 miles, as a member of the royal family. The Yuanshan realm Feng Qi also graciously attended as a witness. In the midst of the gathering, Yiyan had just begun to outline the amount of resources each faction was to contribute, their corresponding obligations, and the protections and benefits they would receive from the water mansion, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the assembled factions. However, as he spoke, the leader suddenly noticed Yiyan had abruptly ceased his words, his expression turning grim. Before they could react, a fierce azure-purple radiance erupted from Yiyan's entire being. And in the next instant, the light transformed into 12 bolts of thunder, striking down towards the outskirts of the water mansion. Feng Qi, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Yet before she could voice her query, she heard Yiyan's furious roar. Who dares to be insolent at my Tenglong River Water Mansion? Yiyan bellowed again. And you seek to harm the factions under my protection. Despicable. At that moment, the 12 azure-purple bolts of divine thunder detonated, and the factions, along with Feng Qi, began to discern the situation. They witnessed the emergence of a black-gray, ghostly mist at the site of the divine thunder's impact. Concurrently, the 12 ghostly beings had been vanquished by the divine thunder, leaving only their wails echoing in the air. These ghostly entities had been stealthily approaching the factions guarding the water mansion, intending to ambush them. Realizing their covert attack had been thwarted, the Azure Turtle Demon and the Black Tiger Demon revealed their true forms. However, both bore serious expressions. The Black Tiger Demon, who had dispatched the 12 golden core ghostly beings, spoke gravely. Old Turtle, It seems we have underestimated this Jiao dragon demon. The azure turtle demon nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I did not anticipate the presence of a human soul realm cultivator within this water palace. However, their strength is lacking merely at the initial stage of the soul realm. Now that we are here, we cannot afford to hold back. In my old tortoise's view, it would be best to eliminate them all." Upon noticing the addition of Feng Qi, the black tiger demon felt a surge of delight rather than shock. Licking its lips, it grinned malevolently. Yes, having another soul realm adversary is advantageous. We can easily deal with one at the initial stage of the soul realm. Moreover, it presents us with yet another opportunity for gain. Inside the water palace, the sight of two formidable soul realm demon kings left various factions in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Feng Qi's expression darkened, taking on an unusually grave demeanor. He then raised his voice to reveal the identities of the black tiger demon and the azure turtle demon. "You are the Yin ghost evil tiger and the azure poison mountain turtle. How dare you, bandits from Black Abyss Mountain, trespass upon my southern wilderness kingdom?" At the utterance of Black Abyss Mountain, the faces of the faction members turned ashen. An oppressive silence enveloped the water palace. Simultaneously, Feng Qi transmitted a message to Yi Yin, unveiling the origins of these two demons. It turned out that in the realm of Liaozhai, practitioners and demons alike had their own bandits, known as bandit cultivators. Among these bandits were formidable factions, with the Black Abyss Mountain bandits being one such group. Comprising 10 soul realm members, they included demons and even humans. The Black Abyss Mountain bandits frequently roamed the southern domain, preying upon regions devoid of soul realm guardians. The areas they plundered were left desolate, and their targets extended beyond mere cultivation resources. They also slaughtered various beings, including humans, leaving naught but blood and carnage in their wake. At times, the Black Abyss Mountain bandits even audaciously hunted down lesser soul realm factions. Feng Qi also elaborated on the backgrounds of the Yin ghost evil tiger and the azure poison mountain turtle. The Black Abyss Mountain bandits had entrenched themselves in the southern domain for nearly a millennium, committing numerous crimes without ever being apprehended, yet they had left behind a wealth of intelligence. Dragon Monarch, I will relay this information that I hope that we can stall for time until my royal family's reinforcements arrive. Feng Qi's demeanor was exceedingly serious, his gaze tinged with a hint of fear, and his words revealed an utter lack of confidence in victory. Then, in a brief moment, Feng Qi conveyed the intelligence regarding the two demons. The Yin ghost evil tiger, at the mid-stage of the soul realm, possessed a hybrid form of demon and ghost, with exceedingly sinister powers that it was rumored that it excelled in ghostly and demonic arts, as well as soul-related techniques. Its record was impressive, having single-handedly slain two initial-stage soul realm cultivators. And there were many who had been severely wounded by it, including several fellow mid-stage soul realm practitioners in the mid-stage of the soul realm. This tiger demon could be deemed a formidable opponent. Next, Feng Qi spoke of the azure poison mountain turtle. The azure poison mountain turtle, also at the mid-stage of the soul realm, boasted astonishing defensive capabilities, having once escaped from a late-stage soul realm cultivator. It was said to have devoured its own kin from the demon race solely to refine its bloodline. Its battle record remained unclear, with scarce information available, except for its proficiency in defense and poison arts. However, it was among the first to join the Black Abyss Mountain bandits, and its combat prowess was likely superior, if not equal, to that of the Black Tiger Demon. After reflecting on the lightning techniques that Yi Yin had employed earlier, Feng Qi solemnly stated, "Dragon Monarch, your abilities are particularly effective against that evil tiger. You shall restrain it. I should possess greater strength than you, so I will handle the even more formidable azure poison mountain turtle." After a moment's thought, perhaps fearing Yi Yan's youthful exuberance, he added, "I do not expect you to defeat the enemy. Merely delay for half a day, and in due time, my royal family's cultivator shall arrive to provide support." Yi Yan nodded, yet inwardly he recalled the new techniques he had acquired, as well as the fourth-tier formation. He pondered whether to spare the lives of these two demons, considering that soul realm demon kings were akin to walking treasure chests. While the two demons coveted Yi Yan, the latter too contemplated the prospect of claiming these two treasure troves for himself, but on the opposing side. The black tiger demon and the azure poison mountain turtle were likewise communicating through their thoughts. The black tiger demon, surprised that its ambush was thwarted, regarded Yi Yin with newfound respect, recognizing that this dragon was no ordinary foe, likely possessing a remarkable bloodline and being at least at the mid-stage of the soul realm. The azure poison mountain turtle nodded and allocated roles, instructing Black Tiger, "You shall occupy that dragon. Do not concern yourself with slaying it. Just ensure it does not escape that I, the old turtle, will swiftly deal with the soul realm cultivator and join you afterward." Thus, both parties simultaneously launched their assaults. Feng Qi formed a seal with his hands, summoning a crimson spiritual mirror that materialized before him, unleashing a torrential rain of fiery meteors upon the azure poison mountain turtle. Without hesitation, the turtle revealed a phantom of a mountain before itself, effortlessly blocking the fiery barrage. Roar! On the other side, the Yin ghost, evil tiger let out a thunderous roar, summoning forth a multitude of ghostly apparitions. Their presence suffused with a palpable malevolence. The strength of these apparitions was formidable, with dozens at the Golden Core stage, and among them were even 3 soul realm specters that Yi Yan's gaze sharpened as he recalled the information Feng Qi had shared regarding the soul realm cultivators previously slain by this entity. Serving the tiger, the black tiger demon exulted, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, little mudfish, this time you shall not escape. Prepare to meet your demise, for soon you shall be counted among my legion of specters." Hearing this, Ian chuckled softly. "How amusing that you, a mere specter, dare to croak before me. Truly commendable courage. Specter, croak." The black tiger demon's eyes turned crimson in an instant, and with a furious roar, it led its ghostly legions charging towards Yi Yin. Roar! Charge! Yi Yin, undeterred, surged with energy, transforming into a tempest of azure and violet lightning. Aquatic thunder god, strike! In an instant, a flurry of aquatic thunder descended, striking down upon the horde of specters. Meanwhile, the black tiger demon had closed the distance to Yi Yin, lunging with its massive paw aimed directly at Yi Yan's face. "You are too slow." As a dragon, Yi Yin was adept in close-quarter combat, and in a heartbeat his arm morphed into a claw of azure and violet, firmly grasping the tiger's paw. Subsequently, his other hand coalesced another bolt of aquatic thunder, delivering a forceful blow to the black tiger demon's visage. Too weak, the black tiger demon, being a half-demon, half-ghost entity, lacked the raw power of the pure-blooded demon Yi Yin. Its other paw attempted to counter, but was swiftly repelled. Caught off guard, it took a direct hit from the aquatic thunder. It hurts. Moreover, due to the peculiar nature of the tiger demon's physique, it was particularly vulnerable to the aquatic thunder. After landing a successful strike, Yi Yin showed no mercy, unleashing a series of aquatic thunder attacks in quick succession. In an instant, the black tiger demon bore several wounds. However, being at the mid-stage of the soul realm, the injuries could only be deemed superficial. Yi Yin aimed to repeat his previous success, launching multiple bolts of aquatic thunder once more, only to see the black tiger demon retreat several steps. Regrouping with its specters, the black tiger demon then opened its maw wide, swallowing the specters whole, augmenting its ghostly energy and accelerating its speed several-fold, deftly evading the thunder strikes. Although the black tiger demon dared not approach Yi Yin directly, its newfound speed made it difficult for Yi Yan's aquatic thunder to find its mark. For a time, the battle reached an impasse. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Feng Qi and the azure poison mountain turtle, the situation was decidedly one-sided. As a royal descendant at the soul realm, Feng Qi possessed numerous magical artifacts and formidable techniques for his level. Yet, despite his efforts, the astonishing defensive fortitude of the azure poison mountain turtle proved insurmountable. Feng Qi employed a crimson fire mirror, a golden flying sword, and even his life's magical treasure, the fire phoenix seal, but none could inflict even the slightest damage upon the turtle. Gradually, the azure poison mountain turtle, unhurried and methodical, unleashed a variety of water-based techniques, steadily wearing Feng Qi down and inflicting considerable injuries. Suspended in midair, Feng Qi formed a seal with one hand while gripping a high-grade spirit stone with the other to restore his energy. Internally, he urged himself, "Hold on, just hold on. My royal reinforcements are on their way. However, as he contemplated, the azure poison mountain turtle abruptly shifted its previously languid assault pattern. In an instant, the turtle reverted to its true form, revealing a colossal beast, its back resembling a mountain, its entire body of vibrant green, stretching several hundred zhang in size, looming before Feng Qi. With a fierce glare, the turtle demon declared the 11th strike. You have been defeated. As the words fell, the turtle demon unleashed several torrents of water, swirling with icy coldness, showcasing considerable power. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in frost, transforming into a wintry landscape. Feng Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Just as she intended to deploy her magical artifact for defense, she suddenly felt as if her entire internal energy had solidified, rendering her powerless. Subsequently, her body became utterly immobile, and she plummeted from the sky. At that moment, how could Feng Qi not realize she had been poisoned? In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Damn it, it's poison, but when did I get poisoned?" The green poison mountain turtle merely grinned sinisterly, offering no response. As the icy water vortex advanced relentlessly, Feng Qi could only cry out in despair, "Dragon Lord, save me!" Upon hearing her plea, Yi Yin swiftly scanned the area with his divine sense and quickly located the plummeting Feng Qi. A shadow crossed his brow. He found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't she supposed to be stronger? How could she be on the verge of defeat after just a few exchanges? Nevertheless, given their alliance, Yi Yin couldn't stand idly by. He was instantly enveloped in purple lightning and azure clouds, his figure darting to stand before Feng Qi. That moment, the torrents of icy water swirled ominously before him. Yet Yi Yin remained remarkably composed. One hand supported Feng Qi, while the other transformed into a colossal dragon claw, sweeping through the air. "Break for me!" To Feng Qi's incredulity, the formidable icy water vortex, which he had found nearly insurmountable, was effortlessly torn apart by Yi Yan's claw. Then, using his magical energy, Yi Yan examined Feng Qi's condition, realizing that the poison was rather peculiar. At least he couldn't dispel it in the short term. Feng Qi could only manage a bitter smile and said, "Dragon Lord, let us flee. Those forces, including your wives, cannot be saved." With sincerity, she added, "I am but a burden, if it means a chance to escape. You may leave me behind. Every life matters." Listening to Feng Qi, Yi Yin found the old man to be quite agreeable, albeit lacking in strength. "You are quite accepting of fate, my friend," Yi Yin replied nonchalantly. "However, you expect this dragon lord to abandon his newlywed wives?" Within the Water Palace, various factions, including the Water Palace Demon Clan, and even the likes of Yi Yulian and Li Yunyang, observed the battle with growing trepidation. Upon witnessing Feng Qi's poisoning and impending defeat, panic ensued. When Feng Qi suggested that Yi Yin escape, fear and helplessness filled the air. Even the four demonesses, including Yi Yulian, felt that her suggestion was indeed the best course of action. Indeed, if they could not win, it was better for at least one to survive. Yet, despite their rationality and acceptance, a tinge of sorrow lingered in their hearts. However, Yi Yin shook his head firmly, declaring, "I will not abandon my wives, nor will I forsake you." With that, he faced the encroaching black tiger demon and the green poison mountain turtle, unleashing a barrage of water divine thunder from his hands. Just a sickly old turtle and a weakling. Do they truly think they can compel this dragon lord to bow in defeat? He asserted. As he spoke, a surge of azure water erupted from his body, rapidly expanding into a colossal river that obstructed the demon's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yin propelled Feng Qi towards the water palace, and as the gathered demons caught her, he summoned the fourth-tier formation, the dragon fish array, which enveloped the water palace in a protective shroud. "This is a fourth-tier formation, the dragon fish array. Rest assured, it is more than sufficient to safeguard you," he continued. "Now, keep your eyes wide open and witness how this dragon lord will bring down the spirit realm demon kings." With that proclamation, two spirit realm phantoms materialized before Yi Yin, emitting ghostly howls that surged towards his mind. Yet Yi Yin's spirit was robust, impervious to their assault. With a wave of his hands, two massive bolts of water divine thunder struck the phantoms. Boom! The thunderclap preceded the phantoms' anguished cries. the violet-blue radiance flared, leaving the two phantoms severely wounded. Nevertheless, the black tiger demon and the green poison mountain turtle had already circumvented the barrier of the thousand-stream river, stealthily closing in on Yi-N.A-T that moment. The black tiger demon had transformed into its true form, a skeletal tiger the size of 100 feet. Under its command, phantoms relentlessly advanced towards Yin, punctuated by the low, eerie roars of the tiger, which also served as a spiritual assault. The intensity of the roars forced Yin to concentrate on defending his consciousness. Meanwhile, the green poison mountain turtle continued to unleash various water-based divine techniques, each lacking in power. However, its true lethal strike was unseen, as Yin felt an imperceptible mist attempting to invade his body. In the next instant, his magical energy grew vague and sluggish, unable to flow freely. Poison, Yin realized the implications, understanding why Feng Qi had fallen so easily. Yet almost immediately he exhaled in relief, for as the unseen poison mist entered his body, the Tai divine thunder was stimulated, beginning to dissolve the invisible toxins. To his astonishment, the Tai divine thunder possessed detoxifying properties. Yin mused. No, it must be the incredible transformation that occurred after gathering the three types of divine thunder, synergistically enhancing their potency. Contemplating this, Yin seized the moment, allowing his body to sway slightly. The water divine thunder he unleashed diminished significantly, and the once mighty thousand-stream river wavered precariously. Inside the water palace, although Feng Qi was unable to wield her magical energy, her divine sense remained intact, allowing her to perceive the unfolding battle clearly. She gasped, "This is bad. The Dragon Lord has also been afflicted by that strange poison." Without delay, she transmitted her thoughts to Yin. "Dragon Lord, quickly enter the formation. We must not engage them. We shall await reinforcements." Feng Qi could see it clearly, and the black tiger demon and the turtle were no different. The black tiger demon's expression shifted to one of delight as it growled menacingly. "Damn it, this little mud loach has finally been poisoned." The green poison mountain turtle sighed in relief, remarking, "The dragon's resistance to poison is indeed formidable. He can still utilize his magical energy to then cautiously instructed the black tiger demon. "Old Black, let us maintain our distance to avoid a mutual destruction scenario. We shall stay back and unleash your soul-based divine techniques upon him." The black tiger demon nodded, letting out a low growl as countless phantoms were summoned. Together, the black tiger demon and the phantoms gathered their energies, simultaneously releasing a low roar. Soon, a phantom tiger head, accompanied by a horde of skulls, charged towards Yin. Thousand thunder clouds move. Yet in the next moment, as the two demons relaxed their vigilance, Yin's figure vanished, and the black tiger demon's spiritual attack fell short. When Yin reappeared, he was already above the black tiger demon's head. Thousand-stream river. Condense. At the same time, the thousand-stream river transformed into a colossal halberd, and Yin morphed into a towering dragon man. Crack. Even though the black tiger demon attempted to evade at the last moment, one of its forepaws was severed. The halberd's residual force surged towards the green poison mountain turtle, which managed to react just in time, bracing against its shell, leaving only a pale mark on its back. Despite the lack of a decisive victory, Yin was not disheartened. The thousand-stream river served more as a defensive and restraining artifact than an offensive one, that its defensive capabilities were formidable. Yet it was time to employ some other divine techniques. In truth, Yin had numerous methods to deal with the two demons, but there were certain abilities he preferred to keep hidden. After a brief contemplation, Yin transformed into his true dragon form and unleashed a roar towards the heavens. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and a massive cloud enveloped the battlefield. Following this, a curtain of rain cascaded down, shrouding the area in obscurity. Within the water palace, various factions, including the water palace itself and Feng Qi, could no longer perceive the battle's dynamics. Even their divine senses were thwarted by the rain. Now we cannot see. Indeed, the divine senses were obstructed. Feng Qi realized this was the Dragon Lord Yian's intention to conceal certain divine techniques from prying eyes, as for the clouds and rain that prevented surveillance. She understood precisely what divine technique it was. Feng Qi calmly articulated the reason. Of course, we cannot see, for this is the dragon clan's divine ability to summon wind and rain. However, other forces were taken aback by this response, and, driven by curiosity, inquired further. How could it possibly be the ability to summon winds and rain? Isn't that merely a divine power for precipitation? Feng Qi, with a look of exasperation, remarked that rural monsters truly are just that. Rural. A divine power for mere rainfall? The ability to summon winds and rain is a formidable power passed down through the dragon clan since ancient times. Does your clan have nothing better than a power that can only summon rain? Subsequently, he elucidated the concept of summoning winds and rain to the assembled forces. Summoning winds and rain, riding clouds and mist, and overturning rivers and seas are indeed the three great divine powers of the dragon clan. Wielded with immense might by either a flood dragon or a true dragon, as you're already aware, the primary function of summoning winds is to obscure external prying. The second function is quite literal. Summoning winds conjures various divine gales, under which mountains and rivers can be reduced to dust. Summoning rain, on the other hand, brings forth all manner of strange waters and bizarre rains, such as torrential downpours weighing thousands of pounds, or the soul-corroding ghost rain. Thus, throughout history, countless powerful beings have perished under the aegis of summoning winds and rain. Amidst the curtain of rain, Yin no longer concealed his true self. The poisonous visage he had worn moments ago vanished, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him. The severed arm ghost evil tiger croaked in fury. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you not be poisoned? Beside him, the azure poison mountain turtle gaped in disbelief. This poison was his life's divine power, renowned for being unseen, unheard, and unresistible, an intangible nectar. Any living being with flesh and blood, even those in the later stages of the Yuan spirit realm, would find it difficult to withstand. How could this be? Yet, Yin offered no reply, merely stating, "It is time to set off, my friends. Damn it, you think you've got us cornered?" Upon hearing Yian's words, the Yin ghost evil tiger's heart quivered violently, and he dared not hold back any longer. With a furious roar, he commanded, "Come forth, my army of vengeful spirits. Raise your weapons and fight for me." Instantly, the area within several miles transformed into a ghostly domain. Within this realm, a cacophony of hoarse, ghostly wails erupted. Then 100,000 vengeful spirits emerged. Among them, even the weakest were at the foundation establishment stage, and many at the golden core stage. Leading the charge were two heavily injured Yuan spirit-level vengeful spirits. Moreover, the ranks of vengeful spirits included beings from the human, demon, and spirit races, all forming a massive ghostly army. Glaring at Yi Yin with palpable hostility, be a pawn for a tiger. What a pitiful lot. Yi Yin understood the origins of these ghostly beings. They were the souls of those devoured by the tiger demon. Upon their demise, their souls were imprisoned by the tiger demon, ultimately transforming into vengeful spirits to serve him. Meanwhile, the azure poison mountain turtle pondered for a moment, abandoning thoughts of Yi Yan's complete demon form. Following this, three coffin-like treasures levitated from within his demon body. The coffins opened, revealing three Yuan spirit-level poison corpses, shrouded in dark and toxic energies. Before the turtle demon 0.6 poison corpses, kill him. Is this truly your last resort? Yi Yin shook his head, deeming it insufficient. He then softly intoned, "Wind rise." Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred within the rain, escalating into a tempest. It hurts. So painful. Under the force of the strong winds, the 100,000 vengeful spirits were instantly suppressed, and a chorus of ghostly howls filled the in just a few gusts. Many weaker vengeful spirits were reduced to ashes as the winds intensified. The impact on the vengeful spirits grew increasingly severe. Even the ghost evil tiger felt the effects, his mind becoming slightly dazed. What a strange wind. What kind of demon wind is this? Beside him, the 3 poison corpses also suffered from the onslaught, their dark energies being eroded by the fierce winds. The turtle demon then shouted urgently, "Damn it, this is not a demon wind. It is a malevolent wind, a wind that extinguishes the undead, specifically designed to vanquish the corpse and ghost races." Black Tiger, We can no longer afford to wait. We must strike and eliminate him. At that moment, Yi Yan's voice resounded once more. Do not rush. There is still rain? Rain, come! Instantly, a deluge of azure raindrops fell from the dark clouds, transforming the surroundings into a vast sea of blue, spirit-destroying azure rain. Please indulge. Under the azure rain, not only the vengeful spirit army, but also the Yin ghost, evil tiger, and the azure poison mountain turtle, along with their poisoned corpses, found their powers gradually eroded, their auras diminishing significantly. The malevolent wind and spirit-destroying azure rain represented the true might of Yi Yan's ability to summon winds and rain. With this singular display of power, the strengths of the Yin ghost, evil tiger, and the azure poison mountain turtle were curtailed by more than half. Yet Yi Yan was relentless, unleashing a series of azure-purple divine thunderbolts. Should the divine thunder strike the vengeful spirit army, countless spirits would be obliterated. If it struck the poisoned corpses, they would be sent flying, sustaining considerable injuries. In just a few exchanges, nearly 10,000 vengeful spirits were annihilated, and the 3 poisoned corpses were left bloodied and battered. The Yin ghost, evil tiger, was frantic. These vengeful spirits were his prized possessions. Without them, his combat prowess would be halved. He turned to the turtle demon in a panic. Damn it, we can't let this continue. Old turtle, we need to change our strategy. Yes, Black Tiger, let us engage him in close combat. The azure poison mountain turtle nodded, proclaiming as he advanced with his massive form toward Yi Yan. How intriguing. You wish to engage me in melee combat. The size of the azure poison mountain turtle was indeed colossal, and Yi Yan looked up to see what appeared to be a mountain descending upon him. However, he felt no fear. With a flick of his tail and a fierce roar, he charged at the azure poison mountain turtle. His treasure, the Thousand Streams River, transformed into a colossal hammer. Boom! The turtle was struck by Yi Yan's blow and sent flying. So hard. Yi Yan mused inwardly, realizing that his previous attack had not been particularly effective. What immense strength! The azure poison mountain turtle, sent tumbling through the air, felt as if the world was spinning. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he charged back at Yi Yan. 10,000 ghost tiger form. Meanwhile, the Yin ghost evil tiger had undergone a transformation, employing a peculiar divine power that rendered him entirely different now. His once emaciated form swelled with dark energy, resembling more of a ghostly entity than a demon. Behind him, a throng of vengeful spirits was embedded, revealing only their upper bodies, creating a grotesque and unsettling sight. Here I come. Soon, the Yin ghost evil tiger and the azure poison mountain turtle engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Yan. Yet, after a brief exchange, Yi Yan silently nodded to himself. It appeared that his strength had reached the late Yuan spirit realm. At the very least, these mid-Yuan spirit realm demon kings posed no threat to him any longer. Having tested his strength, Yi Yan was disinclined to prolong the skirmish. Amidst the chaos, he sent his tail sweeping against the Yin ghost evil tiger, while a dragon claw forced the azure poison mountain turtle back. I am done playing with you. It's time to end this. As he spoke, Yi Yan's entire form swelled dramatically, his aura intensifying substantially. The 2 demons were taken aback, but they soon charged forward to engage him once more. However, this time, Yi Yan merely swatted his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent the Yin ghost evil tiger flying, shattering several of his bones in the process. With a claw, he tore through the azure poison mountain turtle's thick shell. What? How could you possibly become so much stronger? The 2 demons were astonished, and then they recalled a certain divine power of the dragon clan, overturning rivers and seas. This divine power was not merely a water manipulation technique, but one that greatly enhanced the physical strength of the dragon clan. It was said that when a flood dragon was enraged, its formidable body alone could churn rivers and seas into chaos. While the Yin ghost evil tiger and the azure poison mountain turtle were still in shock, Yi Yan, utilizing his body technique, 1,000 thunderclouds in motion, leapt in an instant to stand before the Yin ghost evil tiger. Subsequently, a series of divine water attacks from the sunflower god, coupled with a swift strike known as the Black Tiger's heart-piercing claw, swiftly concluded the life of the tiger demon. After vanquishing the sinister Yin ghost tiger, Yi Yan formed a seal with his hands, capturing its demon soul within a jade vial, intending to conduct a soul search later. He then turned his gaze toward the rapidly fleeing green poison mountain turtle. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yin decided against pursuing it, waiting until the turtle was on the verge of escaping the torrential rain summoned by his spell. In that instant, a radiant golden light erupted from his left eye, swiftly darting forth. With a sizzling sound, the golden beam caught up to the green poison mountain turtle almost simultaneously. This golden light embodied Yi Yan's newly acquired divine ability, the metal thunder of Gung Jin, which possessed immense destructive power. Even the turtle's shell, resilient enough to withstand late-stage primordial spirit attacks, was effortlessly pierced. The golden light proceeded to shred through its shell before directly severing its head. Although the physical form of the green poison mountain turtle perished, its demon soul attempted to flee at the last moment, only to be captured and sealed by Yi Yin in the jade vial. Thus, the sinister Yin ghost tiger was slain, and the green poison mountain turtle was obliterated. After dispatching the two demons, Yi Yin chose not to dispel the rain-summoning spell, instead taking stock of his spoils amidst the downpour. First on his list was the Yin ghost tiger. Due to its demise, a significant portion of its wealth, the vengeful spirits, perished alongside it. However, it left behind a considerable number of Origin pearls, which were a commendable acquisition. Next, he examined the remains of the Yin ghost tiger. Though somewhat tattered, it could fetch a good price when sold to ghost cultivators or human puppet masters, at why Yi Yin then opened the tiger demon storage treasure. Revealing a plethora of items, a cursory count revealed over 300 high-grade spirit stones, tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, and an astonishing 5 million low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were 3 fourth-tier magical treasures, including a ghostly artifact, the 10,000 Souls Banner, though it regrettably contained no tamed spirits. There was also a gold-type flying sword, albeit its spiritual essence had greatly diminished, and a well-preserved ice-type jade mirror treasure. The most valuable items were the spiritual herbs seized by the tiger demon. Due to its half-ghost, half-demon constitution, ordinary elixirs and herbs were ineffective. Consequently, its storage treasure amassed a substantial collection of spiritual herbs, including 18 fourth-tier herbs suitable for the primordial spirit realm and nearly 1,000 third-tier herbs. Moreover, there were numerous fourth-tier mineral materials, which Yi Yin estimated could be utilized to forge 3 or 4 fourth-tier magical treasures. He did not bother to tally the scattered second-tier items, but even the spoils from the Yin ghost tiger alone had Yi Yin exclaiming with delight. He mused internally that the calamity cultivators were indeed great sources of wealth, and he resolved to hunt them down more frequently in the future. Indeed, it was imperative to seize those ill-gotten gains. Next, Yi Yin proceeded to inspect the spoils from the green poison mountain turtle. First, he noted 3 toxic corpses, which had sustained no significant damage during the recent battle, though one was grievously injured while the other 2 bore minor wounds. Nevertheless, the value of these 3 toxic corpses was considerable, as their strength equaled that of early-stage primordial spirit beings, making them formidable even against mid-stage adversaries when they attacked in unison. Furthermore, the physical form of the green poison mountain turtle held immense worth. Its shell was excellent material for defensive magical treasures, and its well-preserved body was ideal for crafting puppets. Just the turtle demon's body alone could command an astronomical price, and within it, Yi Yin discovered a poison gland containing nearly 10,000 pounds of a transparent liquid. This liquid was the shadowless dew, which had been used in battle and was tasteless and odorless, even undetectable by spiritual senses. The value of this poison rivaled that of the green poison mountain turtle's physical form. Finally, Yi Yin examined the turtle demon's storage treasure. However, after a brief inspection, his expression darkened. Compared to the Yin ghost tiger, the green poison mountain turtle's assets were woefully scant. In terms of spirit stones, there were barely 100 high-grade stones, around 70 to 80,000 mid-grade stones, and a pitiful amount of low-grade stones, not even 1/5 of the tiger demon's total, amounting to only 8 to 9 million. The number of magical treasures was somewhat greater, including 3 coffin-type magical treasures for nurturing corpses, which were accessory for the 3 toxic corpses. There were also 3 fourth-tier flying swords, of the gold, fire, and wood varieties, and a damaged 4th-tier shield treasure, as well as a set of 6 fourth-tier flying needles. However, The yield of spiritual herbs and mineral materials was disappointing. There were only two fourth-tier herbs, both fire-type, a 10,000-year fire ginseng and a ground fire spirit fungus. The third-tier herbs were similarly scarce. With merely a couple of hundred, the mineral materials were all limited to second-tier and below. Yi lamented the financial impoverishment of the turtle demon. Ultimately, Yi began the soul-searching process on the two demons. The memories of these two primordial spirit realm demon kings were a treasure trove of knowledge. Their techniques, secrets, hidden realms, and locations of their lairs, as well as any clandestinely stored treasures, could yield even greater rewards. The Yin ghost tiger's memories were extensive, and Yi Yin engaged in a prolonged search. Soon, he unearthed a wealth of crucial information, including the location of the Yin ghost tiger's lair and its cleverly concealed cultivation resources. He even discovered a hidden fourth-tier Yin vein, a prized possession for the ghost clan, worth as much as 3 to 5 Yin ghost tigers. In the end, Yin also acquired intelligence regarding the Black Abyss Mountain Calamity cultivators, including details about their members and the location of their stronghold. Having pillaged the southern region for nearly 1,000 years and offended numerous factions, they must surely have amassed considerable wealth. However, after some contemplation, Yin shook his head, abandoning the idea of eliminating the Black Abyss Mountain Calamity cultivators en masse. Firstly, the Black Abyss Mountain Calamity cultivators had two late-stage primordial spirit beings among their ranks, possessing formidable skills and likely formidable tricks up their sleeves. He, as a hard-working dragon relying on procreation for cultivation, was ill-suited for such blood-soaked ventures. Instead of pursuing such perilous endeavors, it would be wiser to marry a few more wives and father several more children. Secondly, by slaying two mid-stage primordial spirit demons, he had struck a suitable balance, enough to intimidate other primordial spirit beings without displaying overly overwhelming prowess. Thus, Yi Yin resolved to utilize Feng Qi, his tool, to relay information about the Black Abyss Mountain Calamity cultivators that a modest reward and resources would suffice. Following this, Yi Yin commenced the soul-searching of the green poison mountain turtle. Soon, he found himself cursing vehemently. Within its memories, he discovered that the turtle possessed a passive innate ability. It could devour minerals or materials to enhance the defensive power of its shell, and it could also gradually strengthen its physical form. The wretched turtle had indeed consumed all those third-tier and fourth-tier mineral materials. Subsequently, Yi Yin learned the reason behind the scarcity of spiritual herbs, and his heart ached. Not long before, the turtle demon had ventured into a black market, handing over a significant quantity of spiritual herbs to an alchemist for refining elixirs. Moreover, that black market was rather rigid, only recognizing individuals rather than any tokens or insignia, meaning Yi Yin could not obtain any elixirs. Yi Yin's expression turned grave and filled with murderous intent as he muttered, "Interesting. The Black Mountain Old Demon is offering a bounty for the complete physical form of a primordial spirit dragon. You, wretched creature, are unwilling to remain in the underworld, seeking to concoct avatars to invade the mortal realm." Meanwhile, as Yi Yin engaged in battle with the tiger and turtle demons, the capital of the South Wilderness Kingdom, Fengming City, had already received a distress signal from Feng Qi. Damn those Black Abyss Mountain Calamity cultivators! With a furious roar, a crimson light shot into the sky, racing towards Tenglong County this moment. Within the water mansion of Tenglong River, nearly half an hour had elapsed since Yi Yin entered the rainstorm and battled the two demons, yet there remained no sign of disturbance. The various factions dared not act hastily. But Feng Qi held great confidence in Yi Yin. Addressing the gathered demons, he proclaimed, "Do not worry, Brother Long. I can assure you of his capabilities. They are considerable. I estimate that within half a day, those two demons will undoubtedly flee, and our calamity will be successfully averted." Furthermore, Feng Qi respectfully inquired of Yi Yin and the other female demons, "Sisters, may I ask what preferences my brother Long has? After all, he saved my life this time. I must repay him in some way." The ethereal beings, Yi Yin, Li Yunyang, and a few other female spirits pondered for a moment, yet they ultimately failed to arrive at a conclusion. After all, even Yi Yin, who had known Yi Yin the longest, had only spent a mere 5 days in his company. Moreover, during their interactions, they found themselves blushing at the thought. Finally, It was Li Yunyang who composed herself and remarked, "We have only recently entered this household. I am truly unaware of my husband as preferences." With that, she directed her inquiry towards the Minister of Tortoises. The minister, who was often held in high regard by their lord, might indeed possess some knowledge on the matter. Naturally, he seized this opportunity without hesitation. Of course, is there any matter that the Dragon Lord does not entrust to me? Even that time when the Dragon Lord devoured a few of my foolish leaders, I personally washed away the blood. The minister mused to himself, considering his position as the foremost sycophant of the Dragon Lord. However, he maintained a demeanor of modesty, nodding slightly and humbly stating, "Esteemed ladies, my Lord Phoenix, I possess a modicum of understanding on this matter. First and foremost, I believe our water palace is too small and simplistic, unworthy of our Dragon Lord's stature. This is something we can improve upon." Feng Qi glanced around and agreed, realizing the wisdom in his words, and resolved to undertake significant renovations, or rather, to construct an entirely new water palace for Yi Yin. Subsequently, the minister continued, speaking in hushed tones. "My lord the dragon is a hero, and it is a well-known truth that heroes are drawn to beauty. Therefore, it is only natural that he holds a preference for women of striking appearance, exceptional talents, or formidable lineage, be they female spirits or specters." Feng Qi observed Yu Yin and the other 3 female spirits, and suddenly enlightened, nodded an understanding. "To be frank, I have many friends whose daughters and granddaughters, oh dear. My Lord Phoenix, to speak candidly, aside from serving as the Prime Minister, I also act as the Dragon Lord's dedicated matchmaker. Please elaborate further." Nearby, Lu, a ghostly cultivator aspiring to become Yi Yan's adopted son, listened intently, realizing that his adoptive father had a penchant for such matters. His thoughts then drifted to his own acquaintances. "The mother of 9 hells, I hear she has recently broken through to the Yuan Shun realm. Moreover, her daughter is already 18 or 19 years old, possessing extraordinary talent. And then there S by Bo Tan, the old dragoness daughter, seems promising as well. And let us not forget that old tree spirit who has moved. I heard she has taken in some ghostly being. I believe she currently resides in a place called Lan Rua Temple." Just as the discussion among the spirits grew animated, the ominous clouds above suddenly dispersed, and the sounds of rain and wind ceased. It was only then that they realized the battle had concluded. Looking up, they beheld the formidable figures of the Yin Ghost Evil Tiger and the Azure Poison Mountain Turtle, each held aloft by the Dragon Lord Yi Yin with a single hand. In an instant, the atmosphere turned silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of cheers. "Long live the Dragon Lord! How remarkable! He has slain 2 Yuan Shun realm demon kings. I shall prepare a feast for the Dragon Lord." They marveled. This is the calamity of the Black Ghost Mountain. Goodness, how powerful is our Dragon Lord! Yi Yin and the other female spirits echoed their joy, their admiration for him deepening. How incredible! What divine prowess! As a cultivator of the Yuan Shun realm, Feng Qi truly understood the magnitude of Yi Yan's strength. Defeating foes of the same realm is one thing, but killing them is an entirely different challenge, especially when the opponents possess extraordinary abilities that, in Feng Qi's estimation, it was certain that Yi Yin could defeat them. But it would require considerable time. To kill them, however, would be a daunting task, as they would likely flee if overmatched. Yet now, not only had he vanquished them all, but he had done so in remarkably short order. Ultimately, Feng Qi could only conclude that Yi Yan's abilities were not inferior to those of a late-stage Yuan Shen cultivator. After further contemplation, she amended her assessment, stating, "No, he must be regarded as a strong figure within the late-stage Yuan Shun realm." After ensuring that the Minister of Tortoises and the others were settling their affairs and allowing his 4 wives to rest, Yi Yin led Feng Qi to the courtyard of the Water Palace. Without preamble, he took out a jade vial containing the soul of the Yin Ghost Evil Tiger and stated, "Feng Qi, my friend, how about we engage in a transaction?" He gestured towards the vial and explained, "This vial contains the soul of the Yin Ghost Evil Tiger, along with a list of information regarding the Black Ghost Mountain calamity, as well as the location of their stronghold. Do you believe it holds any value?" In truth, the soul of the Azure Poison Mountain Turtle was also within, But Yi Yin refrained from revealing his ability with the Gung Jin Divine Thunder, choosing to keep it concealed, as for the knowledge the Yin Ghost evil tiger possessed. He was unafraid of exposure, as it was a testament to his openly displayed strength that, if it is valuable, would you be willing to act as an intermediary for me and the royal family of the southern wilderness? We could split the profits evenly. Feng Qi was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Indeed, Dragon Brother, your methods are extraordinary. Not only did you manage to slay the tiger demon, but you also had the strength left to capture its complete soul." She then confidently declared, "This is not only valuable, but immensely so. The countries and forces ravaged by the Black Ghost Mountain calamity are not few. Collectively, there are at least a dozen or 20. The bounties on the Yuan Shun realm cultivators they have slain amount to an astronomical sum." She then dismissed the idea of splitting the profits, shaking her head and saying, "Dragon Brother, you saved my life earlier. How could I possibly take a share of the rewards? Instead," she proposed, "allow me to take you to my royal family's current decision-maker. Whatever rewards are available shall be yours, and I shall take not a single coin." Yi Yin wished to persuade her, realizing that some matters are more easily accomplished with mutual interests at stake. However, at that moment, he sensed a wave of scorching demonic energy approaching from afar. The energy was wild and formidable, even making Yi Yin feel a sense of threat. Feng Qi quickly sensed it too and exclaimed with delight, "The expert from my royal family have arrived. Wait, it's the peak of the Yuan Shun realm." She then suddenly paused, her expression awkward as she added, "It's my second brother. I suppose I'll be lectured again." Before long, the source of the fiery demonic energy arrived, its overwhelming presence subsiding upon detecting the safety of his seventh brother. He then descended into the courtyard where Yi Yin and Feng Qi were situated. The newcomer was a handsome young man, strikingly similar to Feng Qi, with vibrant red hair. Upon seeing him, Feng Qi chuckled awkwardly. "Second brother, this is Dragon Lord Yi Yin, the one who single-handedly defeated those two Black Ghost Mountain calamity cultivators and saved my life." She proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, including details regarding the tiger demon's soul. However, the young man did not exhibit excessive excitement upon hearing this. Instead, he offered a slight bow to Yi Yin, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, friend, for saving my seventh brother. Our royal family shall surely repay you handsomely." Feng Qi then introduced her second brother, stating, "This is my second brother, Feng Er. He is my full-blooded sibling and the current decision-maker of my royal family in the southern wilderness. Dragon Brother, your encounter with the Black Ghost Mountain matters aligns perfectly with his dealings. My brother is just and fair, and your rewards will undoubtedly be substantial." After a nod and a brief exchange with Feng Er, Yi Yin handed over the jade vial. Feng Er did not immediately begin to search the soul, but instead cast a glance at Feng Qi, who awkwardly lowered her head and stepped forward. Then, to Yi Yin's astonishment, a terrifying red demonic flame erupted from Feng Er's body. The flames were formidable, exuding a powerful threat that even Yi Yin could perceive. In an instant, the flames enveloped Feng Qi. However, rather than causing her any harm, they emitted a series of phoenix cries. Furthermore, the peculiar tortoise poison, Wuying Ganlu, that had afflicted her was instantly extinguished by the demonic fire. Simultaneously, the flames healed all of Feng Qi's injuries. Once this matter was resolved, Feng Er began to search the soul of the tiger demon. In the courtyard of the water palace, Feng Er, a peak Yuan Shun realm cultivator, swiftly completed the soul search. His perception of Yi Yin, the savior of his younger brother, shifted significantly. Although his outward demeanor remained calm, internally he was quite astonished. The memories contained within the tiger demon surely included the recent battle with Yi Yin. Thus, the well-informed Feng Er began to glean some of Yi Yin's true capabilities. The river treasure was likely forged from heavy water, and the formidable azure-purple lightning was one of the 5 elemental divine thunders. Specifically the Kuei Shui divine thunder. The bloodline of the dragon-like creature suggested a dual affinity for thunder and water, indicating that the Kuei Shui divine thunder was likely Yi Yan's awakened innate divine ability. However, the powers associated with summoning winds and rains and causing tidal waves have been cultivated to a remarkable degree. At last, Feng Er reached a conclusion regarding Yi Yan. such formidable divine abilities, and a powerful mid-stage Yuan Shun. This dragon is indeed remarkable. Moments later, Feng Er decisively offered Yi Yin a promise of rewards. The contributions of the Dragon Lord this time are considerable that on behalf of the royal family of the Southern Desolation Kingdom, I pledge 2 rewards to the Dragon Lord. First, the governance of the nearby 2 counties, Qinghe County and Youhu County, which lack the suppression of Yuan Shun, shall be entrusted to the Dragon Lord. Though these 2 counties are not large, together they comprise merely 5 states and 24 cities. They are rich in waterways, making them highly suitable for your dragon kin. Delighted, Yi Yin felt a sense of satisfaction with this reward. Reflecting inwardly, my yet-to-be-born children, I have procured land for you. Subsequently, Feng Er revealed the second reward. In addition, the bounties from various factions for the Yingui, Xiehu, and Qingdushan will be delivered on an appointed day. Furthermore, the Dragon Lord shall receive 6 merits from the Southern Desolation Kingdom. Yi Yin was somewhat familiar with the bounties. The Yingui Xiehu had a flamboyant character, hence its bounty was considerable. While the Qingdushan, despite its formidable strength, was rather low profile, leading to a more modest reward as for the merits from the Southern Desolation Kingdom. Yi Yin was not very knowledgeable, but Feng Qi beside him nodded with satisfaction and said, Dragon Brother, these merits from the Southern Desolation Kingdom are quite valuable. For instance, generally, one must defeat a mid-stage Yuan Shun of a rival faction to earn the first one. Feng Qi further elaborated on the uses of these merits. They can be exchanged for a myriad of treasures, including various rare materials and even magical artifacts. For example, one merit can be exchanged for an exquisite spirit stone or a top-tier 4th-grade artifact. Upon hearing this, Yi Yin nodded in agreement, realizing the significant value of these merits. Then, perhaps considering Yi Yan's formidable strength and wishing to forge a favorable bond, Feng Er pondered for a moment before presenting another conclusion. This time, the acquisition of the lair and intelligence regarding the Heyo Mountain robbers is largely thanks to your assistance. My Southern Desolation Kingdom will soon collaborate with other regional powers to eradicate this malignant tumor. Should the Dragon Lord choose to participate, I can ensure that a greater share of the spoils is allotted to you, Yi Yin. However, chose to decline Feng Er's invitation that I think I shall pass. After this great battle, I need some time to recuperate. Very well, Feng Er replied, but if the Dragon Lord does not participate, the bounty for the other Heyo Mountain robbers will still be shared with you. After a brief conversation with Feng Er and Feng Qi, Yi Yin took his leave. Before departing, Feng Qi transmitted to Yi Yin, Dragon Brother, I shall absolutely repay the life-saving grace. Please wait for a while. Approximately 5 or 6 days later, the mountain clearing operation organized by the Southern Desolation Kingdom was successfully completed. The malignant tumor that had plagued the southern domain for nearly 1,000 years, Heyo Mountain, was thoroughly eradicated. Besides the Yingui, Xiehu, and Qingdushan, the remaining 8 Yuanshan robbers were all exterminated, in addition to receiving the bounty rewards. Yi Yin also received Feng Qi's repayment. In the Water Palace, a human female, blushing, gazed at the handsome Yi Yin and stammered her introduction. I am Gu Cece, here to repay a debt of gratitude. At that moment, Yi Yin found himself at a loss for words. When suddenly the voice of the multi-child, multi-fortune system echoed in his mind, detected an extremely outstanding partner. Within the Water Palace, Yi Yin was startled by the excitement of the multi-child, multi-fortune system. Extremely outstanding. This was the first time he had seen the system bestow such an assessment on a partner. It was noteworthy that even Lei Pengyun Yi, whose bloodline was not inferior to an ordinary dragon, was merely rated as excellent by the system. Good heavens, the human female cultivator that Feng Qi sent over actually receives such an evaluation. Thus, Yi Yin curiously regarded the blushing human female cultivator. Indeed, her features were exquisite and gentle, her demeanor warm. Even Yi Yin couldn't help but feel a flicker of affection. However, after gazing for quite some time, he couldn't discern anything particularly extraordinary about Gu Cece. Even if Gu Cece possessed a heavenly grade spirit root, it shouldn't warrant such an evaluation. Just half a day prior, Yi Yin had received a transmission from Feng Qi, stating that the bounties for the Yingui Xiehu and Qingdushan, along with a reward for the Heyo Mountain robbers, were about to be delivered Why Ian was quite pleased, but didn't dwell on it too much. He then sent the Turtle Chancellor to collect the bounty rewards. Who would have thought that alongside the bounty rewards, this human female named Goose Cece would arrive? Simultaneously, a jade pendant from Feng Chi transmitted the message. This Goose Cece possesses both beauty and exceptional talent. Knowing that Dragon Brother is a hero of great renown, it is only natural that a beauty accompanies him. This is one of my repaying gestures. Hence, Ian found himself in the role of the male lead in a tale of Do You Want a Wife? Meanwhile, Feng Chi's transmission also briefly introduced Goose Cece's background, confirming to Ian that her intention to repay was genuine. Gu Cece hailed from a realm known as the Southern Cloud Kingdom. Born into a family of golden core cultivators. However, during her childhood, her parents, along with most of her kin, including a golden core cultivator, were slaughtered by the demon clan. Henceforth, her family fell into decline and disarray, and the culprits were none other than the Ingue Siahu. Yet, upon turning 7, Gu Cece was discovered to possess a heavenly great spirit root and was sent to cultivate in a Yuan Shun sect called Mingyun sect, where she became a disciple of the sect's only Yuan Shun female cultivator. However, the good times were short-lived. 3 years ago, that Yuan Shun female cultivator was killed by robbers while out, and those robbers were again the Ingue Siahu. Since then, despite Gu Cece's remarkable spirit root, no faction dared to accept her. Upon learning of this matter in the Southern Cloud Kingdom, Feng Chi summoned Gu Cece, recognizing her beauty and talent, and recounted Yi Yan's vengeance for her. Gu Cece, being straightforward, immediately expressed her willingness to serve the benefactor who avenged her parents and master. Consequently, she was sent to the water palace of Tenglong River. Repayment, but I fear being burdened. Yi Yan chuckled wryly, but soon decided to trust the multi-child, multi-fortune system. Turning to the blushing Gu Cece, Yi Yan inquired, "Do you know how you intend to repay my kindness? Has Feng Chi explained it clearly to you?" Gu Cece nodded, saying, "I know. It is said that I will marry the Dragon Lord." She then expressed that she did not refuse. "The kindness the Dragon Lord has shown me is as great as the heavens. And naturally, I am willing." As she spoke, Gu Cece occasionally stole glances at Yi Yan, her cheeks growing even redder. Why Ian clearly observed Gu Cece's subtle movements, realizing that the girl was smitten, seeing Gu Cece willingly agree to marry him. He wisely refrained from foolishly declining. Nodding, he summoned a river clam made to lead her to the backyard for a moment of respite. After Gu Cece left, the system's voice rang out repeatedly. "Please, host, hasten to wed her. This girl's qualifications are simply terrifying. It would be best to have 10 or even 100 offspring." "Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Gu Cece's qualifications aren't that terrifying." "Are they?" Yi Yan felt perplexed, considering that a human with a heavenly grade spirit root was at most equivalent to Lei Pengyun at best. It just meant a higher success rate in transcending the Yuan Shin tribulation. How could this merit such fervent enthusiasm from the multi-child, multi-fortune system? Subsequently, the system explained, "Host, Gu Cece's true spirit root is not heavenly grade, but an incomplete sword spirit root." Thereafter, the multi-child, multi-fortune system enlightened Yi Yan about the sword spirit root. The sword spirit root is one of the true spirit roots of humanity and is considered among the highest tier. The so-called true spirit roots correspond to the pure bloodlines of your demon kin, akin to true dragons and true phoenixes. In the ancient times when immortals and Buddhas still existed, true spirit roots were referred to as immortal spirit roots, reputed to embody the essence of true immortals. Only then did Yi Yan grasp the terrifying nature of the sword spirit root and understand why the multi-child, multi-fortune system valued Gu Cece so highly. Following that, the multi-child, multi-fortune system revealed more hidden information. Although the current realm struggles to attain immortality, as long as Gu Cece's sword spirit root fully awakens, she would face no bottlenecks in cultivating to the transcendent stage. Moreover, the offspring born from a sword spirit root would likely inherit its swordsmanship talent. Host, please seize the opportunity swiftly. Why Yi Yan felt somewhat bewildered by the multitude of offspring system. Particularly the notion that ascending to immortality in this realm seemed exceedingly difficult left him with the impression that the world of this Liao Zhai was profoundly intricate. Subsequently, Yi Yan posed the most crucial question. How could Gu Cici's sword spirit root be completely awakened? Consuming 10 fourth-tier flying swords to infuse their spiritual essence in a Gu Cici's body seemed insufficient. Rather, 24th-tier flying swords would be a more prudent approach. A treasure utilized at the Yuanshan realm. The value of 4th-tier flying swords was considerable. Even the most inferior 4th-tier flying sword was worth around 20 to 30 million lower-grade spirit stones. Moreover, such items were often scarce in the market, making them difficult to procure. Yin suddenly felt quite impoverished. However, recalling the rewards from the system and the potential of his offspring, he ultimately gritted his teeth and resolved to assist Gu Cici in fully awakening her sword spirit root. As the black mist of the Black Ghost Mountains calamity was entirely eradicated, news began to circulate throughout the southern domain that it was said that among the calamity's cultivators, 2 mid-ancient realm demon kings were dealt with by a single demon king. This news was soon corroborated by the royal family of the Southern Ruins Kingdom, who publicly announced Yi Yan's affiliation with the realm. Consequently, Yi Yan's title as the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River resonated across much of the southern domain within just a few days. Shortly thereafter, the Southern Ruins Kingdom officially entrusted Yi Yan with the governance of Qinghe County and Youhu County, adjacent to Tenglong County. Thus, Yi Yan's dominion expanded by more than double. Tenglong County comprised 3 states and 18 counties. Qinghe County also included 3 states and 13 counties. Even Youhu County, the smallest, boasted 2 states and 11 counties. Altogether, Yi Yan now presided over 3 counties, 8 states, and 42 counties. Furthermore, aside from human settlements, there were countless factions of demons and monsters. Subsequently, the Tenglong River Water Palace busied itself with tributary offerings once more. However, this time, it did not require the intervention of Yi Yan, the Dragon Lord. Merely acknowledging that his territory was managed by the Dragon Lord sufficed. The human and demon denizens of the 2 counties promptly complied with the tribute offerings. For a time, the entire Tenglong River Water Palace was bustling with activity for half a month. Upon confirming Yi Yan's rule over Qinghe and Youhu counties, the very next morning, the entrance to the Tenglong River Water Palace was thronged with various factions bringing tributes to the gate. Prime Minister Gui, the Lu clan of the Ghost Tribe, a golden core sword cultivator, and a Jiao demon were attending to the tribute matters. The Jiao demon, with a booming voice, was responsible for announcing the tribute list. While Prime Minister Gui, as the overseer, received the representatives of the offering factions. The Lu clan and the Golden Core Sword Cultivator utilized their spiritual senses to identify and categorize the tributes. The tribute list from the Youhu County Zhu Pelong Demon Tribe was as follows: 800 medium-grade spirit stones of various attributes, 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and 2 third-tier spiritual herbs. The tribute list from the Qinghe County Jin Jia Crab Demon Tribe was 500 medium-grade spirit stones, 70,000 lower-grade spirit stones, 5 third-tier ores, and 10 third-tier by Ling fruits. Soon, it was the turn of a golden core fox demon to present their tribute. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he immediately discarded the previous formalities, adopting a warm demeanor. "Ah, dear friend from the Fox tribe, you seem remarkably familiar. I feel a certain affinity with you," Prime Minister Gui stated, passing the reception of guests to the Lu clan and then ushering the Fox demon into the Water Palace. "Please, dear friend from the Fox tribe, let's converse within the Water Palace." The Golden Core Fox demon appeared somewhat perplexed and even slightly flattered, feeling unremarkable in strength and lacking wealth compared to the previous Zhu Pelong and Jin Jia Crab tribes. Once inside the Water Palace, Prime Minister Gui's smile grew broader, and he directly inquired, "Are you perhaps the leader of the Bai Ling Mountain Fox tribe?" "Hu Shun, my friend." The fox demon Hu Shun nodded, taken aback, and asked Prime Minister Day, "Do you know someone from my Bai Ling Mountain Fox tribe?" No. Prime Minister Gui shook his head. "That I merely feel a deep connection with you, Hu Shun. I believe we shall be excellent friends in the days to come." As he spoke, Prime Minister Day tentatively inquired, "I have heard that you are blessed with 3 daughters." After a moment's hesitation, the fox demon Hu Shun could only concede. Upon hearing Hu Shun's affirmation, Prime Minister Day nodded with an even brighter smile. He then cut directly to the chase. "I have heard that your eldest daughter is quite extraordinary," ignoring the flustered expression of the fox demon Hu Shun. Prime Minister Gay continued, with the form of a white fox and born with 6 tails, a 6-tailed white fox. You are indeed fortunate. Hushun, as he spoke. Prime Minister Gay slightly bowed towards the grand hall of the water palace and said, "What does Hushun think of our esteemed Dragon Lord? Is there any potential connection with your daughter?" Upon hearing this, Hushun's trepidation vanished, replaced by a genuine smile. Indeed, there is certainly a significant connection. Following this, Prime Minister Gui engaged in lengthy discussions with Hushun within the water palace, eventually bidding him farewell with a smile. Outside, various demons and even humans were left astonished. Why was Prime Minister Gui treating this seemingly weaker fox demon with such courtesy? Moreover, this peculiar treatment had been occurring repeatedly, as several other golden core cultivators and even foundation building youths from the human race had been invited into the water palace for discussions. Among the crowd, a golden core eagle demon calmly revealed the truth. Those who have received special treatment from Prime Minister Gui share a common trait. They have one or more exceptionally beautiful and talented female descendants in their families or clans. Upon hearing this, the various factions began to understand, and they soon thought of the water palace's master, the esteemed Dragon Lord. It was likely that he was seeking a consort among those with commendable female descendants. Many factions felt a surge of excitement, believing their fortunes had arrived. Conversely, some factions lamented the mediocrity of their own female descendants, feeling a pang of frustration. The golden core eagle demon, however, remained indifferent to the situation, stating, "Friends, do not force matters. Do not grow envious of others. Let us focus on our own paths. After all, can we truly rely on others in our quest for immortality? Whether or not we have daughters to enter the water palace is inconsequential. Let us not press for it." Numerous factions nodded in agreement, expressing their respect towards the golden core eagle demon. "We have learned much, esteemed friend. Your steadfastness is admirable. Indeed, the path to immortality must rely on oneself." After this brief interlude, the procession of tributes continued. Next was the previously composed golden core eagle demon. Upon meeting Prime Minister Gui, the eagle demon broke into a broad smile and exclaimed, "Ah, Gui brother, it is good to see you." Prime Minister Gui also chuckled heartily, patting the eagle demon's shoulder. "Eagle brother, it has been too long. Your cultivation has grown remarkably." The golden core eagle demon continued with pleasantries. "Oh, merely a wild demon. How can I compare to you, Gui brother, with such a bright future under the Dragon Lord?" Speaking of which, Prime Minister Gui interjected, "You mentioned in your previous letter regarding your 2 granddaughters? Indeed, my 2 lovely granddaughters have been fortunate. Their bloodlines have awakened." The conversation flowed as Prime Minister Gui and the golden core eagle demon walked shoulder to shoulder into the water palace. Outside, the various factions were left bewildered. Hadn't they just established that it mattered not whether one had daughters to enter the water palace? Hadn't they agreed not to pressure such matters? It appeared the eagle demon had already sent word to Prime Minister Gui. Downstream of the Tenglong River, the waters had converged with other rivers at this junction. The waters were remarkably distinct, with one half clear and the other half dark, creating a unique spectacle. The assembled waters partially seeped underground, while the remainder surged forth, rushing across the land. In midair, Feng Qi pointed at the river and explained to Yin, "Dragon brother, what do you think of this place? Here, the Qingyun River converges and the waters flow towards the Yohu. It is truly the meeting point of the 3 counties. Yin nodded in agreement, stating, "The geographical position is indeed favorable. Establishing a new water palace here would facilitate better management of the 3 counties' territories. However, the spiritual energy in this location is rather thin." Feng Qi nodded in agreement and subsequently proposed a solution to others. This situation might seem trivial. However, for Longxiong, this issue was remarkably easy to resolve. After all, Longxiong possessed 6 significant merits from our southern wilderness kingdom. I recall that within the treasury of Fengming City lies a 4th-tier spiritual vein, which is particularly suitable for Longxiong's water-based spiritual affinity. Beyond Longxiong, there are no other water affinity demon kings in our southern wilderness kingdom. Consequently, that 4th-tier water vein is rather inexpensive, priced at merely 2 significant merits, with the problem of spiritual energy resolved. This location could not be more suitable. Yin nodded in agreement, deciding to establish a new water manor here. After determining the location for the water manor, the next day, Feng Qi, as a member of the royal family, promptly summoned a large number of low-tier cultivators nurtured by the court. Soon after, the construction of the water manor commenced swiftly. The cultivators, being the primary productive force, achieved remarkable progress. Within just a few days, the foundational outline of the water manor had already taken shape in approximately half a month. The construction of the palace was nearly completed to 90%. Yin and Feng Qi arrived to inspect. They beheld a palace resembling jade, standing majestically at the riverbed. The entire structure was a resplendent azure, with pavilions and towers crafted from white jade. Upon closer inspection, even the pillars and tiles were adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, fashioned from precious materials. Furthermore, various spiritual trees, flowers, and rare beasts had already taken residence in the gardens of the water manor. Spiritual springs and exquisite jades, along with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, were artfully placed throughout the chambers as embellishments. Such a sight would lead not only mortals, but even ordinary cultivators and demons to believe they had encountered the legendary underwater dragon palace. Feng Qi, quite pleased, remarked, Long Xiong, what do you think? The craftsmanship of these cultivators is quite impressive. Isn't it? Just look at how grand and magnificent the water manor is, without losing the essence of a celestial abode. Yin nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the craftsmanship is commendable, though it has been rather costly. And that was indeed the case. Yin had invested heavily in this water manor, not to mention, merely for the palace's foundation. The entire structure was made of first-tier azure water jade. Constructing just the rough outline of the water manor had already consumed several million spirit stones. Subsequently, the white jade used for the pavilions was a second-tier spiritual material. Namely, various second-tier and even third-tier materials were utilized as well. Additionally, spiritual trees, flowers, heavenly materials, and rare beasts, among others, were of considerable value. Yin estimated that the establishment of the new water manor would cost him at least tens of millions of spirit stones. While conversing with Feng Qi, Yin suddenly received a transmission from his wives, Yin and Li Yunyang. Leaving him momentarily stunned before elated, he then excitedly turned to Feng Qi, saying, My friend, my wife is pregnant. Feng Qi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the Jiaolong clan had such remarkable reproductive capabilities? He quickly congratulated, Congratulations, Long Xiong. Which sister-in-law is expecting? Yin felt a sense of pride swelling within him as he raised 3 fingers, stating, My beloved Lian, Yunyang, and Shuanger, all 3 are with child. Feng Qi. Soon after, Yin bid farewell to Feng Qi and hurried back to the water manor at Tenglong River in the courtyard of the water manor. Yin and Li Yunyang were animatedly discussing their pregnancies and future child-rearing matters. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang held a precious pearl in her hands, using the Shenin technique to draw forth the unique energy from the pearl. In no time, the extraordinary energy began to nourish the baby within Bai Shuang's womb, enhancing its vitality. Bai Shuang's actions drew curious glances from Yin and Li Yunyang, yet they felt no envy, for they too possessed similar secret methods. In a corner of the courtyard, Lei Pingyun, the only one among the 4 who was not pregnant, gazed at her belly with a resentful expression, feeling quite vexed by her own situation. Before long, Yin entered the backyard. As soon as he stepped in, he could distinctly sense the presence of new life emanating from Yin and the other 2. Upon closer inspection, he even perceived a faint resonance between the children still in their mother's wombs and his own bloodline. Indeed, they were pregnant. Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart filled with exhilaration. Yunyang, Shuanger, you have worked hard. How are you feeling? How are the babies? Yin, Li Yunyang, and Bai Shuang were only then aware of Yan's arrival, and they joyfully chattered excitedly. After listening for a while, Yin comforted the somewhat gloomy Yun Yi, assuring her that they would try harder next time and success would surely follow. After reassuring Yun Yi, Yin turned to Bai Shuang, curious about her actions with the precious pearl. Was it a form of prenatal education for demons? Bai Shuang, with a look of maternal affection, gently caressed her belly and explained. My dear husband, you may not be aware, but this is a secret technique of my Shanine lineage. This pearl increases the chances of conception, which is why I became pregnant so quickly. Moreover, after refining the energy from this pearl, it can purify the bloodline of the child in my womb. With daily reinforcement, the child will be born with an exceptionally pure bloodline, and if fortune favors us, it may even revert to ancestral bloodlines. As she spoke, Bai Shuang made a request. However, this pearl requires sufficient water-based spiritual energy or the essence of water spiritual herbs. Otherwise, the source energy will not suffice, my husband. With that, Bai Shuang gazed at Yi Yin with her tender, water-like eyes. Naturally, Yi Yin agreed for the sake of their child. Rest assured, my dear, I will set a date to go to Fengming City in exchange for that 4th-tier water spiritual vein. Afterwards, I will embed it beneath the new Water Manor Palace, ensuring that the spiritual energy will be ample in the future. He continued, you may also utilize the 2nd and 3rd-tier water spiritual materials in the storage of the Water Manor, for our child's sake. We cannot skimp on these resources. Yi Yin then solemnly addressed his 4 wives, stating, regardless of how many children we may have in the future, I will provide them with the best, ensuring their optimal upbringing. Witnessing Yi Yan's unwavering determination and his decisive arrangements, Bai Shuang felt her love deepen while also sighing in relief. She had heard of many from both the human and demon realms who, after having numerous children, neglected their responsibilities, allowing them to fend for themselves. Subsequently, Yi Yin inquired about the needs of Yi Yulian and Li Yunyang. Since becoming Yi Yan's wife, Yi Yulian had grown less shy, directly stating that she too possessed a similar secret technique. My husband, as you establish this new water manor, I shall take charge of the spiritual garden. I am a spirit of grass and wood, and my bloodline contains the essence of. I possess a secret technique that can enhance the bloodline of the child in my womb, improving their constitution. However, it requires nurturing countless spiritual herbs and plants, enabling them to grow rapidly while providing energy for the child to absorb. Little by little, the child will not only be born with a pure bloodline, but may even awaken innate wood-based abilities. After hearing this, Yi Yin nodded in agreement, contemplating how he would exchange for a large quantity of spiritual herb seeds in Fengming City to give to Yi Yulian. Lastly, there was Li Yunyang. After carefully sensing the energies within the 3 women's wombs, it became clear that Bai Shuang was expecting 1 child. Yi Yulian was pregnant with twins, and as for Li Yunyang, being a dragon fish. Her pregnancy was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, if Yi Yan's senses did not deceive him. Li Yunyang was carrying a total of 4 children, quadruplets. And what about you, Yunyang? What resources or heavenly materials do our children require for nourishment? Upon being asked by Yi Yin, Li Yunyang smiled and replied, I need fortune, blessings, and even merit. Yi Yin was somewhat puzzled. Li Yunyang spoke gently, explaining, I'm a dragon fish, an ethereal spirit of water, naturally able to accumulate fortune and gather blessings and merits. Moreover, unlike other dragonfish, I have awakened a special ability that allows me to share fortune, blessings, and merits with the children in my womb. When my children receive fortune and merits, they can not only enhance their bloodlines, but may even awaken unique abilities or special physiques. Thus, the more fortune and merits I accumulate during my pregnancy, the greater the benefits for the children. Li Yunyang then elaborated on how to acquire fortune, blessings, and merits. My husband, as a dragonfish, I can naturally gather fortune. As long as your influence continues to rise, my fortune will gradually increase, and I can also stabilize the fortune of our water manor, preventing it from easily dissipating. As she spoke, Li Yunyang suddenly found herself enveloped in a wave of melancholy. She recalled how many of her kin had been captured and imprisoned by formidable powers precisely because of their abilities turned into tools to suppress the flow of fortune. She, too, had harbored fears of this fate in the past, which had compelled her to conceal her true self. Sensing Li Yunyang's troubling emotions, Yi Yin offered her comforting words. Do not be distressed, Yunyang. With my protection, both you and our children shall remain unharmed. No one dares to lay a hand on you, that he then asserted with fierce determination. Should anyone dare to, even if they lose a single hair, I will ensure that their entire faction is annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Even the eggs in their kitchen shall be shattered, and the earthworms beneath shall be captured and minced. Such tyranny is unwarranted. Those eggs and worms have done you no wrong," she remarked, giggling at Yi Yan's blend of audacity and humor. Her spirits lifted as she joined in laughter with Yi Yulian, Bai Shuang, and Yun Yi. Subsequently, Li Yunyang discussed the ways to acquire blessings and merits, elucidating that the most effective methods were to summon clouds and rain, thereby unblocking waterways. That why Yi Yin, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Li Yunyang continued, "My husband, in this world, the number of mortals and low-tier spirits vastly exceeds all others. If the weather falters even slightly, a drought lasting a few months or heavy rains for half a month, they suffer grievously. Therefore, what I can do is to bring forth rain during droughts and clear the waterways during floods, enabling their survival. By amassing blessings and merits in this manner, I act with a clear conscience, and the blessings come rightfully, benefiting our children. Moreover, as you hold dominion over a vast territory, there will inevitably be places that suffer disaster. By doing so, those mortals and small factions of spirits who endure calamity will be grateful to you, allowing us to win their hearts and enhancing your reputation." Yi Yin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I have a Jiao demon under my command. Although it lacks great power, it can indeed summon clouds and rain. Our water estate is abundant with aquatic creatures. During floods, we can enlist their aid." 5 days passed, and the water estate was fully constructed. Yi Yin took the opportunity to visit Fengming City, where he exchanged for a 4th-tier water spirit vein and spent a significant merit on a vast quantity of spiritual herb seeds. After refining the 4th-tier spirit vein into the palace of the water estate, Yi Yan's family and the water estate's demon clan promptly settled in. Subsequently, Bai Shuang, benefiting from the rich water spirit energy emanating from the 4th-tier vein and the essence of numerous water-based treasures, allowed the pearl to accumulate an abundance of source energy. Bai Shuang even mentioned to Yi Yan that if she were to bear 4 or 5 more children, this source energy would suffice. Under the continuous influence of the pearl's source energy, Yi Yan sensed the vitality of the child within Bai Shuang grow robust, and the essence of its bloodline had significantly improved. Next came Yi Yulian, who, after moving into the new water estate, received a considerable amount of 2nd and 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, seeds, and even a few 4th-tier spiritual herbs from Yi Yan. Since then, Yi Yulian had often tended to these herbs in the spiritual herb garden, and under her care, they flourished swiftly, with the lower-tier herbs growing at an impressive rate. Even the more delicate 4th-tier herbs, which were typically challenging to nurture, thrived under her attentive care. In return, the spiritual herb bestowed upon Yi Yulian a wealth of wood elemental energy, which she selflessly channeled entirely to the 2 children growing within her. After just over a month, remarkable changes began to manifest in the children within Yi Yulian's womb. In the spiritual herb garden, Yi Yulian excitedly exclaimed to Yi Yan, "Husband, our children have awakened." Yi Yan, perplexed, asked, "Awakened what?" Yi Yulian gently caressed her belly, clearly revealing the intense wood elemental energy emanating from the 2 children. The most concentrated energy resided within their yet-to-form dantian. Upon closer inspection, Yi Yan could even sense 2 seed-like entities. His perceptive abilities allowed him to grasp the situation, and he was filled with ecstatic joy. This Lien Mei, our children have awakened the seeds of divine powers." At that moment, even Yi Yan found himself astounded. Awakened divine powers before birth was an extraordinary boon for the demon clan, signifying that the children would possess innate divine abilities upon their arrival. Distinct from racial or innate powers, innate divine powers were remarkably unique. First, they contained the essence of rules and principles, enabling them to derive other related divine powers from their innate abilities. Secondly, these innate powers would strengthen in tandem with the children's growth, requiring no cultivation or comprehension, devoid of bottlenecks. Subsequently, Yi Yan discerned the nature of the innate powers awakened in the 2 children, feeling both astonished and elated, as he recognized that their innate powers were akin to his own, being one of the 5 elements divine thunder, the wood elemental divine thunder. Like Bai Shuang and Yi Yulian, Li Yunyang's prenatal education had proven remarkably successful. The world of Liaozhai was anything but tranquil, and the 3 prefectures under Yan's rule were no exception. Natural disasters were frequent, not to mention the human calamities arising from conflicts among cultivators. This month alone had seen numerous occurrences of droughts and floods. As such, Li Yunyang tirelessly engaged with the Jiao demons and the Water Estate's demon clan, rapidly accumulating a wealth of blessings and merits. With Yi Yin as her steadfast support, her fortune flourished immensely. Consequently, the 4 children growing within her womb reaped significant benefits. Their bloodlines became increasingly pure, even emanating a faint but palpable pressure that instilled fear in the Jiao demons. Upon learning of this, Yi Yin was equally astonished and, after sensing the situation, joyfully declared, "These 4 children are likely to soon undergo bloodline awakening, and given their circumstances, they shall ascend to a higher form of dragonfish." Subsequently, I recalled a matter of significance. I had indeed acquired the celestial level technique known as the Dragonfish 9 transformations. Without delay, I imparted this knowledge to Li Yunyang. However, she chose not to commence her cultivation immediately, expressing her desire to focus on bringing our child into the world first. Other considerations would be set aside for the time being. She then joyfully declared that, in due course, this technique would be passed on to our 4 children. Her only wish was that they would grow to achieve great things, capable of protecting their mother, Yin, their father, and their aunts, as well as their siblings. Why Yin smiled, though he did not believe there would come a day when he would require the protection of his children. Furthermore, due to Yin's diligent efforts, Lei Pangyun also successfully conceived. Aside from matters concerning offspring, Yi Yan's endeavors in developing his territory proceeded remarkably well. The previous golden core sword cultivator, whom Yi Yan referred to as Yang Jia Erlang, had now ascended to the position of chief cultivator within the Water Mansion's Resource Development Department. His subordinates comprised not only the Water Mansion's demon clans, but also a considerable number of humans, monsters, and other supernatural beings at his command. Consequently, vast deposits of spirit stone mines, medicinal gardens, and various metallic spiritual ores were swiftly discovered and put into extraction. Within just over a month, a substantial quantity of spirit stones and resources had been deposited into the Water Mansion's treasury. At this moment, Prime Minister Turtle was leading the Water Mansion's demon clan on a matrimonial expedition. While other subordinates were tasked with various responsibilities, Prime Minister Turtle, being the most trusted aide of Dragon Lord Yi Yan, was equally determined to make his mark. Seizing the opportunity presented by the recent tribute from Allied forces, Prime Minister Turtle had also gathered a wealth of information, including details about exceptional women from the demon, ghost, and even human races. However, out of prudence, he felt it necessary to personally assess a few candidates before he could be at ease. Thus, he journeyed forth to explore and propose a union that, in contrast to the previous marriage proposal from the Water Mansion, Prime Minister Turtle's entourage this time was considerably more lavish. Firstly, as a testament to his effectiveness, Yi Yan had granted him all the techniques of the Demon King, along with ample resources, allowing Prime Minister Turtle to smoothly advance to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Additionally, flanking him were a robust, dark gray-skinned man on his left and a tall, slender figure of aquamarine hue on his right, both of whom were Golden Core-level great demons. The remaining subordinates, even those performing menial tasks, were primarily at the late or peak stages of their transformations. As the influence of Dragon Lord Yi Yan expanded, many of his diligent subordinates were rewarded handsomely. The gray-black man, a catfish spirit, and the slender aquamarine figure, a freshwater lobster demon, were among the first to ascend to the Golden Core stage due to their rewards. The other lesser demons also received substantial accolades, resulting in significant surges in their cultivation and power. During the journey, the Water Mansion's demon clan was in high spirits, well aware that following Prime Minister Turtle meant they would reap the benefits. The catfish spirit and lobster demon understood the significance of the mission. "Prime Minister, which demon clans are we proposing to this time?" they inquired. Prime Minister Turtle stroked his beard with a sense of pride and replied, "This time, it involves not only demon clans, but also humans, ghosts, and even spirits. Altogether, we shall approach at least 7 or 8 families." He then fervently wished, "Let us hope that all goes smoothly and that the qualities of the women from these clans meet Dragon Lord's expectations." Within just 2 days, the Water Mansion's delegation arrived at their first destination, the White Spirit Mountain located in Qinghe County. Prime Minister Turtle's primary objective was the clan of the six-tailed white fox. Upon their arrival, they were met by Hu Shun, the fox demon, who had gathered his kin at the foot of the mountain in eager anticipation. In addition to the fox clan, two distinctly different demon clans were also present. One was a group of wild boar demons, characterized by their dark brown bodies and formidable tusks, even in human form. The second clan, donned in azure robes, exuded an aura of coldness and was known as the Qingye Snake Clan. Prime Minister Turtle recognized the leaders of both clans, as they were familiar faces from the last tribute to the Water Mansion. As soon as Prime Minister Turtle made his presence known, Hu Shun approached him with delight, exclaiming, "Old man, I awoke to the sound of magpies this morning. It was truly a sign of auspicious visitors." He then introduced Prime Minister Turtle to his kin, saying, "Gentlemen, this is our Water Mansion's Prime Minister Turtle, a highly esteemed figure in the realms of Tenglong, Qinghe, and Yohu, deeply trusted by Dragon Lord." With that, Hu Shun gave a thumbs up. Prime Minister Turtle, not one to boast, replied with a warm smile, "Hu brother, you are too kind and I, old turtle, hardly deserve such accolades. As for the trust of Dragon Lord, I am both humbled and profoundly grateful, wishing only to serve with utmost dedication." Soon after, the Wild Boar and Qingye Snake clans, led by their respective leaders, bowed respectfully to Prime Minister Turtle. Ever since our last encounter, I have greatly missed you, Prime Minister. Might I have the honor of hosting a feast in your honor? One of the boar demons proposed. Indeed, Prime Minister, it would be a rare opportunity to host you for a banquet in our snake clan, chimed in the other. Prime Minister Turtle reciprocated the gestures of goodwill, but appeared somewhat distant and formal towards the boar and snake demons compared to Hu Shun. "Thank you, my friends, but as much as I appreciate the invitation, I come with pressing matters at hand." After the formalities, Prime Minister Turtle refrained from further pleasantries and led the Water Mansion-S demons onward with the Fox clan towards White Spirit Mountain. Once he departed, the two Golden Core great demons from the Boar and Snake clans expressed their disappointment and bitterness. That old fox is truly fortunate to have the chance to ally with the Dragon Lord. One lamented, "Indeed, if this union materializes, we shall have to bow our heads in respect whenever we encounter him." The other agreed, feeling helpless, as their own lineage lacked any attractive and high-blooded female demons. Before long, Prime Minister Turtle's entourage reached the White Spirit Mountain, where they visited the residence of the Hu family. There, in the courtyard surrounded by blooming flowers, Prime Minister Turtle beheld his goal, the eldest daughter of the Hu family. Hu Yujie, dressed in a flowing white gown, her exquisite beauty surpassed even that of the flowers around her, appearing more delicate and radiant. Her lovely visage was complemented by a splendid figure, but it was her ethereal aura that truly captivated. Standing there quietly, she exuded an air of purity and otherworldliness, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy untouched by mortal affairs. Yet, with the slightest flutter of her lashes or a blink of her enchanting eyes, she revealed a myriad of alluring charms. Prime Minister Turtle could not help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, Hu brother, your eldest daughter is a vision of unparalleled beauty, a true gem." Hearing his words, Hu Yujie became aware of her guests but showed no signs of shyness. She was already informed by her father about the Dragon Lord's proposal and had given her consent. With poise, she approached Prime Minister Turtle and greeted him courteously. "I am honored to meet the esteemed Prime Minister of the Water Mansion. My father has mentioned you frequently during this time." Prime Minister Turtle returned the gesture, saying, "I cannot accept the title of esteemed elder. It may very well be that I shall soon be addressing you as your highness." "Lady," he then candidly inquired, "may I ask if your lineage traces back to the six-tailed white fox?" Hu Yujie, pleased with the proposal, did not hesitate to reveal her heritage. Once, 6 long, elegant white fox tails unfurled behind her. With their appearance, her aura transformed, radiating an extraordinary sense of fortune, health, and the favor of the heavens. Simultaneously, her cultivation at the Golden Core stage became evident. Prime Minister Turtle promptly employed a secret technique to confirm her lineage and nodded in approval. "Lady Yujie, you are indeed a six-tailed white fox, a legendary auspicious beast. This aura and this bloodline are truly exceptional. This union shall surely come to fruition." After concluding their discussion, the Tortoise Chancellor resumed deliberations with the Hu family's father and daughter regarding matters of marriage. Once their conversation reached a satisfactory conclusion, the Tortoise Chancellor made his farewells and departed towards his next destination. Soon, the entourage of the Tortoise Chancellor left Qinghe County, heading toward the residence of an old friend, the Golden Dan Eagle Demon residing in Yohu County. However, midway through their journey, in a remote mountain range, the Tortoise Chancellor unexpectedly encountered a group of human cultivators. Upon meeting, both parties were taken aback, as neither had anticipated encountering others in such a desolate wilderness, especially those possessing Golden Dan-level experts. Having traversed the lands for many years, the Tortoise Chancellor could instantly discern that the individuals before him were not benevolent. Without even needing to see them, the stench of blood emanating from their bodies was unmistakable, that a closer inspection revealed that the cultivators either wielded soul banners or carried coffins upon their backs. Their flying artifacts bore the likeness of skulls or ghostly figures. Clearly, these were human ghost cultivators or demonic practitioners. The Tortoise Chancellor swiftly reached a conclusion, yet remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, the human cultivators, after probing the Water Faction S group with their spiritual senses, began to communicate telepathically. 3 Golden Dan Great Demons, and all of them water creatures. This is quite the catch. Are we really going to let such fat sheep slip away? Before the band of robbing cultivators could solidify their intentions, the Tortoise Chancellor spoke calmly. Esteemed human friends, I am the Tortoise Chancellor of the Water Faction of Tenglong River, that I pass through this place on urgent business. Our Lord, the Dragon Monarch of the Water Faction, is a Yuanshan Realm Demon King, as is Lord Yin. The Tortoise Chancellor, experienced and knowledgeable, recognized their repeated telepathic exchanges likely stemmed from malicious intent. However, while he harbored no fear of these cultivators, he did not wish for them to impede his urgent matters. Thus, he decisively invoked the name of his formidable backing to intimidate the band of robbers, as anticipated, upon hearing of the Yuanshan Realm Demon King. Most of the human robbers extinguished their nefarious thoughts. The leader of the robbers, contemplating his own crucial mission, did not wish to take unnecessary risks. He clasped his hands and said, "Let there be no misunderstanding. Esteemed demon friends, we merely cultivate the ghostly and demonic paths, which does not make us villains. Since the Tortoise Chancellor has urgent matters, we shall part ways here. Please proceed." After this exchange, the group of robbers stepped aside, allowing the Water Faction's entourage to pass. "You are too courteous, my friends," the old tortoise expressed his gratitude. "We shall take our leave first. However, fate often takes unexpected turns, and human greed is difficult to suppress." Just as the Tortoise Chancellor's party had taken a few steps, one of the ghost cultivators swiftly summoned his soul banner, unleashing a horde of vengeful spirits upon the Water Faction's group. Simultaneously, the ghost cultivator shouted to incite his comrades. "What are we afraid of? The Yuanshan Realm Demon King is not among them. Can we be frightened by mere words from that old tortoise? We are 6 Golden Dan experts. How can we easily let this group of fat sheep escape? Remember, a Golden Dan Great Demon is a treasure trove in itself." Hearing this, 2 of the robbers were stirred to action, joining in the assault against the Water Faction's group. The Tortoise Chancellor and his companions were well prepared, instantly unleashing a variety of divine abilities. The leader of the robbers swore he had no intent to engage in conflict. But given the circumstances, there was no turning back. As he commanded, the coffin behind him stirred, and several corpse-fabricating creatures leaped forth. "Brothers, kill them!" In an instant, various divine abilities and magical artifacts clashed, despite facing 6 Golden Dan robbers. The Water Faction, though numerically at a disadvantage, found themselves in an unexpectedly balanced confrontation. Within the Water Faction S ranks, the shape-shifting demon clan did not lag behind. Instead, they split into 2 combat formations at the onset of battle. One formation comprised approximately 30 shape-shifting demons. Utilizing a unique formation, these 60 shape-shifting demons managed to stall 2 early-stage Golden Dan cultivators momentarily. Additionally, the Catfish Spirit and the Lobster Demon, though recently advanced, wielded exquisite 3rd-tier artifacts of formidable power. Coupled with the demon race's robust physique and powerful abilities, they held their ground admirably. Meanwhile, the Tortoise Chancellor transformed into his true form, a tortoise, and unleashed his divine abilities and artifacts, single-handedly confronting two Golden Dan cultivators while still retaining some leeway. After modifying his Demon King's cultivation technique, the Tortoise Chancellor gained immense strength, and even the late-stage Golden Dan robbers dared not confront him head-on. Their attacks were easily resisted by the Tortoise Chancellor's innate shell. After a moment of stalemate, the Tortoise Chancellor revealed his trump card. He hurled 3 third-tier talismans, which promptly unleashed massive ice spikes upon the two Golden Dan cultivators. Before they could react, he produced 4 additional third-tier late-stage talismans, specifically ice prison talismans. Soon, the two Golden Dan robbers found themselves encased in ice, unable to escape for the time being. Witnessing this, the Tortoise Chancellor wasted no time. Channeling his magical power, a mountain-like artifact soared from within him, rapidly enlarging to 100 zhong in size, and crashed down upon the ice prison. The two Golden Dan cultivators, having just freed themselves from the ice prison, had no time to react before the mountain descended, instantly crushing them to death. Subsequently, with his hands free, the Tortoise Chancellor continued to assist the water demons in swiftly eliminating the remaining robbers. Once the skirmish concluded and the spoils of war were collected, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Upon opening the storage bag of the robber's leader, a jade tablet emitted a sudden flash of light. A calm voice then resonated. "Hurry and escort that dragon to us. Otherwise, if you delay, the master shall not spare you." With that, the jade tablet returned to its tranquil state. The Tortoise Chancellor and his group stood in stunned silence for a moment, before discovering a dragon within a spirit beast bag, disguised as a ghostly banner. The creature possessed a dragon's head and a serpent's body, with 4 claws protruding from its belly, and its scales shimmered a deep purple. While the specific identity of this dragon remained unclear, the oppressive aura of its bloodline sent shivers down the spines of the Tortoise Chancellor and the other demons. This led the Tortoise Chancellor to realize that this dragon likely possessed an extraordinary lineage. However, the dragon was currently unconscious, bound tightly by a chain-like artifact. Despite his best efforts, the Tortoise Chancellor was unable to break the chains or awaken the dragon. After much exertion, he ultimately had to resign to placing the dragon back into the spirit beast bag. He then resolved to return to the water faction immediately after visiting his old friend and present the dragon to Lord Yin. Soon after, the Tortoise Chancellor led the water faction's group onward once more. Within a day, they reached their destination, the territory of the White Brow Eagle clan in Yohu County. Upon arriving at the Eagle clan's domain, the Tortoise Chancellor reunited with his old friend, the White Brow Eagle Demon. In AO, without further pleasantries, the Tortoise Chancellor, preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious dragon, expressed his eagerness to return to the water faction. Thus, he directly conveyed to the Eagle Demon, "Brother Eagle, we are well acquainted. So I shall dispense with further formalities that in short, my lord, the Dragon Monarch, has simple criteria for a mate, a clear lineage, a powerful bloodline, and exceptional beauty." The Eagle Demon, in AO, wasted no time and promptly summoned his 2 granddaughters to come forth. He also took the opportunity to boast, "I'm not merely bragging. My 2 granddaughters possess both beauty and bloodline. In my youth, I prided myself on having the purest bloodline among the White Brow Eagles. Yet I only advanced to the Golden Dan stage at over 100 years of age. However, my 2 granddaughters, one at 18 and the other at 19, have already entered the Golden Dan stage. Yet, possessing such an excellent bloodline is also a double-edged sword. I have not dared to let them leave the clan's territory for years." The Tortoise Chancellor thought to himself, "I cannot compete. After all, I, the old tortoise, have no descendants." Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy toward his old friend, for having 2 granddaughters with ancestral bloodlines was a rare occurrence. Others' ancestors may have been blessed, but few could claim such fortune. As in AO finished speaking, his 2 granddaughters arrived, promptly greeting the Tortoise Chancellor with a respectful, "Greetings, Grandpa Tortoise." However, upon a mere glance, the Turtle Prime Minister was momentarily taken aback. The reason being that among the 2 granddaughters of the Eagle Demon in AO, one possessed a potent avian demon bloodline, though for the time being, its exact nature remained unknown. This was not an issue. However, the other granddaughter was astonishingly neither an avian demon nor even a demon of any kind. Her human visage was strikingly evident, devoid of any trace of demonic essence. Yet, the energy emanating from her human form was far from the magical power typical of human cultivators. Old Eagle, your granddaughter. Ah, I nearly forgot to mention, my eldest granddaughter is a human girl I rescued and took in over a decade 8G ODAS for her bloodline awakening, Brother Turtle. Have you ever heard of the Witch Clan? The Turtle Prime Minister found himself somewhat unfamiliar with this race, but after a moment of reflection, he recalled fragments of information about this rare lineage. The Witch Clan, akin to humans yet distinct, is one of the innate races said to have emerged from the earth itself, embodying a unity of body and soul, naturally gifted with divine powers. Many of their formidable members wield authority over the underworld. Contemplating this, the Turtle Prime Minister felt a stirring within that he then carefully sensed the aura of Ing Ao's eldest granddaughter. Indeed, her spirit and physical form were inextricably intertwined, a clear indication of the Witch Clan's traits. The Turtle Prime Minister nodded in approval, a smile blossoming upon his face. As for the awakening of a human's Witch Clan bloodline, he was not taken aback. It is common knowledge within the realm of Liaozhai that apart from the dragon lineage of demon races, humans are notoriously known for their lack of reproductive isolation with most other races, not to mention the potential for awakening bloodlines from the Witch Clan, even the Ghost Clan, or even the Caterpillar Clan. Subsequently, the Turtle Prime Minister found himself envious of his old friend Ing Ao. How fortunate to have acquired a granddaughter who could awaken such a powerful and rare bloodline. It must have taken countless ancestral graves to produce such a fortune. Then, the eagle demon Ing Ao diligently introduced his two granddaughters to the Turtle Prime Minister. This is my eldest granddaughter, Ing Tutu, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, who has awakened the Earth Witch bloodline. Ing Tutu then demonstrated her powers without uttering incantations or hand seals. By channeling her energy, she summoned the Earth's leyline energy to envelop herself in a protective shield of earthy hue, simultaneously enhancing her physical prowess to such an extent that even the Turtle Prime Minister felt a formidable threat emanating from her. Following her display, the Turtle Prime Minister applauded profusely, exclaiming, "What remarkable divine abilities! Truly remarkable." Next, Ing Ao introduced his second granddaughter, who was his biological granddaughter. This is my second granddaughter, Ing Qingqing, also at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, who has awakened the Gale Wind Sky Eagle bloodline. The Gale Wind Sky Eagle bloodline is indeed impressive, suggesting that your white-browed Eagle clan possesses a noteworthy heritage. Since becoming the exclusive matchmaker for Dragon Lord Yin, the Turtle Prime Minister had gained a deeper understanding of various bloodlines and physiques across many races. He was well aware of the Gale Wind Sky Eagle's esteemed reputation. It is said that in their world, the distance between heaven and earth spans 100,000 zhong, with the sky beneath 10,000 zhong remaining tranquil. While the sky above is rife with fierce gales, the higher one ascends, the more terrifying the gales become, with the most extreme winds capable of overwhelming even semi-immortals undergoing tribulation. The Gale Wind Sky Eagles are unique, naturally consuming and refining these gales to cultivate their magical powers and physical form. The purer the bloodline, the higher their cultivation, allowing them to devour more formidable gales. Thus, among demon races of the same tier, the Gale Wind Sky Eagles possess exceptional abilities and unparalleled speed. Ing Qingqing then showcased her prowess. With a slight parting of her cherry lips, a stream of azure gale erupted forth, with a slight enhancement of her magical power. The azure gale instantaneously unleashed a terrifying force. The Turtle Prime Minister, with his keen perception, recognized the gale at once. What a formidable gale! If my guesses are correct, this is the gale that sweeps across 10,000 zhong above, the azure flow tempest. Ing Qingqing nodded and, with a flick of her cherry lips, drew the gale back within. The eagle demon Ing Ao, brimming with pride, inquired, "So, Brother Turtle, what do you think of my second granddaughter?" "Excellent, excellent." Upon witnessing that Ing Qingqing also possessed an extraordinary bloodline, the Turtle Prime Minister's face lit up with joy. Both of the Eagle clan's granddaughters were not only striking in appearance, but also exceptional in lineage, surely fated to be connected with my Dragon Lord. Subsequently, the Turtle Prime Minister and the Ing family discussed the matter of marriage, and soon he hastened back to the Water Palace. After the Turtle Prime Minister's departure, the Ying family began conversing about Dragon Lord Yin. Ying Ao felt a pang of guilt regarding his two granddaughters and sighed deeply before asking, "Do you harbor any resentment towards me for not consulting you more before promising you to the Dragon Lord?" Ying Tutu shook her head, her eyes reflecting a steadfast gentleness. "Of course, not that I understand that Grandpa only wishes the best for us. Moreover, the Spirit Realm King, rumored to possess unparalleled combat strength, is undoubtedly a worthy match." Ying Qingqing, however, pouted with a hint of pride, declaring, "If Grandpa desires me to marry, I shall comply. But know this, my demon clan children are not so easily subdued," with a mix of pride and innocence. She added, "I can marry him, but if we are to have children, he must earn my unwavering love and devotion." Upon hearing this, Ying Tutu suddenly blushed, her curiosity piquing about her future husband, the esteemed Dragon Lord. Meanwhile, the eagle demon Ying Ao chuckled heartily. With the Dragon Lord's prowess and demeanor, how could he not win your heart? I fear you may end up clinging to him every day, in stark contrast to their leisurely journey there. The return to the Water Palace was marked by a swift pace that, in just over a day, the entourage arrived back at the Water Palace. Upon entering, the Turtle Prime Minister promptly conveyed a message to Dragon Lord Yin. He also instructed the Catfish Spirit and Lobster Demon to keep a close watch over the demon races in the entourage, ensuring they did not wander off and recommending they find a secluded cave for temporary residence. The matter of the Flood Dragon must remain confidential. Both demons understood the gravity of the situation. After the Turtle Prime Minister's departure, they led the group of demons, distributing numerous spirit stones as rewards. One took on a stern demeanor, while the other wore a more amiable expression, guiding all the demons to a cave for their cultivation. They even decided to reside in the cave together for the time being. In the Grand Hall of the Water Palace, upon meeting Yin, the Turtle Prime Minister promptly bowed in respect. "Your humble servant pays his respects to the Dragon Lord." Yin waved his hand, indicating for the Turtle Prime Minister to rise. "There is no need for such formalities, Brother Turtle. You are one of my most trusted aides." "Your humble servant is overwhelmed," he replied. "However, I have urgent matters to report to the Dragon Lord." The Turtle Prime Minister then recounted the matchmaking endeavors. My endeavors have been quite fruitful. Both granddaughters of the Eagle Demon are exceptionally beautiful and of remarkable lineage. The eldest daughter of the Hoof family from White Spirit Mountain is a true beauty, possessing the bloodline of the auspicious beast among demons, the six-tailed white fox, with a commendable cultivation at the early Golden Core stage. Yin nodded, contemplating. The six-tailed white fox is indeed a worthy match. After all, how could one engage in romance with fox demons upon arriving in the Liaozhai world? Continuing, the Turtle Prime Minister remarked, "As for my old friend, the Eagle Demon, his two granddaughters are also impressive." Thus, I took the liberty of agreeing to this union. Yin nodded in understanding, reassured by the Turtle Prime Minister's diligence. But what of the bloodlines of Ying's sisters? The eldest granddaughter is an adopted human who has awakened the earth. Which bloodline? The second granddaughter, however, has awakened her ancestral bloodline, returning to the Gale Wind Sky Eagle. Upon hearing the mention of the Witch clan, Yin was taken aback, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. What connections does this Liaozhai world have with the terrifying primordial world? The earthly sovereign, the city of the wronged souls, the Witch clan. Surely these are not mere coincidences. And what are the vanished deities? As Yin pondered, the Turtle Prime Minister unveiled another revelation. However, my hasty return to the Water Palace also bears an even more pressing matter. With that, he produced a coffin-like spirit beast bag. A radiant glow emanated from it, revealing a Tenglong purple flood dragon before Yin. The Turtle Prime Minister explained how he had encountered the flood dragon after repelling an attack from human cultivators during his journey. At the very moment when the Tortoise Prime Minister unleashed the purple flood dragon, Yin was suddenly taken aback, for at that instant, a fragment of his previous life's memory surged forth in his mind. Subsequently, Yin waved his hand, signaling the Tortoise Prime Minister to withdraw. Though perplexed, the Tortoise Prime Minister asked no further questions and retreated without hesitation. Once the Tortoise Prime Minister had departed, a stream of water flowed forth from Yin's body. Under his control, the water enveloped all the chains binding the flood dragon. "Break," With a soft command, the sinuous stream of water contracted instantaneously. In the next moment, the chains, which had stumped the tortoise prime minister for half a day, shattered explosively. After accomplishing this, Yin addressed the purple flood dragon with a calm demeanor. Do you wish to continue pretending to be unconscious, descendant of the Ao clan? Instantly, the tightly shut eyes of the purple flood dragon opened, and in a frigid tone, it inquired, "Who are you? How do you know of my identity?" Yin offered no explanation, revealing the true form of the flood dragon instead. The two dragons, one large and one small, locked eyes in a moment of silence. Eventually, the purple flood dragon bowed its head and softly expressed, "Thank you, Uncle, for your timely rescue that Ao Ing am deeply grateful." Upon finishing, the purple flood dragon transformed into human form. A young woman clad in a flowing purple gown appeared, her features exquisitely refined, exuding a striking charisma. And no sooner had she assumed her human shape than she performed a deep bow to Yin. Yin also transformed into human form, nodding in acknowledgement, indicating that as members of the same dragon clan, such formalities were unnecessary. He then straightforwardly divulged the origins of the purple flood dragon. As a pure-blood purple flood dragon, you must belong to the deep-sea thunder dragon clan of the EC. This clan is rare, with only about 15 remaining in this world, judging by your cultivation and age. You must be the daughter of Ao Lei. May I ask if you're the eldest or the second daughter? With a sigh of relief, Ao incompletely trusted Yin and proceeded to reveal the truth. Indeed, Uncle has a discerning eye. My father is Ao Lei, and I am his second daughter, named Ao Ing. I have met your father on several occasions in the memories of his previous life, it was known that the Dragon Clan, particularly the Flood Dragon lineage, maintained close ties. The Flood Dragons primarily inhabited the East Wilderness or the various seas, where numerous factions thrived. Thus, in the face of external threats, the Flood Dragon clan exhibited a commendable unity. In his former life, Yin had interacted with several Flood Dragons, with Ao Ing's father being one of them. It was during a casual conversation with his kin that Ao Lei had once revealed details about his daughter. Little did he expect that today, his own tortoise prime minister would save the life of this old acquaintance's daughter. Why? Yin then inquired, "Ao Ing, why are you not cultivating in the East Sea? How did you end up in the southern domain? Moreover, how did a mere handful of human golden core cultivators manage to capture you?" Yin expressed his astonishment, for the deep-sea thunder dragon bloodline was extraordinary. Even among pure-blood flood dragons, it ranked highly. The deep-sea thunder dragon possessed formidable physical strength and devastating abilities, making it virtually invincible among its peers during the golden core stage. Furthermore, Ao Ying's father was a peak spirit transformation realm demon king, and her mother was also in the late spirit transformation stage. Boasting a formidable background and an array of hidden trump cards, it was hard to believe that she could be captured by mere golden core cultivators. Even against two weaker spirit transformation cultivators, Ao Ing should have been able to escape. Hearing Yin's bewilderment, Ao Ing could only smile wryly before she began to explain. Though familial issues should not be aired in public, given that you have saved my life, and since you are an old acquaintance of my father, I shall not conceal the truth. This matter begins with my elder sister. Yin then gleaned the general circumstances surrounding the incident. It was in essence a tale of a lovesick young woman ensnared by a nefarious man. Ao Ying's elder sister, Ao possessed exceptional bloodlines from a young age, thus reaching the spirit transformation stage by merely a century old. For the Flood Dragon clan, a century was merely the age of youth. While their parents were away, the two sisters clandestinely ventured out. They traveled and explored, encountering numerous malicious demons and humans along the way. However, thanks to her elder sister's strength as a spirit transformation realm demon king, they navigated these dangers safely. More than a decade ago, they arrived in the southern domain, where they encountered a pig dragon, akin to a crocodile. This crocodile demon, possessing only late golden core cultivation and an ordinary bloodline, had merely fortuitously spent hundreds of years to reach that stage. Logically, their paths should not have crossed. Yet during a treasure-seeking competition in a secret realm, the crocodile demon and her elder sister formed a bond. Astonishingly, they grew increasingly close, eventually becoming romantically involved, despite Ao Ying's desperate attempt to dissuade her elder sister from this union. Ao Yu seemed utterly enchanted by the crocodile demon, insisting on marrying him. Ultimately, 8 years ago, they wed and settled in the southern domain's southern ghost kingdom, although Ao Yu was subdued by her husband. This was merely the beginning of their troubles. Repeated attempts to prevent her sister from associating with the crocodile demon strained the sisters' relationship. Consequently, Ao Ying distanced herself from her elder sister, wandering the southern domain alone. Utilizing her bloodline and abilities, along with her parents' hidden resources, Ao Ying had managed to remain safe and sound. However, not long ago, she received a message from her elder sister via a transmission jade pendant, acquired from a golden core turtle demon that in the pendant. Her sister lamented that the crocodile demon had changed his heart, leaving her not only betrayed, but also imprisoned. Fuming with rage, Ao Ying rushed to rescue her sister, only to be ambushed en route. The crocodile demon had advanced to the spirit transformation realm in just a few years and wielded considerable ghostly abilities, with the assistance of a late spirit transformation ghost. Ao Ying, despite her numerous hidden cards, was ultimately overpowered and captured by those golden core cultivators. Were it not for the Tortoise Prime Minister's intervention, she could have faced an even graver fate. Upon hearing this, Yin felt a sense of helplessness. When did the Flood Dragon clan become entangled in such a devoted and infatuated romance? Could it be that extremes lead to reversal? However, Yin did not propose to assist Sister Ao. Firstly, the matter concerning her sister Ao Yu was rather peculiar, and there seemed to be considerable depth to it. Secondly, Yin had more pressing matters to attend to. He then arranged for Ao Ying to recuperate and rest at the water mansion before departing. Ao Ying said little, remaining in a daze for quite some time after Yi Yan's departure. Upon leaving the water mansion, Yi Yan swiftly took flight in a specific direction, heading towards the southwestern region of the southern domain, with his destination being a location over 100,000 miles away, the largest black market in the southern domain. Since learning about Gu CC Sword Spirit Root, Yi Yan had been particularly attentive to the matter of 4th-tier flying swords. However, 4th-tier artifacts were inherently precious, let alone 4th-tier flying swords, even if Yi Yan expended the last of his 2 major merits. He would only be able to acquire 3 flying swords from the Southern Wilderness National Treasury. Not long ago, Feng Qi had transmitted a message to him, stating that a considerable number of 4th-tier artifacts had suddenly appeared in the Southern Domain's largest black market, which might include the flying swords he desired. Thus, Yi Yan could not afford to linger over the matters concerning the Ao sisters. After all, for Yi Yan, Gu CC Sword Spirit Root represented the most significant opportunity he had encountered, and he naturally wished to seize it. Having mastered the divine ability of Thousand Thundercloud movement, Yi Yan's speed and evasion was no longer a weakness that in just a brief moment, he covered a distance of 1,000 miles. Soon after, having traversed approximately half a day's time, Yi Yan arrived at the boundary of the southern domain. This area was characterized by a continuous range of mountains, beyond which lay the former Western Territory. At the opposite end of the mountains was a world resembling a shattered mirror. The once sacred land of the Buddhist sect, the Western Territory, had completely vanished, replaced by a region now referred to as the Broken Western Territory. The former Western Territory of the Liaozhai world was relatively prosperous compared to other regions. Various Buddhist sects congregated here, and occasionally, arhats descended to recite scriptures and impart teachings. However, after the disappearance of the myriad deities and Buddhas thousands of years ago, a multitude of shattered small worlds fell into the Western Territory overnight. With the disappearance of the immortal experts of the Buddhist sects, the Western Territory was unable to withstand such a terrifying catastrophe. Consequently, a significant portion of the Western Territory was obliterated by the first wave of shattered small worlds. Less than half a month later, a second wave of shattered small worlds descended. Within less than 6 months, the entire Western Territory transformed into its current state, with layers upon layers of shattered small worlds piling up. Simultaneously, various natural disasters triggered by the fracturing of these small worlds ravaged the land, rendering the Western Territory increasingly inhospitable for ordinary beings. Even a being of Yi Yan's caliber, a Yuan Shun realm demon king, dared not linger there for too long. Nevertheless, The emergence of numerous shattered small worlds brought forth a wealth of cultivation resources, creating an unusual prosperity within the Western Territory. Yin then focused on a particular location in the void and waved his hand that a jade token flew from his palm, and shortly thereafter, a temporary passage appeared before him. Intriguingly, what a grand scheme. It was indeed a cave heaven. Upon witnessing this passage, Yin was quite astonished, as it possessed the power of a cave heaven. He surmised that the black market was likely situated within a cave heaven in the void. Without further hesitation, Yin traversed the passage and soon arrived at the so-called black market. As he entered, the rules of the cave heaven immediately constrained his descent. Subsequently, a pre-established set of black market regulations resonated in his ears. First, flying is prohibited in the black market. Second, using one's realm to impose pressure, coercive buying, and selling is forbidden. Third, combat is prohibited. Violators will be executed if below the return to void realm. Those who return to void will be subjected to restrictions and imprisoned for 100 years. The black market's rules were indeed domineering, leaving Yin somewhat astonished. Remarkably, even those in the Yuanshan realm could be killed without hesitation. Even those in the return to void realm were threatened with restrictions and 100-year imprisonment. This was quite extraordinary. It should be noted that in the current Liaozhai world, transcending tribulation realm semi-mortals were nearly non-existent, while the return to void realm represented the pinnacle of existence. Yin speculated that the overseer of this black market was likely a transcending tribulation realm semi-immortal, or at the very least, a collective of numerous return to void realm experts. As the transmission concluded, a black veil, condensed from the rules of the cave heaven, enveloped Yin. This was a protective measure afforded to every guest entering the black market, enabling them to evade scrutiny and conceal their true identities. Upon entering the black market, Yin observed a myriad of races bustling about. Humans, demons, and even the mere folk unique to the Eastern Sea, as well as ancient clans from the northern lands, were present. Each individual displayed considerable strength, with the weakest among them possessing foundational cultivation, while many were at the golden core stage. That it was evident that the shattered Western Territory had an abundance of valuable items. As Yin inspected several stalls and discovered numerous treasures, moreover, there were many establishments catering to affluent golden core individuals and even high-end shops dedicated to Yuanshan realm business. However, Yin did not linger and proceeded directly to the center of the black market. Soon he found himself before a massive shield encasing the central area. Thanks to Feng Qi's intelligence, Yin was quite familiar with this black market to access the center. One either needed to possess Yuanshan realm cultivation or have a fortune of 100 million spirit stones. Yin then radiated his Yuanshan realm power, and his form blended into the shield. Inside the shield lay the heart of the black market. The vast central area contained only two structures, both situated on floating islands suspended in mid-air. One was a fiery red palace, while the other was a pristine, cool white tower. Together, they symbolized the sun and moon, solar and lunar. The Red Palace opened once every 100 years and was said to host the largest auction in the southern domain. During this time, many return to Void Realm powerhouses would gather, for the auction would present numerous items of utility for them. In contrast, the White Tower would invite affluent Golden Core or Yuanshan Realm individuals for an auction whenever a substantial number of fourth-tier spiritual artifacts appeared in the black market. At this moment, akin to Yin, a multitude of guests had gathered in the black market center, with a significant proportion being Yuanshan Realm experts. That a glance revealed that the number of Yuanshan Realm experts exceeded several dozen. Over the next 2 days, the influx of guests continued to rise, surpassing 200, with more than 60 of them being Yuanshan Realm experts. At this juncture, a voice resonated, announcing the commencement of the Moon Palace auction, inviting all friends to ascend to the Moon Palace. The floating island of the Moon Palace emanated a radiant white light, and 6 bridges of condensed moonlight descended from the island to the ground. Meanwhile, within the water mansion, Li Yunyang was engaged in conversation with Gu Cixi, the mistresses of the water mansion. Yi Lian, Li Yunyang, and the other ladies had recently visited Ao, son mistress, soon to be wed. Gu Cixi was equally curious about her husband niece, prompting her special visit today. However, As they conversed, Ao suddenly froze upon hearing a statement from Gu Sisi, with a look of surprise. She inquired, "You say that your clan uncle has greatly benefited you? He killed one of your enemies, a mid-Yuan Shun realm demon king." Gu Sisi, intrigued, wondered why Ao, who was supposedly Yi Yan's niece, was unaware of such a matter. She then proceeded to clarify the incident in detail. "Indeed, it was quite recent. That enemy of mine first murdered my parents, grandfather, and kin, and later killed my mentor. Thankfully, with the presence of Dragon Lord, that enemy was finally slain. Speaking of which, our Dragon Lord is truly remarkable. During that battle, he faced not only the Ghost Evil Tiger, but also a mid-Yuan Shun Realm Qing Poison Mountain Turtle, whose divine abilities are said to be exceedingly strange. Yet even combined, they were no match for Dragon Lord, who dispatched them in less than an hour. After a prolonged silence, Ao finally exhaled deeply, her heart ablaze with excitement. As a descendant of the Yuan Shun realm, Ao truly comprehended the formidable prowess of Yi Yan. The demon clans capable of cultivating to the Yuan Shun realm all possessed extraordinary bloodlines, with almost no weaklings among them. Thus, while defeating an opponent in battle was feasible, killing them was an entirely different matter. To have slain two fellow Yuan Shin demon kings in less than an hour was an exceedingly rare feat, even among the Jiaolong clan, placing Yi Yan among the ranks of great masters. Contemplating this, Ao suddenly conceived an idea. So, her clan uncle is indeed so powerful. It seems there is hope for my sister. Previously, Ao had refrained from asking Yi Yan for assistance in rescuing her sister due to concerns for his safety. After all, those adversaries were not merely of the Yuanshan realm. However, upon witnessing Yi Yan's displayed combat strength, her thoughts shifted once more. Nevertheless, Ao would not be so brazen as to expect Yi Yan's help without offering something in return. Instead, she pondered what conditions might sway him. The favor owed to her parents? That would not suffice. It must be something immediately redeemable. The secret realm I discovered, along with the 4th-grade treasure tree that I hadn't transplanted yet. Yet, it still seemed insufficient. Wait, I share no blood relation with my clan uncle, and we belong to different Jiaolong lineages. Suddenly, as she considered this, Ao Ying's cheeks flushed crimson, but then she recalled her sister's suffering. Another thought crossed her mind, bringing forth a cascade of cherished memories with her sister. She remembered how her sister had cared for her, cherished her, and protected her countless times. In an instant, Ao Ying's gaze grew resolute. For my sister. Gu Sisi. At the heart of the black market, upon the floating isle of the Moon Palace, figures descended along the moonlit bridge. Subsequently, the pristine tall building opened, and Yi Yan entered alongside the crowd. Just as he stepped into the towering structure, the rules of the cave world shifted abruptly. Yi Yan soon found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, with only a brightly lit platform several hundred meters ahead. He attempted to probe with his spiritual sense, only to find it ineffective. This design was undoubtedly intended to safeguard the privacy of the guests, ensuring that no one could discern who purchased what. Just as Feng Qi had informed him, the secrecy of this black market was exceptionally strong, making it nearly impossible to expose one's identity. Before long, a figure appeared atop the platform, a portly, middle-aged man. Grinning broadly, clasped his hands in greeting to those around him, then proclaimed, "Welcome, fellow friends, to my Moon Palace auction. Allow me to reiterate the rules, particularly for those attending an auction for the first time. First, our auction only accepts medium-grade, high-grade, or top-grade spirit stones. Of course, you may also use 3rd-grade or higher spirit items as collateral. Therefore, I kindly ask you not to present inferior spirit stones or 1st- and 2nd-grade spirit items for payment." The middle-aged man paused, seemingly allowing the crowd to absorb this information, before continuing. "Second, unlike other auctions, our Moon Palace auction prioritizes safety. Thus, during the auction, your spiritual senses will be restricted, and the voices of bids will be indistinguishable. Moreover, your rooms will bear no identifying numbers, and once an item is successfully bid on, it will be immediately delivered through the cave's spatial channel. Therefore, no one will know who secured the items. Please bid confidently for your desired items. Even the young friends in the Golden Core stage should seize this opportunity, for no other auction offers such security. Having said this, the middle-aged man produced a bottle of pills. The 4th grade spirit pill, cleansing heart pill, is the perfect remedy for various races in the Golden Core stage when confronting the heart demon barrier to break through into the Yuan Shun realm. The starting bid is 60,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The audience fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into frenzied bidding shortly thereafter. 70,000 medium-grade spirit stones. I bid 75,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 90,000 medium-grade spirit stones. I bid 150,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Let us see who dares to compete with me. In a mere instant, the price of the cleansing heart pill soared over fourfold, ultimately being secured for 280,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Dwai Yin felt a surge of fervor, marveling at the profitability of high-grade pills. Yet he felt a pang of helplessness, recalling his own attempts at alchemy the previous month. His talent for pill-making seemed rather lacking, as he had struggled even with the simplest of pills. That he mused inwardly, wishing for a descendant with exceptional alchemical talent in the future. Having successfully auctioned off the first item, the middle-aged man presented the second item. Before him floated a set of flying swords, which upon the activation of his mana, radiated a brilliant golden light. That I believe you have all heard of the recent emergence of a fragment of a small world from the Broken West. Some of you present may have reaped considerable rewards from it. This set of gold element flying swords originates from that small world. The Golden Rainbow 4 swords, a set of 4 4th grade inferior flying swords. Though their spiritual essence has been somewhat damaged, their combined might remains formidable, and they are regarded as quite good among 4th grade inferior artifacts. The starting bid is 50,000 medium grade spirit stones. In contrast to the previous cleansing heart pill, the Golden Rainbow 4 swords did not garner as much enthusiasm. After a brief interval, only sporadic bids could be heard. 53,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 58,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The Golden Rainbow 4 swords were Yi Yan's target for this journey, yet he did not immediately place a bid. Instead, he observed as others incrementally raised their offers. 65,000 medium-grade spirit stones. As the price of the Golden Rainbow 4 swords wavered to 65,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Yi Yan finally made his move, raising the bid by a substantial 15,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 80,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Perhaps deeming 80,000 medium-grade spirit stones excessive, or perhaps considering the diminished potency of the Golden Rainbow 4 swords unworthy of their attention, the other bidders refrained from further raises, allowing Yi Yan to successfully acquire the Golden Rainbow 4 swords. Upon successfully securing the item, a spatial channel manifested before Yi Yan, through which he received a request to submit the spirit stones. After handing over 80,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the Golden Rainbow 4 swords were promptly delivered via a spatial channel. The auction continued. The third auction item was also a treasure from the Small World fragment. However, this time the artifact was of a considerably higher grade, a 4th grade superior fire element artifact, the Azure Flame Dragon Lantern. Additionally, the Azure Flame Dragon Lantern was in pristine condition and possessed significant power. Consequently, the bidding quickly surpassed 400,000 medium-grade spirit stones, ultimately concluding at an astounding 980,000 medium-grade spirit stones. However, Yi Yan merely observed without placing a bid. Subsequent auction items did not align with Yi Yan's interests until the 10th item emerged, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. The upcoming auction item was remarkable, sure to captivate those in the mid-Yuan Shin realm. The middle-aged man wasted no time, directly presenting a set of flying swords. The set comprised 12 swords, 6 long and 6 short, divided into the elements of wind, fire, and lightning. This 4th grade medium flying sword array, known as the Tiangang Mother-Sun Sword Formation, consisted of 6 mother swords and 6 sun swords, each representing wind, fire, and lightning attributes, working in tandem to unleash tremendous power, even surpassing many 4th grade superior artifacts. This formation could both ensnare and eliminate adversaries, making it particularly suitable for human cultivators. Furthermore, it required minimal mana, allowing those in the mid-Yuan Shun realm to wield it effortlessly, while even those in the early Yuan Shun realm could unleash 5 to 60% of its potency. Hearing this, Yi Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. For the better the sword formation, the greater the competition he would face, and, consequently, the higher the price would escalate, as expected. Upon the middle-aged man announcing the starting price, it rapidly soared. Fellow friends, the Tenglong mother-son sword formation starts at 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. I bid 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 550,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 750,000 medium-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the price of the Tenglong mother-son sword formation surged past 700,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Ian did not hesitate, immediately raising his bid by a staggering 250,000 medium-grade spirit stones, bringing the total to 1 million medium-grade spirit stones, 0.1 million medium-grade spirit stones. The auction hall fell silent for a brief moment. However, perhaps due to the allure of the Tenglong sword formation, bidding resumed almost immediately. 110 million medium-grade spirit stones, 113,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yin, feeling helpless, could only calculate his wealth while continuing to raise the bid. 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As Yin participated in the auction, on the other side, Feng Qi and the Minister of Turtles surprisingly joined forces and acted in unison. Their figures now appeared at the border of the southern ghost nation, in a place known as the Cloud Sword Plain. Upon arriving, Feng Qi turned to the Minister of Turtles and said, "Minister, from here on out, I must rely on you, and my old friend has quite a stubborn temperament and harbors a significant disdain for races outside of the human realm." The Minister of Turtles solemnly nodded and replied, "Lord Feng Qi, rest assured, for the sake of Lord Dragon, this old servant will exert every effort, as long as your old acquaintance's great-granddaughter possesses the extraordinary talent you claim," Feng Qi confidently asserted. "That is beyond doubt. Her spiritual body represents an irresistible allure for all dragon and serpent demon races." At the black market auction, the bidding for the Tenglong sword array continued. Due to its formidable power and low threshold for refinement, the Tenglong sword array was immensely popular. Such treasures are rare in the world of Liaozhai and could even serve as heirloom artifact for most primordial spirit factions. Consequently, the majority of those present at the auction, who were at the primordial spirit realm, frequently raised their bids. That I bid 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 135,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I will add another 100,000. Bringing it to 145,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Soon, the price of the Tenglong sword array soared to a staggering 145,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This price nearly compelled Yi Yin to abandon his pursuit, and he inwardly cursed the wealth of these primordial spirit cultivators. However, recalling the high praise from the multi-child blessing system regarding Gu Cici's sword spirit root, Yi Yin was reluctant to give up and thus continued to follow the bidding. 160,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, shortly afterward, others began to raise their bids in succession. 165,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 170,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Observing the continued rise in the price of the Tenglong sword array, Yi Yin gritted his teeth and declared an astronomical bid, 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Yi Yin resolved that if this price did not secure the item, he would rather slowly accumulate fourth-grade flying swords. Fortunately, the 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones precisely hit the psychological price point for most participants. After weighing the pros and cons, surprisingly, no one continued to raise their bids. Yi Yin sighed in relief. After paying the spirit stones, he successfully obtained the Tenglong sword array. In total, the Tenglong sword array comprised 12 swords, and combined with the 4 golden rainbow swords earlier acquired at the auction, Yi Yin had already obtained 16 fourth-grade flying swords. Additionally, he had 3 fourth-grade flying swords exchanged in the southern wilderness nation, as well as 4 fourth-grade flying swords obtained from the Ing Ghost Evil Tiger and the Green Poison Mountain Turtle. At this moment, Yi Yin possessed a total of 23 fourth-grade flying swords, sufficient for Gu Cici's sword spirit root to awaken completely. With this thought, Yi Yin felt much lighter, and he occasionally raised bids on some promising fourth-grade spiritual items. By the end of the auction, Yi Yin also successfully bid for a fourth-grade spiritual herb, the blood dragon grass, which boasted a medicinal age of 10,000 years. This herb is a significant tonic for dragon-type demon races, particularly in enhancing vitality, and it held considerable benefits for Yi Yin as well. Furthermore, Yin acquired a small pouch of spiritual rice seeds, known as dragon tooth rice, which is a third-grade spiritual rice that can enhance physical strength and vitality when consumed. While it was of no use to Yi Yin, being at the primordial spirit realm, it would yield remarkable effects for those at the golden core stage, such as Yul Yin and Li Yunyan. However, as a consequence, Yi Yan's spirit stones were now dwindling. This made him ponder how wonderful it would be if a plump target like the Ing Ghost Evil Tiger or the Green Poison Mountain Turtle could conveniently present themselves. At the same time, within the Water Mansion, Li Yunyan suddenly sensed that the fortune she had accumulated had diminished by more than half. Meanwhile, the child within her stirred with excitement for a moment before falling back into a peaceful slumber. At the auction, two wolf demon kings who had planned to ambush and rob were initially embroiled in a heated debate over where to intercept their target. However, in the next moment, they shared a moment of understanding and directly designated a location. Once the auction concluded, guests of the Moon Palace auction could choose to stay or be teleported away. Yi Yin chose not to linger and stepped into the teleportation passage, emerging several thousand miles away from the mountain where the black market was located. However, the journey back to the Water Mansion was fraught with difficulties for Yi Yin. After flying nearly 10,000 miles, he encountered an ambush. At an elevation of 10,000 feet, Yi Yin was cornered by two beams of black light. Upon sensing their cultivation was merely mid-stage primordial spirit, Yi Yin paused in surprise. In his heart, he wondered if this was the plump target he'd been wishing for. The black light, taken aback by Yi Yan's audacity to stop, swiftly surrounded him from the front and back. They then revealed their true forms, two massive black wolf demons nearly 100 feet tall, exhaling black mist. Once the black mist enveloped Yi Yin completely, the two wolf demons ceased their movements. One of the wolf demons cackled sinisterly. "Brother, we are indeed fortunate. For our first attempt to rob a primordial spirit cultivator, we have so easily cornered one." The other wolf demon, equally exhilarated, gazed at Yi Yin with murderous intent. "Naturally, with our luck, it cannot be anything less." They then brazenly addressed Yi Yin. "Do not even think of escaping, friend. Our black mist divine ability is nearly impossible to break through at the same level. It excels at trapping individuals. Be wise and hand over your treasures, spirit stones, and all your wealth, and we may allow your soul to reincarnate." As he spoke, the wolf demon menacingly conjured black demonic flames in his hand. "If you dare resist, attempt to flee, or self-destruct any treasures, I shall ensure you experience the torment of having your bones extracted and skin peeled away, subjected to daily burns of demonic flames upon your soul, leaving you in a state of neither life nor death." The other wolf demon mimicked his brother's actions, conjuring black, demonic flames and threatening. "And if your possessions do not meet our satisfaction, I will also extract your soul and subject you to the searing torment of demonic flames, suffering the pain of being reduced to ashes." I see now. I have learned something new. Yi Yin stroked his chin, expressing that he had acquired new knowledge from the threats of the primordial spirit wolf demons. That a quarter of an hour later, the two wolf demons lay with all their limbs severed, their bodies twisted into a grotesque shape. Their souls had been extracted and were now dancing in the flames within Yi Yan's palm. Grant me a swift end. However, after a brief moment of burning, the wolf demon could no longer bear it and began to wail for mercy. Yi Yin shook his head, indicating, "No, you brought this upon yourself by daring to resist. Just accept your fate." The other wolf demon in his palm cried out in anguish. My brother resisted, but I did not. Great Demon King, spare me." Yi Yin continued to shake his head, stating, "I would love to let you go, but your possessions simply do not meet my expectations, with just a handful of spirit stones and a few broken treasures. It is truly difficult for me to be satisfied." With that, Yi Yin intensified the flames until the two wolves once again howled in agony, their souls dimming before he finally ceased. He then coldly inquired, "Do you wish to live? Do you wish to continue dancing with this flame?" The two wolf demons hurriedly replied, "Great Demon King, we wish to live, but we do not wish to endure this torment any longer." "Indeed, whatever you command, we shall comply. Just please do not continue to scorch us with these flames." Yi Yin nodded and then said, "First, release your souls so I can plan a restriction. Second, formulate a solemn vow." With the more rigorous the content, the more severe the consequences for any breach. Otherwise, this demonic fire will remain unextinguished in a swift turn of events. 2 wolf demons fell victim to Yian's soul-binding restrictions, forever surrendering control over their lives and deaths. Concurrently, they devised exceedingly harsh and binding oaths of the great Tao against one another. Only after both wolf demons had sworn their oaths did Yian return their souls to their corporeal forms. The reasoning behind Yian's decision not to eliminate the 2 nascent soul realm wolf demons was rather straightforward. They were impoverished, possessing scant treasures in their storage spaces that even Yian found unworthy. He deemed their possessions insufficient to cover the costs incurred from his earlier actions. After much contemplation, he resolved to leverage the remainder of their demon lives to create value for himself. Moreover, both wolf demons were at the mid-level of the nascent soul realm. Without a doubt, their presence would lend some prestige to the marriage proposal directed toward the Prime Minister Gue, and they would undoubtedly expedite the mining of spiritual or with remarkable efficiency. The Cloud Sword Plains, located on the southern border of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, stood as a vast yet impoverished expanse, occupied solely by a single nascent soul force known as the Cloud Sword Dao sect. The very faction to which Feng Qi's old friend belonged and the destination of his journey with the Prime Minister, would be more accurate to describe this occupation as a form of protection. Feng Qi recounted tales of his old friend's sect, noting that the rulers of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, comprised of ghost and demon races, were particularly ruthless toward the human populace. Thus, many of the human inhabitants of the Cloud Sword Plains were refugees from the Southern Ghost Kingdom. Without the protection of his old friend's sect, life would undoubtedly be more arduous for these humans. However, Feng Qi's old friend had not fared well in recent years either, but he candidly shared that. Aside from repaying the favor owed to the Dragon Lord Yian, he sought to leverage the prospect of a marriage between his old friend's granddaughter and the Dragon Lord to intimidate foes and alleviate burdens. In bygone eras, the Cloud Sword Dao sect had boasted at least 3 nascent soul cultivators in each generation to maintain its dominance, rendering the Southern Ghost Kingdom hesitant to act recklessly, let alone impose undue hardship. Yet, in the past 5 centuries, it appeared that misfortune had befallen the sect, with no new nascent soul cultivators emerging as a result, while the Southern Ghost Kingdom was once a mere speck. It had continuously birthed nascent soul ghosts and demon kings, now numbering 7 or 8, thereby increasing the pressure on Feng Qi's old friend and leading to a rather difficult existence. Feng Qi then divulged the unique constitution of his old friend's granddaughter, the Dragon Resonance Spirit Body. One of the rarest human spirit bodies that was said that only the offspring of a pure-blooded true dragon and a human could awaken such a gift. Its abilities were singular. First, it could significantly enhance the powers of both parties when cultivated alongside a dragon-type demon, simultaneously refining the bloodline of the latter. Second, any offspring conceived with a dragon-type demon had a chance of returning to ancestral traits and acquiring innate divine abilities while still in the womb. The Dragon Resonant Spirit Body is destined to entwine with our Dragon Lord. I must secure this maiden at all costs. As a seasoned matchmaker, Prime Minister Gue quickly gauged the value of the Dragon Resonant Spirit Body. However, he also recognized the obstinate nature of Feng Qi's old friend, prompting him to ponder how best to persuade her. Feng Qi, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked that his old friend's sect had always served as the guardian of the Cloud Sword Plains, protecting the human populace. If absolutely necessary, they could even resort to moral coercion by citing the plight of the humans in the Cloud Sword Plains. Although he acknowledged that forcing a situation was hardly ideal, he did not complete his thought before Prime Minister Gue shook his head in disapproval. My dear Feng Qi, this approach is ill-advised. We are here to propose a marriage built on mutual consent. To act otherwise would surely turn us into adversaries or unwelcome guests. Moreover, I, as an old turtle, do not require such tactics to forge a union. Hearing these words, Feng Qi realized he had been overly fixated on a narrow perspective. Indeed, such an outcome could alienate his old friend, branding him as an enemy. Soon enough, Feng Qi led the way into the Cloud Sword Dao sect, and it was not long before his old friend appeared. Upon seeing Feng Qi's companion, Prime Minister Gui began to understand why Feng Qi was so invested. It turned out that his old friend, at least in appearance, was a striking middle-aged woman with an extraordinary presence, though she carried an air of coldness. Feng Dao, it has been quite some time. What brings you here on this occasion? She inquired, her gaze shifting to Prime Minister Gui, her tone frosty. And you've brought a young demon. Feng Qi dared not speak plainly, opting instead for a light-hearted deflection that I merely heard that the Southern Ghost Kingdom has recently been eyeing your Cloud Sword Dao sect with ill intent. So I thought it prudent to pay a visit. As for this esteemed individual, he is the subordinate of the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River, Prime Minister Gui. He then introduced Prime Minister Gui. This is the esteemed sect master of the Cloud Sword Dao sect, Xiao Mu Yu, renowned as the Sword Immortal. Prime Minister Gui thought to himself, I knew I couldn't rely on Feng Qi. He then took it upon himself to approach the middle-aged beauty, bowing respectfully before stating, "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Xiao. We come bearing matters of great significance. A joyous occasion." Upon hearing the term joyous occasion, Xiao Muyu's gaze shifted to the somewhat awkward Feng Qi, and a flicker of realization dawned upon her. So there are those interested in my granddaughter, even while I yet draw breath. Feng Qi found himself at a loss for words, while Prime Minister Gui, ever the professional matchmaker, offered a gentle smile. Naturally, this reflects the exceptional qualities of your granddaughter. As the saying goes, a good woman is sought after by many families, and it is only fitting that suitors come forth to propose. Though slightly taken aback by Prime Minister Gui's response, Xiao Muyu's demeanor remained cool. So, are you to follow in the footsteps of those who came before and threaten me with the lives of the humans under the protection of the Cloud Sword Plains? Feng Qi nearly found himself inadvertently echoing her sentiment. He turned to Prime Minister Gui, hoping for a wise resolution. With a serious countenance, Prime Minister Gui firmly replied, "By no means. I am a professional matchmaker, not a rogue relying on threats to coerce others." He continued, "Moreover, to speak frankly, the Cloud Sword Dao sect has sheltered the inhabitants of the Cloud Sword Plains for so long. They owe you their gratitude, not the other way around. Why should you sacrifice your granddaughter to secure their peace? Such a notion is utterly unfathomable." Prime Minister Gui's words softened Xiao Muyu's heart, and her tone became considerably less frosty. "Then why should I agree to this so-called joyous occasion? I acknowledge that your Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River is indeed a remarkable figure, but I have never been fond of demons." Prime Minister Gui pressed on, "For the sake of your granddaughter, for her future, you are well aware that the Cloud Sword Dao sect may not remain stable for long, and it will be increasingly difficult for you to protect your granddaughter. My Dragon Lord governs 3 prefectures, possesses vast territories, and ample resources for cultivation. Furthermore, his combat prowess is formidable. The Southern Ghost Kingdom would not dare to act brazenly, ensuring your granddaughter's safety." Prime Minister Gui's words struck a chord with Xiao Muyu, prompting him to continue. "Moreover, my Dragon Lord and our entire water mansion harbor a friendly disposition toward the human race, unlike the Southern Ghost Kingdom, which is populated by ruthless fiends, under my Dragon Lord's rule. The 3 prefectures have enjoyed harmony, and the human populace holds him in high regard." Xiao Muyu cast a curious glance at Feng Qi, seeking confirmation of Prime Minister Gui's assertions. Feng Qi, eager to affirm, nodded vigorously and spoke the truth. "Indeed, indeed. Prime Minister Gui speaks with utmost sincerity. Dragon Lord possesses immense strength and a compassionate heart. He and your granddaughter would be an excellent match, alleviating some of the burdens faced by the Cloud Sword Dao sect. Surely, you do not suspect I would lead you astray?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Muyu felt as though she was somewhat persuaded by Prime Minister Gui. Indeed, what troubled her the most was not the human race on the Yunjian plain. After all, her Yunjian Dao sect owed them nothing. However, she could not let go of her great-granddaughter. Moreover, according to their claims, that Dragon Lord indeed appeared to be a suitable match. Meanwhile, Yi Yin had returned to the water mansion. The 2 wolf demons accompanied him back and were subsequently settled in with ease. Shortly after returning, Yi Yin received news from a family member that his dear niece had an important matter to discuss. Nevertheless, he asked her to wait a little while and then brought Gu Cc along with him. He then activated the Dragonfish formation to protect the entire water mansion and began preparing for Gu Cc's awakening of her sword spirit root. as the dragonfish formation was set in motion. The entire water mansion was enveloped in astonishment. Many demons recalled the prior incident with the Een Ghost Evil Tiger and the Green Poison Mountain Turtle and immediately suspected an enemy invasion. However, Yian's powerful voice soon resonated throughout the water mansion. Do not panic. There is no enemy intruding upon our water mansion. It is merely this dragon lord practicing divine arts. Remain where you are and pay no mind to any commotion. Once Yian finished speaking, aside from the rear courtyard, the spirit garden, and the great hall, much of the water mansion was shrouded in the mist produced by the dragon-fish formation. At that moment, Ao Ing was waiting in the great hall for Yi Yin to finish his tasks, while the two wolf demons had just arrived, having been sent away by Yi Yan's voice. Instantly, Ao Ing and the two wolf demons were taken aback. However, after a brief moment, Ao Ing realized that the two wolf demons were actually at the primordial spirit realm, and in surprise, she could not help but bow in respect. I have met the two esteemed seniors. Might I inquire if you are friends of my clan's uncle? Uncle, are you the Dragon Lord's niece? Oh dear, that is too much, too much. The two wolf demons were shaken by the psychological impact Yi Yin had instilled in them. Seeing the Dragon Lord's niece bowing to them that moment, they felt as though they were engulfed in raging demon flames, startling them, and they hurriedly bowed to Ao Ing as well. Ao Ing was utterly astonished. And then she heard even more shocking news. How could we possibly qualify as friends of the Dragon Lord? Indeed. The two wolf demons were concerned about their pride and dared not directly admit they were captives of Dragon Lord Yi Yin, compelled to sell themselves to him for survival. Therefore, they could only subtly shift the narrative, stating with great seriousness, however, we once had the fortune to spar with the Dragon Lord, though we were no match for him. Indeed, we were subsequently convinced by the Dragon Lord's divine arts and willingly became his subordinates to serve him. This uncle's divine power truly so vast. Although Ao Ing was aware of Yian's formidable strength, she did not anticipate he could sway two primordial spirit realm demon kings, so her uncle was not only powerful but also possessed a unique charisma as a leader. Was that why these two wolf elders were so captivated and chose to serve him? For a moment, Ao Ying's mind was flooded with memories of significant demon figures from ancient times. When she thought of Yian's face, she found herself momentarily entranced, in the core of the dragonfish formation. Yi Yin enveloped the area in a dense mist. He then turned to the bewildered Gu Cc and said, Cc, you possess a special spirit root, and I am about to help you awaken it completely. Gu Cc, taken aback by the honor, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Husband, will it take long to awaken this special spirit root? Will we miss our wedding date? At that moment, Gu Cc suddenly recalled that Yi Yin and Li Yunyang had both conceived, and her worry deepened. Will this special spirit root affect our future children? Yi Yin, upon hearing Gu Cc's concerns, paused momentarily before chuckling. You need not worry about the wedding date. As for its impact on our children, there might be some. Upon hearing this, Gu Cc nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, mustering her courage to say, Then I don't want to awaken that special spirit root. I want to have many lovely and healthy children with you, just like my sisters. Really? You should know that your special spirit root could elevate you to great heights. Gu Cc shook her head again, resolutely replying, No, having children with you is enough for me. I have never been particularly fond of cultivating. With that, she pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. So, you don't want to have children with me? Ian smiled gently and revealed the truth. Silly girl, I mentioned the impact, but why could it not be a positive one? With that, he retrieved 23 fourth-tier flying sword from his storage space. He then continued with utmost seriousness. Cc, you are about to awaken the sword's spirit root, one of the true spirit roots that do not resist. Focus entirely on the awakening. This way, our children will inherit your swordsmanship talent. The number of sword immortals we can produce in our water mansion will depend on you. Gucc, upon hearing that her awakening would benefit their children, felt relieved. When she heard Yi Yin mention sword immortals, her cheeks flushed, and she quietly stated, I will do my best to ensure we have at least 10. Oh no, 100 or 80 little sword immortals. Once Gucc finished her whispered thoughts, Yi Yin channeled his power, The 23 fourth-tier flying swords began to rotate and dance around Gu Cici's form. In an instant, golden light radiated from her entire being, transforming into a colossal golden sword that soared skyward. Even the mightiest primordial spirit realm demon kings were momentarily stunned by the sight of the giant sword, as if witnessing the annihilation of the world itself, their vision clouded in chaos. After what felt like an eternity, Yin regained his senses, yet the lingering fear within him refused to dissipate. As a result of Gu Cici's awakening, the towering golden sword sent the entire water mansion into a frenzy. Fortunately, the distance was considerable, and the demons were unharmed. However, upon witnessing the unyielding celestial sword, the demons could only think back to what Dragon Lord Yin had just proclaimed. He was practicing divine arts. They muttered praise for the Dragon Lord's prowess and did not contemplate further. In the great hall of the water mansion, the two wolf demons were startled by the sudden appearance of the sword. Their reverence for Dragon Lord Yin deepened. Observing the commotion caused by the awakening of the sword's spirit root, yet still within manageable bounds, Yin felt a sense of relief. He then resolved that if other factions inquired, the unified response would be that he was engaged in cultivating sword arts. As for why Jiaolong would practice sword arts, do not ask. Simply know that this Dragon Lord is exceptionally gifted. Moreover, Yin was unafraid of being exposed, for he would soon be marrying Gu Cici in the bridal chamber. According to the system's reward rules, he had a 99% chance of awakening the sword arts. As the day wore on, Gu Cici's awakening of the sword's spirit root finally concluded. The immense golden sword that had soared into the heavens vanished. Yet, what pained Yin was that out of the 23 flying swords, only one remained intact. The others had been reduced to powder during Gu Cici's awakening. As the brilliance faded, Gu Cici's figure emerged. After her awakening, her appearance had not changed. However, the adorable and docile aura she once possessed had vanished, replaced by an impression of sharpness akin to a flying sword, as if nothing could withstand her blade. Merely being gazed at by Gu Cici made Yin feel an overwhelming threat, as though he might be cleaved in two at any moment. Fortunately, Gu Cici's emotional nature had not undergone significant change. Husband, I feel immensely more powerful now, and I have acquired many memories and divine arts related to swordsmanship. With that, Gu Cici picked up a fourth-tier flying sword nearby, eager to demonstrate her newfound skills to Yin nodded, his anticipation evident as he said, "All right, let me see just how formidable my CC has become." After pondering for a moment, Gu Cici proposed, "This place is too small. Let us go outside." Having spoken, Yin grasped Yan's hand and soared out of the water palace, ascending straight into the heavens. As they reached mid-air, Gu Cici held her flying sword, then closed her eyes to concentrate. In that moment, Yin found her demeanor reminiscent of her former, endearing self. Soon after, Gu Cici opened her eyes, and Yin felt a piercing gaze akin to the sword itself sweep over him, leaving him momentarily unsettled. That instant, Gu Cici made her move. With a flourish of her sword, she directed it towards the sky. A thunderous boom resounded as a colossal beam of sword light erupted in the heavens. To Yan's astonishment, the sword light seemed to rend the very fabric of the sky, as if it had split the firmament in twain. Indeed, it had genuinely divided the heavens, creating a chasm. The sword light surged upwards, piercing through the layers of fierce winds. "Husband, do you find my divine ability formidable?" Gu Cici inquired, observing the sky torn asunder by the immense sword aura. Yin stood there, utterly dazed, and could not help but draw a sharp breath. Considering that Gu Cici was merely at the golden core stage and her fourth-tier flying sword was nothing extraordinary, the spectacle before him was undeniably impressive. Could this be the essence of a sword's spirit root? It was simply terrifying. In that moment, Yin comprehended why the multitude of Offspring system regarded Gu Cici with such reverence. However, after executing such a powerful technique, Yin sensed that Gu Cici's internal mana had been nearly depleted. He promptly supported her as they returned to the water palace, lavishing her with praise along the way. This was not merely a matter of strength. It was astonishingly formidable. "Truly, my CC is a peerless female," sword immortal. Gucci blushed with delight, sharing with Yi Yin the myriad transformations she had undergone since awakening her sword spirit root. Yi Yin listened intently, ultimately summarizing her changes into 4 points. First, her cultivation aptitude had drastically improved, allowing her to absorb spiritual energy at a pace 4 to 5 times faster than before. Second, her comprehension of swordsmanship had deepened significantly. She claimed that even brief contemplation would conjure numerous insights into the sword path. Thirdly, she had awakened 5 sword-related divine abilities: sword heart communication, 10,000 swords formation, sword light breaking heaven, sword escape, and unity of man and sword. The technique she had just employed was sword light breaking heaven, a fearsome divine ability with maximum damage and range. Upon estimation, Yi Yin believed he could withstand that attack at full strength, albeit at the risk of severe injury or even death. This implied that, with just a single divine ability, Gu Cixi could defeat a late-stage spirit realm demon king, for those of weaker defenses among the human or ghost races. She could even annihilate them with a single strike. Contemplating this, Yi Yin finally grasped the terrifying nature of one of the true spirit roots, the sword spirit root. He was eager to learn about the rewards for Gu Cixi's partner. Finally, the 4th transformation Gu Cixi experienced was an influx of memories related to swordsmanship, including insights, divine abilities, and a partial swordsmanship manual. However, she noted that the manual was incomplete, containing only 1/3 of the content, covering only up to the tribulation stage, which corresponds to the semi-immortal realm. She expressed her joy, stating that the swordsmanship manual was not restricted by race, allowing anyone with sufficient sword talent to cultivate it. She hoped that their future children would inherit strong sword talents, enabling them to cultivate that manual together. Before long, Yi Yin and Gu Cixi returned to the water palace that Gu Cixi then entered seclusion, needing to assimilate the swordsmanship memories and cultivate her divine abilities, as well as transition to the swordsmanship manual. Having concluded matters regarding Gu Cixi's awakening of the sword spirit root, Yi Yin recalled that his dear niece Ao Ying had sought him out for something. He could surmise her intentions, which were undoubtedly to request his assistance in rescuing her sister. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yin decided to abandon his previous inclination for self-preservation, provided that Ao Ying could present him with sufficiently enticing leverage. He was willing to intervene. Yi Yin was somewhat familiar with the underpinnings of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, which, in comparison to the deeply rooted and powerful Southern Wilderness Kingdom, was merely a realm established for a little over 2 millennia. With its strongest being only at the late spirit realm stage, such a force did not intimidate Yi Yin. It fell within the realm of those he could afford to offend. Even if the Southern Ghost Kingdom possessed a peak spirit realm entity, Yi Yin did not fear potential repercussions. After extracting the rewards from his cultivation, he would be able to surpass the late spirit realm stage. Once his realm advanced, his strength would be sufficient to contend with peak spirit realm beings. Moreover, Yi Yin now had 2 mid-spirit realm wolf demons as his scouts, allowing him to gauge any threats without directly involving himself. Even if faced with formidable foes, he could retreat unscathed. As he stepped into the grand hall of the water palace, Yi Yin was greeted by the 2 wolf demons hurrying towards him, their mouths babbling various flattering congratulations. Congratulations, Master, on your mastery of divine abilities and significant increase in power. Indeed, Master is truly a reincarnation of a celestial being. That sword technique is unparalleled in this age. Given time, Master shall reign supreme and dominate the southern domain. Indeed, they continued and ascend the path to immortality. As Yi Yin listened, he felt something amiss, pondering whether their flattery might lead him to the heavenly court to claim the throne of the celestial emperor. He waved his hand, signaling the 2 wolf demons to cease their praises, remarking that such matters were known to all and need not be vocalized. It was better to cultivate discreetly and strengthen oneself in silence. It then occurred to Yi Yin that he had yet to inquire about the names of these 2 wolf demons. He promptly asked, "I haven't asked for your names yet, nor your backgrounds. Please reveal them both." Upon hearing Yan's inquiry, the 2 wolf demons breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, upon learning of Yi Yan's comprehension of the sword technique, they had felt a surge of fear, worried he might use them as practice dummies. Now, with Yi Yan's inquiry, they felt reassured. The two demons quickly divulged their backgrounds without a hint of concealment. Interestingly, they were siblings born of the same mother. Their lineage was noteworthy, being pure-blooded black Shyu wolves, with a trace of Silver Moon, celestial wolf bloodline. The elder brother was named Lai Tu, while the younger was Lai Xiong, hailing from the north where demonkind reigned supreme. However, the two wolves were not affiliated with any major factions. They were free-roaming demons, although they commanded a sizable pack of wolf demons, including over 10 in the Golden Core stage and more than 1,000 in the transformation stage. Perhaps in an effort to curry favor with Yin, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong revealed that they possessed numerous treasures in their lair in the north, offering them to Yi Yin in hopes of gaining his favor. Yi Yin nodded in acceptance of their tribute. However, he was not in a hurry regarding this matter. Instead, he turned to his dear niece, Heo Ing, "Speak, what urgent matter brings you to me?" Upon seeing Yi Yin again, Ao Ing appeared somewhat uneasy, and after a moment of hesitation, she nervously said, "Uncle, I wish to ask for your help to save my sister." In response, Yi Yin neither rejected nor accepted her plea. Instead, calmly inquired, "Your father is at the peak of the spirit realm, and your mother is also at the late spirit realm. Why seek my assistance?" Ao Ing, feeling helpless, candidly replied, "The Eastern Sea is a full 10,000 miles away from the Southern Domain, and my sister has been imprisoned by that wretched crocodile demon for quite some time. That I fear that if we wait for our parents to arrive, she may perish before they can rescue her." Having said this, Ao Ing, showing her astuteness, directly communicated with Yi Yin, disclosing all the conditions she could offer. Naturally, she would not dare to request her uncle to take risks without offering something in return. First, she revealed knowledge of a secret realm containing abundant treasures, including a fourth-tier spirit tree she had previously discovered on the outskirts. This fourth-tier spirit tree, known as the Thunder Jade Marble Tree, bore spiritual fruits of great significance to demons with lightning attributes. Although she had been captured, her father had shielded her consciousness, preventing the crocodile demon from successfully searching her soul. Thus, the spirit tree and secret realm remained intact. Yin nodded slightly. Indeed, the secret realm and the Thunder Jade Meow Tree were quite admirable, yet the price still fell short. Ao Ing, perceptive as ever, continued to convey her thoughts telepathically. Furthermore, my niece also offers a cultivation technique, named the Nine Thunder Celestial Art. This is not a primary cultivation method, but rather a divine power technique that allows one to cultivate 9 formidable divine thunders, each with its unique utility. Once the transmission concluded, Yi Yin found a jade slip in his hand. After a brief examination, his eyes lit up with admiration. What a splendid technique! These 9 divine thunders possess remarkable power and are quite versatile. I accept your proposal. With that, he added, "Let us not tarry any longer. We must rescue your sister at once." "Wait," Ao Ing interjected, slightly flustered. "I have yet to pledge myself to you." However, recalling Yian's formidable prowess and the terrifying sword technique he had just displayed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly added, "No, Uncle, I have another condition. I pledge myself to you." "Excellent. Your discernment is commendable." With the decision made to rescue Ao Ying's sister, Aou, Yin wasted no time. He swiftly gathered Ao Ing and the fierce wolf demons, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, and they set off immediately. Yet, out of abundance of caution, Yin chose to remain concealed in the shadows, while the 2 wolf demons took to the forefront, escorting Ao Ing as they sped southward toward the southern ghost kingdom. To outsiders, it would appear as though the reinforcements for Ao Ing were merely the 2 mid-stage spirit realm wolf demons. The southern ghost kingdom, situated in a remote and relatively barren region, had not produced many spirit realm beings since its establishment. However, approximately 8 years prior, the Tongyu River in the southern ghost kingdom birthed a spirit realm demon king, known as the Tongyu Demon King. Even more astonishingly, this demon king possessed an utterly ordinary bloodline. His true form was that of a pig dragon, specifically an unremarkable variant known as the Yu Shui crocodile. In a remarkable turn of events, many demon clans with ordinary bloodlines began to idolize him, and numerous Golden Core demons sought refuge in the Tongyu River's domain. What is seldom known is that, When the Tanyu Demon King was still at the Golden Core stage, his wife had already achieved the Spirit Realm. However, after his breakthrough to the Spirit Realm, his wife mysteriously vanished within the depths of the Tanyu River's domain. In a dark, watery dungeon, the sounds of a whip cracking echoed incessantly, accompanied by a barrage of scathing insults and demands. "Damn you, wretched woman! After all this time together, you still dare to keep secrets from me. Speak! Who is it that rescued your sister? Is it a master from your deep-sea Thunder Dragon clan? Or perhaps an old acquaintance of your parents? If you wish to end your suffering, you had best tell me." At this moment, the Tanyu Demon King, renowned in the outside world, lashed out with a water whip at a woman. More unexpectedly, the woman enduring the relentless whipping was none other than the Tanyu Demon King's long-lost wife. Yet, despite the torment inflicted upon her, Aoyu remained steadfastly silent, refusing to divulge a single word. The Tanyu Demon King, possessing a rather handsome human form with black hair and striking blue eyes, now appeared exceedingly fierce and malicious. Observing his reticent wife, he felt a tumult of anger and astonishment. He was enraged at the realization that he had underestimated her, believing himself to have thoroughly bewitched her and uncovered all her secrets. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she had retained many hidden truths. He was also alarmed by her significant lineage. Should his father-in-law learn of his actions, even the Southern Ghost Kingdom could not shield him from the consequences. Nevertheless, the Tanyu Demon King bore no regrets for his actions. He understood that without his particular methods, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the spirit realm based solely on his bloodline. As for relying on his in-law status for a breakthrough opportunity, the Tanyu Demon King was not so naive. He knew he could only deceive his foolish wife. Seeing her sister, who had not been ensnared by his charms, openly detest him, Aoyu wore a blank expression, seemingly resigned to her fate. Observing the Tanyu Demon King's furious demeanor, she merely offered a scornful smile that, "Go on, guess. You should know disaster is looming for you." With that, Aoyu closed her eyes, falling silent once more. However, internally, she was anything but tranquil. She and her sister had escaped in secret, fully aware that their family could not possibly be present in the southern region. Nor did their parents have any acquaintances there at this moment. Aoyu's heart was consumed by hatred and regret. She loathed her husband for being a treacherous wolf who betrayed his wife. And she despised herself for being blind and foolish, ultimately severing ties with her sister for the sake of this ungrateful wretch. Regret washed over her. She should never have run away from home, nor should she have ignored her sister's warnings in pursuit of some illusory love. Now, Aoyu was enveloped in despair, wishing only for her sister's safe return to the East Sea. As Aoyu remained tight-lipped, the Tanyu Demon King's killing intent surged, and his water whip transformed into a long blade. Yet, Aoyu showed no fear. Instead, she provoked him. "Do you dare to kill me? Do you really wish to sacrifice your hard-earned spirit realm cultivation?" In response to Aoyu's words, the Tanyu Demon King cackled maliciously. "Enjoy your fleeting pride, yellow-faced woman. After this month is over, I will completely refine your dragon pearl. And with the completion of my ghostly transformation, do you still think you can survive? Once your sister is gone, you will serve as the key to unlock that secret realm." With that, he exited the watery dungeon. As a demon, the Tanyu Demon King was not known for his grand strategies or foresight. Even with a growing number of demons flocking to him, he preferred revelry and indulgence over scheming. Upon entering the grand hall of the Water Palace, he was greeted by a chaotic scene of demons reveling and celebrating. The hall was filled with lavish feasts, beautiful demonesses dancing gracefully, while the Golden Core demons raised their cups in a state of drunken euphoria. Yet the Tanyu Demon King felt no discontent. Rather, he reveled in the ambience. Soon, a throng of exquisitely adorned demonesses approached, flashing their charms and offering him wine. "Great king, allow me to toast to you." The Tanyu Demon King, thoroughly enjoying himself, eagerly drank. This wine carries a hint of your fragrance. Your Majesty, you are incorrigible. Your Majesty, you must drink mine too. My wine is just as sweet. Indeed, your Majesty must share the bounty with us sisters. Very well, let us drink. Thus, the Tanyu Demon King found himself inundated with toasts, taking quite some time to respond to all the offerings. Eventually, he settled into his seat of honor, embracing a beautiful, ghostly maiden beside him. This maiden, alluring and graceful, was unfazed by the intoxicating scent of wine and the fragrance of the demonesses surrounding him. Instead, she smiled and began to feed him fruits and wine. After a moment, the ghostly maiden inquired, "My king, has your dragon wife revealed anything?" The Tenglong demon king, wearied by events, waved his hand dismissively. "Do not speak of it. That yellow-faced woman is exceedingly obstinate. I never imagined she would keep so many secrets from me after all these years of marriage." The ghostly maiden maintained her smile, albeit internally scoffing. "You have taken her dragon pearl, threatening her life, yet you still believe it unreasonable for her to hide things from you." She pondered silently, recognizing the absurdity of the situation, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, and why uncle has investigated. The ones who abducted that dragon maiden are likely a few golden core demons that we were mistaken, thinking it was her kin who came to rescue her." With a hint of teasing in her tone, the ghostly maiden continued, "However, we cannot delay the matter of the secret realm any longer. Do you have any plans, my king?" The Tenglong demon king waved his hand dismissively, continuing to indulge in wine and meat. No worries. If that little one is gone, there's still the big one that once I refine that yellow-faced woman's dragon pearl, I will use her flesh and blood to unlock the secret realm." Upon hearing this, the ghostly maiden was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "You are rather ruthless, my king. After all, she is your lawfully wedded wife." Subsequently, beyond the water mansion, a resounding voice echoed, "My goodness, my lady, the brother-in-law is truly ruthless." Indeed, my elder brother is right. He is a callous and merciless individual. Unlike our wolf clan, renowned for its affection towards wives. Brother-in-law. Upon hearing these words, the intoxicated king of the spectral realm's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately scanned the direction of the voice with his divine sense. Soon, he discerned the unreserved presence of Ao-ing. However, after a cursory glance, the king of the spectral realm paid it no heed. As for Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, who stood behind Ao-ing, they were elegantly disregarded. Once he confirmed Ao-ying's arrival, a ferocious and sinister expression overtook the king of the spectral realm. "So it is you, you little wretch. I have yet to seek you out, and here you come to me unbidden." After cursing a few times, the king of the spectral realm overturned the table before him and drew forth a skeletal long spear resembling a weapon of great power. He then conjured a torrent of black water beneath him. Soaring away from the water mansion, one must admit, the king of the spectral realm does have quite the imposing appearance. Upon witnessing his actions, a multitude of demons and spirits within the grand hall of the water mansion erupted into cheers. "My lord, swiftly eliminate that blind intruder. My sisters and I await your triumphant return." Indeed, we must properly toast the demon king with a few cups later. The lord of the spectral realm is truly formidable. What a presence, what strength. Remarkable. As the cries of the demons and spirits reached his ears, the king of the spectral realm's aura intensified, his face adorned with an air of confidence, as if victory were assured. In his mind, he regarded Ao-ying's allies as mere golden core demons with limited prowess. After all, he was a dignified king of the spectral realm, a formidable being at the nascent soul stage. What was there to fear? Above the water mansion, witnessing the approaching king of the spectral realm, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong felt a twinge of anxiety. They could not help but recall the earlier scene where they had been thoroughly beaten by Dragon Lord Yan, which made them all the more cautious. "Boss," Lai Xiong quickly transmitted, "let's unleash our full power when the moment comes. If we miss our strike, we should call for Dragon Lord assistance." Lai Tu, not underestimating the situation, nodded in agreement. "Yes, we are still recovering from our injuries. Therefore, let us strike together with our most powerful divine abilities." Soon after, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong positioned themselves protectively in front of Ao-ing. Channeling their full magical energy in no time, they emanated a strong aura of dark malevolence. That moment, the king of the spectral realm had exited the water mansion, flying towards a trio of Ao-ing with great speed. The skeletal long spear in his hand was enveloped in swirling black mist, emitting wails of anguish and despair. The king of the spectral realm's eyes gleamed with fierce killing intent as he bellowed. Today, I shall feast on you golden core little demons to satiate my treasure. You will learn what it means to insult a demon king upon witnessing the vigilant stance of Lai Tu and Lai Xiong. The king of the spectral realm sneered in disdain. Merely golden core little demons. No matter how hard you strive, you are nothing but ants d. You truly believe you can contend with me. A king of the nascent soul stage? Just moments ago, you branded me as ruthless, did you? Very well, you shall soon experience the depths of my cruelty. With that, the king of the spectral realm stood merely 100 yards from Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, raising his long spear, ready to unleash his attack. However, before he could act, he instinctively scanned Lai Tu and Lai Xiong with his divine sense. The next moment, the color drained from his face, and his movements faltered. Two nascent soul stage demons. Indeed, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong did not conceal their cultivation, so the king of the spectral realm was naturally aware upon scanning with his divine sense. Stunned for a moment, the king of the spectral realm's face contorted with fear and disbelief. He lowered his voice. Two esteemed friends, it is a misunderstanding. But before he could finish, two streams of dark malevolence from Lai Tu and Lai Xiong transformed into two colossal black wolves, each the size of 100 feet. With a thunderous howl, the two black wolves instantaneously traversed the space, colliding with the king of the spectral realm. No. The king of the spectral realm hastily crossed his skeletal long spear before his chest, summoning a dark energy shield. Boom! With a resounding crash, the skeletal long spear shattered before him, followed by the energy shield being effortlessly torn apart, under the ferocious impact of the two black wolves. The king of the spectral realm's chest caved in, his bones cracking with a series of sickening snaps. Ultimately, he was sent hurtling back into the water mansion at alarming speed. Within the water mansion, a shadow flashed past, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. The hall itself was caught in the residual energy of the confrontation, becoming a ruin, with many demons being affected as well. In an instant, the grand hall of the water mansion was filled with cries of anguish, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. How could the demon king accidentally harm his own brethren? I have no idea. Perhaps the demon king was simply too enraged and went a bit overboard. After a moment, the demons and spirits, who had just been lost in drunken revelry, regained their senses. Yet as the smoke cleared, they beheld a massive black crocodile lying in the deep pit, measuring around 50 feet in length at the tea that moment. The black crocodile was oozing foul black blood, its body battered and broken. This, our king of the spectral realm, has actually been defeated. The throng of demons and spirits understood that the black crocodile was indeed their king of the spectral realm, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the once proud and imperious king of the spectral realm had now been reduced to this state. Outside the water mansion, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong escorted Ao Ing towards the water mansion. Yet at that moment, they could not help but mutter under their breath that so weak. Indeed, we thought his arrogant demeanor signified immense strength. It turns out he was nothing more than a paper tiger, a mere shrimp. As they spoke, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong entered the water mansion, the terrifying aura of the nascent soul stage radiating from them. All the demons and spirits present were immediately overwhelmed, trembling as they knelt on the ground. Hey, this crocodile demon seems off. Just as they approached, Lai Tu sensed something was amiss and summoned a massive hand of magic to grasp the gigantic crocodile demon's body. He soon realized that within the body of the crocodile demon, its soul could not be extinguished. With a swift scan of his divine sense, he focused intently and discovered the crocodile demon's soul frantically fleeing beneath the depths of the earth. With a flick of his wrist, dark malevolence enveloped his hand, coalescing into a great black hand. Crack! The massive hand, almost indifferent to distance, swiftly seized the fleeing soul of the king of the spectral realm. Upon capturing the king of the spectral realm, Lai Tu felt a wave of disdain wash over him. He promptly unveiled the king of the spectral realm's true nature. What a sight! Neither demon nor ghost, with its soul bearing the lingering essence of a dragon pearl. Elder brother, this fellow must have taken a nefarious path to ascend to the nascent soul stage. likely consuming and refining Our Lady Sister's dragon pearl, treading the twisted path of demonization and ghostly transformation. Upon hearing Lai Tu and Lai Xiong's words, a multitude of demons and spirits were astonished. They lifted their heads only to discover that the essence of the king of the spectral realm's soul indeed bore an unusual quality: 3 parts demon energy and 7 parts ghostly energy. It appeared utterly out of place, and within its mouth, it tightly clutched a purple dragon pearl. "Sister, it truly is my sister's inner Dan dragon pearl," Ao Ing exclaimed, her eyes filled with hatred and a thirst for vengeance as she gazed at the king of the spectral realm. "Hand it over." Lai Tu, displaying a keen sense of awareness, struck the king of the spectral realm's soul with force. The essence of the king of the spectral realm dimmed, and the dragon pearl slipped from its grasp. With care, Lai Tu presented the dragon pearl to Ao Ing. "My lady, please accept your sister's dragon pearl." With that, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong exchanged a sinister grin directed at the king of the spectral realm's soul. "Next, let this wretched creature, neither demon nor ghost, taste the cruelty he so brazenly proclaimed. Yes, daring to offend Our Lady, he shall find himself in a predicament from which there is no escape." Yet, just as Lai Tu and Lai Xiong finished speaking, a voice resonated from afar. "My esteemed friends of the demon clan, have you gone too far? To treat my nephew-in-law with such brutality, it seems you are disregarding my authority." Upon hearing the sound, Yi Yin, concealed in the shadows, swiftly detected the arrival of reinforcements for the Tanyu Demon King. It was a slender, middle-aged man of the Ghost Clan, possessing considerable strength, being at the mid-stage of the Yuanshan realm. A mid-stage Yuanshan ghost, perhaps the very individual who previously participated in the ambush against Ao Ing. Nevertheless, Yi Yin remained still, discreetly communicating with Lai Tu Lai Xiong. "Hold your ground for now. Engage him in conversation, and see if we can lure out something more substantial." After acknowledging Yi Yan's orders, Lai Tu Lai Xiong commenced his actions. Within the water mansion, Lai Tu Lai Xiong feigned ignorance of the ghost's words, and flames of demon fire began to rise in his hands. In the next moment, he directly placed the demon soul of the Tanyu Demon King into the flames for roasting. Instantly, the Tanyu Demon King, who had just pretended to be unconscious, let out a piercing scream. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me, great uncle, please save me." In the distant sky, the middle-aged ghost's expression darkened upon witnessing Lai Tu Lai Xiong's actions. "Damn it! How dare you disregard my authority?" In an instant, the ghost accelerated his escape, swiftly arriving at the Tanyu Water Mansion. "How dare you lay such a vicious hand on my niece's husband in my presence? It seems you two friends are not showing me any respect." As soon as he landed, the middle-aged ghost emanated a powerful aura, his gaze fixating on Ao Ing, unable to suppress a cold smirk. "So it is you, little dragon. You are the one who brought this help." Lai Tu Lai Xiong, displaying unwavering loyalty, immediately shielded Ao Ing behind him without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, his mid-stage Yuanshan strength was laid bare, radiating boldly. Sensing the mid-stage Yuanshan power of Lai Tu Lai Xiong, the middle-aged ghost was taken aback. "2 mid-stage Yuanshan demon kings. No wonder you do not show me any deference." Taking a deep breath, suppressing his fury, the middle-aged ghost spoke in a frigid tone. "My dear friends, while your strength is indeed formidable, this is the territory of the Southern Ghost Nation. Are you truly intent on pursuing this course? You must understand that our Southern Ghost Nation boasts 6 or 7 mid-stage Yuanshan cultivators, and my father is a prince of the Southern Ghost Nation, having reached the late-stage Yuanshan. If you truly engage in battle, it would be quite unwise." Lai Tu Lai Xiong too began to act, extinguishing the demon fire in his hands, yet he did not release the Tanyu Demon King. Observing Lai Tu Lai Xiong's slight retreat, the middle-aged ghost's demeanor softened, and he continued, "You have avenged that little dragon. Why not release my niece's husband? Otherwise, a full-scale battle would be detrimental for all parties involved." While maintaining a facade of toughness, the middle-aged ghost covertly plotted. Stealthily bypassing Ao Ing, he transmitted a message to Lai Tu Lai Xiong and the other demon, saying, "My friends, please hear me out that we are all fellow practitioners of the Yuanshan realm. We have toiled to reach this stage. Why should we risk our lives over a mere golden elixir little dragon? I implore you to spare my niece's husband, and I will ensure you are richly rewarded." As he spoke, the middle-aged ghost noticed a flicker of interest in Lai Tu Lai Xiong's eyes. Sensing the wolfish aura emanating from Lai Tu Lai Xiong, he half-truthfully revealed, "I suppose you are seeking vengeance for that golden elixir little dragon for the promised rewards. Correct?" Indeed, her background is not to be underestimated, and the rewards could be quite substantial. However, I can also offer you a tremendous opportunity. To be candid, our motive for capturing that little dragon is due to the discovery of a secret realm. Within it lie celestial materials and countless spiritual herbs. We have merely skimmed the surface and already reaped great rewards. Yet, to fully unlock the core area of that secret realm, a substantial amount of pure-blooded dragon essence is required as a catalyst. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare, and I believe it could elevate our strength significantly. You need not rush to respond. Take your time to consider. As he spoke, the middle-aged ghost displayed an air of nonchalance, seemingly genuinely awaiting a response from Lai Tu Lai Xiong. Naturally, Lai Tu Lai Xiong dared not agree. They had not forgotten that their dragon lord was still lurking in the shadows, watching them. Thus, he feigned indecision, appearing to contemplate. With Lai Tu Lai Xiong silent, the middle-aged ghost remained patient, leisurely awaiting a reply. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Meanwhile, Yin, concealed in the shadows, discerned the true intentions of the middle-aged ghost. At that moment, while the middle-aged ghost transmitted his message to Lai Tu Lai Xiong, an extremely covert stream of sinister energy surged beneath him, rapidly escaping through the earth's veins as a member of the ghost clan. The middle-aged ghost consciousness was considerably more potent than that of Lai Tu Lai Xiong, thus remaining undetected. Yet, Yin did not intervene. He chose instead to await the emergence of a larger fish from the depths. After a brief interval, a dark, flickering light appeared in the distant sky. The dense aura of darkness swiftly enveloped much of the heavens. Such a commotion did not escape Lai Tu Lai Xiong's notice. And he exclaimed, "Damn it, you have the audacity to secretly summon reinforcements. You Ghost Clan members are utterly shameless." My dear friends, there is no need to struggle. My father, a late-stage Yuanshan powerhouse, is on his way. The middle-aged ghost dropped his facade, quickly producing several magical artifacts, greedily eyeing Lai Tu Lai Xiong and the other demon, declaring, "And as for my dignity, it matters not. What I seek is your lives. I desire your demon souls to serve as nourishment for my ghost banner's advancement, and to use your formidable demon bodies for my corpse training." As he spoke, a multitude of ghostly entities surged forth from the soul banner before the middle-aged ghost, led by Yuan Shun Realm Ghost King. Following that, a blood shadow materialized, revealing a Yuan Shun Realm blood corpse. Additionally, several eerie, mother and child ghost swords surged toward Lai Tu Lai Xiong. Seeking death, Lai Tu Lai Xiong roared in fury. "Do you underestimate the might of my demon clan?" Instantly, he was enveloped in swirling black mist, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities in that moment, despite holding the upper hand and inflicting injuries upon the middle-aged ghost. The latter continued to laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Good, good. The stronger you are, the greater my spoils. Moreover, I need not defeat you, as long as I can entangle you for a moment. Once my father arrives, you shall have no escape." In the distant sky, the late-stage Yuan Shun ghost was drawing near. Yin pondered, recalling the previous wedding event when Feng Qi was present, and he had yet to claim his cultivation reward. At that moment, Yin decided to play it safe and promptly claimed all of his cultivation rewards. The cultivation rewards were as follows: Li Yunyang 300 years, by Shuang 300 years, Yin Yi 400 years. Collectively, this amounted to 1,000 years of cultivation, which, while seemingly substantial, was not as considerable as it appeared. Due to the inherent differences in cultivation speed, the demon clan, under comparable conditions and qualifications, advanced much slower than the human race. After all, they lacked the abundant resources for pill consumption that a human might cultivate for a year, equating to several years, or even decades for a demon. Furthermore, when demons cultivate, they must also focus on enhancing their physical forms, naturally requiring more time for breakthroughs. For instance, It is said that the old demon of the Black Mountain in the underworld possesses an extraordinary lineage. Yet his cultivation period spans 5 figures, reaching a decade or even several millennia, and he has only just achieved the returning Void Realm. This is a setting, not a plot hole. Otherwise, the protagonist would break through every time he received a cultivation reward. After a single wedding, he would ascend to a higher realm, without even having the chance to consummate the marriage before facing tribulations. Yi Yan's original cultivation level was already at the peak of the mid-stage Yuanshan realm. After assimilating these cultivation years into his demon body, his cultivation instantly broke through to the late-stage Yuanshan realm. Once he achieved this breakthrough, his aura radiated distinctly. A Yuanshan realm demon king? The mid-stage Yuanshan ghost immediately sensed the shift, his brow furrowing as he felt an ominous premonition. Wait, it's actually a late-stage Yuanshan dragon demon. How infuriating. However, realizing this revelation was already too late. Yi Yan had long been prepared. The entire sky was now illuminated by a myriad of brilliant lights: azure purple Kuei water divine lightning, deep azure tide divine lightning, and the most formidable golden gung metal divine lightning cascaded like raindrops. The azure purple Kuei water divine lightning struck the mid-stage Yuanshan ghost, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Yet the residual power of the Kuei water divine lightning continued unabated. The crackling sounds echoed repeatedly as the ghost suffered considerable injury. The deep azure Tai divine lightning struck next, exacerbating the ghost's wounds and draining his vitality, causing his aura to plummet perilously close to the mid-stage Yuanshan realm. The most lethal was the golden gung metal divine lightning. Once it struck, even the late-stage spirit realm members of the ghost clan could not withstand it, their bodies instantly becoming a pitiful wreck. In the blink of an eye, the late-stage ghost clan member was gravely injured by Yi Yan. Finally, Yi Yan unleashed another divine ability, summoning wind and rain. Dark clouds and torrents enveloped the entire sky, catching the ghost clan member attempting to flee completely off guard as a massive dragon claw dragged him into the chaos. The winds rise, the clouds surge. Amidst the downpour, Yi Yan shouted, and then the sinister wind and the spirit-breaking rain descended in an instant. In the tumult of wind and rain, the late-stage ghost clan member was ruthlessly devastated. The tides turned. Yi Yan's body swelled, his aura becoming even more terrifying, and then he opened his maw wide, instantly tearing the ghost clan member's body in two. Moments later, the storm subsided. Following that, the severed remnants of the ghost clan member plummeted from sky. With the descent of the shattered corpse, the entire water mansion fell into a profound silence. He is dead. Our Inu Wang of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, that late-stage ghost king, has perished so easily. Surrounding the water mansion, a multitude of demons and monsters stood as if the sky had collapsed around them. It must be noted that this was a powerful entity at the late stage of the spirit realm, the pinnacle of combat strength in the entire Southern Ghost Kingdom. Yet at this moment he had died with such nonchalance. How Yi Yan had slain that late-stage ghost clan member was beyond the comprehension of the onlookers. They only knew that in mere moments, the late-stage ghost king had met his demise. The immense shock rendered all the demons and monsters unable to believe it for a long time. In the grand hall of the water mansion, the mid-stage ghost clan member, who had been battling against Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, was also momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the smile vanished from his face. How could this be? My father is dead. Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, however, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiles spread across their faces. How could that deadbeat father of yours possibly contend with our dragon lord? This is indeed a stroke of luck. Now it's your turn to face misfortune. You wanted us brothers to refine your souls into ghostly beings, to turn your flesh into corpses. Didn't you? Subsequently, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong exerted all their strength, unleashing their divine abilities that, in just a few breaths, the mid-stage ghost clan member sustained even more injuries. How intriguing, a secret realm, and one left behind by my dragon ancestors. Descending slowly from the sky, Yi Yan grasped a fragment of the ghost clan's remaining soul. Upon probing this remnant soul, Yi Yan gleaned some information, discovering that their capture of Ao Ing was in pursuit of a secret realm. one that could only be opened with the blood of a pure-blooded flood dragon. The remnant soul's memories were incomplete, but Yi Yin paid it no mind, for at this moment, there were still 2 living members of the spirit realm awaiting his interrogation. Yi Yin rolled up the 2 severed bodies of the Ghost Clan member and stored them in a spatial storage before his figure transformed into a flash of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in the grand hall of the Water Mansion. Don't come any closer. The mid-stage Ghost Clan member turned pale upon seeing Yi Yin, immediately disregarding any losses with a steely resolve. He caused his blood corpse to swell and explode, simultaneously detonating the child and mother ghost swords along with the gathering Yin ghost banner. The explosive power of the blood corpse and the 2 ghostly artifacts was considerable, compelling Lai Tu and Lai Xiong to retreat swiftly to avoid the onslaught. Seizing this opportunity, the mid-stage Ghost Clan member immediately employed a secret technique. As the technique activated, his realm plummeted to the early stage of the spirit realm. Yet his body transformed into a shadow, fleeing at a speed comparable to that of a late-stage spirit realm member. Don't run. A family must stay together, Yi Yin called out, not pursuing, but merely raising his hand and calmly declaring. Kuei-sui Shunlei. Instantly, a violet-blue thunder roared forth before vanishing. When the Kuei-sui Shunlei reappeared, it struck the fleeing mid-stage Ghost Clan member directly at why Yi Yin did not exert his full strength. The Kuei-sui Shunlei merely grievously wounded the Ghost Clan member. Yi Yin then unhurriedly approached, swiftly extracting the Ghost Clan member's soul. Subsequently, he closed his eyes to probe the soul. After about a quarter of an hour, Yi Yin acquired the majority of the Ghost Clan's memories, including details about the secret realm and their family's treasure trove. Among the revelations was a piece of information that surprised Yi Yin slightly. These 2 Ghost Clan members, one at the late stage and the other at the mid-stage of the spirit realm, were indeed of royal lineage in the southern Ghost Kingdom. They were both princes, one titled Yin Yu Wang and the other Yin Xia Wang. However, the relationship between this father and son duo and the southern Ghost Kingdom's royalty was not particularly close. Rather, it was filled with animosity. The reason for this animosity stemmed from Yin Yu Wang's defeat in the struggle for the throne against the current emperor of the Southern Ghost Kingdom 1,000 years ago. Consequently, they had grown estranged, with other powerful spirit realm entities in the kingdom also harboring little affection for them. Yet, considering the Southern Ghost Kingdom's weakness and the multitude of surrounding powers, internal strife had been avoided. Thus, Yi Yin was not overly concerned about any demons or monsters seeking revenge after this battle. However, upon understanding the general strength of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, Yi Yin found himself contemplating other matters. After probing the soul of Yin Xia Wang, Yi Yin then took the demon soul of the Tongyu Demon King from Lai Tu and Lai Xiong. Upon glancing at it, Yi Yin was momentarily taken aback by the Tongyu Demon King's grotesque appearance. At that moment, upon seeing the main figure, the Tongyu Demon King hastily begged for mercy, speaking in a lowly tone. "Great King, spare me. I beg you, spare this little demon's life. If you grant me mercy, I can swear an oath to the great Tao, allowing you to plant a soul restriction on me, that I can serve as your loyal hound." The Tongyu Demon King truly did not wish to die. Having just broken through to the spirit realm, he had ample time to enjoy life. Therefore, even if he had to demean himself, he felt he would pay any price to survive, even if it meant being a dog. Yi Yin paid him no mind, merely shaking his head at Ao. "Your sister has such poor judgment. Perhaps my sister has been cultivating for too long and seldom ventures out, thus being deceived by this scoundrel." Ao Ing too had grievances to express. She had urged her sister countless times, yet her sister refused to listen. Like Yi Yin, Ao Ing harbored no fondness for this ingrate brother-in-law. She then contemplated using her divine ability to eliminate the Tongyu Demon King. But Yi Yin stopped her, saying, "Your sister is unaware of her own peril and does not know where she is. Allow me to probe the soul first." Upon hearing Ao Yu's name, the Tongyu Demon King suddenly recalled that, in a certain sense, he was related to Yi Yin. Immediately, he sought to ingratiate himself. "Yes, great king, I am Ao Ying's brother-in-law. We are related, after all." The Tongyu Demon King, disregarding his past actions against Ao Yu, "Only wish to survive that I beg you. for the sake of my sister Ao Ing. Spare my life? I truly acted foolishly. Be silent, Yin coldly commanded, seizing the Tongyu Demon King's soul to probe it. After about a quarter of an hour, Yin completed the soul probing. He then conjured a flame, continuously scorching the Tongyu Demon King's essence. At this moment, the Tongyu Demon King could no longer plead for mercy, letting out screams of agony. Yin, somewhat sympathetically, informed Ao Ing, "Your sister is alive, but her situation is not favorable." He then extended his hand, swiftly pulling a ghostly beauty from a distance into his grasp. The ghostly beauty was pale and panicked, but soon adopted a pitiful demeanor, exuding charm as she implored Yin, "Great King, it hurts. Please be gentle. I am willing to do anything you desire." This, Ao Ing found Yian's actions perplexing. Upon seeing the ghostly woman's flirtatious demeanor, her mind began to wander. Could it be that my Dragon Lord has a fondness for such types? If I were to marry the Dragon Lord, would I have to present myself in a similar manner? How utterly embarrassing. As she pondered this, Ao Ying's cheeks flushed. Yin, observing Ao Ying's reaction, understood her misinterpretation. He instantly felt speechless and said, "What are you thinking? I am not so depraved in taste. I have no interest in such goods. This is the mistress of your scoundrel brother-in-law, and she participated in the plot against you sisters." I see Ying's face turned crimson once again as she silently chided herself for her incessant daydreaming. Afterward, Yin bellowed loudly to those around him, "I am the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River. My arrival here is, of course, justified. It is solely because of the Yin King and his son, as well as this spawn of the Tongyu clan, who have dared to bully my wife and sister-in-law. You, who have no stake in this matter, should disperse swiftly, for today, as events may be spread far and wide. Especially make it clear to the royal family of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, demanding an explanation from them." Yian's proclamation was not without reason. Firstly, he did not wish to bear the ignoble titles of murderer or bandit, which might invoke fear or hostility from other factions. After all, he was not merely a transient figure looking to make a quick profit. If he wished to establish himself in the southern domain, a respectable reputation was of utmost importance. Secondly, having discerned that the Southern Ghost Kingdom was of mediocre strength, he knew that the ghostly duo had access to numerous resources such as spirit mines. The Yin King and his son had met their demise at his hands, and thus those spirit mines rightfully belonged to him. Yin decided to overtly display his power to encourage a cordial transaction with the Southern Ghost Kingdom. Exchanging resources for those spirit mines seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Should they be foolish enough to covet his spirit mines? Yin would be more than pleased, for it would provide him with just cause to eliminate a few more plump, soul-bound targets. Upon concluding his words, the various demons and spirits prostrated themselves before Yin, expressing their gratitude for the Dragon Lord's magnanimity. Yin, however, did not linger. He led Lai Tu, Lai Xiong, and Ao Ying into the depths of the water prison beneath the water palace. Soon, guided by the memories of the Tongyu Demon King, they arrived at the prison. Upon hearing their footsteps, Ao Yu's voice remained icy. "You should abandon any hope. I shall not reveal the whereabouts of my sister. As for you, await in fear for the arrival of the experts from the Jiaolong clan, who will shred you to pieces and scatter your bones." Hearing that familiar voice, Ao Ying's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed to the front of the prison. Exclaiming, "Sister, little sister," Ao Yu was taken aback, initially believing she was hallucinating. After a few glances, she confirmed that her younger sister truly stood before her, and her concern deepened. "You haven't been captured by that ungrateful scoundrel, have you?" "No. But sister, please reclaim your dragon pearl quickly." Ao Ying shook her head, producing Ao Yu's dragon pearl in her hand. Only then did Ao Yu feel a sense of relief, and she opened her mouth to swallow the pearl. After consuming the dragon pearl, Ao Yu's magical power and aura gradually began to restore. Subsequently, upon noticing Yin and his companions, she was further astonished and couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, who are these companions of the soul stage?" Before Ao Ying could respond, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the underground prison. Ao Yu turned her gaze toward the source of the wails, instantly captivated. There, in Yian's left hand, the soul of the Tong Yu Demon King was being relentlessly scorched by demonic flames. The flames were not intense, yet the agony of the searing pain was unbearable. TSU. Aoyu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the Tong Yu Demon King, her eyes turning red with rage. Her voice hoarse yet filled with hatred and satisfaction. "Ha! I never expected you to meet such a fate." As the Tong Yu Demon King cried out in torment, he desperately pleaded with Aoyu. My dear, please intercede for me. It was my fault, my folly, I was bewitched. I swear I won't do it again. Just for our past, please help me. Dragon Lord, the Dragon Lord is Aoying's husband. We are family," he implored. "Husband?" Aoyu was taken aback, looking at her sister with surprise. Aoying, blushing, began to introduce Yiyan. "Yes, sister, this is my husband, the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River. Yunit, is thanks to him that we were able to rescue you." This, Aoyu found it hard to accept that her sister had suddenly acquired a husband. Reflecting on her own painful experiences, she could not help but feel that there were no good male demons in this world. However, she did not express her feelings, merely bowing to Yiyan to show her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. I shall repay you later." Yiyan felt indifferent toward Aoyu and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Afterward, he introduced Lai Tu and Lai Xiong. These are the two esteemed seniors, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong. Both are mid-level demon kings of the soul stage and invaluable aides to my husband. They have exerted a considerable effort in your rescue, so be sure to express your gratitude. Your Highness, you flatter us. It is our blessing to assist the Dragon Lord and your Highness. Indeed, upon the Dragon Lord's command. We shall strike wherever directed. Your Highness need not thank us. Lai Tu and Lai Xiong waved their hands, somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. They further insisted, "We merely lent a hand. The true credit lies with our Dragon Lord." Yes, the Dragon Lord's prowess earlier was simply astounding. We dare not claim any merit. Aoyu was perplexed as to why, despite being fellow soul stage beings, these two demon kings were subordinates to her brother-in-law. Even with a slight difference in realms, it was rare for one demon king to serve another, let alone adopt such a subservient demeanor. Aoyu did not ponder further and simply bowed her hands, saying, "No, I must still express my gratitude to you both. I shall ensure to repay you. Please rest assured." After the introductions, Yiyan did not wish to linger on the matter. To be frank, he held little interest in his sister-in-law. He simply handed over the Tong Yu Demon King and the female ghost to Aoyu, stating, "This is your husband, and the female ghost is his mistress. Both are the masterminds behind the plot against you." The female ghost too? Aoyu was genuinely unaware of this, momentarily bewildered. She had believed that the Tong Yu Demon King had sought to eliminate her and her sister for the sake of a breakthrough into the soul stage and to seize the secret realm. Completely ignorant of the fact that she had been wronged long before, Yiyan could not bluntly say that her husband was simultaneously betraying her while conspiring with his mistress against her. He could only suggest, "You may search their souls. The entire sequence of events will become clear." The Tong Yu Demon King was instantly terrified. Should this woman truly search his soul, no amount of pleading would spare his life. Thus, he continued to beg pitifully, "No, my dear, please show mercy. It was that vile woman who led me astray. Otherwise, how could I have been bewitched into acting against you?" The female ghost's face paled, and she too began to plead with Yiyan, trying to shift the blame that, "My lord, please do not abandon me. Just give me one more chance. I can do anything." At that moment, Aoyu harbored no affection for the Tong Yu Demon King and ignored his pleas. She seized the Tong Yu Demon King's soul and the female ghost, disregarding her own injuries, and began to search their souls. Moments later, Aoyu meticulously examined their memories. Her expression shifted from a flush of anger to a deepening darkness, her lips trembling as she murmured, so that is how it is. Truly, my dear husband, I have long been ensnared in your schemes, and I foolishly believed I had encountered true love. What encounters, what pursuits, what marriage? It was all a facade. Everything was a lie." With that, Aoyu let out a long wail, transforming into a purple flood dragon. Using her claws and jaws, she tore both the Tong Yu Demon King and the female ghost into shreds. "There are no good male demons in this world." With those words, Ao, you fainted. Why, Ian felt somewhat offended by her remark. Was it his fault that he was blind and foolish while lamenting the absence of good male demons in the world? Sister. Oing hurriedly scooped up Aou, anxiously asking Ian, Husband, is my sister all right? Ian shook his head and replied, She is fine. She merely fainted from her own foolishness. Aoying, after rescuing Ao Ying's elder sister. Aou, Ian and his companions did not linger, but flew directly back to the water mansion of Tenglong River. As for the matter of the spiritual mine left behind by the Yin Wang and his son, Ian remained unperturbed. The multitude of demons and monsters that had just escaped from the water mansion would inevitably attract the attention of the royal family of the Southern Ghost Kingdom. However, Ian harbored no concerns about their intentions, for he possessed the strength to make them wary and the power to upend their plans at will. In just half a day, Ian and his group returned to the water mansion. Upon their arrival, Ian promptly arranged for the two demons, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, to settle in the external courtyard's cave dwelling. Acknowledging their contributions during the recent escapade, he generously rewarded each of them with a fourth-tier magical artifact before dismissing them. With that, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong felt a profound sense of relief, realizing that their lives had indeed been spared. Subsequently, Ao Ying attended to her comatose elder sister. Before departing, she blushed and addressed Ian, saying, Dragon husband, thank you for rescuing my sister. I shall not go back on my word regarding my promise to you. Whenever you wish to marry me, just give me a heads dash up. Ian nodded, contemplating that once he completed his current engagements, it might soon be time for another wedding. Reflecting on this, he realized that he had quite a few fiancées already. Jian Ling Jin Gu Cici, the deep-sea thunder flood dragon Ao Ying, the six-tailed white fox Hu Yujia, and the Ying sisters, the earth witch bloodline Ying Tu Tu and the gale wind sky eagle Ying Qing Qing. In total, he had 5 prospective brides awaiting marriage. This train of thought led him to remember Prime Minister Gay and Feng Qi, wondering what marriage proposal they might bring to him this time and what rewards the newly added spouses might bestow upon him. In the Yunjian plain, at the Yun Jiandao sect, after much contemplation, the middle-aged beauty Xiao Mu Yu was persuaded by Prime Minister Gui. She nodded, expressing her stance to him. You are right. Prime Minister, I am indeed concerned about my great-granddaughter. After considering it, your Dragon Lord is genuinely a suitable match for her. However, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I must also consider my great-granddaughter's feelings. She then instructed her subordinates to summon her great-granddaughter. Prime Minister Gay nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Xiao Mu Yu's approach. It was indeed prudent to consult the parties involved in matters of marriage, as such affairs are best when both parties are willing, ensuring a lasting union. Soon after, Xiao Mu Yu's great-granddaughter, Xiao Ruoxi, arrived. Feng Qi, familiar with her, acknowledged that she was of the royal lineage of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom and also knew of her admiration for her great-grandmother. Greetings, Senior Feng. Feng Qi, being quite amiable, remarked, You've advanced to the golden core stage in just a few years. Your cultivation progress is indeed impressive. She then turned to Prime Minister Gui and said, Look, Ruo, she is quite remarkable. I said, Tishi. Xiao Ruo, she finally noticed Prime Minister Gui. Although unfamiliar, she still performed a respectful salute. Greetings, esteemed friend of the demon race. Prime Minister Gui, unreserved, smiled and said, Greetings, Lady Ruoxi. To be frank, I have come on behalf of my Dragon Lord to propose marriage to your esteemed sect. Furthermore, this proposal has the blessing of your great-grandmother. Initially taken aback, Xiao Ruo, she gazed at her great-grandmother, who showed no signs of disapproval, leading her to feel somewhat astonished. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, Your Dragon Lord? He must be the dragon's sovereign. Then, the reason for your proposal is likely due to my dragon-chanting spirit body. Indeed, Prime Minister Gui affirmed, reiterating what he had previously conveyed to Xiao Mu Yu. It must be said that Prime Minister Gui was an exceptionally competent matchmaker. In just a few exchanges, Xiao Ruo, she could not help but acknowledge the validity of his words. Moreover, she had heard of the Tenglong River Dragon Lord's feats, having single-handedly vanquished 2 mid-stage demon kings in a short span, even those formidable foes from the Black Ghost Mountain. Thus, the external speculation suggested that the strength of the Tenglong River Dragon Lord was comparable to that of an average late-stage cultivator. After pondering, Xiao Ruo, she decided not to oppose the marriage but stipulated a condition that I am willing to marry your Dragon Lord. But there is one condition. Please, Lady Ruo, she, state your condition on the day of the wedding. I want your Dragon Lord to personally come to escort me. This would also serve to deter the southern Ghost Kingdom from making any rash moves, she declared. Prime Minister Gui considered this and deemed the condition reasonable. Given that the Yun Jiandao sect was a formidable force, and Xiao Ruo, Shi's dragon-chanting spirit body was indeed alluring, he believed it was not an unreasonable request. Yet Prime Minister Gui dared not make promises on behalf of his Dragon Lord. He simply nodded. Lady Ruo, Shi, your condition is quite fair that I shall return to the Water Mansion and report to the Dragon Lord. I am confident he will acquiesce. With that, Prime Minister Gui and Feng Qi took their leave after a brief discussion with Xiao Muyu. Back in the Water Mansion of Tenglong River, within his cave dwelling, Yi Yin began to assess the spoils of this venture. First, there were two secret realms. The first, a reward from Ao Ing, was a secret realm abundant with spiritual herbs and plants, containing a fourth-tier thunder jade marvel tree. However, Ao Ing also mentioned that entry into this realm was restricted to golden core cultivators or great demons, and while it teemed with spiritual herbs, it was not without considerable danger. Therefore, Yi Yin decided against immediate exploration and planned to send his golden core subordinates to investigate after his marriage. The second secret realm held even greater value. It was discovered by the Yin Yu Wang and his son. Based on soul-searching memories, Yi Yin speculated that it was likely a secret realm belonging to the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, the master of this water mansion presumably possessed formidable strength, at least that of a returning void cultivator. However, Yi Yin was in no rush, as the core of this secret realm required a copious amount of pure-blooded flood dragon essence. He had no intention of using his own or Ao Ying's blood to activate it. Thus, one must wait for the inexpensive sister-in-law to recover before making a modest donation. After all, she had just sworn an oath to repay the favor, and Yin had graciously afforded her this opportunity. Subsequently, Yin opened 3 storage artifacts. The first was the storage ring of the ghostly king of the ethereal realm. As soon as the ring was opened, Yin was assaulted by a cacophony of intense and unpleasant aromas. These noxious scents emanated from a plethora of female demon garments, some of which were decidedly intimate in nature. Wei Yin found himself utterly disinterested and carelessly cast them aside as he continued to inspect the other contents of the storage ring. However, it became apparent that the ghostly king was indeed impoverished. In terms of spirit stones, there were merely a handful of high-grade stones, with medium-grade stones barely numbering around 20,000, while the lower-grade stones were plentiful, totaling in the millions. Furthermore, the collection of magical artifacts was disheartening, with not a single 4th-tier artifact to be found. All were 3rd-tier and of mediocre quality. The yield of spiritual herbs was also limited, predominantly consisting of 3rd-tier spiritual materials. Yin could hardly be bothered to examine each item individually and simply discarded them all into the treasury of the Water Mansion. Nevertheless, he held no expectations for the ghostly king's storage ring. Considering the king had only recently broken through to the nascent soul realm and was reliant on others for sustenance, naturally resulting in modest assets, in contrast, the Yin Ghost King and his son were seasoned veterans of the nascent soul realm, commanding a substantial territory, and had recently reaped considerable rewards from a secret realm. With high hopes, Yi Yin proceeded to open the storage artifacts of the Yin Ghost King and his son. First was the storage ring of the mid-nascent soul ghost, the Yin Evil King. Upon opening the ring, Yi Yin's consciousness was immediately drawn to 2 piles of spirit stones, one comprised of high-grade stones and the other of medium-grade stones. A swift scan revealed impressive quantities. Compared to the impoverished ethereal king, the Yin Evil King could certainly be considered wealthy. The total of high-grade spirit stones amounted to 6,000, with medium-grade stones reaching a staggering 1 million. Not a single low-grade spirit stone could be found within the Yin Evil King's ring. Additionally, there were over 100,000 variously graded Yin Chi orbs, which served as fundamental resources for ghostly cultivation. Analogous to spirit stones for humans and demons, Yin also discovered several 4th-tier artifacts. although they were of types favored by the ghostly race or ghostly cultivators. Among them was a 4th-tier low-grade flying artifact shaped like a skull, a medium-grade demon flying sword designed to corrupt souls, and a common ghostly artifact, a 4th-tier medium-grade soul flag, which had absorbed numerous ghostly entities, albeit lacking any nascent soul entities. There was also a semi-finished artifact, the ghostly fire lantern, which required only one final step, refining a 4th-tier fire for completion. Beyond these, the most significant haul consisted of a plethora of spiritual grasses and herbs. Upon careful inspection, Yin found a total of 39 4th-tier spiritual herbs, many of which were water-based, including the highly beneficial blood dragon grass for dragon-type demons. Yin surmised that they had likely been gathered from the Water Mansion's secret realm. He then categorized them, intending to entrust the viable ones to Yin for cultivation. Those that could not be cultivated would either be sold, used for alchemy, or stored away. There was also a substantial quantity of 4th-tier spiritual fruits, numbering over 20, although regrettably, most were type fruits useful primarily to the ghostly race. Moreover, the 3rd-tier herbs and fruits were in abundance, with Yin estimating around 3,000 in total that he classified the 3rd-tier herbs, separating those that could still be cultivated due to a short harvest time for Yin's attempts, while those that were too old or unfit for cultivation would be stored in the Water Mansion as treasury. Lastly, there were the spiritual ores and materials, 13 pieces of 4th-tier ore and over 20 types of 4th-tier materials, such as beast bones, spirit wood, and spirit jade, with nearly 1,000 3rd-tier materials. Finally, Yin opened the storage artifact of the Ghost King, the late nascent soul ghost. Unlike conventional storage rings, the Ghost King's artifact was a spatial orb, which possessed a vast space that was quite challenging to unlock. Yin spent considerable time deciphering it. Once he successfully probed the orb with his consciousness, he was astounded by the multitude of items within. After 3 or 4 quarters of an hour, Yin finally organized the contents. First came the spirit stones. The Ghost King's spatial orb contained over 60,000 high-grade spirit stones and more than 3 million medium-grade spirit stones. Following, there were the essential Shi orbs for ghostly cultivation, with the total number of variously graded orbs reaching 400,000 AS for artifacts, since the Ghost King had been swiftly vanquished by Yi Yan's combined attacks. All of his artifacts remained intact. There were a total of 11 4th-tier artifacts, most of which were favored by the ghostly or corpse-cultivating sections. Among them were 2 top-tier 4th-tier artifacts, a 4-beast ghost seal, which housed 4 mid-nascent soul peak ghostly entities that could be summoned for battle, retaining their prior abilities, and a 9-demon killing realm, a versatile artifact capable of summoning 9 formidable demons for offensive or defensive maneuvers, each powerful enough to rival a nascent soul entity, with attacks that could inadvertently taint the enemy's soul. However, the Ghost King had not had the opportunity to unleash these during his encounter. There were also 3 high-grade 4th-tier artifacts, a blood corpse demon coffin, which sealed 2 mid-nascent soul blood corpses, a 9 bloodbone umbrella, a defensive artifact with 2 mid-nascent soul female ghosts as umbrella spirits, capable of entrancing minds and draining blood essence, and an ancient, blood-stained flying knife, which appeared to be a shard but possessed formidable power and could evolve by devouring various blood essences. Additionally, there were 6 lower-grade, 4th-tier artifacts, which seemed to be spoils of war for the Ghost King, an ice-type flying sword, evidently used by human sword cultivators, a demon-slaying staff specifically for Buddhist practitioners, a dazzling golden Buddhist robe, as well as a Taoist 3,000 green silk whisk, a soul-devouring golden cicada favored by insect cultivators or goo masters, and even a pair of large blue horn blades, clearly crafted from the horns of a demon bull. There are also a considerable number of 3rd-tier artifacts, totaling around 30, each being a premium quality. Regarding spiritual herbs and fruits, the Ghost King's collection was modest but comprised rare treasures. There were 18 4th-tier spiritual herbs, with the most precious being a nearly 50,000-year-old 9-leaf dragon branch, reputed to be formed from dragon bones, maturing over 10,000 years and subsequently doubling its potency every 10,000 years. The 9-leaf dragon branch significantly enhances the strength of the meridians and bones of demon races, particularly benefiting dragon-type demons, that if Yi Yan were to consume and refine this dragon bloodgrass, his meridians and skeletal strength would surely increase at least twofold. However, after careful consideration, Yi Yan decided to entrust it to Yi Yan for cultivation. Firstly, Yi Yan's abilities could rapidly accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. And as the nine-leaf dragon branch was nearing 50,000 years of age, Yi Yan thought it prudent to wait until it reached that age before consuming it. Secondly, Yi Yan recalled that Yi Yan could cultivate spiritual herbs and trees to obtain the vital ethereal wood essence for their child. Naturally, the higher the grade of the spiritual herbs and trees, the better the effects would be. For the sake of their child, Yi Yan had resolved to send all cultivable spiritual herbs he acquired recently to Yi Yan's herbal garden. Besides the herbs, the Yin Ghost King also possessed a substantial number of fourth-tier spiritual fruits, roughly around 100, including about 10 dragon soul fruits, which could enhance spiritual strength and were quite valuable among fourth-tier spiritual fruits. However, after consuming one, the second would yield no effect. Having previously consumed a dragon soul fruit, Yi Yan found these fruits ineffective for himself. Nevertheless, he had no intention of trading them. Rather, he planned to give them to Yi Yan and her 3 companions for their use. And once Gu Cece and Hu Yu to join their household, he would bestow one upon each as well. Lastly, the Yin Ghost King's fourth-tier spiritual ores and materials were plentiful, sufficient to forge 6 or 7 artifacts. Ultimately, the ghostly bodies of the Yin Ghost King and the Yin Evil King also proved to be a valuable acquisition. Unlike low-tier ghostly entities, the bodies of the ghost race, post-Golden Core stage, had solidified from their previous ethereal forms. Thus, the ghostly bodies in the realm of the primordial spirit can also be refined into puppets or ghostly corpses. Moreover, the soul of the Yin Evil King remains intact and possesses considerable value. While Yi Yan was tallying his gains, the Southern Ghost Kingdom and its surroundings were already in an uproar. This was all due to the myriad of demons and monsters from the Tanyu Water Mansion spreading news of Yi Yan's achievements. The protagonist of these exploits was well known to all, the Dragon Lord of the Tenglong River, Yi Yan, who was rumored to have single-handedly defeated 2 demon kings of the same rank. It was even said that one of the demon king souls was captured, and following a soul search, all information regarding the Black Abyss Mountain bandits was extracted. Henceforth, the bandit forces that had rampaged through the southern region for many years were utterly annihilated. The victims were equally familiar to everyone. The Yin Evil King, a mid-stage primordial spirit cultivator with a record of defeating and killing peers, was renowned throughout the Southern Ghost Kingdom. The Yin Shadow King was even more formidable. Being a late-stage primordial spirit cultivator and one of the pillars of strength in the Southern Ghost Kingdom, he had nearly ascended to the position of Emperor of the Southern Ghost Kingdom. And despite his subsequent failure, he retained the title of Prince, ruling over a significant territory within the realm. Astonishingly, both were slain by the Tenglong River Dragon Lord. Reports suggested that the Yin Shadow King and the Yin Evil King fell with remarkable ease after only a few exchanges. How could anyone fathom such an occurrence? However, with numerous demons and monsters corroborating the tale and swearing oaths to its truth, the story was readily accepted and rapidly disseminated. Alongside the tale, the reason behind the Dragon Lord Yi Yan's slaying of the 2 kings also spread. It was revenge for his wife and sister-in-law. With such a reputable cause and the innate admiration for strength among demons, the Dragon Lord Yi Yan's famed sword in the Southern Ghost Kingdom, in contrast, the Tanyu Demon King was portrayed in the narrative as a pathetic figure, selling his wife for glory, akin to a jester. Soon, this news reached the ears of the Southern Ghost Kingdom's royal family. Subsequently, a primordial spirit ghost king from the royal family personally took action, capturing a ghost clan member who had witnessed the entire ordeal for a soul search. The results left the primordial spirit ghost king astounded and in disbelief, as the memories revealed that the late-stage Yin Shadow King had appeared and perished in the span of mere breaths. Unable to accept this, the Ghost King summoned others who had also witnessed the events at the Tanyu Water Mansion, only to receive the same astonishing account. How could this be? The Yin Shadow King was a late-stage primordial spirit cultivator, renowned for his extraordinary powers and formidable artifacts. How could he possibly fall so easily? I must report this to my royal brother and urge him to investigate thoroughly. if this is indeed true. That night, in a certain marketplace of the southern ghost kingdom, the weary turtle prime minister and Feng Qi sought refuge in a cultivator's inn after a long journey, concealing their powers and renting a cave dwelling. They soon found themselves leisurely sipping tea in a lobby. Just as they settled down, the turtle prime minister overheard a conversation about his dragon lord. "Hey, have you heard? That Tenglong River Dragon Lord killed the Yin Shadow King and his son from our southern ghost kingdom." "Of course I've heard. My brother-in-law was right there at the Tanya Water Mansion. Goodness. Those were the Yin Evil King and the Yin Shadow King, one a mid-stage primordial spirit and the other a late stage. They are formidable figures in our southern ghost kingdom, but my brother-in-law said that Dragon Lord Yin merely made a slight move, and those two ghost kings were like mosquitoes, just like that. They were swatted down. You mustn't spread rumors or fabricate tales. The Yin Shadow King is a late-stage primordial spirit. I've heard that the Tenglong River Dragon Lord is only mid-stage. How could he possibly defeat the Yin Shadow King, let alone slay him? Ah, but there are plenty of witnesses, and even our royal family has acknowledged it. Just how powerful must that Dragon Lord be?" Feng Qi, having overheard this, was both astonished and incredulous. "Turtle Prime Minister, do you think there is any truth to what they are saying? My dragon brother actually descended upon the southern ghost kingdom and wreaked havoc. It's terrifying to think that even the late-stage ghost king was slain by my brother. It feels like a dream." The turtle prime minister immediately recalled how Yi Yan had suddenly appeared at the Tanya Water Mansion and unleashed a bloody rampage. He remembered scrubbing the blood off the floor himself. Thus, he nodded affirmatively. This was indeed the style of his dragon lord, I can assure you. It is true. Even though the tale of Dragon Lord Yi Yan slaying the Yin Shadow King and his son was hard to believe, it was soon corroborated. Remarkably, it was the Southern Ghost Kingdom's royal family that confirmed ITS a long-standing power in the region. They were astute enough to recognize the implications. Although Yi Yan did not explicitly mention any assets like spiritual mines or medicinal gardens left by the Yin Shadow King and his son, that very night, the Emperor of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, Zhou Tu, announced the expenditure of a substantial amount of spiritual stones to purchase these assets from Dragon Lord Yi Yan. He emphasized the considerable quantity of spiritual stones, implying that even if it meant incurring losses, they could not allow the Dragon Lord to suffer any detriment. Naturally, this decision was not unanimously accepted. One primordial spirit ghost voiced strong opposition, claiming that those spiritual mines and medicinal gardens rightfully belonged to the Southern Ghost Kingdom. Why should they pay spiritual stones to the Dragon Lord? Perhaps he had suffered some spiritual mishap during cultivation. He went on to boast that Dragon Lord Yi Yan was not particularly remarkable, suggesting that he must have employed underhanded means to kill the Yin Shadow King and his son, that we shouldn't seek him out for retribution, let alone fear him. However, the other primordial spirits, possessing clearer heads, did not support his views. The late-stage Emperor Zhou Dingyu merely chuckled at this, that he had personally investigated the remnants of the battle at the Tanya Water Mansion and had conducted soul searches on those who witnessed the entire event. He was well aware of Yan's might and even felt a tinge of fear. With a smirk, Zhou Dingyu replied, "So what do you intend to do? Question the Dragon Lord's strength and covet his spoils? Or foolishly provoke him, providing grounds for him to annihilate our Southern Ghost Kingdom?" With that, he beat this spirit cultivator, who seemed a bit deranged from his training, to a pulp and added, "Many have held your viewpoint before, and they have all been written into history as the mindless antagonists of tales that he lamented. I too wish to keep those spiritual stones and resources, but alas, we cannot compete with Dragon Lord Yi Yan. When it's time to bow our heads, we must do so not be greedy or stubborn, or it will lead to our demise." Consequently, Emperor Zhou Dingyu's decision was unanimously ratified as a result of Yi Yan's slaying of the Yin Shadow King. The Yunjian Dao sect soon revealed that Xiao Ruoshi was to wed Dragon Lord Yi Yan in an instant. The Southern Ghost Kingdom, which had long harbored ambitions to reclaim the Yunjian plain by force, abandoned such thoughts. They promptly dispatched envoys to the Yunjian Dao sect to express goodwill. The matter of Yi Yan visiting to propose marriage as a show of strength was rendered unnecessary. Other factions that were either allied with or about to be joined by Yi Yan were similarly affected. Farewell, dear friend. Jinan Huyao and Hu Shun once again bid farewell to the visiting Jindan Daoist friends. Ever since the news of their eldest daughter being betrothed to the dragon lord Yi Yin circulated, Hu Shun inexplicably found himself with a multitude of friends at the Jindan stage. Each of them was either remarkably powerful or backed by formidable forces. Moreover, following the recent tale of Yi Yin slaying the king of Yin and his son, even disciples from the powerful Yuanshan factions have come seeking friendship and goodwill. For instance, the guest who just departed was a direct disciple of the Tianfu sect. A Yuanshan realm-powered Hu Shun could not help but reflect on this, had it been in the past. Even if he had made the effort to approach, these disciples of great powers would have looked down upon him for his inferior bloodline and the stench of his aura. Additionally, the Li He, a carp spirit from Jinghu, the Bai family of Shao Jingshi, the Yun Kate Demon Clan, and the Hu family of Bailing Mountain have all profited significantly from Yi Yan's act of slaying the king of Inu. After all, many factions lack the strength to curry favor with Dragon Lord Yi Yan. Thus, they opted for a secondary choice, choosing to cultivate relationships with the relatives of Dragon Lord Yi Yan. A few days later, the Water Mansion began to adorn itself in vibrant colors, preparing for the grand wedding of Dragon Lord Yi Yan. From top to bottom, the Water Mansion buzzed with activity. Even the fierce and formidable Yuanshan realm demon kings, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, became consciously involved in the preparations. Soon enough, the news of Yi Yan's wedding spread beyond the mansion. However, considering that Yi Yan was a Jiao dragon demon, no one found it surprising and many expressed their understanding. Subsequently, numerous factions proactively offered assistance, including the royal family of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, who showed considerable enthusiasm by dispatching a multitude of human cultivators to aid. Within the Grand Hall of the Water Mansion, Feng Qi and Prime Minister Gai were deliberating the details of the wedding. Meanwhile, a conflict was brewing in the courtyard, in stark contrast to the bustling activities of Prime Minister Gui and others. Ao Ying found herself rather unoccupied during this time. With the awakening of her elder sister Ao Yu, Ao Ying's heart was finally at ease. The two sisters had just been sipping tea in the courtyard when Ao Yu inquired about how Yi Yan became Ao Ying's husband. To this question, Ao Ying felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "In truth, I'm not yet formally wed to my husband. However, that will change soon, as the Water Mansion is currently busy preparing for our marriage." Upon hearing this, Ao Yu let out a sigh of relief, only to remark wistfully, "Sister S' fate is one I have witnessed, and from my perspective, it would be best for you to withdraw from this engagement." At these words, Ao Ying's expression darkened, and she retorted, "Sister, what do you mean by that? Not only did my husband save you not long ago, but even without that, he has never offended you, has he? Or are you simply unable to bear the sight of me being with my husband? Sister, are you out of your mind? How can my husband possibly compare to that wretched crocodile?" Ao Yu's face was filled with sorrow and a hint of resentment as she shook her head, saying, "You are still young and do not understand. There are no good male demons in this world. While Dragon Lord Yin did save my life, that is beside the point. I do not believe he is a suitable match for you. Sister, please heed my advice and withdraw from this engagement." At the entrance of the courtyard, Gu Sisi arrived to visit Ao Ying, and upon overhearing this conversation, she was instantly incensed. In an instant, Gu Sisi flashed before Ao Yu, pointing an accusing finger as she berated, "Indeed, those who are pitiful often have despicable qualities, and some demons deserve their fate. I know you, Ao Ying's sister, and I am aware of your situation with that lazy crocodile demon." The mention of the Tong Yu Demon King struck a nerve with Ao Yu, igniting her anger. Yet before she could retaliate, Gu Sisi's sharp gaze, like a flying sword, rendered Ao Yu speechless. Then, Gu Sisi exuded a deadly and terrifying aura that even a Yuanshan realm Ao Yu could sense as a grave threat, as if she could be slain at any moment. For a moment, Ao Yu found herself too intimidated to speak. "Sisi Jia," Ao Ying began, but was swiftly interrupted by Gu Sisi. "There is no need for you to defend your sister. I must make this love-struck ingrate understand what she truly is. How dare she criticize our husband?" Gu Sisi spoke each word deliberately. "Ao Yu, do not adopt that pitiful demeanor as if the world owes you something. If you must place blame, then blame your own blindness for choosing a lazy and despicable crocodile demon. You think you amount to something? You, with your blind eyes and muddled mind, are nothing but a white-eyed wolf. The world knows that Crocodile Demon is merely a parasite who grovels and begs for mercy at the slightest hint of danger. And yet, you found him appealing. Your eyes are indeed blind. Did Ing not advise you against marrying that Crocodile Demon? She did, but you insisted on going through with it, even causing a rift between you two after marrying that Crocodile Demon. Not only could you not rein him in, but you also endured countless humiliations. In the end, you, a Yuanshan Realm Demon King, were even schemed against by a mere Jindan Great Demon. Tell me, is this not a clear sign of mental deficiency? After venting her frustrations, Gu Sisi continued. Now that my husband has saved you, instead of expressing gratitude, you speak ill of him behind his back. You even want Ing to withdraw from the engagement. You brought this upon yourself. Seeking out a worthless, despicable demon. A blind lover must take responsibility for their choices, and to say that there are no good male demons in this world? Bah! You should have the courage to confront your father and tell him he is no better. Let us see if he won't give you a couple of slaps for your insolence. With that, Gu Sisi finally felt a sense of relief. She continued to glare at Aou, drawing out a flying sword, adopting a posture that suggested she was ready to engage in a duel if provoked. Aou, infuriated, could find no words to retort and promptly fainted, in contrast to the humans. The demon wedding was generally less elaborate, and there was no concept of auspicious dates. As the Jiao demons would say, we demons do not adhere to your human customs. We value efficiency, with the time you waste on rituals. One could already be pregnant with demon offspring. To put it bluntly, while humans emphasize 3 letters and 6 gifts, auspicious dates, and grand processions, such matters often lead to scandalous affairs and divorces. After the water mansion was fully adorned, the following day arrived, the day of Dragon Lord Yian's grand wedding. By Ling Mountain, a remote and somewhat spiritually barren range, was a place where a relatively weaker Jindan Great Demon like Hu Shun could establish a presence. Yet a mountain's height does not determine its spirit. By Ling Mountain, once quiet and desolate, was now alive with activity. Especially today, Jindan Great Demons and Jindan cultivators from hundreds of miles around had gathered. Even powerful factions from 1,000 miles away had sent their disciples to attend. The reason, of course, was not that Bai Ling Mountain had produced an immortal, but rather that it was home to Hu Yuji, the beautiful fox who was soon to wed Dragon Lord Yi. As dawn broke, Hu Shun and a host of demons eagerly awaited the arrival of the wedding procession from the water mansion. Oh, when will the wedding procession from the water mansion arrive? I wonder what it will look like. Surely, all the members will be peak form, shape-shifting demons, and there will be quite a few formidable Jindan Great Demons among them. Hu Shun was rather anxious. Having finally caught a celestial pig for his prize cabbage, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Soon, in the distance, the wedding procession from the water mansion made its appearance on the horizon. The demons and cultivators gathered at the Hu family estate stood frozen in astonishment. Even the seasoned golden elixirs were left dumbfounded. As they beheld the approaching wedding entourage, they were utterly taken aback. At the forefront of the procession were 3 figures walking in unison. In the center stood the Minister Turtle, a familiar sight to those who had come to pay tribute to the water mansion. However, the figures on either side were nothing short of extraordinary. It was none other than the formidable duo, Lu Tu and Lu Xiong, both of whom were present in the wedding party to amplify their presence. The 2 demons had transformed into colossal wolves, each towering 100 feet, adorned with festive red silk ribbons. A noteworthy fact about the demon race is that while formidable demons need not be large, those of tremendous size are invariably powerful. The sheer size of Lu Tu and Lu Xiong was akin to that of small mountains, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Such stature is certainly beyond that of an ordinary golden elixir demon. The demons and cultivators could not help but marvel, realizing that these 2 giant wolves were undoubtedly demon kings of the nascent soul realm. Will have 2 nascent soul demon kings transform into their true forms for a wedding was a spectacle not witnessed in the southern region for millennia. Imagine, if you will, 2 aircraft carriers arriving at your home for a wedding. In an instant, the Hu family estate fell into a profound silence. It was only as the water mansion's procession drew near that murmurs began to circulate. What a grand display it was to send forth nascent souled demon kings to attend a wedding. I have lived for several centuries, yet I have never beheld such a scene. Indeed, Lord Dragon King is not only formidable in battle, but his influence is also immensely powerful. How enviable for Hu Shun. I too wish to be blessed with a fine daughter. Subsequently, the Minister Turtle and his entourage successfully escorted the six-tailed white fox, Hu Yujia, to her new home. To the astonishment of the guests, the nascent soul demons, Lu Tu and Lu Xiong, exhibited a remarkably humble demeanor towards Hu Yujia, the bride-to-be of the Water Mansion, treating her with great respect. After departing from the White Spirit Mountain, the Minister Turtle and his party reached the territory of the White Brow Eagle clan in Yohu County. As before, the Water Mansion's wedding procession had just appeared. The imposing forms of Lu Tu and Lu Xiong silenced the atmosphere once more. A nascent soul demon king. Indeed, what a magnificent wolf demon, unmistakably a lord of the nascent soul realm. This scene is utterly breathtaking. Soon, cheers erupted amidst a flurry of envious glances. The golden elixir eagle demon, Ing Ao, and his father stood stunned, their faces beaming with sunflower-like brightness. With a hint of pride, Ing Ao proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, those are the two venerable Lu Tu and Lu Xiong. They are both mid-stage nascent soul demon kings. As the Minister Turtle previously mentioned, they are in service to Lord Dragon King. Having voluntarily pledged their allegiance, it is indeed a great honor for our White Brow Eagle clan to have them here for the wedding." Upon hearing this, the golden elixirs could only bask in envy. Soon after, the Ing sisters were also taken away, while the eagle demon Ing Ao and his father led the gathered golden elixir guests towards the Water Mansion. This wedding involved 6 brides in total. Yet Oing and Gusisi were already prepared at the Water Mansion. Thus, the Minister Turtle's entourage had only one objective left, to retrieve the dragon-chanting spirit body, Shaoruashi. However, the Yin Jiandao sect was quite distant, and to ensure a smooth wedding, Yi Yin and Xiao Muyu had made prior arrangements. Before long, just beyond the borders of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, another festive procession, complete with drums and gongs, encountered the Minister Turtle's party. This was the wedding entourage led by Feng Qi, come to greet Shaoruashi. The Minister Turtle bowed in greeting. "Lord Feng Qi, everything is proceeding smoothly on my end." Feng Qi, adorned in vibrant red, wore a radiant smile. "All is well on my side as well. Let us unite and proceed to the Water Mansion, lest we keep my dragon brother, our groom, waiting upon this." The two wedding parties converged and swiftly made their way back to the Water Mansion. Meanwhile, within the Water Mansion, throngs of guests had gathered, with Yin showcasing his peak nascent soul prowess. Many forces of the nascent soul realm had arrived uninvited, eager to forge connections with the Dragon King. Among them were Emperor Zhou Dengyu of the Southern Ghost Kingdom and Prince Feng Wu, both of whom were late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Additionally, 4 other formidable entities were present: the mid-stage nascent soul demon king Ban, Shan Xian Yuan, the mid-stage corpse king Buhua Guyicha, the early-stage Tian Fu Zhanrun, and the early-stage demon clan Wei Ta. Furthermore, the Jiangu of Shirley Pa, Han Yun sect, Xian Yuan sect, Jiuyi Gui Gong, and the Yuan corpse lineage dispatched disciples with congratulatory gifts. In such circumstances, even many golden elixir demons and cultivators found themselves relegated to the back rows, with some even reduced to sitting at the children's table. As evening fell, all 6 brides gathered. The 6-tailed white fox Hu Yuja, the Earth Wraith bloodline Ing Tu Tu, the Gale Wind Sky Eagle Ing Ching Ching, the dragon-chanting spirit body Shaoruashi, the sword spirit root Gusisi, and the deep-sea purple dragon Ao Ing. Each bride boasted an extraordinary lineage or awakened spiritual body, with Gusisi being one of the rarest types of celestial roots. In his joy, Yin frequently raised a toast to his fathers-in-law. Expressing gratitude for their remarkable daughters, he could not help but wonder, what rewards might these 6 wives bestow upon him? On the following day, Yin remained in the bridal chamber, while the system's prompt for offspring continued to ring in his ears. Unperturbed, he carried on with his affairs. Days passed, 3rd, 4th, 5th, until 8 days later, Yin finally concluded his endeavors. As the sun reached its zenith, he glanced at the slumbering forms of Uyuja, Gusisi, and the others before stepping into an adjacent cave dwelling. At this moment, the system's prompts for Offspring rewards echoed relentlessly within his mind. Yen soon closed his eyes in deep concentration, ready to claim his rewards. First, he received the reward from the six-tailed white fox. Huyujia, congratulations, host. You have gained an exceptional spouse, the six-tailed white fox. Huyujia. The reward from your spouse, Huyujia, are as follows. First, an increase of 300 years of cultivation. Second, the divine ability, Auspicious Beast, Illusion Breath. Third, the fourth-level formation, White Fox Illusion Sky Formation. Auspicious Beast, Illusion Breath. Yin was well aware of auspicious beasts, with the Qilin being the most renowned and powerful among them. Furthermore, among the earliest auspicious beasts was the ancestor of the Fox clan, the nine-tailed celestial fox. However, over time, the nine-tailed celestial fox and its descendants have been labeled as calamities. Yet, regardless of external evaluations, Yin knew all too well that his six-tailed white fox, Huyujia, was indeed an auspicious beast. Curious about this divine ability, Yin decided to claim first. Suddenly, a white seed was born within his body. Growing steadily, as this white divine seed matured, a memory began to surface in his mind. Once on a land that was rich and tranquil, calamities began to unfold, rendering the earth lifeless and desolate. With the land's transformation, various creatures found it increasingly difficult to thrive. Yet soon, a multicolored ancestral Qilin emerged. Accompanied by the golden money spirit turtle, the five-colored mysterious bird, the nine-tailed celestial fox, and other auspicious beasts. With their arrival, the calamities began to dissipate, restoring the land to its vibrant state, as the benefactors of the earth's revival. The auspicious beasts and their progeny were granted a divine ability. Auspicious Beast, Illusion Breath. Yin opened his eyes and activated the divine ability. His aura began to shift, initially as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, then to mid-stage, ultimately dropping to the golden elixir stage. With a mere thought, he instantly reverted to his original late-stage nascent soul form. Furthermore, his appearance and even his racial aura began to change. What an extraordinary divine ability! Upon completing the experiment, Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, divine ability. The illusory breath of the auspicious beast possesses not a shred of destructive power. However, the price paid for this ability is its terrifying transformative arts. Through the illusory breath, Yin can not only constantly alter his true cultivation level, but he can also change his appearance and even the essence of his race. Furthermore, any item touched by Yin can have its external aura modified. As a gift from the earth, as long as one is not a true immortal, the illusory breath is remarkably authentic. Even a semi-immortal at the tribulation stage cannot see through it. The emergence of the illusory breath has freed Yin from any concerns regarding the rewards of cultivation he receives. Subsequently, Yin claimed a reward of 300 years of cultivation. Instantly, the demonic power within him became even more formidable, yet his external aura remained unchanged. Lastly, he obtained the fourth-tier formation, the illusory sky formation of the White Fox. This formation consists of 99 formation flags as its support, with the formation I being the remnant soul of a fifth-tier White Fox, in contrast to the offensively and defensively balanced Dragonfish formation. The illusory sky formation lacks overt attacking and defensive capabilities. Instead, it presents a realm of illusions that is immensely powerful. Additionally, beings trapped within this illusion for an extended period may be controlled by the remnant soul of the White Fox. Becoming puppets of the formation. Yin then proceeded to claim rewards for others. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exceptional partner, the Dragon Sound Spirit Body, Shaoruashi. The rewards for the partner Shaoruashi are as follows. First, an increase of 500 years of cultivation. Second, a dual cultivation heavenly technique, the Yin-Yang Source Qi Classic. Third, 3 drops of true dragon blood. The rewards for Ruashi are considerably more generous compared to those of other partners, indicating that the Dragon Sound Spirit Body is indeed extraordinary. Yin used, then promptly claimed the rewards. First came the 500 years of cultivation. Upon acceptance, this cultivation integrated instantly into Yi Yan's being. It was absorbed in an instant, yet 500 years was insufficient for Yi Yan to break through to the late stage of the Yuan spirit realm. The second reward was a heavenly dual cultivation technique, the Yin-Yang Source Qi Classic. Upon claiming it, a mysterious yellow jade slip appeared in his hand. After a brief contemplation, Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. What an excellent technique as a dual cultivation method. The Yin-Yang Source Qi Classic has two primary functions. First, during dual cultivation, it significantly boosts cultivation without any side effects, and the cultivation gained is pure, akin to that earned through one's own arduous practice. Second, during dual cultivation, a substantial amount of Yin-Yang Source Qi is generated, which serves to strengthen the body, greatly enhancing physical robustness. These two benefits not only allow Yi Yan to gain, but also enable his female companions, such as Yi Yin, Li Yunyang, Hu Yujie, and Xiao Ruoxi, to rapidly increase their cultivation and enhance their physical forms. However, the ancient nature of the Yin-Yang Source Qi Classic means its cultivation method bears a slightly primitive characteristic, causing Yi Yan a momentary discomfort. Moreover, the practice requires hand seals, which feels somewhat peculiar. Finally, Yi Yan claimed the 3 drops of true dragon blood. He found this reward immensely coveted, although the flood dragon is said to be the closest dragon race to the true dragon. The disparity between them is indeed vast. True dragons are the offspring of genuine spirits, born at the Yuan spirit realm, naturally stepping into the void returning realm during their youth. Even without cultivation, by adulthood, their cultivation typically reaches the semi-immortal stage of the tribulation realm. Furthermore, a true dragon with excellent bloodlines and diligent practice can ascend to true immortal or even celestial immortal status. Thus, even the mere 3 drops of true dragon blood are extraordinarily precious to Yi Yan, potentially elevating his bloodline further. Upon acquiring it, Yi Yan hastily concealed it with the illusory breath, ensuring not a trace of its aura was revealed. Yi Yan did not linger, understanding that keeping such a treasure would only invite calamity. He simply swallowed it whole. The moment the true dragon blood entered his throat, Yi Yan felt an intense heat, akin to consuming a mass of searing magma from the earth's core. Subsequently, the true dragon blood began to be absorbed by Yi Yan, causing his heart to race violently. Then a large quantity of blood essence was produced by his heart, coursing throughout Yi Yan's entire body to a reward from the many offspring, many blessings system. These 3 drops of true dragon blood seem to be particularly easy to absorb and refine. In less than half a day, Yi Yan completely refined the 3 drops of true dragon blood. After the refinement, Yi Yan's power surged, and he instantly broke through to the pinnacle of the Yuan spirit realm. Simultaneously, Yi Yan's Xian Shui Thunder Flood Dragon form underwent a transformation. First, Yi Yan's physique dramatically expanded, now reaching a length of 180 zhang. Secondly, 2 pairs of dragon horns sprouted behind the original pair atop his head. The number of horns signifies the purity of one's bloodline. This change indicates that Yi Yan's bloodline has returned to its ancestral roots, transforming into a purer flood dragon lineage at this moment. The system panel displayed Yi Yan's race as Heavenly Water Thunder Flood Dragon. Currently, Yi Yan's data is as follows. Many Offspring, Many Blessings System Host. Yi Yan Cultivation, Pinnacle of Yuan Spirit Stage. Demon King, Bloodline. Heavenly Water Thunder Flood Dragon Partner. Imu Lian Yao Yi Yulian. Dragonfish Spirit Li Yunyang. Shun Yao by Shuang. Thunder Peng Yun Yi. Six-tailed White Fox Hu Yujie. Offspring. In gestation. After refining the true dragon blood, Yi Yan stabilized his realm slightly. He then resumed claiming system rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exceptional partner, the Earth Witch Bloodline. Ing 2 Tuesday, the rewards for the partner, Ing 2 are as follows. First, an increase of 600 years of cultivation. Second, the divine ability, guiding the nether. Third, a fragmented mysterious seed. To be honest, Yi Yan held considerable anticipation for the system rewards associated with the Earth Witch bloodline. In 2 Tuesday, he believed that the reward for partners are likely tied to their bloodlines. In Yi Yan's view, the Earth Witch bloodline should have a substantial connection to the Earth element. Therefore, he eagerly anticipated that in 2's rewards might include one of the 5 elements Divine Thunder, specifically the Earth-based Divine Thunder. However, upon witnessing the rewards for Ing 2, Yi Yan was utterly bewildered. Setting aside the nature of the fragmented mysterious seed, what connection does the divine ability, guiding the nether, have with the earth? Which bloodline? Yi Yin was perplexed and proceeded to claim the cultivation reward. However, the 600 years of cultivation were insufficient to bridge the vast chasm between the pinnacle of the Yuan spirit realm and the void returning realm. As a result, Yi Yin merely experienced a slight augmentation of his demonic power. Afterwards, Yi Yin comprehended the divine ability, guiding the nether, in an instant, darkness enveloped his mind. Then, within this darkness, a world wrapped in strange, chaotic energies appeared before Yi Yin. Above this world was an indescribable barrier, which had remained eerily silent for countless years. Yet as time passed, the unknown world beyond the barrier began to tremble, as if a fierce battle were unfolding. Soon, numerous souls began to fall into this land from the barrier above. Most of these souls would perish, only to be reshaped and return to the world beyond the barrier. However, a small fraction of resilient and powerful souls, after absorbing this chaotic energy, would metamorphose into new forms of life, entering a completely new state of existence. The strength of these soul beings was remarkable. Even in mere memory, Yi Yin felt intimidated by a fleeting glance from them. Yet, the world's capacity for digestion remains limited, and combined with the wanton destruction wrought by these powerful souls, the order of this realm began to collapse. Then, a voice resonated throughout this world. I am the Earth Mother. To eliminate calamities and protect my kin, I willingly transform my true self into the 6 paths of reincarnation, eternally guarding the nether. Upon uttering this, time accelerated rapidly, and Yi Yin witnessed the entire netherworld being swept clean. Subsequently, the 6 paths of reincarnation stood tall at the heart of the netherworld. Moments later, Yi Yin awoke, feeling a divine seed within him rapidly growing. This seed then transformed into a divine ability known as guiding the nether. Yi Yin, overwhelmed with thoughts, barely paid it any heed. That I knew it. How could Tutu's earth which bloodline awaken the nether divine ability? I almost forgot about this great deity. So, what connection does this world, which has seemingly vanished into a realm of fairy tales, have with the primordial chaos? Yi Yin pondered for quite some time, yet he found himself unable to comprehend. In various myths and novels, the origins and identity of the goddess Hoodoo are depicted inconsistently. Some claim she was one of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft who later transformed into the sole earthly saint, corresponding to the 7 saints of heaven. Others assert that she is a revered deity in Taoism, one of the 4 sovereigns. There are even tales suggesting she is a descendant of Gongong, with her gender remaining a mystery. However, one thing Yin could ascertain was that the waters of this Liaozhai world ran exceedingly deep. A single wave could potentially obliterate even celestial beings and Buddhas. Subsequently, Yin ceased his contemplations and began to claim his final reward, the so-called incomplete mysterious seed. He felt no discernible sensation, and it was astonishing just how formidable this incomplete seed was. As soon as the mysterious seed was claimed, it instantly melded into Yi Yan's dantian, accompanying his dragon pearl. This mysterious seed, though incomplete, was indeed powerful. Yin estimated it to be at most 1/6 or 1/7 complete. Furthermore, after the seed entered his dantian, it had no immediate effect on him. That's why Yin merely resolved to marry several women with awakened witch bloodlines or pure-blooded witches in the future. As for the divine ability to summon the underworld, he decided not to attempt it for the time being. Having received his sister's reward, it was now time for his younger sister, and he then claimed the system reward of the Gale Wind Celestial Eagle. Ching. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the exceptional spouse, Gale Wind Celestial Eagle. Ching. The rewards for spouse Gale Wind Celestial Eagle. Ching are as follows. First, an increase of 300 years of cultivation. Second, an opportunity to comprehend the divine ability of devouring thunder. Third, a wondrous item, wine divine horse carriage. Ching's rewards were rather straightforward, why Yin first claimed the cultivation reward. Similarly, the 300 years of cultivation merely augmented his demon power slightly. Yin reasoned that reaching the barrier of the void return realm would require a considerable amount of cultivation. Moreover, a tribulation would be necessary to break through, which could not be rushed. However, Yin was not concerned. He trusted that his chief aide and matchmaker, Minister Gay, would assist him in resolving this matter. Following this, Yi Yin skillfully claimed the divine ability reward. Soon, a segment of inherited memory emerged in his mind. The heavens of the Liaozhai world are astonishingly high, divided into 9 layers, each layer reaching 10,000 zhang. Additionally, between each layer, formidable disasters such as gale winds, divine thunder, celestial fire, and even spatial rifts frequently occur. Thus, even an ordinary true immortal could not ascend to the ends of the heavens. Shortly thereafter, a green figure appeared on the horizon, and then took flight. The green figure swiftly soared to an altitude of 10,000 zhang, eventually reaching the 6th layer. After lingering in the 6th layer, Yi Yin finally discerned the true nature of the green figure. It was indeed a gale-wind celestial eagle of several thousand zhang in size. Subsequently, the 6th layer was swept by a violent gale, dispersing the once active divine thunder and celestial fire. This tempest, known as the calamity realm divine wind, was said to be capable of extinguishing even semi-immortals undergoing tribulation. However, the enormous gale wind celestial eagle simply opened its mouth, and the calamity realm divine wind, akin to a gentle spring breeze, immediately lost its ferocity. It was then consumed by the gale wind celestial eagle and subsequently refined. Afterward, the gale wind celestial eagle exhaled, releasing a torrent of calamity realm divine wind. Once the transmission of memory concluded, Yi Yin understood the intricacies of the devouring thunder ability. It was a growth-type divine ability with substantial potential. Yi Yin planned to ascend to the 1st or 2nd layer in the future to devour some divine winds, thereby enhancing his combat abilities. After all, the efficacy of divine wind was significant when dealing with certain mist-type divine abilities. Finally, there was the wondrous item, the wind divine horse carriage. Soon as this reward was claimed, Yi Yin beheld a delicate and exquisite horned carriage floating before him. Upon refining it, he discovered its true nature. The wind divine horse carriage was crafted from the horn of a demon lord with a trace of Phalian bloodline from the void return realm. Unlike magical artifacts or spiritual treasures, the wind divine horse carriage did not impose restrictions based on cultivation level. Anyone who refined it could utilize it. Additionally, the wind divine horse carriage was remarkably swift, far exceeding the typical speed of void return realm evasion. However, its use required a certain quantity of high-grade spirit stones, and to fully unleash its speed, one would need to expend precious spirit stones. Nevertheless, the system rewards from Hu Yujia and her 3 companions had already filled Yi Yan's coffers. What he anticipated most were the system reward from the Deep Sea Thunder Dragon, Ing, and the Sword Spirit Root, Gu Cc. Indeed, while Yi Lian, Li Yunyang, and even the Ing sisters he had encountered earlier possessed extraordinary bloodlines, in terms of his current spouses, Ing from the Deep Sea Thunder Dragon boasted the most potent lineage. As for Gu Cc, she was undoubtedly a legendary sword spirit root, comparable to true dragon bloodlines. Soon, Yi Yin began to claim the rewards. First up was Ing, the Deep Sea Thunder Dragon. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the exceptional spouse. Deep Sea Thunder Dragon, Ing. The rewards for spouse Deep Sea Thunder Dragon, Ing, are as follows. First, an increase of 900 years of cultivation. Second, an opportunity to comprehend thunder-type divine abilities. Third, an auxiliary spiritual treasure, Heavenly Thunder Pool. Fourth, 1 Dragon Tomb Key, Bronze. Indeed, the bloodline of Ing was remarkably potent, as evidenced by the 900 years of cultivation reward. Yi Yin sighed in admiration before proceeding to claim the system rewards. First, he accepted the cultivation reward, and upon doing so, the 900 years of cultivation instantly fused into his being. In an instant, Yi Yan's demon power surged dramatically, with his realm subtly advancing by half a step. Yi Yin felt that if this continued, he would soon break through to the void return realm. However, he needed to acquire sufficient tribulation treasures first, as the tribulations of the void return realm were notoriously fearsome. Next, Yi Yin claimed the second reward, the opportunity to comprehend thunder-type divine abilities. This reward was familiar to him, and upon claiming it, Yi Yin felt his consciousness gradually fade. When his awareness returned, he found himself enveloped in a sea of clouds. Above the clouds loomed a vast and boundless cluster of palatial structures, At the center of this majestic cluster was the palace that occupied the most prominent position. Yin was astonished to see three ancient and enigmatic characters inscribed on the plaque of the grand entrance. After much contemplation, he could barely decipher one of them, though he was not entirely certain. He could only speculate that it was a character for enclosure. As the scene shifted, a figure materialized within the palace, rapidly magnifying until it filled Yi Yan's entire field of vision. Today, I am commanded by my master to impart wisdom to the friends of the three realms, on the path of thunder. As soon as the colossal figure finished speaking, a bolt of purple lightning erupted from its hand. In that instant, it felt as though the entire universe was engulfed in its radiance. Yin was overwhelmed with sensations of various thunderous paths flooding his mind. He was elated, for this was the kind of epiphany that practitioners could only dream of. Yet, before he could revel in his joy for long, he suddenly felt as if his head was about to explode. He was unable to suppress a fainting spell. Just before losing consciousness, Yin vaguely heard a voice. The time for enlightenment is but 10 breaths. Those who take less than 10 breaths possess a talent of the lowest tier. They are the weakest among us and are unworthy of the thunderous path I impart today. Please withdraw. Yin thought to himself. That cannot be referring to me, as his time for enlightenment was even shorter, merely half a breath. With a deep breath, Yin finally regained his composure. Such a fortuitous opportunity was regrettably squandered. Alas, his talent was lacking. Yin was filled with a sense of helplessness and regret. Yet the corners of his mouth curved upward, clearly displaying a sense of satisfaction. This was solely because, during that fleeting moment of enlightenment of 0.5 breaths, Yin comprehended two divine arts of the thunder system. The first art was named 9 Thunder Catacombs, an ultimate offensive technique that allowed one to combine 1 to 9 types of divine thunder to create a realm of thunderous space, capable of both slaying foes and ensnaring them. Moreover, within this thunderous realm, the might of the divine thunder would be significantly amplified, with greater numbers of thunders resulting in even greater power. For enemies, it felt as if they were trapped in a heavenly tribulation, akin to being imprisoned within a thunderous purgatory. The second art was known as Divine Thunder Soul, a rare ocular technique. The Divine Thunder Soul, could nurture various divine thunders within one's eyes. Once the divine thunders matured and were released from the eyes, aside from their inherent thunderous assault, they would also carry formidable soul attacks. After receiving the rewards for his comprehension of the divine arts, Yin proceeded to claim his third reward, the Spirit Treasure Thunderpool. Unlike magical treasures, spirit treasures are generally not categorized by rank, but rather by their effectiveness. Yin refined it slightly and soon understood its functions. As an auxiliary spirit treasure, the Thunder Pool did not possess significant offensive capabilities, but it boasted 2 powerful supportive functions. First, the Thunder Pool could absorb various thunders to transform them into a spirit liquid known as Thunder Source. The Thunder Source was a miraculous substance for body refinement, capable of rapidly enhancing the cultivation of thunder attribute demon races, and could even be refined into one-time magical treasures such as thunder seeds. Second, after prolonged absorption of various thunders, the thunder pool would produce a gas known as postnatal thunder source chi. Thunder attribute female demons who ingested this gas could strengthen the innate thunder attributes of their unborn children, fortifying their physiques and even awakening innate divine arts. This spirit treasure arrived just in time, proving immensely beneficial for Yi's unborn child, as well as for Qing and Mei after their pregnancies. Subsequently, Yin claimed the final system reward for Ing, the so-called Dragon Tomb Key, which astonishingly came in different tiers. The key Yin received was a bronze key. Once the Dragon Tomb Key was extracted and confirmed with Yi Yan's aura, it swiftly melded into his left hand, transforming into a scale-like tattoo. Yin then learned of its purpose. It turned out that during the ancient times of the Liaozhai world, when immortals and Buddhas had not yet vanished and frequently descended to walk among mortals, there were also many true dragons subduing the vast seas. Conflicts among the immortals resulted in casualties, and upon the death of a true dragon, its corporeal body and magical treasures would be buried within the dragon tomb. The dragon tomb, concealed within the void, required a corresponding key to unlock. Being the eternal resting place of true dragons, it eventually gave rise to various treasures over time, thus serving as a venue for the dragon race to seek opportunities for their descendants. The dragon tombs of the Liaozhai world were categorized into 3 levels based on realm and bloodline concentration. The highest tier belonged to true dragons of the celestial immortal realm, with their keys being made of white jade. The second tier comprised true dragons of the true immortal realm, whose keys were golden scales. The lowest tier, which was also the half-immortal true dragons of the tribulation crossing realm, was represented by the bronze key Yin had obtained. Generally, a bronze tomb would likely house several to over 20 true dragons of the tribulation crossing realm, making its treasures exceedingly abundant. Contemplating this, Yi Yin sighed softly. Unfortunately, the bronze key required one to possess cultivation at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm to activate. Finally, the main event arrived as Yi Yin began to claim the system rewards for his spouse. The Sword Spirit Gu Cece. Congratulations, host! You have gained the exceptionally outstanding spouse, Sword Spirit Gu Cece. Truly deserving of the title of Sword Spirit, the system utilized the term exceptionally thrice to describe her excellence. How could Yin not anticipate the forthcoming rewards? The rewards for spouse Sword Spirit Gu Cece were as follows. First, the acquisition of the Holy Body Postnatal Sword Body, unlike previous system rewards. The first reward of Sword Spirit Gu Cece was not an enhancement of cultivation, but rather the so-called postnatal sword body that on its own, the term postnatal sword body seemed rather mundane. But when prefixed with holy body, it took on a completely different significance at that moment. A myriad of memories from his past life flooded Yan's mind, tales of achieving greatness capable of challenging emperors. Encounters with ostentatious displays leading to face-slapping moments, and various peculiar stories. However, after a brief contemplation, Yi Yin continued to examine the rewards. The rewards for spouse Sword Spirit Gu Cece were as follows. Second, the acquisition of a 6th-tier spirit plant sword source tree. Third, the acquisition of 7th-tier immortal plant 9-leaf sword orchid. Fourth, the acquisition of the sword path divine art, awe-inspiring sword cataclysm eye. Fifth, the acquisition of the sword path divine art, awe-inspiring sword cataclysm finger. Sixth, the acquisition of the sword path divine art, awe-inspiring sword cataclysm thunder. Seventh, the acquisition of the sword path divine art, awe-inspiring sword cataclysm body. Unlike the system rewards of other spouses, all of Gu Cece's system rewards were closely related to the sword path. Yi Yin found this quite surprising, but he soon put it aside and began to claim them. The first reward was the Holy Body Postnatal Sword Body. As soon as he received it, Yi Yin felt a transparent, small sword surge into his body. In a daze, he beheld a vision. In the endless chaos, for entities resembling swords, or perhaps not fully formed sword artifacts, continuously floated and sank. Wherever the sword artifacts passed, even the chaos was ground to dust by their sharpness. Soon, the vision faded, and Yi Yin's body began to undergo transformations. First, a wave of heat erupted, followed by the sensation of countless flying swords resonating within him. Soaring through the in a mere moment, his body displayed evident changes. A golden radiance suddenly illuminated all his bones. This golden glow firmly adhered to his entire skeletal structure, then extended to his internal organs. Ultimately, it enveloped Yi Yan's dantian and the dragon pearl within, casting a layer of golden light upon them. Simultaneously, an abundance of information regarding the holy body postnatal sword body emerged in Yi Yan's mind. That's how it is. The postnatal sword body is indeed profound. Yi Yan murmured to himself. Initially, he believed that the so-called acquired sword body was likely a constitution that enhances one's innate swordsmanship talent. However, this notion proved to be misguided. A holy body. The acquired sword body represents a unique approach. Its purpose is not to directly augment Yi Yan's swordsmanship talent. Rather, it serves 2 significant functions. Firstly, Yi Yan can devour sword-type magical artifacts, thereby strengthening his entire skeletal structure, renal organs, and even the dragon pearl in his dantian. When fully realized, the reinforced parts may even rival celestial artifacts. Secondly, It grants Yi Yin the ability to embody swordsmanship divine abilities without the need for sword-type artifacts. He can perfectly unleash the full potential of swordsmanship using only his physical form. Furthermore, all acquired swordsmanship divine abilities can harmoniously coexist without conflict, even those that typically clash, such as the divine abilities of life and death, water and fire. Subsequently, Yi Yin received his second reward, the so-called sixth-tier spiritual plant, the sword source tree. As soon as he accepted it, a small pine tree materialized before him. Interestingly, the tree's leaves were not pine needles, but rather small, flying swords. Simultaneously, information regarding the sword source tree flooded Yi Yan's mind. The sword source tree, a sixth-tier spiritual plant, corresponds to the half-saint stage of tribulation transcendence, making it akin to a half-plant of celestial herb. Its benefits are threefold. First, meditating beneath its branches temporarily enhances one's comprehension of swordsmanship. Second, if a pregnant individual rests or enters seclusion near the sword source tree, the unborn child will experience a degree of enhancement in swordsmanship talent, particularly beneficial for those like Gusisi, whose offspring possess sword spirit roots. Third, the leaves of the sword spirit root are treasures. When mature, they drop to become high-quality flying sword artifacts. However, the current sword source tree is still in its juvenile form, and its effects are relatively limited. Yi Yin felt fortunate that it was still in its infancy. Otherwise, the spiritual energy emitted by the fourth-tier spiritual vein in his water mansion would be insufficient to sustain the sword source tree. Next, he encountered the seventh-tier celestial plant, the nine-leaf sword orchid. Also in its juvenile state, its appearance resembled that of a dragon-tongue plant, boasting 9 leaves. However, it was entirely white as jade, with innate Tao patterns on the leaf surfaces, concealing spiritual essence. When absorbing spiritual energy, it emitted a faint sound akin to the ringing of swords. Occasionally, sword chi would rise and fall from its 9 jade leaves. Unlike the sword source tree, the 9-leaf sword orchid does not enhance comprehension of swordsmanship. Its sole function is to shed its leaves after a certain period of growth, progressing to the next stage until it matures completely into a celestial plant. The fallen leaves do not require refinement. They are naturally powerful sword artifacts. Moreover, each leaf that falls contains a random assortment of 1 to 9 swordsmanship divine abilities. The 9 jade leaves that drop during the maturation phase are high-tier celestial swords, treasures that are exceedingly difficult for ordinary celestial beings to acquire. The sword source tree is exceedingly useful and holds great potential. With its presence, Yi Yin is confident that his offspring will possess remarkable swordsmanship talents. Particularly for the children he and Gusisi will have, the prospect of birthing a small sword immortal no longer seems far-fetched. As for the 9-leaf sword orchid, Yi Yin felt a sense of trepidation due to its significant demand for spiritual energy. Currently, the water mansion only possesses 1 4th-tier spiritual vein, barely sufficient to keep it alive. Yi Yin could only contemplate hastily acquiring additional 4th-tier spiritual veins, or even 5th or 6th-tier ones. Otherwise, sustaining the 9-leaf sword orchid would be impossible. After contemplating how to manage these plants, Yi Yin proceeded to claim his final reward, the 4 swordsmanship divine abilities. These abilities seem to form a cohesive series, originating from the same source. Upon accepting them, 4 seeds resembling flying swords floated into his body. Soon after, the seeds sprouted and grew, causing Yi Yin to plunge into a vivid memory. Before him lay a mountain range filled with various sword-type magical artifacts, where a colossal figure slumbered. This figure was immense, only slightly smaller than the continuous mountain range surrounding it, as if the mountains served as it be. Yi Yin discerned the true visage of this figure. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "A dragon!" The enormous being was indeed a dragon of unique appearance and distinct allure. Its head bore 6 angles, resembling sharp swords, and it possessed 4 limbs, slender and 5-clawed, unmistakably a true dragon. Its form was adorned with various sword shapes, with a nose that protruded significantly, akin to a sheathed blade, and whiskers resembling threads of sword chi, able to sever even 5th or 6th-tier artifacts with a mere flick. Its dorsal fin and tail exhibited a similar metallic sheen, resembling colossal swords. This dragon was an extraordinary species, a naturally born sword body, sword soul, and sword heart, named the primordial sword dragon. In a moment of clarity, Yi Yin suddenly received this revelation, and the memory fragment shattered completely. Concurrently, the four divine abilities, Surprising Sword Calamity Eye, Surprising Sword Calamity Finger, Surprising Sword Calamity Thunder, and Surprising Sword Calamity Body, were fully formed. Unlike conventional swordsmanship divine abilities, the Surprising Sword Calamity series diverges into uncharted territory. While they are indeed swordsmanship divine abilities, they are not purely so, as they amalgamate various principles into multi-attribute abilities. Yi Yin extended his right hand and lightly tapped with his index finger. In an instant, a powerful, tempestuous surge of sword chi, imbued with a potent aura of death, erupted from his fingertip. This sword chi coalesced into a solid form, half gold and half black in hue. Though seemingly simple, Yi Yin could sense its terrifying power. He estimated that a single blast of the Surprising Sword Calamity Finger's sword chi could effortlessly annihilate 3 wolf demon slaughterers, while even weaker foes like the fierce beast could be dispatched with at least 4 strikes. Curiously, the Surprising Sword Calamity Finger contains such formidable attributes of death, rendering its name truly fitting. What intrigued Yi Yin further was that all 4 Surprising Sword divine abilities possessed the enhancement of death attributes. He then began to comprehend the functions and powers of these 4 divine abilities. First was the previously mentioned Surprising Sword Calamity Finger. This ability allows Yi Yin to cultivate sword chi seeds between his finger bones. With a mere thought, countless streams of sword chi imbued with swordsmanship and death attributes can be unleashed from any fingertip. The sword chi is immensely powerful, and those struck by it will suffer from lingering deathly effects, resulting in gradual decay of life. However, Yi Yin believed that the true value of the Surprising Sword Calamity Finger lies in its potential for ostentation. Imagine Yi Yin engaged in a duel with a spirit transformation realm Demon King, where the Demon King unleashes a myriad of magical artifacts and divine abilities, even revealing its true form. Meanwhile, Yi Yin nonchalantly extends his pinky finger and says casually, "Apologies, but I have no smaller fingers than this." Yi Yinguang found himself lost in thought, with vivid images already forming in his mind. Subsequently, he contemplated the 3 other extraordinary sword techniques. The Sword Calamity is not a conventional ocular technique. It could be more accurately described as a curse technique. When activated, one merely needs to lock their gaze onto the enemy. In mere moments, its attack will disregard distance and external defenses, directly impacting the target. This attack embodies 3 distinct attributes: the way of the sword, death, and the soul, delivering a triple assault. It can be aptly described as a fantastical version of "whoever I stare will suffer," or more dramatically, "whoever I gaze upon shall perish," a true manifestation of death by mere sight. In addition, there are 2 other extraordinary sword techniques. Among them, Sword Calamity Thunder is not an ordinary Yang attribute divine thunder, but rather a rare Yin attribute divine thunder. Besides its thunder attribute and sword essence, it also contains a death attribute. Creatures with a thunder attribute typically possess formidable resistance to various Yang attribute divine thunders. However, Sword Calamity Thunder, being a Yin thunder, renders the usual resistance ineffective. The final extraordinary sword technique, Sword Calamity Body, intrigued Yi Yinguang significantly. This technique is not a form of movement technique. Rather, it is a type of explosive clone. After expending a certain amount of magical power, Yi Yinguang can summon a sword energy clone infused with death attributes. This clone wields several common sword techniques, possesses average defensive capabilities, yet its offensive power rivals that of a late-stage primordial spirit. Furthermore, the sword energy clone inherently possesses the ability to traverse through sword energy, allowing it to move at remarkable speeds. Once the clone approaches the enemy, with a mere thought from Yi Yinguang, it will explode instantaneously, unleashing a formidable and violent sword energy storm to obliterate the foe. Each of the 4 extraordinary sword techniques possesses unique characteristics and immense power, significantly enhancing Yi Yinguang's combat strategies. Thus, the rewards from his grand wedding were now fully accounted for. After tallying his gains, Yi Yinguang began to address them. First, he directly implanted the 99 formation flags of the 4th grade formation White Fox Illusionary Heaven formation at various nodes throughout the Water Mansion. Subsequently, the formation enveloped the entire Water Mansion. The core of the formation, the 5th grade remnant soul of the White Fox, was placed in the Spirit Herb Garden, where its efficacy would be maximized upon activating part of the formation. The Spirit Herb Garden was instantly shrouded in a mystical white mist. This mist was quite extraordinary. Even Yi Yingguang, at the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm, found it disorienting, discovering nothing despite scanning with his divine sense. My husband, in the Spirit Herb Garden, Yi Yulian noticed the white mist and the sudden arrival of Yi Yingguang. The Yi Yingguang explained that this mist was a function of the 4th grade formation, designed to protect the Spirit Herb Garden. Although Yulian was somewhat naive about worldly affairs, she was perceptive enough not to inquire further that Yi Yingguang then bestowed upon her and his otherwise the permission marks to enter and exit the formation. Next, he began to transplant the Sword Source Tree into the Spirit Herb Garden. Being still in its juvenile stage, the Sword Source Tree required a moderate amount of spiritual energy, which the 4th grade spiritual vein could sufficiently provide. Observing Yi Yingguang transplanting the Sword Source Tree, Yi Yulian did not ask questions. Instead, she utilized her wood-based divine technique, causing copious amounts of verdant raindrops to cascade down upon the Sword Source Tree. Her technique proved highly effective, as the life force of the Sword Source Tree rapidly strengthened, with its roots extending and anchoring themselves within the Spirit Herb Garden. But Yi Yingguang did not disclose that the Sword Source Tree was a 6th grade spiritual plant. He merely told Yulian, "This spiritual plant is quite beneficial for the fetus, so you and the other sister should spend time beneath this tree whenever you have a chance." Yulian obediently nodded, subsequently discussing various matters concerning their unborn child with Yi Yingguang. "Husband, our 2 children have been quite active lately. They must be refining their bloodline. There's a strong possibility they will awaken a second innate divine ability." "Is that so?" Yi Yingguang exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, it is thanks to you, husband, for acquiring so many spiritual plants." Yi Yulian then curiously inquired, "Husband, when the time comes for my delivery, will I give birth to 2 children or 2 dragon eggs? And what about my sisters? Will they lay eggs or give birth?" Yi Yingguang chuckled softly before answering, "As their father, being a flood dragon, I am of the egg-laying demon race. Thus, the children will naturally follow my lineage. Therefore, both egg-laying and live birth are possibilities, primarily depending on your preferences." Yi Yulian was taken aback by this perspective. Her curiosity piqued. "Husband, what do you mean by that?" Yi Yingguang elaborated, "We are demons, not beasts. After transformation, we have assumed human forms. Thus, regardless of whether our original forms are egg-laying or live-birthing demons, we can choose to bear offspring like the human race or the innate demigods," he continued. "Furthermore, as demons, egg-laying can be perilous for the fetus. In ancient times, dragon eggs were often stolen. Consequently, the majority of my Flood Dragon clan now opts to incubate their eggs internally before giving birth." Yi Yingguang summarized his points. First, both live birth and egg-laying are viable, contingent upon Yi Yulian and the other women's wishes. Second, live birth has become the norm among demons, including flood dragons, who predominantly choose to incubate their eggs internally. A form of alternative live birth, this choice ensures safety from theft and allows the fetus to receive more comprehensive spiritual nourishment, thereby increasing survival rates and reducing the occurrence of stillborn eggs. The third point is that there are instances of laying eggs and subsequent incubation, as some demons possess methods to enhance the qualifications of their offspring through ancient techniques, which require laying the eggs externally and utilizing specific treasures to assist in incubation. After discussing the differences between live birth and egg-laying with Yi Yulian, Yi Yingguang resumed addressing his gains. However, he did not transplant the 7th grade celestial plant, the 9-leaf sword orchid. Yi Yingguang had already resolved that he would not reveal it until he possessed sufficient strength, as even in its juvenile form, once the 9-leaf sword orchid was planted, it would absorb all the spiritual energy emanating from the 4th grade spiritual vein of the Water Mansion. Such a commotion would undoubtedly attract external attention, and as a cautious individual, Yi Yingguang was unwilling to take that risk. Nonetheless, he did have another gain that he felt was suitable to present. Yi Yingguang proceeded to the area of the spirit herb garden where lightning attribute spiritual plants were cultivated. Spiritual plants of the first and second grades were not particularly noteworthy, but those of the third grade and above typically exhibited two distinct characteristics. First, the spiritual plants could not only absorb spiritual energy, but also consume a certain grade of thunder to facilitate their growth. Second, during their growth, they would release various forms of thunderous power. The area dedicated to lightning attribute spiritual plants in the spirit herb garden was no exception. As Yi Yingguang approached, he witnessed a dazzling array of colors and various thunders erupting. Thus, this location was perfectly suited for one of his recent gains, the auxiliary spiritual treasure, Heavenly Thunder Pool. Yi Yingguang then retrieved the Heavenly Thunder Pool and placed it in this area. Once positioned, the Heavenly Thunder Pool began to function, absorbing vast amounts of thunder, and soon, droplets of heavenly thunder liquid began to form within the pool. Having resolved this matter, Yi Yingguang exchanged a few more words with Yi Yulian before departing the spirit herb garden. During his grand wedding, many primordial spirit realm friends had come to visit. After the banquet concluded, some of these friends chose to remain, likely to discuss matters with him. Therefore, as the host, Yi Yingguang naturally had to make an appearance to entertain them and ascertain their intentions. Moments later, Yi Yingguang began to receive his primordial spirit realm guests. The first to arrive was the mountain-moving giant ape, a fellow demon king. During their conversation in the courtyard, Yi Yingguang was taken aback by the giant ape's somewhat bashful demeanor, or perhaps it could be described as social anxiety. Although he clearly had something to say, he kept veering off topic, hesitating to express his true intentions. After a lengthy exchange, the mountain-moving giant ape finally articulated his purpose for visiting. With a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, he stammered, Dragon Lord, my dragon brother, I heard that several of your sisters are pregnant. Yi Yingguang nodded, somewhat puzzled by the giant ape's implication. The mountain-moving giant ape gazed at Yi Yingguang in awe, then blurted out his request. Brother, my dear dragon brother, can you teach me? My spouse and I have been married for over 2 centuries, and despite my continuous toil, we remain unable to conceive that Yi Yin can only attribute this to a hereditary trait. Subsequently pondering whether there might be a conflict between his lineage and that of his wife. After all, not every race enjoys the same reproductive compatibility as the dragon and human races, which experience almost no reproductive isolation. The mountain giant ape, upon hearing this, exclaimed in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the reasoning. Indeed, Brother Dragon speaks with great insight. It is akin to the saying among humans that listening to your words is like receiving profound wisdom. I have contemplated this as well. My wife belongs to the corpse clan that you not think this suggests a reproductive barrier between my mountain giant ape lineage and hers. The corpse clan? You mean the clan of zombies, right? Ian took a deep breath, his mind momentarily clouded. So, is there a reproductive isolation between the mountain giant apes and the zombies? How then could one cause a zombie, or a member of the corpse clan, to conceive? Ian suddenly felt his educational background lacking, finding himself utterly perplexed at this moment. This question is far too challenging. I truly do not know the answer. After much contemplation, Ian could only conclude, this requires further research, as it is quite rare for a member of the corpse clan to marry into our demon race. The mountain giant ape, feeling somewhat proud, raised his fist and declared, Indeed, my wife initially refused to marry me and even rallied her kin to drive me away. Were it not for my relentless pursuit and my formidable abilities that won her over, I would never have married such a beautiful woman. Yin interjected. When you say win her over, I hope you mean emotionally rather than through physical or magical prowess. After a brief discussion, Yin reassured the mountain giant ape, stating that typically it is not easy for a demon king of the spirit realm to bear offspring, so there is no need for undue pressure. He then suggested perusing ancient texts to discover how previous demon kings managed to impregnate members of the corpse clan. Upon hearing this, the mountain giant ape felt that Yi Yan's words resonated deeply within him, as if he had found a kindred spirit. The mountain giant ape's mood improved significantly, being naturally bold and straightforward. He concluded their meeting by patting his chest and saying, Brother Dragon, should my wife indeed bear a child, perhaps we could arrange a betrothal between our families. Let us become in laws. Yin taken aback, listened as the mountain giant ape added, "Furthermore, I perceive that you, brother dragon, have an affinity for such matters. Upon my return, I shall inquire with my wife about any eligible beauties within her clan, allowing her to facilitate a connection for you to acquire another lovely wife." Yi Yin felt somewhat speechless but did not refuse, as he too felt a subtle allure in the notion. It seems there are indeed instances of unions between the dragon and corpse clans, with some even resulting in offspring. Perhaps I should seek out ancient texts or inherited memories later, after bidding farewell to the mountain giant ape. Yi Yin welcomed his second guest. This visitor was none other than a member of the royal family from the southern wasteland, specifically Feng Wu, the fifth brother of Feng Qi, who was in the late stage of the spirit realm. Unlike the second matchmaker, Zhan Wu Jia Feng Qi, Feng Wu possessed formidable cultivation and strength. His presence exuded a fierce and overwhelming aura, marking him as a notable figure among those in the late spirit realm. It was only after breaking through to the pinnacle of the spirit realm that Yi Yin realized the royal family of the southern wasteland was not entirely composed of pure humans. There flowed within them the bloodline of a certain fiery demon clan, and its rank was remarkably high, with a latent pressure that rivaled that of pure-blooded dragons. Remembering the powerful demon fire wielded by the southern wasteland's emperor, Feng Heir, Yi Yin suddenly pieced together an intriguing conclusion. How fascinating! The royal family of the southern wasteland carries the bloodline of the Fire Phoenix clan. However, Yi Yin chose not to voice this thought or inquire further. Instead, he engaged in a natural conversation with Feng Wu. After a while, Feng Wu addressed the matter directly, stating, "Dragon Lord, the southern wasteland, or rather the entire southern domain, operates under the principle of the survival of the fittest. Thus, in light of the formidable power exhibited by the Dragon Lord, my country naturally extends its respect." Following this, Feng Wu concentrated his magical power to conjure a map, marking the territories of Tenglong County, Youhu County, and Qinghe County. He then pointed to two regions nestled between mountains, saying, "After deliberation among the royal family of the southern wasteland, we have decided to place Mushin County and Linyan County under your governance." Dragon Lord at AS he spoke. The map clearly outlined Tenglong County, Youhu County, Qinghe County, Mushin County, and Linyan County, which were all encircled together. The words Tenglong Domain then appeared prominently on the map. However, Feng Wu added, "Of course, if the name Tenglong Domain does not please you, you are welcome to rename it. Yi Yin found the name Tenglong quite auspicious for himself. Ever since his arrival at Tenglong River, everything had gone smoothly. So he readily agreed. Certainly, Tenglong Domain is a fine name. It resonates with me." Feng Wu continued to present more advantageous conditions for Yi Yin, such as the fact that these 5 counties would henceforth be entirely under his jurisdiction, and the human inhabitants and their associated deities would no longer be subjects of the imperial court, but rather his vassals. Yi Yin would have the authority to decide their fates without interference from the court. However, 2 points remained unchanged from before. First, the royal family's properties would not be transferred to Yi Yin, a fact he understood, as these belonged to the royal family's spirit realm members and could not be given away. Those in the know would understand, and Yi Yin naturally agreed. Second, and most crucial, was the stipulation regarding the incense offerings from these 5 counties, where Yi Yin would receive 60%, while 40% would be allocated to the Southern Wastelands Court. However, this 40% would not be taken for free. The court would purchase it. Yi Yin nodded in agreement, but could not help but think that the royal family of the Southern Wasteland seemed to place significant importance on incense offerings. Yet, he chose not to delve too deeply into their underlying motives, as even the greatest secrets could not rival the power of the system. He must not forsake the watermelon for the sesame seeds. In conclusion, Feng Wu revealed the last secret, which was the grand opportunity that Feng Qi had not yet fully explained. "Dragon Lord, do you know why the various nations and factions within the southern domain are so eager to recruit allies among those in the spirit realm? Particularly those who do not indiscriminately slaughter humans?" Yi Yin, intrigued, promptly inquired, "Why is that?" Feng Wu, without hesitation, replied, 500 years ago, our southern domain discovered 5 fragmented small worlds in the Broken West. These 5 small worlds have been jointly occupied by the various major factions of the southern domain, including my southern wasteland." Yi Yin was taken aback upon hearing this. 5 small worlds. even if they are fragmented, hold immense value. And oh wonder the major powers in the southern domain have not engaged in significant conflict in recent years. They have all been quietly amassing wealth. However, what does this have to do with their recruitment of allies in the spirit realm? The majority of the territory within these 5 small worlds remains relatively intact, rich in resources and conveniently accessible. However, due to certain restrictions, the ancient ancestors of various worlds cannot enter these small realms. Thus, to explore and acquire resources, the strength of those in the spirit realm is essential. Within these 5 small worlds reside numerous spirit realm beings, and even some who have taken a half step into the void realm. Therefore, there are indeed requirements for those in the spirit realm who wish to enter these small worlds. Moreover, these small worlds have long been flourishing with human incense deities that, as a result, the worlds instinctively reject those spirit realm beings who have committed mass slaughter against humans. Such individuals would be easily detected upon entry and swiftly besieged by numerous spirit realm beings, and even those who have taken a half step into the void realm. Ian finally comprehended the reasons behind the major powers in the southern domain recruiting those at the Yuanshan realm. Subsequently, Feng Wu extended an invitation for Yi Yin to join this faction, to which Yi Yin gladly acquiesced. However, his motives were not driven by a desire for the resources within the small world, but rather by a reluctance to display a reaction starkly different from that of his peers. Simultaneously, Yi Yin harbored ambitions to utilize this opportunity to launder certain treasures and obscure the true reasons behind his progress. After bidding farewell to Feng Wu, Yi Yin proceeded to meet the last Yuanshan realm companion. This individual was none other than the Emperor of the Southern Ghost Kingdom, Zhou Dengyu, who was at the late stage of the Yuanshan realm. Yi Yin surmised that Zhou's intent was to purchase his spoils with spirit stones. Indeed, it was not long after their introduction that Zhou Dengyu hastily articulated his purpose. Dragon Lord, you seem to have forgotten that you have spoils remaining in our Southern Ghost Kingdom. Yi Yin was somewhat taken aback by Zhou Dengyu's respectful demeanor, and then inquired, "Are you referring to the medicinal gardens and spiritual mines within the territory of the Yin King?" "Precisely. Since the Dragon Lord has slain the Yin King and his son, their possessions naturally belong to you. Those medicinal gardens and spiritual mines are undoubtedly your spoils. Our Southern Ghost Kingdom desires them. Yet at present, we lack sufficient spirit stones to purchase them all." As he spoke, Zhou Dengyu's attitude was exceedingly sincere, promptly offering an exorbitant price. Why not let the Dragon Lord entrust them to our Southern Ghost Kingdom for development, with the cost borne by us? We shall allocate 60%, no, 70% of the output from the medicinal gardens and spiritual mines to the Dragon Lord. What say you? Such generosity from Brother Zhou is hard to refuse. I naturally agreed that Yi Yin initially sought merely to acquire some of spirit stones, but now welcomed this more advantageous arrangement. After all, 70% was no trifling sum. Once costs were deducted, it would likely constitute 90% of the profits. Moreover, should any issues arise, that 30% from the Southern Ghost Kingdom would likely not yield profits, and may even incur significant losses. As for Zhou Dengyu would voluntarily play the role of the fool. Yi Yin paid it no mind, for he believed that with sufficient strength, he could easily thwart any schemes and could see this moment. Yi Yin was on the verge of breaking through to the Fanxi realm, requiring only some cultivation and a plethora of tribulation treasures. All of this could be accomplished with another grand wedding or by waiting for the birth of a child. Shortly after reaching an agreement with Zhou Dengyu, Yi Yin saw him off. It was only after Yi Yin had departed that Zhou Dengyu's initially shocked and fearful heart gradually regained its composure. He could not help but mutter softly, "Terrifying, utterly terrifying. He is simply as formidable as a half-step into the Fanxi realm. No, even more so. This Dragon Lord Yan's strength was likely infinitesimally close to the Fanxi realm as the Emperor of the Southern Ghost Kingdom. Zhou Dengyu possessed his own trump cards, one of which was a passive divine ability that granted him heightened awareness of various dangers. When he faced Yin a moment ago, this passive ability had activated, and he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of terrifying danger, far exceeding that of a typical peak Yuanshan realm cultivator, and only slightly lesser than his previous encounters with those of the Fanxi realm. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder Zhou Dengyu exhibited such sincerity, even voluntarily taking on the role of a fool. After a considerable time, Zhou Dongyu, free from the grip of fear and shock, departed from the water palace. Outside the palace, a mid-stage Yuanshan realm member of the black-faced ghost clan awaited to greet him, subsequently inquiring, "Your Majesty, how formidable is the Dragon Lord Yiyan?" The royal family of the Southern Ghost Kingdom was well aware of Zhou Dingyu's passive ability. In response to the inquiry from the black-faced ghost clan, Zhou Dingyu replied with a grave tone, "Terrifying, incomprehensibly terrifying. Should the Dragon Lord unleash his full strength, I fear I would be slain with a mere finger. And in the best-case scenario, by Tude, how is that possible? I heard he is merely at the late stage of the Yuanshan realm." The black-faced ghost clan was struck with horror, yet could not help but believe it. Could it be that he was akin to the prodigious talents depicted in tales? The multi-child blessing system claims all the credit. Zhou Dingyu continued, "We in the Southern Ghost Kingdom must not confront such a hidden dragon. Furthermore, due to the foolishness of the Yin King and his son, the Dragon Lord likely harbors ill feelings toward our kingdom. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, we shall undoubtedly face calamity in the future." The black-faced ghost clan was equally apprehensive and hastily asked, "What does your Majesty propose we do? We cannot be stingy. We must spend spirit stones as necessary." Zhou Dingyu shook his head. Spending spirit stones would be futile. "However, I have heard that the Dragon Lord has a fondness for the beauties of various clans. If we cannot overpower him, we should instead seek to ally ourselves with him. How about this? A Fae. You and your wife should strive diligently to bear an exceptional daughter, one of outstanding talent and beauty. This matter would then be resolved, and you could benefit from the Dragon Lord's favor in the future." "Ah, your Majesty, are you serious?" The black-faced ghost clan was momentarily at a loss for words, but then suddenly considered that this proposition might not be entirely unfeasible. However, Zhou Dingyu shook his head and declared with determination, "Of course, I am not serious. What a joke. Such a stroke of fortune cannot be left for you. It must be entrusted to me to handle personally. Xiao Fei, forming a familial bond with the Dragon Lord is far too intricate. You are still young and cannot navigate this. It should be left to me." The black-faced ghost clan was reluctant to concede. "But your Majesty, you have no wife, not even a concubine. How will you bear children?" "I shall return and take multiple wives and concubines. With diligent effort, I believe I can certainly bear one or two exceptional daughters. After all, it is merely a matter of a few decades or even a century. I can endure." Unbeknownst to Zhou Dingyu, he ultimately failed to marry his daughter to Yiyan, instead becoming a familial ally to Yiyan. Simultaneously, having departed from the Water Palace, a member of the L clan of the Ghosts, hurrying through the southern domain, was suddenly struck by an impulse. It felt as though someone was vying for his position. "Damn it, is someone attempting to usurp my place as the third matchmaker of the Water Palace? They wouldn't also be planning to present beauties from the Ghost Clan to the Dragon Lord, would they? No, I must hurry. My friends, I am coming." As for why the L clan member was hastily making his way through the southern domain. The origins of this matter date back 10 days prior. 10 days ago, within the Water Palace, Prime Minister Gay and the L clan member, accompanied by numerous human and demon clans, were frantically preparing the palace for decoration. The impending wedding of Dragon Lord Yi Yin necessitated a splendid presentation. Soon, upon witnessing the commotion at the Water Palace, those aware of the context understood that Dragon Lord Yin was about to marry. The newly emerged Yuanshan realm demon kings, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong, were also delighted to lend their assistance. Prime Minister Gui, slightly astonished, hastily remarked, "Esteemed seniors, how can you trouble yourselves with such trifles? Allow us to handle it." Lai Tu, resolutely shaking his head, countered, "Oh, Prime Minister, how can you deem this a trivial matter? Anything concerning Dragon Lord is of great significance, no matter how small." Lai Xiong concurred, adding, "Though we are mere Yuanshan realm demon kings, we hold the utmost respect for Dragon Lord. Not only shall we assist in the decoration of the Water Palace, but we are also duty-bound to partake in the wedding preparations in a few days." At this revelation, the busy demons and cultivators finally understood the stature of these two Yuanshan realm demon kings, and their reverence for Dragon Lord Yi Yin deepened significantly. However, the L clan members stood thunderstruck. momentarily frozen in place, his mind swirling with conflicting emotions that on one hand, he felt an overwhelming pride, recognizing the incredible potential of the father he was about to acknowledge. Now even Yuanshan realm demon kings were eager to align themselves with him. Yet, on the other hand, he felt lost and confused. With Dragon Lord already having Yuanshan realm demon kings as subordinates, did he still have a chance to acknowledge him as a father in the dead of night? Amidst a tumult of confusion and a sense of uncertainty regarding his future, the ghostly cultivator with the surname L sought out the esteemed Prime Minister Turtle. Instantly, his eyes brimmed with sincerity and supplication as he candidly exclaimed, "Oh, Prime Minister, I yearn for progress. My desire for advancement is overwhelming." Taken aback, Prime Minister Turtle replied hastily, "I have no interest in male beauty." Yet after hearing the entirety of L's plight, he finally relaxed. Curiosity soon overtook him, and he inquired, "Young L, you hold a respectable position within our water court. If you apply yourself diligently, the opportunity to transcend to the Yuanshan realm is not insignificant. Why, then, are you so fixated on becoming the adopted son of Lord Longjun? Our esteemed ladies are all with child, making this path quite arduous." L, perplexed by his own obsession, found the answer within the depths of his soul. It was the manifestation of his inner demons. Perhaps even his very path. Only by achieving this goal could he attain completeness, lest he remain in a state where he could recall nothing but his surname, L. Observing L's fervent determination, Prime Minister Turtle, with a sense of helplessness, decided to offer him a piece of advice that, you comprehend how I have attained my current status. It is, of course, due to my role as a matchmaker for Lord Longjun. When I fulfill my duties well, Lord Longjun is pleased, and so too do the ladies remember my good deeds." As L reflected on this revelation, he grasped the profound truth. Prime Minister Turtle stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed. If you wish to progress, young L, it seems you must begin with this matter. Strive onward. I hope you will soon become the third esteemed matchmaker of our water court." Listening intently, L's inherent ambition surged forth, and he boldly declared, "I reside within the realm of heaven and earth. How can I languish beneath the Prime Minister for long? The seat of Chief Matchmaker is not meant solely for you. Why should I not claim it?" Prime Minister Turtle, both amused and exasperated, shot a glare at L, retorting, "Begone! You aspire to surpass me. First, you must best the esteemed Lord Feng Qi, the second matchmaker." He then instructed L to venture to other realms to seek out his old friends, particularly the beautiful spirits of the ghostly clan, as it was crucial to pay heed to such matters. After all, Lord Longjun currently had no ghostly consort, which was less than ideal. Thus, L embarked on a journey veiled as a visit, but truly a quest for matchmaking. After 10 days of arduous travel, L arrived at his first destination, a region to the west of the southern domain. This area not only bordered the shattered western realm, but also lay close to the sea. Before him sprawled a chaotic landscape of rocky mountains, and beyond the peaks lay a vast expanse of azure sky, dotted with shimmering lakes. The largest lake closest to the sea was his intended destination, the Bai Bo Pool, where he sought his old friend, the venerable Wansheng Dragon King. Though referred to as a Dragon King, Wansheng was not of pure blood. His mother was a serpent demon, rendering his lineage somewhat impure. His cultivation was modest, merely at the golden core stage. Not all dragon kings possess great prowess, and so the saying goes. Yet L harbored a certain envy for his friend's fortune, despite Wansheng's lack of formidable strength. His lineage was quite prestigious. His father was a late-stage Yuan Shun realm demon king from the South Sea, who doted upon Wansheng, allowing him to claim the expansive Bai Bo Pool as his own. Moreover, Wansheng was handsome, articulate, and exceptionally skilled in matters of romance. Having captivated a pure-blooded dragon queen, he had married and, over 50 years ago, welcomed a daughter whose lineage and beauty were both extraordinary. This was the very reason L had come. Upon entering Bai Bo Pool with familiarity, L pondered how best to persuade Wansheng. Suddenly, a graceful figure flitted past. L turned his gaze, discovering a female dragon demon of breathtaking beauty, particularly her eyes, which seemed to spark with electricity. Any ordinary cultivator or demon would surely be entranced at first glance. Upon noticing L, The enchanting demon cast a flirtatious glance, showcasing her myriad charms. However, El merely offered a fleeting compliment, his heart unmoved. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he preferred the gentle, tender type, ideally of the human race. Such alluring yet dubious creatures were best admired from a distance, not introduced to Lord Longjun, as they often strayed from the path of fidelity. Her cultivation was respectable, a powerful demon at the golden core stage, suggesting a remarkable lineage. Soon, a striking male demon pursued her closely, his aura distinct from that of ordinary demons, accompanied by peculiar sounds as he approached. Once he caught up, he naturally took her hand, and together they sauntered into the distance, engaging in playful banter. Meanwhile, within a secluded cave in the western sea, a white dragon demon awakened from slumber. Exclaiming in delight, "Indeed, my talents are exceptional. After a sudden epiphany regarding wood-based divine abilities during my meditation, I am filled with elation. Who among the Western Sea Dragon clan can rival my insight?" With that, the white dragon unleashed the newfound wood-based powers, enveloping the cave in a verdant glow, even casting a green sheen upon his head. Before long, El arrived at the Baibo Pool's watercourt. Upon learning of El's visit, Wanshang Dragon King was thoroughly pleased, as he and El shared a deep camaraderie. In their youth, they often frequented the pleasure quarters together. Thus, Wanshang welcomed El with open arms. Jesting, my old friend El, where have you been seducing ghostly maidens these past few years?" El reciprocated the embrace without pretense. "Old dragon, you know me well. I have no interest in that kind," to which Wanshang laughed. I see you still seek a human fairy." The two then exchanged pleasantries for a time before entering the grand hall of the watercourt. Inside, an array of demons and spirits gathered, along with numerous human cultivators. Upon El's entrance, he was greeted by a mesmerizing display of snake demons and clam spirits performing captivating dances, while guests reveled in merriment and libation. Mountains of gifts piled high in one corner. Wansheng arranged a seat for El beside his own, and with a wave of his hand, a group of enchanting demonesses approached, their smiles radiant. Wansheng selected a few, pulling them into his embrace, leaving El in a state of bewilderment. "Old dragon, do you flaunt your charms so brazenly? Does your wife know?" Wansheng, catching the look in El's eyes, chuckled nonchalantly. My friend, this is merely standard practice. No need for alarm. I am indeed a man of leisure. I cannot deny that. However, I also handle my affairs with care. My wife is quite accommodating, even providing me with spirit stones to indulge myself." With a mischievous grin, Wansheng added, "As long as no bastards come of it. Everything is fine." He then urged El to select a few maidens as well, but El shook his head, declaring he was not one to be easily swayed by such allure, inquiring whether there were any with the surname Jiao among the maidens. And upon receiving a negative reply, El lost interest, waving them away. Observing the grandeur of the banquet and the mountains of gifts, El inquired curiously, "Old dragon, what joyous occasion has prompted all this?" Before Wansheng could respond, eager guests chimed in to answer. Indeed, the Wansheng Dragon King has recently encountered a momentous event. Subsequently, other guests chimed in with laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Dragon King has recently gained a splendid son-in-law. Absolutely, he is none other than the Prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. A true heir of formidable influence. Moreover, our Dragon King's daughter is a paragon of beauty, possessing an exquisite grace and extraordinary talent. They make a most fitting couple. Indeed, it is said that the prince is a rare white dragon. His bloodline, quite remarkable. It was then that the ghostly figure, surnamed El, realized that the daughter of the Wanshang Dragon King had recently become betrothed. Oh, my aspirations have been snatched away by another." He pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating whether he should discreetly hint to the Wanshang Dragon King about Lord Longjun in hopes of disrupting this engagement. As for the so-called West Sea Dragon Palace, the ghostly figure, surnamed El, felt no fear whatsoever, and he was acutely aware of the underlying truths surrounding the West Sea Dragon Palace, due to the numerous fallen fragments of small worlds. The once vast expanse of the West Sea had been buried. The only remnant was a stretch of sea near the South Sea that remained unscathed. Thus, the West Sea Dragon Palace was merely in name of grandeur. possessing dominion over only a small area of the sea adjacent to the South Sea. Its foundation was quite ordinary, consisting of just a few dragons at the primordial spirit realm. Compete with my Tenglong water mansion? How many masters do you have? How many primordial spirit demon kings can you dispatch? As for the question of morality, it was laughable. We demons and spirits speak solely through strength. Did one truly believe that tales of female demons forsaking their demon kings and emperors to elope with impoverished scholars could ever come to pass? Ridiculous. Demons and spirits do not possess such romantic folly. Ayu. However, before the ghostly figure surnamed L could take any action, the Wansheng Dragon King proudly produced two portraits. Haha, what they said is true. Old L, behold, this is my daughter, and this is my future son-in-law. What do you think? Upon seeing the portraits, the ghostly figure surnamed L was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, the portraits resembled 3D high-definition projections. Thus, he immediately recognized that the Wansheng Dragon King's daughter was none other than the enchanting female demon he had seen earlier. Yet, the Prince of the West Sea was not the same male demon who had been embracing her moments ago. Considering the nature of dragons, the ghostly figure, surnamed L, began to comprehend the implications. Gazing at the portrait of the gallant West Sea Dragon, prince clad in white robes, he felt a tinge of green envy creeping over him. Ah, splendid, splendid. I hope the couple will cherish one another for a lifetime. While he spoke these words, the ghostly figure surnamed L truly felt a sense of relief. What a close call. I almost ended up gifting Lord Longjun a green hat. He subsequently refrained from mentioning his earlier intention of proposing. Yet, as he pondered over the green hat incident, he sensed that something else had resurfaced in his mind. As the banquet concluded, the ghostly figure, surnamed L, prepared to take his leave. However, before departing, perhaps due to a change in his character after becoming a ghost, he could not bear to see his old friend meet a dismal fate and offered a few words of caution. Old dragon, be wary of unfamiliar male demons. Should any troubles arise in the future, feel free to seek assistance from my Tenglong water mansion. The Wansheng Dragon King was quite astonished by the ghostly figure, surnamed L's words. You've always been the one to place green hats upon others. Why would you worry about being adorned with one yourself? Nevertheless, he genuinely felt happy for his friend's opportunity to join the recently renowned Tenglong River water mansion. Ha ha, old L, it is truly wonderful that you can join Tenglong River water mansion. I've heard that your Lord Longjun possesses extraordinary strength. Your future is indeed bright. After bidding farewell to the Wansheng Dragon King, the ghostly figure, surnamed L, continued on his journey. It took him merely a little over 10 days to reach the border between the southern domain and the eastern wilderness, T. Lanra Temple. He encountered the long-missed tree demon Granny. After exchanging a few words, his expression changed dramatically. This was because the tree demon Granny had just revealed that, 6 months prior, she had recently taken over Lanra Temple. Her exceptionally talented female ghost, Nie Xiaoqian, had already caught the eye of a passing demon king who called himself the Black Mountain Old Demon. They had become engaged, and in 13 years, upon the arrival of the fateful date, they were to wed. Hearing this, the ghostly figure surnamed L was filled with fury. Good heavens, everyone seems intent on snatching from me. Don't they? I can overlook the Dragon King's daughter, but now this female ghost has someone vying for her as well. Damn it, who is this Black Mountain Old Demon? I must firmly establish my claim. Immediately, the ghostly figure surnamed L revealed the matter concerning Lord Longjun Yin. The tree demon Granny had also heard of the rising star of the southern domain, Lord Longjun Yin, and was immediately intrigued, for he was a peak demon king at the primordial spirit realm. The tree demon Granny then began to discuss plans with the ghostly figure surnamed L. The two mere golden core cultivators were indeed naive, having no comprehension of the terrifying nature of the Black Mountain Old Demon. They mistakenly believed him to be just an ordinary primordial spirit realm demon king. At this moment, the Black Mountain Old Demon had yet to establish a foothold in the human realm. Furthermore, as his true form could not leave the underworld, his reputation was not particularly illustrious in the human realm. Even beings below the primordial spirit realm were unfamiliar with the name Black Mountain Old Demon in the underworld. Within a realm shrouded in ghostly and sinister energies, stood a fragmentary city, though broken. it was still unimaginably vast. The city walls reached a staggering height of 3,000 zhang, a testament to the formidable beings it was built to withstand. Beside the dilapidated city, an equally colossal black mountain loomed. After a swirl of ghostly mist atop the black mountain, a rare green ghost flower took root and sprouted. Suddenly, the black mountain trembled, producing a resounding noise. A rare fifth-tier spiritual plant, the ethereal green ghost flower. Hee, it seems that the heavens still favor me. The black mountain, accompanied by the black mountain old demons' cackling laughter, the desolate city echoed with the sounds of ghostly wails and howls. The Tenglong domain water mansion. In the spirit herb garden, Yi Yulian, Li Yunyang, and Bai Shuang were meditating beneath the sword source tree. The tree emanated its profound essence. The swordsmanship talent of the children in their wombs was enhanced to varying degrees. Meanwhile, Gu Sisi entered a state of enlightenment, as various insights into swordsmanship flooded her mind. By the thunder pool, Lei Pingyun was consuming the innate thunderous essence while boastfully sharing tips on how to conceive quickly with Hu Yujia. Xiao Ruoxi and the Ying sisters. On the other side, Yin was discussing with Ao Ying about the secret realm she had discovered. It was rumored to be filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And naturally, Yin had no intention of passing up this opportunity. After their wedding, he planned to explore this secret realm. Ao Ying then began to recount her experiences within the secret realm to Yin. Husband, I only ventured a small half-circle around the outskirts of this secret realm. The dangers are not insignificant. Upon hearing this, Yin gained a preliminary understanding of the secret realm. Firstly, entry to this secret realm is restricted to beings at the golden core stage or below. Individuals like Yin, who are at the spirit realm, cannot enter. Although the realm is home to numerous precious herbs and rare treasures, it is fraught with peril. There are various broken traps capable of injuring golden core cultivators, as well as a multitude of savage beasts present. The reason Ao Ying did not fully explore the secret realm was due to the overwhelming number and formidable strength of these savage beasts. Yin was quite astonished by the abundance of these creatures within the realm. Beastmasters, who awaken their spiritual essence to become demons, are considered foolish and savage. This distinction between the demon race and savage beast has been passed down through generations. However, it is said that they share a common ancestor with the demon race, at least in their bloodline heritage. Unlike the demon race, savage beasts possess primitive intelligence, relying mainly on instinct, and remain in their beastly forms throughout their lives. Consequently, their innate talents, magical abilities, and physical prowess generally surpass those of the demon race of equivalent bloodlines. Yet due to their low intelligence and inability to wield magical artifacts, they lack cultivation techniques, leading to a slow rate of cultivation. Thus, the savage beast population gradually faded from the annals of history, occasionally appearing only to be tamed by cultivators for the purpose of guarding their abodes. While Yin and Ao Ying were conversing, Yi Yulian suddenly approached them. She then spoke. Husband, Yingmei, I seem to recall something about that secret realm that it was then that Yi Yin remembered Yi Yulian's origins. His surprise, the secret realm discovered by Ao Ying was the very place where Yi Yulian was born. Subsequently, Yi Yulian began to recount her memories, detailing the locations of various spiritual herbs and plants, as well as rare treasures. In conclusion, she mentioned that at the heart of the secret realm lies a treasure of immense allure for her, given her Emu bloodline. However, it is guarded by a savage beast of the spirit realm. After finishing her tale, Yi Yulian gazed at Yi Yin with her large, enchanting eyes and playfully said, Husband, I wish to obtain that treasure. With it, I believe our child's bloodline will surely ascend to new heights. Now that the topic of children had arisen, Yi Yin could only nod in agreement. Half a day later, Yi Yin led a contingent of golden core cultivators from the Water Palace to the location of the secret realm. Coincidentally, the site of the secret realm was precisely within the territory he had recently acquired, the Wushan County. A total of 10 golden core cultivators entered the secret realm, including the tortoise prime minister, catfish spirit, lobster demon, and a red carp spirit, the Yang's second son, and the Jiao demon were also part of the group. Additionally, since Yi Yulian and Ao Ying were knowledgeable about the secret realm's details, they naturally took the lead. The six-tailed white fox, Hu Yujia, volunteered, expressing her ability to sense auspicious and inauspicious omens, and insisted on joining as well. Finally, there was Gu Cece, whose apparent cultivation level was not high, but whose combat prowess rivaled that of those of the spirit realm. Before departing, Yin instructed everyone, stating that the overall operation would be directed by Ying Mei, while Lian Mei and Yujia would guide and assist. The combat aspect will be entrusted to the Tortoise Prime Minister and his companions. Naturally, if a spirit realm savage beast were to appear, it would be left to Cece to handle. Upon hearing Yian's final words, Ao, Ying, and the others were perplexed. Why would they leave a spirit realm savage beast to Gu Cece? However, they soon assumed that Yian had some secret weapon capable of subduing such formidable creatures. Before long, the group of golden core cultivators from the Water Palace entered the secret realm. Under Aeolian's guidance, they easily discovered numerous spiritual plants and herbs. In just half a day's time, Ao, Ying, and her companions had amassed a considerable bounty. Whenever they encountered dangerous traps, they cleverly evaded them with Yujia's abilities. Yet, most of the precious herbs and treasures were guarded by savage beasts. This was when Ao, Ying, and the Tortoise Prime Minister's group of golden cores sprang into action to eliminate the beasts. In no time, the entire perimeter of the secret realm was thoroughly plundered. Just in the outer area, Ao, Ying, and her companions had collected over 24th grade spiritual herbs, in addition to 6 4th grade spiritual trees, including the Thunder Jade Marvel tree. After clearing the outskirts, Ao Ying's group began to delve deeper into the interior of the secret realm. However, as soon as they entered, Yujia sensed danger and urgently warned everyone. Be cautious. There is danger approaching rapidly from the sky. Just as she finished speaking, a massive eagle-like savage beast, nearly 100 feet in size, descended from above. The speed of this eagle beast was astonishing, quickly closing in on Ao, Ying, and her companions. The Tortoise Prime Minister reacted swiftly, transforming into his true form to shield Ao, Ying, and the others that a spirit realm savage beast. Ladies, be careful, he cautioned, simultaneously issuing orders to the catfish spirit and Yang Sun, the Jiao demon. What are you standing around for? Protect the ladies at once. However, before they could act, a terrifying white sword aura, like a darting dragon, sliced through the air and instantaneously cleaved the eagle beast in two. Stay calm, spoke Gu Cece, who held a long sword in her hand, exuding an overwhelming aura of powered. It was then that the Tortoise Prime Minister and the others understood why Lord Dragon Yin had entrusted the handling of spirit realm savage beasts to Gu Cece. This lady possessed formidable strength. Ao, Ying, and Yujia were equally astonished, realizing that the seemingly simple-minded Gu Cece was, in fact, incredibly powerful. Especially Ao, Ying, who felt a twinge of fear. She was grateful her sister had fainted at such a timely moment. Had she not fainted and had a conflict arisen with Gu Cece, it could have resulted in a dire outcome. Upon comprehending Gu Cece's true strength, Ao, Ying, and the Golden Core cultivators began to formulate a new plan. Aeolian and Yujia, one guiding and the other sensing, worked in tandem. Soon, savage beasts began to fall beneath Gu Cece's sword. They also collected a wealth of rare 4th grade spiritual herbs and trees, which were scarce in the outside world. The closer they approached the heart of the secret realm, the stronger Aeolian felt the treasure's allure. Even the child within her began to stir with excitement. Soon, my little ones, you will soon obtain that treasure, and you must thank your Aunt Cece, Aunt Ao, Ying, and the Tortoise Prime Minister for this. Before long, Ao, Ying, and her group arrived at a mountain range. As they entered the mountains, Yujia sensed danger once again and urgently pointed ahead, saying, Cece, there's a mid-stage spirit realm savage beast lying in ambush on that mountain. True to her warning, a foul wind swept through the air, and a gigantic golden tiger, the size of a small hill, lunged towards them. Roar! Yet, in the face of this predicament, Ao, Ying, and her companions remained composed, standing their ground. Gu Cece, even more so, awaited the tiger's approach with calm demeanor, allowing it to pounce directly in front of her, even catching sight of its belly. Suddenly, Gu Cece recalled the story Yin had told her about a sliding shovel, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, she drew her flying sword. It soared through the air like a dragon, radiating powerful sword energy. The next moment, A pitiful roar echoed through the mountains as the massive golden tiger was cleaved in two by a brilliant sword light. Despite having witnessed such feats numerous times, Ao Ying and her companions were still astonished. Ao Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration. Incredible, Cece! That was a mid-stage spirit realm savage beast. Hu Yujie exclaimed, Cece is so powerful. Our future child's swordsmanship will surely be entrusted to you. Gu Cece nodded, smiling as she replied, No problem. I shall gladly teach the swordsmanship lessons to our future children as for the esteemed Lord Turtle and his entourage. After a round of exuberant applause and cheers of admiration, they commenced the collection of the formidable giant tiger beast and the treasures it guarded. However, they soon found themselves perplexed and hastily summoned Ao Ying and her companions. For the giant tiger was not safeguarding any spiritual herbs or plants, but rather a golden crystal embedded within a mountain range. The crystal emanated a resplendent golden light, surrounded by wisps of golden aura that flowed freely. The Lord Turtle and his companions had previously attempted to seize it, but were met with a fierce resistance from the golden aura, which nearly resulted in casualties. Upon Ao Ying's arrival, she too was unable to identify this treasure. That Wai Lilian was similarly at a loss, as she possessed little interest or knowledge about anything that was not a spiritual plant. Ultimately, it was Gu Cece who deduced from her inherited memories of the sword spirit that this was a source crystal of the gold element. Renowned as the essence of gold stone, an exceptional material for forging magical weapons and flying swords. After stating this, Gu Cece unleashed her sword chi to shatter the defenses of the golden aura, effortlessly claiming the gold source crystal. Having resolved this matter, Ao Ying and her group swiftly dispatched several primordial spirit realm beasts, reaping a bountiful harvest of rare treasures. They soon arrived at the heart of the secret realm, where they beheld a colossal azure wood bathed in ethereal green light. The IT was referred to as a wood not because it was a tree or even a complete trunk, but rather an immense piece of timber, comparable to a mountain in size. Initially, Ao Ying and her companions mistook it for a green mountain, but upon realizing it was merely a massive piece of azure wood, their astonishment left them speechless. Upon seeing this azure giant, Yolian felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, her two unborn children stirring with excitement within her. Memories flooded her mind, recalling that this was the place of her nurturing, where she had grown up. In her mind's eye, she envisioned her transformation from a lotus seed into an E-wood lotus, the birth of her consciousness, and her eventual ascension to the golden core stage. In a sense, this azure giant could be considered her mother. As Ao Ying and her companions attempted to approach the azure giant, they were halted by a verdant celestial barrier surrounding it. Even Gu Cece's formidable sword chi could not completely breach this barrier. Wai Eolian, aware of the nature of this azure wood, communicated telepathically with Gu Cece, Ao Ying, and Hu Yuji, saying, Cece and my dear sisters, do not be anxious. This azure wood is a treasure of celestial grade. That it is exceedingly difficult to breach this barrier without celestial strength. However, there is no need for concern. My children and I possess the E-wood bloodline, and this barrier will not obstruct us. With that, Eolian's figure gracefully passed through the verdant barrier and advanced towards the azure giant. The closer she drew, the more her heart surged with emotion, her E-wood bloodline becoming ever purer. Simultaneously, her two children benefited immensely, rapidly growing in vitality. Soon, Eolian stood beneath the azure giant, extending her hand to caress its surface. However, in the next moment, her hand effortlessly passed through the azure wood. Indeed, dear Mother Wood, you are but a projection, lacking substance. Yet this very projection holds the power of a celestial treasure, capable of nurturing an incredibly pure E-wood bloodline. How noble must your essence truly be? Eolian sighed softly, resolving that this matter would remain known only to herself, and she would share it solely with her husband, a demon, keeping it from her sisters for the time being. With Eolian's presence, the azure giant began to undergo a transformation. It radiated a profusion of azure aura, which soon coalesced into a liquid form that enveloped Eolian. She felt no fear, instead quietly accepting the gifts from her mother Wood. Upon realizing its benefits for her unborn children, Yilin decisively shared it with them first. Only after they could absorb no more did she begin to refine it for herself. Days passed, and after 7 days, Yilin finally finished absorbing the mysterious azure liquid. When the azure liquid dissipated, her aura and bloodline pressure ascended to new heights, her belly round and full, her children exhibiting signs of awareness. Filled with gratitude, Yulien gazed at the azure giant, bowing deeply in reverence. "Thank you, dear Motherwood. I must return to give birth soon. Once my daughter is born, I shall bring my 2 children to meet you." With these words, Yilien hastily departed, as her children became increasingly active within her womb, as if ready to emerge at any moment. Outside the celestial barrier, Ao, Ing, and her companions felt a mix of worry and fear. After all, it was only Yulien who had entered, and she had remained silent for 7 days. Their initial calm transformed into anxiety and dread. However, they soon caught sight of a Yulien's figure racing towards them, and they were met with both surprise and delight upon seeing her rounded belly. As Yulien emerged, Ao, Ing, and the others hurried to support her, their expressions a blend of curiosity and excitement. "Sister Yulien, are you about to give birth?" "Yes, yes. How have these 2 babies grown so quickly?" Even Gu Sisi, who had previously exuded an air of cold serenity, was now brimming with excitement. "Their bloodline pressure is so strong." "Sister Yulien, you and your husband have such exceptional children. Oh, how I yearn to become pregnant soon and bear adorable, gifted babies." Meanwhile, Lord Turtle and the others chimed in with their heartfelt congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Highness." "Congratulations, Lord Dragon. Your Highness, please take care. There's a patch of grass ahead. Watch as my hefty catfish flattens it. We must ensure your safety." "Indeed, brothers, make way for the ladies." Thus, Ao, Ing, and her companions swiftly escorted Yulien away from the secret realm. Outside the realm, Yin finally laid eyes on Yulien and the others, momentarily dumbfounded. Her belly was round and seemed on the verge of delivery. Simultaneously, the 2 children within her resonated with Yin, transmitting a bond of shared bloodline. In the resonance, Yin could even hear the messages conveyed by the 2 little ones. "Father, it's Father. Father, we are about to be born. Just now, we met Mother's mother. I want to come out and see Father and Mother." Me too. I want to see Father and Mother. Wonderful, wonderful." How exhilarating. For Yin, this was his first experience of impending fatherhood, and he could hardly contain his excitement. A broad smile graced his face as he swiftly supported Yulien, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Lien. Our children are about to be born." I could sense their bloodline resonance and their thoughts. "They are eager to come into the world and meet us." After sharing his exuberance, Yin turned to Ao, Ing, and the others, saying, "Thank you, Sister Ing, Yuji, and Cece for your efforts, and to Lord Turtle and Yang Erlang. You have all done well. Once Sister Lien gives birth, each of you shall receive generous rewards." With that, Yin, filled with anticipation, wasted no time and summoned a wind-drawn carriage, utilizing precious top-grade spiritual stones. Under the influence of these spiritual stones, the carriage's speed reached its zenith, arriving at the water palace of the Tenglong domain in just 2 hours. As they disembarked, Yin assisted Yulien. And upon entering the palace, the 2 4th-tier formations, the Dragonfish Formation and the White Fox Illusion Formation, were activated. Lietu, Liexiong, lead the entire Water Palace army, prepare for battle, and protect the palace. Lord Turtle, did we not recruit a number of human and demon women experienced in childbirth for the palace? Bring them all to me. Within the storeroom, ensure that all 3rd and 4th-tier spiritual herbs, as well as elixirs, are prepared for me. As soon as she entered the water mansion, Yulien felt the 2 children within her womb becoming increasingly lively. She lovingly caressed her belly, soothingly saying, "My dear ones, please wait a little longer. You will soon be welcomed into the world." After speaking, Yulien turned to Yin and said, "Husband, both the children and I possess the Imu bloodline. Augmented by the gifts we received from the secret realm earlier, I wish to give birth in the spiritual herb garden, as it would be beneficial for both me and the children." "Very well. Let us proceed to the spiritual herb garden right away." Yin promptly agreed, supporting Yin as they made their way to the garden. Sister Lien, feel free to consume any spiritual herb you desire. We must not let the children suffer, as long as they are born safely. You may have as much as you wish. Why Yin sensed Yian's nervousness and concern, which filled her heart with sweetness. Do not worry, my husband. Our children will undoubtedly arrive safely and smoothly. Soon, the entire Tenglong water mansion was abuzz with activity. With the aid of numerous spiritual stones, 2 fourth-tier formations were activated at full power. Before long, within the dragonfish formation, 3 dragonfish at the initial stage of the Yuanshan realm were summoned. Simultaneously, the powerful defensive barrier of the dragonfish formation was established, while the mist of the white fox illusion formation enveloped the entire water mansion, especially shrouding the spiritual herb garden in layers of protective fog. Upon receiving the message from Dragon Lord Yin, the fierce duo of Lai Tu and Lai Xiong immediately exited their seclusion, leading all the demon clans of the water mansion to stand guard outside. Meanwhile, the Tortoise Prime Minister tirelessly sought out over 50 renowned midwives from nearby counties, each with extensive experience in delivering both cultivators and demons, amounting to over 10,000 births in their history. Subsequently, the Tortoise Prime Minister utilized Yan's token to retrieve all spiritual herbs and elixirs of 3rd tier and above from a storeroom. In no time, everything was in readiness in the spiritual herb garden. Upon learning that Yi Yulian was about to give birth, Li Yunyang by Shuang, Yun Yi, and others hurried over. They, like Yi Yin, were filled with anxiety, surrounding Yi Yulian with a flurry of concerned inquiries. Sister Yulian, how are you feeling now? How are the 2 children? Will it be painful? You must hold on. Yi Yulian, however, felt no discomfort and reassured the women. It is not painful at all. These 2 children are quite well behaved. In fact, they seem to be considerate of me, not wanting to cause too much commotion in my belly. With a gentle smile, she continued, however, the children are eager to meet us. They wish to see their mother, their father, and all of you, their aunts. After this, Yi Yulian chose the place for her delivery, beneath the Jinyuan tree. Husband, I wish to give birth under this tree. It seems the children particularly like it here. Very well, we shall give birth here. Yi Yin nodded eagerly, then quickly summoned the magical artifact Qianlu River. The Qianlu River transformed into a stream of azure, swiftly constructing a birthing chamber beneath the Jinyuan tree. Before long, the Tortoise Prime Minister arrived with the midwives, and all the necessary spiritual herbs and elixirs were gathered. Yin activated the white fox illusion formation, creating an opening through which the Tortoise Prime Minister and the 3 most experienced midwives entered. That moment, Yi Yulian could no longer hold back. The 3 midwives assisted her into the birthing chamber, while Li Yunyang and Hu Yujia, both endowed with a touch of fortune, entered to help as well. The formidable Gu Sisi brought a multitude of spiritual herbs and elixirs inside, standing guard to ensure Yi Yulian's safety. As soon as Yi Yulian stepped inside, Yi Yin felt the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converge within the birthing chamber, with the gathering of spiritual energy. The chamber was soon enveloped in a dense spiritual mist, while the aura of the 2 children grew increasingly potent. In that moment, Yi Yin lost the calm demeanor he had maintained, displaying the anxiousness of an ordinary father. Pacing outside with worry, the Tortoise Prime Minister continually offered words of comfort to Dragon Lord Yin. Soon, as the children's auras intensified, a sudden change occurred. A brilliant azure light erupted within the birthing chamber. This was an extremely rich essence of Imu, and with its emergence, Yin sensed the bloodlines of the 2 children beginning to transform. However, he soon realized that their bloodlines were strengthening, or rather, undergoing a process of ancestral return. With this understanding, he felt relieved, believing that this must be the fortuitous opportunity Yi Yulian had mentioned regarding the secret realm. Not only that, but as the essence of Imu appeared, the Jinyuan tree beside the chamber was also affected. The leaves began to chime melodiously, and soon the entire tree trembled slightly. Before long, a sword-shaped shadow illuminated the Jinyuan tree, producing a soft sound akin to a sword's cry. This sword's shadow resonated in harmony with the essence of Imu, persisting for nearly half a moment before dissipating. The essence of Imu then converged, gathering around the 2 children. not long after the sword's shadow vanished. Yin heard the sound of a baby crying. Wah wah wah. The cries were tender and youthful, tinged with a hint of dragon's roar. Wah wah. The second cry soon followed. The cries did not last long before transforming into peals of laughter. As the laughter continued, it evolved into joyous, youthful dragon roars. The sounds of joy soon shifted to the gentle sounds of feeding. Huff, Yin finally exhaled a sigh of relief that a peculiar sensation filled his heart. Excitement, exhilaration, and the anticipation of fatherhood ate that moment. The sound of the multi-child blessing system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first child. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your second child. Your offspring, the Hollywood Thunder Dragon, has been born. Please claim your reward promptly. Your offspring, the Azure Lotus Water Dragon, has been born. Please claim your reward promptly. Yen, however, was too eager to receive the system rewards, for he longed to see his children at that moment. After a brief interval, Yulian's slightly weakened voice called out, "Husband, you may come in to see the children now." Very well, Yin exclaimed excitedly as he hurried inside. Upon entering, he beheld Yulian and the two children. The three midwives lay unconscious aside, while Gu Sisi, Li Yunyang, and Hu Yujie stood guard closely. Yulian was gently reclining on a waterbed, appearing somewhat frail, while the spaces on either side of her were occupied by two small dragonlings. On the left was a small dragonling of azure with a hint of purple, its head adorned with 4 horns, and its eyes reflected 2 azure lotus swords that a massive wooden phantom flickered intermittently above it, gradually solidifying. The azure-purple dragonling exuded a bloodline pressure that surpassed even that of Yin, its father. On the right rested a water dragon of pure azure blue, similarly crowned with 4 horns, though slightly smaller in size. Streams of azure water flowed around it, accompanied by a faint fragrance of lotus. Behind it, an extraordinary sight emerged, a phantom of a blue lotus flower. Upon noticing Yi Yan's arrival, the 2 small dragonlings became excited and swiftly darted towards him, reducing their size by several dozen times as they wrapped their tiny bodies around his arms. "It's father!" they exclaimed in unison. "Yes, brother, it is our esteemed father." In the delivery room, Yi Yan was affectionately interacting with his eldest son and daughter. The 2 little dragonlings sensed the bloodline connection emanating from Yi Yan, displaying an endearing clinginess as they wrapped themselves around him, refusing to let go. These clever little creatures, having just been born, were already capable of speech. Their innocent and playful words flowed forth continuously. "Father, I missed you so much. Did you miss me?" "I did. My brother and I both long for our father, of course. I miss both of you dearly, and not just you. I think of your younger siblings as well." As he spoke, Yan's eldest son on the left, Sheng Mu Lei, boasted, "Father, let me show you my magical abilities. Watch, I can summon thunder." With that, he opened his mouth wide, and a bolt of azure-purple lightning erupted forth. "Wonderful, wonderful! Such marvelous magic! My son is truly impressive." Yi Yan gently flicked his finger, instantly grasping the azure-purple lightning. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as his own innate magical power, the Yimu Shunlei, one of the 5 elemental divine thunders. Moreover, this Yimu Shunlei exhibited a greater degree of spirituality, seeming almost alive. Within the divine thunder, Yi Yan could even discern the ethereal silhouette of a colossal tree. He silently marveled at the innate magical powers of his children, acknowledging their boundless potential. Not wanting to be outdone by her brother's display, the younger sister huffed, "Humph, my thunder isn't as pretty as my brother's. But, father, look at my divine water." As her words fell, Yi Yan observed the azure streams of water surrounding his daughter as if they had come to life, transforming into a magnificent water lotus. This enormous lotus, tinged with silver, radiated an extraordinary and perilous aura, that Yi Yan quickly recognized the nature of his daughter's divine water. This is the Haoyue divine water. Though rare and obscure in the cultivation world, it was known that with a few more purifications, it would become the renowned Moonlight divine water, notorious for its ability to corrode the souls of even the most powerful beings. "Wonderful! My precious daughter is also remarkable." Hearing her father's praise, the little dragonling giggled shyly and lowered her head. Observing her two children so close to her husband, Yi felt a mix of joy and a hint of jealousy. Then, recalling something, she turned to Yin and said, "Husband, we haven't named the children yet. Why don't you do it now?" Yin chuckled heartily and replied, "Silly Lien Mei, I've already chosen names for them in this generation. I have decided they will all carry the character Yuan in their names. Henceforth, these two shall be called Yuan Mu and Yuan Qing." Yi softly repeated the names. Yi Yuan Mu, Yi Yuan Qing. Splendid names. Upon hearing their names, the two little dragonlings erupted into playful antics once more. However, having just been born, they soon grew weary and fell asleep. As they slumbered, the two little dragonlings transformed into human form, resembling adorable porcelain dolls in Yian's hands. Yuan Mu, with a gentle demeanor, bore a slight imperial arrogance in his features, a golden pattern resembling a divine sword appearing on his forehead. Yuan Qing, on the other hand, was charming and sweet, with delicate features imbued with an ethereal quality, complete with twin braids and a cute light azure droplet on her forehead. After the children fell asleep, Yin first glanced at the three midwives who had fainted. Then he turned his attention to the ethereal silhouettes of the colossal tree and azure lotus around Yuan Mu and Yuan Qing, inquiring, "What happened?" Yin explained, "Husband, there was quite a commotion before the children were born, so I instructed a few of my sisters to enchant the midwives as soon as the children arrived." Yin nodded, agreeing that Yin's decision was indeed prudent. Then Yin continued, "As for the ethereal silhouettes surrounding the two children, I believe it may be related to the fortuitous encounter I had in the secret realm. It should be beneficial rather than harmful." She then recounted the details of the colossal azure tree to Yin, revealing that it was merely a projection. Upon hearing this, Yin felt a flicker of understanding. At that moment, the multi-children, multi-fortune system in his mind suddenly stirred. "Host, do not worry. Your two offspring are exceptionally talented. The silhouettes are manifestations of their awakened innate constitutions. Harmless." Following this, the system displayed all the information regarding Yuan Mu and Yuan Qing. Yuan Mu, blessed by the fragments of the Jianmu. Cultivation, pinnacle of transformation, can advance to golden core at any moment. Bloodline, sacred wood thunder dragon physique, sacred wood royal body, awakening, azure lotus sword eyes, awakened, innate sword soul, awakened, evaluation, divine appearance. With the enhancement of 3 innate physiques, his potential rivals that of a true dragon, perhaps even surpassing it. Yuan Qing, blessed by the fragment of the Jianmu. Cultivation, pinnacle of transformation, can advance to golden core at any moment. Bloodline, azure lotus water dragon physique, azure lotus sacred soul, awakening, azure lotus sword bone, awakened, heavenly water sacred body, awakened, evaluation, divine appearance, with the enhancement of 3 innate physiques. Her potential rivals that of a true dragon, perhaps even surpassing it. Upon reading the information regarding his children, Yin was momentarily stunned. Just the evaluations alone indicated that his children's potential far exceeded that of their father. Subsequently, he was overwhelmed with joy, realizing the profound delight of having offspring with imperial bearing. He also began to comprehend the importance of quality over quantity emphasized by the multi-children, multi-fortune system in the context of nurturing exceptional progeny. However, before Yin could bask in his happiness for long, the multi-children, multi-fortune system once again made its presence known. "Host, do not rejoice too soon," Yin responded with confusion. The system continued to provide updates. The innate constitutions awakened by Yuan Mu and Yuan Qing differ from Gu Cici's awakened sword spirit root. Once the sacred wood royal body and azure lotus sacred soul are fully awakened, the resulting commotion will reverberate for thousands of miles. Yin could not help but be taken aback. He had no doubt the multi-children, multi-fortune system would not deceive him. The system explained further. The sacred wood royal body and azure lotus sacred soul are among the most exceptional innate physiques, naturally receiving the acknowledgement and favor of the heavens. Thus, upon their final awakening, the sacred wood royal body will resonate with spiritual trees in a vast radius, causing all third-tier spiritual trees to contribute their essence to facilitate its complete awakening. The same holds true for the azure lotus sacred soul. Once fully awakened, It will attract numerous third-tier or higher spiritual lotuses for protection, ultimately leading to its successful transformation amidst their blessings. Damn it! Yian's expression grew grave, and then darkened further. Such a significant commotion would inevitably draw the attention of various demons and monsters. Moreover, the immense disturbance could even alert ancient beings of the void return or transcendent stages. Prompting them to emerge, the high-level cultivators would not adhere to any moral code. Upon learning the source of the disturbance stemmed from his two children, they would likely resort to cunning methods to seize them. Yian knew he was ill-equipped to confront such foes at present. However, the multi-children, multi-fortune system offered Yian a glimmer of hope, providing a reassuring boost. Host, do not worry. Currently, no transcendence-level beings are likely to emerge in this world. Furthermore, you have yet to claim your offspring rewards. Doing so could greatly enhance your chances of advancing to the void return stage. Transcending tribulations has never been a simple endeavor. In the days when deities and celestial beings roamed. The heavenly realm of the immortal world actually had a department dedicated to overseeing the tribulations. Although they could not intervene in higher-level tribulations, they had the ability to control and even mitigate those beneath the celestial realm. For instance, performing good deeds, accumulating virtue, or serving as temporary workers for the heavenly court could significantly ease one's tribulation. Moreover, having a commendable ancestor or a powerful patron could further lessen the challenges faced during the tribulation. Aside from confronting inner demons, during the era of deities, various elixirs and magical treasures to assist in transcending tribulations were far more abundant than they are today. However, since the disappearance of the celestial beings, the tribulations across the realms of the Liaozhai world have reverted to their primal state. Consequently, tribulations have become uniformly challenging. Regardless of race, cultivation level, or backing, all beings face the same level of tribulation. With the exception of a few beings of great merit, the tribulations for others have escalated to the highest difficulty. Furthermore, the items required to assist in transcending tribulations have become scarce and exorbitantly priced. With treasures beneficial for the return to the void tribulation being exceedingly rare in the Liaozhai world, the return to the void tribulation consists of 3 critical stages, and one must successfully navigate them to attain the true return to the void state. The first stage involves the triad of magical power, spirit, and physical form. Only when the strength of these 3 elements meets the requisite standards and harmonizes with one another can one proceed. The second stage is the inner demon confrontation, which evokes the tribulation taker's deepest fears. Only those with a complete spirit, unwavering resolve, and no cracks in their mental state can overcome this challenge. However, there are times when external fiends may descend, making this stage reliant on fortune. The third stage comprises the minor 3 calamities, the calamities of wind, fire, and ultimately, thunder, known as the thunder tribulation. Since the celestial beings vanished, the minor 3 calamities have reached unprecedented levels of difficulty, rendering it the most formidable challenge of the return to the void tribulation in the Liaozhai world. Upon hearing the prompt from the multiplicity and fortune system, Yian, cradling his 2 children, Yuan Mu and Yuan Qing, found his mind swirling with thoughts that he was merely 2 points away from achieving the return to the void. The first was a slight deficiency in cultivation, and the second pertained to the treasures, elixirs, formations, and even guardians required for the return to the void tribulation. Contemplating this, Yi Yin entrusted his children to Yi Yin and her companions. He then utilized a 1,000-flow river to construct a room anew. Without wasting any time, he entered and focused his consciousness within his mind, preparing to claim the rewards for his offspring, Yi Yuan Mu and Yi Yuan Qing. First came the system rewards for his eldest son, Yi Yuan Mu. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new potential offspring of the immortal realm, the Sacred Wood Thunder Dragon, Yi Yuan Mu. The reward for the Sacred Wood Thunder Dragon, Yi Yuan Mu, are as follows. First, an increase of 1,000 years of cultivation. Second, the acquisition of the 5th-tier spirit formation, Myriad Sacred Wood Spirit Formation, corresponding to the return to the void. Third, a bottle of 5th-tier healing elixir, Heavenly Essence Sacred Wood Pill. Fourth, the domain's supernatural ability, Forest of 10,000 Woods. Fifth, the domain's supernatural ability, Azure Lotus Sword Formation. 6th, the Immortal Lord level technique, Devouring Spirit Unification Art. 7th, an opportunity for body enhancement once. Next were the system rewards for his daughter. Yi Yuan Qing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new potential offspring of the Immortal Realm, the Azure Lotus Water Dragon, Yi Yuan Qing. The rewards for the Azure Lotus Water Dragon, Yi Yuan Qing, are as follows. First, an increase of 1,000 years of cultivation. Second, the acquisition of the 5th tier Spirit Formation, Weak Water of 3,000 Spirit Formation. Third, the 5th tier Magical Treasure, 9-grade True Water Lotus. Fourth, the Domain Supernatural Ability, 1,000 Waters Transformation Calamity. Fifth, the Tao Soldiers 3,000 Azure Dragons. Sixth, the Immortal Lord level body refinement technique, 10,000 Seas Ascending Dragon Art. Seventh, an opportunity to enhance spirit once. Yi Yin believed the rewards had concluded. But then the multiplicity and fortune system presented another message. Given that Yi Yuan Mu is the host's first offspring, the host receives an additional summoning card. Although Yi Yin was surprised by the summoning card, he did not dwell on it and began to claim all the rewards. First, he received the cultivation rewards for Yi Yuan Mu and Yi Yuan Qing, which amounted to 2,000 years. As soon as he claimed these rewards, the 2,000 years of cultivation instantly fused into Yi Yan's being, transforming into a substantial amount of demonic energy. In an instant, Yi Yan's cultivation level surged to the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm. He then effortlessly stepped into the half-step return to the void realm. As long as he wished, he could cross the barrier and officially break through to the return to the void realm. However, Yi Yin chose to bide his time. For the moment he broke through, the tribulation would descend immediately. Subsequently, Yi Yin began to claim the other rewards. Next were the 2 5th-tier spirit formations, compared to the 4th-tier formations. The 5th-tier spirit formations possess greater power and an additional unique function. They can withstand the return to the void tribulation. Thus, 5th-tier spirit formations are unobtainable through conventional means, no matter how many spirit stones one possesses. Even a major power like the Southern Wilderness Nation, which has the ability to suppress the return to the void realm, may not have several 5th-tier spirit formations. The 2 spirit formations Yin acquired have the following effects against the return to the void tribulation. The Myriad Sacred Wood Spirit Formation's defensive barrier is comparable to a 5th-tier defensive magical treasure, capable of blocking the final thunder calamity, and can restore Yi Yan's physical and spiritual injuries 3 times in a short span. The Weak Water of 3,000 Spirit Formation specifically counters one of the minor calamities, the Fire Calamity. Aside from the heart fire that burns the heart, it can resist all other heavenly fires. With these 2 formations, only the Wind Calamity remains unmitigated. Yet Yi Yin also recalled one of his supernatural rewards. He wondered if his Devouring Spirit Wind might be effective against the Wind Calamity. As for the inner demon confrontation and the unlikely descent of external fiends, Yi Yin felt no concern. For Baishuang's system reward, the true Eye of Breaking Illusions, is exceptionally effective against both inner demons and external fiends. Thus, he felt a sense of confidence that Yi Yan's Heavenly Tribulation gift pack was perfectly accomplished. Subsequently, he continued to claim other rewards. First, he received a 5th-tier healing elixir, the Tianyin Sacred Wood Pill. This extraordinary pill possesses the remarkable ability to simultaneously heal both physical and spiritual injuries, and can even replenish expended mana. It holds immense significance for those in the Void Returning Realm, and even semi-immortals in the Tribulation Crossing Realm can benefit from it to some extent. Next, he obtained a 5th-tier magical artifact, the 9-petal True One Water Lotus. This enchanting lotus, with its entire body a delicate azure hue, resembles a flower with 9 petals that adeptly balances offense and defense, and even has the capacity to ensnare foes, with each function exhibiting considerable power. With this reward, Yi Yin would have a magical artifact at his disposal upon breaking through to the Void Returning Realm. Following this, he received 2 techniques of Celestial Lord caliber. The Wanhai Shenlong technique can devour various spiritual and divine waters to refine the physical body. Moreover, after consuming divine water, it randomly grants insights into various water-type divine abilities. A minor accomplishment. One can harness the mana enhancement from the waters they govern, with water-type abilities experiencing a tenfold increase in potency. The content and function of the Tenglong Gi decision surprised Yin, as it is a variant of the Burning decision. Unlike the Burning decision, the Tenglong Gi decision does not consume spiritual energy or true fire divine thunder. Instead, it can refine techniques of heavenly level or higher, achieving the unity of the great Tao and creating myriad wonders. The two techniques are distinct in their effects, yet both possess immense potential and power. However, they require at least the void-returning realm cultivation to practice. Subsequently, Yin began to claim other rewards one by one. First were the 3,000 Tao soldiers. Why Yin had considerable understanding of Tao soldiers. They are not creations of the immortal path, but masterpieces of the incense and fire divine system. Nonetheless, their utility is undeniable. Firstly, they are loyal. Tao soldiers are beings specially refined, so whoever wields the corresponding Tao soldier token can govern their every action, life or death, cultivation, and advancement. Their training and combat require both spiritual energy and incense for sustenance. The Tao soldiers can be likened to an army in the cultivation realm, with higher-tier Tao soldiers possessing formidable Tao soldier formations that unleash great power when activated. An individual Tao soldier may not be particularly strong among their peers, but their strength increases with numbers. Upon reaching a certain quantity, their collective power far surpasses that of an equal number of ordinary beings. Therefore, Tao soldiers play a significant role in large-scale battles or in protecting specific locations. Moreover, Tao soldiers possess diminished intelligence, preventing a scenario where the master is weak and the servant strong, thus avoiding backlash against the master. Just after receiving this reward, 3 tokens materialized before Yin. 1 main token and 2 subordinate tokens. The main token holds the highest authority, allowing for unrestricted control over the Qingjiao Tao soldiers. The subordinate tokens require authorization from the main token for command, and such authorization can be revoked at any time by the main token. The main token functions similarly to a spatial artifact, like a spirit beast pouch. After refining it, Yin sensed the presence of 3,000 slumbering Qingjiao Tao soldiers within. Why Yin was quite astonished by the richness of this reward. Tao soldiers come in varying strengths. Weaker Tao soldiers may only possess the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage, with a single local deity commanding dozens or even hundreds. The 3,000 Qingjiao Tao soldiers Yin acquired are indeed formidable. All 3,000 are refined from Qingjiao, with those at the golden core stage resembling serpentine dragons, lacking claws. Meanwhile, the generals of the nascent soul stage are pure-blooded Qingjiao dragons. The 3,000 Qingjiao Tao soldiers are categorized into 4 levels, corresponding to different ranks and cultivations. Firstly, the leader commanding the 3,000 Qingjiao Tao soldiers is the Qingjiao commander, at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Among them, 299 are peak golden core Tao soldiers, serving as elite guards and overseeing the battle flags. Next are 3 vice commanders, each at the mid-nascent soul stage, with each commanding 899 golden core Tao soldiers. The 3,000 Tao soldier legion wields 3 types of 4th-tier formations. The main control formation, the Xian Shui transformation formation, used to ensnare enemies, the primary defense formation, the dragon turtle heart protection formation, and the main attack formation, the overturning Sea Qingjiao formation. However, these 3,000 Tao soldiers possess diminished intelligence, allowing them to kill enemies but not govern territories. Subsequently, Yin began to claim 3 rewards of domain divine abilities. He had a considerable understanding of domain divine abilities, unlike conventional divine abilities. Once a domain ability is activated, it does not dissipate for a short period. IT encompasses a wide area and exerts great power, simultaneously weakening enemies and bolstering oneself within the domain. However, grasping domain divine abilities is exceedingly challenging, typically only attainable by ancient figures in the void returning realm. Nonetheless, Yin speculated that Gu Sisi and his 2 children might have a chance to comprehend domain divine abilities even at the nascent soul stage. Upon claiming them, 3 Azure divine ability seeds instantly took root and sprouted within Yin's body. Remarkably, the 3 seeds began to resonate with one another after sprouting. As the resonance commenced, Yin's consciousness was immersed in the memories brought forth by the divine abilities. What appeared before Yin was a vast sea of stars. Within this starry ocean, a group of terrifying beings, each as large as a great thousand worlds, resided. In comparison, ordinary planets, or lesser thousand worlds, appeared as mere grains of sand. They occasionally slumbered, and at times awakened. Upon awakening, they effortlessly grasped nearby stars brimming with immense energy, even devouring black holes spanning dozens of light years. The scene then shifted to a chaotic expanse, where a green seed took root and sprouted in the void. It grew several lotus leaves, eventually blossoming into a bud. Time accelerated dramatically, and the bud unfurled, transforming into a green lotus that stood tall amidst the chaos. This formed a peculiar phenomenon reflecting myriad world clusters. A chaotic green lotus. Beneath the green lotus, the void morphed into a pool of clear water. Once the green lotus blossomed, it began to emit ripples, which upon passing through the chaos, obliterated it. Accompanying these ripples, a colossal azure tree resonated from an unfathomable distance in the void. Thus, the vision concluded, and Yi Yin awoke. Upon awakening, the three newly acquired domain divine abilities fully matured. This also signified that once Yi Yin broke through to the void returning realm, with the assistance of these three domain divine abilities, his overall strength would rival that of seasoned practitioners in the void returning realm. Yi Yin then comprehended the functions of these three domain divine abilities. The forest of 10,000 trees primarily serves to slay and ensnare enemies while also refining and devouring. Upon successful release, a multitude of trees and vines can launch assaults against foes. The power of these trees and vines is formidable, also delivering venom effective against those in the void returning realm. Moreover, within the forest of 10,000 trees domain, the mana of enemies is continuously devoured. Furthermore, after a certain period, the forest of 10,000 trees can even evolve into a tree person of the void returning realm, with a maximum of 18 manifestations. It can be deemed a powerful late-stage domain divine ability. Additionally, the forest of 10,000 trees ranks exceedingly high, impervious even to fire-type domain divine abilities that typically counter wood-type powers. The Qing Lotus Sword Array stands apart as an exceptionally unique domain divine ability. This domain ability does not ensnare enemies, nor does it possess any devouring or refining effects in fact, it lacks the capability to weaken enemies or sustain long-term effects. Its sole function is to unleash unparalleled carnage. Upon activation, the Qing Lotus Sword Array immediately takes form, generating 6 Azure Lotus Swords to assault adversaries. The Qing Lotus Swords possess a hint of spatial attributes, enabling them to disregard distance and even bypass typical 5th-tier defensive artifacts. Following the initial volley of 6 Azure Lotus Swords, the next round unleashes 12, then 18, 20, and so forth, culminating in a total of 108 Azure Lotus Swords before concluding. The final ability. The Thousand Waters Transformation Calamity simultaneously releases vast amounts of divine waters, transforming into a colossal lake domain. Within this lake domain, diverse divine waters launch relentless assaults, obliterating physical bodies, spirits, and mana alike. Furthermore, these divine waters can execute compound attacks, rendering them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Upon concluding the divine ability rewards, Yi Yin began claiming 2 enhancement opportunities. First, the enhancement of his demonic body. At this moment, Yi Yin's demonic form, under the influence of previous rewards, far surpassed that of an ordinary being at the threshold of returning to the void. It was even comparable to the general strength of the ghost and human races, known for their frail physiques. After receiving the enhancement to his demonic body, Yi Yin's form was further augmented, achieving the most perfect state of a void-returning demon sovereign. His soul underwent a similar transformation, officially entering the realm of void return after enhancement. At this point, Yi Yin was merely a release of his magical suppression away from flawlessly transcending the first trial of the heavenly tribulation. Before commencing the tribulation, Yi Yin glanced at the last reward, a summoning card. He hoped it would be a card capable of summoning a being from the void realm, one that could serve as a guardian during his tribulation in the event that his 2 children's innate constitutions matured and attracted formidable foes. They would also be safeguarded, With these thoughts, he claimed the final reward. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the space, and with a resounding dragon's roar, a card materialized before Yi Miao. Level 80 Dungeon Boss. Cultivation. Pinnacle of Void Return Bloodline. 10,000 Waters Cataclysmic Flood Dragon Game Roll. A Dungeon Boss. Upon merely glancing at it, Yin was left in a state of bewilderment. However, recalling his experiences with transmigration and the multiple blessings system, he found nothing particularly strange about it. Subsequently, the complete information of the summoning card was unveiled by Yi Miao. Level 80 Dungeon Boss. Cultivation. Pinnacle of Void Return Bloodline. 10,000 Waters Cataclysmic Flood Dragon Divine Abilities. Water God Thunder of the Sunflower. Summon winds and rain, turn rivers and seas, ride the clouds and mist, reach the horizon, heavenly thunder tribulation, mirage cataclysm, heavenly desolations angry gaze, divine water incarnation. Treasures, 5th tier treasure, 5 element celestial umbrella, 5th tier treasure, desolate dragon great halberd. 5th tier treasure, silver dragon source armor, 9th grade catastrophic water leaf lotus. Boss domain, domain divine ability weak water river, 10,000 flood dragons cataclysm, pure spring spirit resolution, profound water cataclysm domain, heavenly thunder fury prison. Desolate dragon devouring disaster. The attribute list was as follows. Health points, 36 million. Mana points, 16.33 million. Physical attack magic attack, 500,000 680,000 physical resistance magic resistance. 400,000 630,000 additional resistance bonus. Thunder resistance 160. Water resistance 380. Summoning duration 5 days. The character attributes of the dungeon boss Yi Miao were astonishingly magnificent, almost beyond words. Not to mention the impressive numerical values, the sheer number of divine abilities. Over 200, seemed as if they had been procured in bulk. Furthermore, the array of precious 5th tier treasures and the difficulty in comprehending the domain divine abilities left Yi Yin astounded that he glanced at the summoning duration for Yi Miao, which was a generous 5 days. With such splendid and powerful attributes alongside ample summoning time, Yi Yin deemed this to be the most fitting choice for a guardian during his tribulation, and could see this moment. All the auxiliary pills, formations, divine abilities, and even the guardian had been meticulously prepared for the tribulation. All that remained was for Yi Yin to ensure the safety of his wife and offspring, as well as the many subordinates of the Water Palace. Without delay, Yi Yin addressed his wives, Shuang Yi, Ruo Shi, Tutu, Qing Qing, and Ing Mei. For the next few days, you are to remain within this spiritual herb garden and must not leave, although Bai Shuang and Yin Yi were unaware of Yi Yan's intentions. Each obediently nodded in agreement. Yi Yin then entered the birthing chamber, speaking to the somewhat anxious Yi Yulian. Sister Lian, you should rest well. The matters to follow will be handled by Yun Yang, CC, and Yu. After that, he instructed Li Yun Yang and the others. Take good care of Sister Lian and the 2 children. Simultaneously, Yi Yin refined the command token for the 3,000 Azure Flood Dragon soldiers, granting one to Bai Shuang and another to Gu CC, while informing them of the token's functions and the soldiers' duties. Having arranged for his wives, Yi Yin then began to transmit a message. Lai Tu, Lai Xiong, ensure the safety of all the demon soldiers of the Water Palace. For the next few days, maintain your positions and remain on standby. Those who act recklessly or abandon their posts shall be executed. Outside the Water Palace, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong were somewhat bewildered by Yi Yan's sudden orders. However, their respect for Dragon Lord Yi Yin compelled them to bow their heads and respond. Lai Tu and Lai Xiong will faithfully obey the Dragon Lord's decree. After ensuring the demon soldiers were adequately organized, Yi Yin began issuing orders to the Tortoise Chancellor outside. Chancellor commenced the withdrawal of the midwives from the spiritual herb garden. Additionally, gather all beings of the Water Palace, regardless of whether they are human or demon, maid or kitchen staff. All must assemble in the front courtyard and remain there. No one is permitted to enter the back courtyard. Without hesitation, the Chancellor acted swiftly upon receiving Dragon Lord Yi Yan's sudden mandate. Moments later, Yi Yin stepped outside the Water Palace, making his way over 100 miles away, where he activated the summoning card. A massive black flood dragon, over 1,000 feet long, soared from the card and coiled in the sky. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the entire sky darkened, and the ground trembled in response to the dragon's might. After its roar, the black flood dragon transformed into a human form, revealing a middle-aged man clad in silver armor and draped in a black cloak, his features remarkably handsome, exuding an aura akin to that of a war god. With a single step, he appeared before Yi Yin. Summoner, oh, another of my kin. What task do you require of me, or what command do you have? The summoned dungeon boss Yi Miao inquired, his voice devoid of the stilted rigidity typical of numerical entities. Instead, vibrant and animated. Despite being a game boss he summoned, Yi Yin did not underestimate him, stating, I require you to act as my protector during the tribulation of returning to the void, preventing other powerful beings from interfering. Additionally, please safeguard my wives and children, ensuring their safety. Understood, I accept this task. Please focus on your tribulation without worry. Yi Miao replied immediately, his tone carrying a hint of joy as he thought to himself. This task's rewards are excessively generous, rivaling a month's income from a dungeon. Yi Yin nodded, then began to calmly set up 2 fifth-tier spiritual formations. Upon successfully arranging the formations, he entered the center and sat cross-legged, releasing the suppression of his demonic power. Immediately, his demonic energy surged, breaking through to the initial stage of void return. This moment. Yi Yin's demonic energy, soul, and physical form all reached the standards of void return, without any flaws or rejections. He flawlessly passed the first trial of returning to the void. As soon as Yi Yin succeeded in the first trial, the sky above him darkened ominously. Soon, layers of black tribulation clouds, spanning nearly 100 miles, began to accumulate, becoming dense and foreboding. Boom! Moments later, the black tribulation clouds rapidly descended towards the ground, unleashing torrents of lightning that danced like silver serpents. Outside the tribulation clouds, Yi Miao gazed at the immense storm cloud above. Taken aback, goodness, such a massive tribulation cloud. The upcoming calamities must be terrifying. Is it that my kin has accumulated too much killing karma? But that doesn't seem right that it appears that the tribulation of the void in this world is rather peculiar. At this moment, Yi Yin found himself enveloped in darkness, the surrounding space shrouded in mist. Within the fog, numerous illusory images began to manifest in succession, drawing Yi Yin into a realm of illusions. He understood that this was the second trial of returning to the void, the trial of inner demons. Meanwhile, beyond the mist, the void began to ripple, and several bizarre figures, shifting and transforming in an instant, stealthily approached. 4 of these figures swiftly merged into the mist created by the illusions beyond the tribulation clouds. The guardian, Yi Miao, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon witnessing this scene. My goodness, 1, 2, 3, 4 outer celestial demons. Should I say you're fortunate or perhaps unfortunate? Let us hope your luck holds, for the more outer celestial demons there are, the richer the rewards from the heavenly path after overcoming the trial of inner demons. Within the confines of the heart's demons, mist began to swirl, and one illusion after another was conjured. These phantoms floated like bubbles, multiplying into dozens, even hundreds. These illusions, in the realm of heavenly tribulations, had the power to unsettle Yi Yan's heart, potentially leading him into confusion and fear. Gazing at the myriad colorful bubbles of illusion, Yi Yin felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with eager anticipation. How intriguing, he pondered. What do the heavenly tribulations perceive as my psychological flaws? What sort of inner demons might I encounter? Would there be hundreds of seductive sirens assaulting me within these illusions? Yi Yin mused, and then thought how delightful it would be if visions from my past life manifested. To be honest, the thought of family and friends discovering my browsing history might cause me a slight discomfort that Yi Yin contemplated, and soon the delusions surged forth. Bubbles representing different illusions encircled him, and in the next moment, he found himself plunging into one illusion after another. In the first illusion, the Tenglong River roared with tumultuous waves. Beneath the surface, Yin opened his eyes and realized he had returned to the moment of his recent transmigration. From a murky depths, his colossal dragon form began to rise slowly. Suddenly, intense pain erupted from his wounds, and his demonic energy was nearly depleted. Before Yi Yin could react, a multitude of monsters materialized before him. To his astonishment, they were the very golden core demons he had slain and consumed. The crocodile demon, the black snake spirit, and the water monkey. Behind them loomed a throng of water realm demons, among whom were familiar faces, likely still serving him in the water realm. However, Ian barely had time to register this when a very familiar figure leapt forth, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You dragon demon, did you not expect this? Before you could launch a sneak attack on our water realm, we have come to confront you. How shameless for a dignified essence soul demon king to ambush us. Your own kin, you devour your own kind. Do you not feel any remorse? How can you sleep at night?" After a torrent of obscenities, the tirade finally ceased. Wei Yin could only shake his head in disbelief, realizing that the one berating him was none other than the Tortoise Chancellor. What a farce! Why should I feel guilty? Why can I not launch a sneak attack? Even the saints engage in underhanded tactics against the weak. I am but an insignificant essence soul ant. A sneak attack is perfectly normal. Come now, this is not against the law. It aligns perfectly with the survival principle of the demon race, survival of the fittest. After this, Yin licked his lips, reminiscing that, to be honest, your flavors are rather delightful. Truly the finest river delicacies. I never anticipated you would deliver yourselves to me for a second helping. With that, he flicked his tail and opened his jaws wide, devouring the crocodile, the snake spirit, and the water monkey in one swift motion. Then he turned to the Tortoise Chancellor, who was sweating in fear, and said, "In my past life, I feasted on soft-shelled turtles, but I have yet to taste a tortoise. I must thank you, Tortoise Chancellor, for this sumptuous tortoise feast." With that, and under the terrified gaze of the Tortoise Chancellor, Yi Yan's massive jaws swiftly consumed him. Instinctively chewing, he discovered the taste was surprisingly pleasant. The illusions of the heavenly tribulations are often exceedingly realistic, implying that the real Tortoise Chancellor must have a delightful flavor as well. However, before Yi Yin could elaborate further, several ghostly figures emerged beside him. These apparitions were the crocodile demon, the black snake spirit, the water monkey, and the Tortoise Chancellor. Now, they radiated a chilling aura, their eyes fixated on Yi Yin with a haunting intensity. Their presence had morphed into that of essence soul specters, manifesting as four ghostly kings in a lamenting and sinister tone. They spoke, "Cursed dragon, did you not anticipate our return? We have come back from the dead. You owe us your life. Brother, let's savor the taste of this dragon flesh today. Indeed, you bullied and devoured the old tortoise. Now it is our turn to feast upon you." With that, the crocodile demon, the black snake spirit, the water monkey, and the Tortoise Chancellor lunged toward Yi Yin. Yi Yin did not flinch. Instead, he met them head-on. Simultaneously, a purplish-blue light ignited from his mouth. "Taste my wood divine thunder." In an instant, a colossal bolt of wood divine thunder erupted from his mouth, striking the crocodile demon, the black snake spirit, and the water monkey in a heartbeat. The three demons were obliterated. The Tortoise Chancellor, initially stunned, believed he had narrowly escaped. Yet he was soon met with the sudden appearance of a gaping maw behind him, which clamped down fiercely, tearing him into several pieces in an instant. "Goodness, you couldn't defeat me in life, and now you wish to rise again in death. Becoming a ghost does not make you formidable. Do you think I fear your ghostly powers?" Yi Yin exclaimed, and in the next moment, he noticed his dragon form began to decay, transforming into a skeleton. Meanwhile, the crocodile demon, the black snake spirit, the water monkey, and the Tortoise Chancellor emitted eerie laughter from the gaps in his bones. Yet Yi Yin felt no fear. Rather, he was somewhat exasperated. What a glitch! Just like a low-budget horror film, with eerie laughter echoing every day. Pathetic. With that, the illusion shattered, and Yi Yin began to transition into the next realm of delusion. Beyond the calamity clouds, Yi Miao observed that Yi Yin was undisturbed by the illusions, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. My kin possesses some skill, indeed. I only hope he can handle the forthcoming outer celestial demons. However, before he could relax, a great upheaval suddenly erupted behind him, in the spirit herb garden of the water realm. The slumbering holywood thunder dragon Yunmu felt his giant wooden phantom solidify IT transformed into a towering tree, soaring skyward, breaking through the river surface and reaching the heavens. An unfathomably powerful vortex of spiritual energy erupted around the giant tree, swiftly depleting the fourth-tier spiritual vein beneath the Tenglong water realm. In mere moments, the energy from 10, 100, even 1,000 miles was drawn in and consumed by this spiritual vortex. As the vortex manifested, a peculiar wave began to radiate in the spirit herb garden. Yi Yuan, Li Yunyang, and Bai Shuang were all taken aback by the commotion emanating from Yi Yuanmu. It took them a long while to regain their composure. When they looked back, they found all the spiritual trees and plants bowing in reverence toward Yi Yuanmu. Moreover, the third and fourth tier spiritual trees actively released glimmering green orbs, converging upon Yi Yuanmu. This phenomenon was not confined to the spirit herb garden. Similar occurrences rapidly unfolded in various locations. Numerous spiritual trees and plants bowed in obeisance toward the Tenglong water realm. I knew it. Such a rich reward must indicate a formidable task. Yi Miao noticed the tremendous commotion in the Tenglong water realm. Gazing at the towering tree that pierced the sky, he pondered for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "Goodness, a wood elemental sovereign. The holy wood sovereign body. My word, is this not a constitution that requires the blessing of the tree of life to awaken? This world possesses such a thing." After a moment of astonishment, Yi Miao regained his composure, only to wonder what sort of adversaries would be drawn in by this commotion. The task description indicated that before Dragon Lord Yi Yin successfully transcended his tribulation, he must protect the wife and children of Dragon Lord Yi Yin from a multitude of returning virtual enemies. This meant that the strongest foes would only be at the returning virtual stage. Furthermore, it implied that once my kin transcends, he would become a formidable figure among the returning virtual beings. How intriguing. My kin, the protagonist of this world? I am genuinely curious about what kind of narrative he embodies. Surely it must be more engaging than my own failed tribulation, leading to a transformation into a game boss. After the towering giant tree emerged, its aura vortex began to expand continuously. Subsequently, the range affected by the aura vortex extended for thousands of miles. Within this vast area, the spiritual energy was influenced, gradually converging towards the Tenglong water manor. However, the more significant impact came from the homage paid to the spiritual trees and woods. At this moment, the peculiar fluctuations emitted by the giant tree had already spread over 30,000 miles. Within this range, all spiritual trees and woods were affected. They bowed their heads in reverence towards the direction of the Tenglong water manor, akin to mortals kneeling before their sovereign. Simultaneously, spiritual trees and woods of the third tier and above not only paid homage, but also offered their innate spiritual essence. Soon, luminous green orbs began to ascend towards the Tenglong water manor. Even fifth and sixth tier spiritual trees were no exception to Tengyuan Mountain. The unique fluctuations of the giant tree had just reached this place. Instantly, all spiritual trees and woods began to pay homage towards the Tenglong water manor. The third and fourth tier spiritual heart peach trees bowed while offering their essence. Just when a mountain-moving giant ape emerged from its cavern after tilling the land for over 10 days. It was greeted by this extraordinary sight. Rubbing its eyes in disbelief, the ape exclaimed, "Have I toiled too much and fallen into a delusion? Why is the spiritual heart peach tree bowing to me? And what's this? Green orbs? Fireflies?" It then began to scream, "Wife, wife, calamity! I've been drained to the brink of death, and now I'm seeing phantoms before my demise. The peach tree is bowing to me. It even has fireflies sprouting from it." At the Jian Pavilion on Tenli Slope, the pavilion master Han Fan was embracing his wife, the fourth-tier spiritual tree that had taken form, Mu Wanqing, who wished to create a homunculus. Suddenly, his wife pushed him away and transformed into her spiritual tree form, bowing respectfully towards the direction of the Tenglong water manor, releasing countless green orbs. This left Han Fan pale and his mind racing with thoughts. "My dear, don't tell me marrying me was merely a task assigned by your master." A similar spectacle unfolded across all regions within a 50,000-mile radius. This peculiar and immense phenomenon instantly attracted considerable attention. Demons, human cultivators, even the undead and spirit races, as well as the long reclusive Gu clan, began to investigate that in no time. 5 or 6 nearby nations were aware of the incident. Soon, it not only astonished those in the Golden Core and Yuan spirit realms, but also drew the attention of those in the Void Returning realm. In the Fengming city of the Southern Wilderness Kingdom, within the Wutong secret realm, the Void Returning realm demon, Lord Fengming, was equally bewildered. His 6th-tier Wutong tree was bowing its head towards a certain direction, emitting its essence that rapidly dispersed towards that point. How intriguing! What treasure could have emerged? Could it be a 7th-tier immortal plant? The demon Lord Fengming pondered, but upon activating his innate abilities, he sensed nothing. Interesting, my innate powers are devoid of any response. That it appears this is neither a heavenly material nor an extraordinary treasure. With that, the demon lord extended a pair of fiery wings from his back and vanished in an instant, reappearing 1,000 miles away. Other demon lords from various regions soon learned of the event and hastily emerged from their seclusion, racing towards the Tenglong Water Manor. Tenglong Water Manor, as a Void Returning realm demon lord. Fengming was swift, reaching the vicinity of the Tenglong Water Manor in no time. Upon arrival, he beheld the towering giant tree, which was crowned with a massive aura vortex that perpetually absorbed a plethora of spiritual energy. The sheer volume was enough to astonish even Fengming. Simultaneously, the essence of numerous 3rd, 4th, and even 5th and 6th-tier spiritual trees continued to converge upon the giant tree. Fengming was initially taken aback, but then recalled the Tenglong Water Manor and the Dragon Lord Yin, who had saved his 7th offspring. Yet upon further inspection, he noticed the heavy swath of dark tribulation clouds above. Could it be that the Dragon Lord Yin was undergoing tribulation? But what was the significance of the giant tree? What connection did it have with the Dragon Lord Yin? Fengming whispered to himself, and in the next moment, his confusion was clarified. Indeed, it was the Dragon Lord undergoing the tribulation of the Void Returning realm. However, the giant tree was not a consequence of his actions, but rather a result of his offspring awakening a certain innate constitution. Fengming turned towards the source of the sound and soon laid eyes on Yimiao. A sense of caution began to rise within him, for Yimiao's cultivation seemed to surpass his own by a tier, radiating a lethal aura of threat. Thus so, what shall you do? Seize the opportunity while the Dragon Lord Yin is undergoing tribulation. And once his offspring's constitution has fully awakened, will you attempt to usurp their bloodline and seize their fortune? Fengming shook his head, asserting, I will not resort to such actions. After all, the Dragon Lord Yin saved my offspring, and I owe him a debt of gratitude. Moreover, the Dragon Lord is considered a member of our Southern Wilderness Kingdom. If any of my companions harbor such intentions, we may very well find ourselves at odds. With that, Fengming's crimson demon fire surged skyward, accompanied by melodious bird calls echoing from within the flames. Truly, the bloodline of the Phoenix is exceptionally proud. Yet I must admit, your choice is indeed the right one. Yimiao remarked, applauding, before turning his gaze towards the void. His tone shifted to one of cold indifference. 1, 2, 3, for there are a total of 16 Void Returning realm beings. Will you continue to hide, or should I invite you to reveal yourselves? As soon as Yimiao's words fell, demons, monsters, and even human cultivators began to materialize from the void. The dangerous aura emanating from them was enough to alter the very fabric of the world, revealing their status as Void Returning realm entities. Your words are somewhat domineering, my friend. You seek to monopolize this opportunity. Indeed, that Dragon Lord is merely a small insect of the Yuan spirit realm. What merits does he possess to claim such fortune? Even if he successfully undergoes tribulation, he must willingly relinquish this opportunity. Taoist friend Shihua speaks wisely. This southern domain is rather rigid. In contrast, we northern demons are straightforward. We simply seize it. In midair, the 16 Void Returning realm beings revealed their true forms. Among them, the demon race was the most numerous, representing rare and powerful bloodlines. There were also the ominous ghost tribe, the undead who did not reincarnate. Human cultivators clad in Taoist robes and wielding flying swords, and the dark, destructive demon race. Furthermore, there were beings of the spirit race, their essence neither magical nor demonic, but rather the energy of spiritual swords that had attained enlightenment. Strangely, the Gu clan, which had long shunned the world, also made an unexpected appearance. Upon the emergence of the 16 void-returning realm beings, they gazed curiously and greedily at the towering giant tree that pierced the sky. Without regard for the presence of Feng Ming and Yi Miao, they advanced towards the giant tree. However, in an instant, Yi Miao blocked their path and calmly declared, "Esteemed guests, this path is impassable." Feng Ming did not hesitate to stand beside Yi Miao. Positioning himself before the 16 void-returning realm beings, he then clasped his hands and spoke, "Esteemed friends, what you see is neither a heavenly material nor an extraordinary treasure. It is merely the Dragon Lord Yi Yin undergoing the tribulation of the void-returning realm. While his offspring awakens a certain innate constitution, I kindly request that you refrain from advancing. Compared to the unfamiliar yet imposing Yi Miao, most of the void-returning realm beings were acquainted with Feng Ming. His words caused 13 of them to hesitate slightly. Yet not all were swayed by Feng Ming's words, nor did they feel obliged to show him respect. For instance, 2 demon lord from the northern lands and a void-returning undead showed no signs of yielding. Intent on bypassing Yi Miao and Feng Ming, as they continued forward, they began to sow discord. "You expect us to believe that this is neither a heavenly material nor an extraordinary treasure. Can't we just take a look? Ha ha ha. If you too desire to monopolize the opportunity, just say so. Moreover, the innate physique that can provoke such a tremendous stir is, in itself, a remarkable fortune. Indeed, an exceptional innate constitution. It possesses the capability to extract bloodlines and forge elixirs or even create avatars. Even the option of allowing its physical form to be usurped by future generations is a commendable choice." Upon hearing the words of the 3 esteemed demon kings, the other beings in the Void Return realm resumed their movements. "Apologies, fellow Taoist Feng Ming. It is not that we doubt your sincerity. However, as fellow Taoist Tianchan has mentioned, it would be prudent for us to investigate, wouldn't it? Indeed, let us observe. The Void Return beings of the Southern Domain have always been interconnected. If Dragon Lord Yi Yin succeeds in his tribulation, he shall be one of us. How could he possibly harm his progeny?" As they watched the 16 Void Return beings draw closer to the towering giant tree, Yi Miao, at the peak of the Void Return realm, unleashed an overwhelming aura. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal black dragon, stretching over 1,000 feet, and appeared before all the Void Return beings. Subsequently, with a swipe of his claw, a line of water materialized before them. "I have spoken. This path is impassable. Whoever dares to cross will meet their demise." Yi Miao's cultivation was unparalleled in the entire assembly, and the palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him instilled terror among the Void Return beings. Just how many lives has this dragon slain? Feng Ming sensed the surge of murderous intent from Yi Miao and promptly stepped forth. He then pointed at 4 of the Void Return beings, declaring, "Fellow Taoists, I shall take charge of these 4. With that, Feng Ming transformed into a blazing phoenix and unleashed a torrent of crimson demonic flames. In an instant, the flames coalesced into a domain of fire, ensnaring the 4 bewildered Void Return beings. Within the fiery domain, Feng Ming did not engage in a fierce battle with the 4. Instead, he adeptly retrieved a tea table and tea set from his storage space. As he prepared the tea, he casually addressed the 4. "Dragon Lord Yi Yin has once saved my offspring, thus I owe him a favor. Therefore, I must impede your advance until Dragon Lord Yi Yin successfully transcends his tribulation." Now, who is in favor and who is against? Upon hearing Feng Ming's words, the 4 Void Return beings exchanged glances, fully aware of Feng Ming's formidable prowess. 3 of them were at the initial stage of the Void Return realm, while 1 was at the mid-stage. Combined, they knew they could not match him at this moment. They dared not oppose him. However, 1 member of the Corpse Clan remained skeptical about Yi Yan's chances of success in his tribulation. Fellow Taoist Feng Ming, are you certain that Dragon Lord will undoubtedly succeed in his tribulation?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ming chuckled and pointed towards the outside, saying, "You best hope that Dragon Lord Yi Yin succeeds in his tribulation. Otherwise, I fear each of you may find yourselves reduced to mere bones at the hands of that peak Void Return dragon." He then added with a knowing look, "Do you believe that my intervention is merely a matter of face or a favor owed to you? It is rather out of concern for our past rapport that I offer my protection. Otherwise, I would be dreadfully afraid to see you torn asunder by that fearsome dragon. Outside, after Yi Miao had obstructed 12 void return beings. He chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he extended 2 dragon claws and calmly stated, "I shall not slay you, but you must comprehend your own limitations. How about this? I will take the initiative and demonstrate 2 moves to gauge your capabilities." With that, the 12 void return beings, incensed, had no time to respond. In an instant, a colossal river materialized from thin air, overshadowing the sky and engulfing them entirely. Gurgle. To their horror, these distinguished void return beings found themselves submerged like mere mortals. Their magical powers ruthlessly extinguished. Their souls felt as if they were on the brink of annihilation within this peculiar river. The first move, weak water, celestial river, Yi Miao declared nonchalantly, as within the weak water. The 12 void return beings bobbed helplessly, their power nearly obliterated. Yet, being beings of the void return realm, with the potential of ascendant beings in ancient times, they quickly regained some clarity of spirit. In unison, they unleashed their domain abilities. 12 domains manifested simultaneously, creating a gap in the weak water celestial river. One by one, they managed to escape the river's engulfing grasp, albeit 3 of the initial stage void return beings had already been rendered incapable of fighting back. As the remaining 9 regained their breath, still shaken, they suddenly beheld Yi Miao's next move, causing panic to ensue. Yi Miao extended his dragon claw towards the void return beings and clenched his fist. Roar! The second move, desolate dragon devouring calamity. Before Yi Miao could finish his sentence, a massive dragon head emerged before the 9 void return beings, radiating an overwhelming aura of death, weaving into a series of cages that ensnared them instantly. Within these cages, enormous desolate dragons began to emerge, their mouths agape, the essence of consumption and destruction descending upon them. Calamity explosion. Yi Miao's dragon claws unfurled, and the dragons, previously poised to devour the void return beings, came to an abrupt halt, their internal energies igniting in a violent reaction. Boom! The ensuing explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, within the tribulation, in the realm of heart demons, emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, as well as the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death, manifested in a series of illusions. Having experienced several of these illusions, Yi Yin soon lost interest. With an expression of boredom, he concentrated his demonic power into his left eye. In an instant, an ancient character break materialized within his left EYAS. The character appeared, a 7-color divine light, pierced through numerous illusory bubbles. The illusions contained within were effortlessly annihilated by the divine light. Yi Yin then clearly discerned 4 shadowy figures lurking within the mist. Interesting, extraterrestrial celestial demons. With the eruption of the breaking illusion true eye, all illusion shattered. Yet outside the illusions, the 4 extraterrestrial celestial demons remained unscathed. Their gazes fixed intently upon Yi, yet a peculiar wave emanated from them, an alluring energy capable of leading all beings into depravity. However, Yi Yan's breaking illusion true, I was remarkably resistant to such tempting energies. With a mere sweep, he obliterated Yi Yin confirmed the true nature of these peculiar beings. Intriguing. They truly are extraterrestrial celestial demons. 4 in total. They truly hold me in high regard. Before long, Yi Yin recalled the information regarding the extraterrestrial demons. These beings are of such a peculiar nature that they cannot even be classified as sentient life. According to legend, they originate from beyond realms and are a unique race that feeds on cultivators. Some say they are manifestations of countless thoughts from a certain immensely powerful immortal entity, thus rendering them devoid of true life. They are formless, shadowy, and omnipresent, excelling at seducing hearts and shattering the resolve of the Tao. They subsequently obliterate the souls and even the true spirits of their victims, ultimately seizing control of the bodies of those who cultivate. Under ordinary circumstances, they remain unseen. However, they possess a certain probability of manifesting during a cultivator's tribulation, with the likelihood increasing in proportion to the potential of the cultivator undergoing the trial. Furthermore, if one successfully transcends the tribulation in the wake of an extraterrestrial demon's arrival, the rewards bestowed by the heavenly Tao are correspondingly greater. Thus, during the age when ancient immortals and Buddhas still roamed, the emergence of extraterrestrial demons during tribulations was regarded as a hallmark of greatness among prodigies. The greater the number of extraterrestrial demons, the more it testified to the prodigy's potential. Yet, in the present era, cultivators go to great lengths to avoid these demons. Nevertheless, at this moment, Yin felt no fear towards the extraterrestrial demons. Instead, he took the initiative to strike. His left eye emitted a divine light that relentlessly swept across the battlefield, repeatedly striking the extraterrestrial demons. Upon being hit by this divine light, the peculiar energy emanating from the demons began to dissipate. However, Yin soon realized that while the light of the broken illusion I restrained the extraterrestrial demons, it could not truly annihilate them, as the influence of their lustful energy waned. The extraterrestrial demons grew increasingly frenzied. They then coalesced into a mass of shadows, merging into a singular, ominous black canopy known as the demon domain, which is the most dreaded divine ability of the extraterrestrial demons. This power can disregard all forms of defense and directly penetrate the souls of those undergoing tribulation to deliver devastating blows. In the next moment, the demon domain enveloped Yi Yin, and 4 extraterrestrial demons plunged into his soul. At the same time, outside the fray, Yi Miao had only utilized 2 domain techniques when the 12 returned of void beings were severely injured. He then communicated to Feng Ming within the flame domain. Friend Phoenix, the battle outside has concluded. You may emerge. Inside the flame domain, Feng Ming had not yet taken a sip of tea when he suddenly received Yi Miao's message. Instantly, his mind was flooded with thoughts. On one hand, he felt that Yi Miao had triumphed. On the other hand, he found it hard to believe. Perhaps the friend Jiao Long had gained a slight advantage, causing those returned of void beings to retreat upon sensing his formidable strength. Contemplating this, Feng Ming closed the flame domain and led the 4 returned of void beings outside. However, what they beheld next left them utterly astonished. Before them hovered the 12 returned to void beings, each bearing wounds. The least injured among them had nearly exhausted their mana, rendering them incapable of further combat, while the more severely injured were gravely harmed. Feng Ming even spotted a demon from the return to Void Realm, blood pouring from its mouth like a fountain, creating a large pool of crimson on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Miao, who had single-handedly battled the 12 return of void beings, had reverted to his human form. Exhibiting an air of nonchalance, not only was he unscathed, but his mana was also abundant. Feng Ming was taken aback, and the 4 returned to void beings were filled with trepidation. Thankfully, Feng Ming had previously intervened to shield his companions and drawn them into the domain for a stage contest. Otherwise, it might very well have been them lying there now. As they feared Yi Miao's power, they became increasingly curious about the origins of the tribulation-bound Dragon Lord Yi Yin, who had managed to enlist such an invincible protector from the return to Void Realm. Yi Miao then turned to Feng Ming with a slight smile. Friend, are you engaging in a literary contest? The moment Feng Ming saw Yi Miao smile, he felt a chill run down his spine and could only respond with an awkward grin. Well, I have some rapport with these friends, so I did my best to persuade them. Yi Miao paid little mind to the matter of Feng Ming's stage contest, and then inquired, the 3 loquacious return to void beings I eliminated. There should be no significant issue, right? Feng Ming inwardly sighed, reflecting on the formidable killing intent of Jiao Long. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, Friend, they're from the northern lands and have no significant connections. Yi Miao nodded. Pleased. Excellent, but what of the others from the return of void? 3 simply do not suffice. The demise of the 3 northern return to void beings did not trouble Feng Ming. In fact, he found it quite gratifying. However, the return to void beings from the southern region were typically united, standing together in times of crisis. Given the scarcity of southern return to void beings, he could hardly imagine the consequences if all 9 from the south were to perish here. Consequently, he hurriedly conveyed a warning. Friend, you mustn't. Their mistake today can be compensated for. A substantial reparative offering, indeed. But if we kill them, the repercussions will be dire. The eastern wilds, central earth, and even the northern lands will join forces to invade the southern region. Very well, let these 3 blind fools serve as an example for my fellow kin. Once he has completed his tribulation, let him display his might. That moment, the three northern returned to void beings suddenly felt a surge of intuition. Upon glancing up, they instantly sensed something amiss in Yi Miao's gaze, an aura of murderous intent, mockery, and a look akin to one gazing upon the dead. In an instant, the three northern returned to void beings exchanged glances and nodded. They began to consume pills or deploy their hidden cards in the next moment. The three returned to void beings darted off in three different directions at breakneck speed. One of them, a corpse tiger from the corpse clan, transformed into a pale, massive corpse tiger as it burrowed underground, executing an earth-escaping technique to flee rapidly. You think you can escape? Yi Miao chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and with a mere gesture of his finger. A radiant beam of 7 colors instantaneously struck the corpse tiger. Before long, the corpse tiger found itself trapped within an illusion, spinning in circles beneath the earth, utterly unable to advance another step. This scene instilled an even deeper terror within the other return to void beings regarding Yi Miao's capabilities. The anger and hatred from their earlier injuries dissipated in an instant, replaced solely by fear. Yi Miao then turned his gaze to a massive heavenly toad that was leaping away with great speed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a wave of mysterious energy struck the heavenly toad. Wrath of the Heavens! As the energy struck, a colossal eye manifested before the heavenly toad. When the eye opened wide, the toad was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, rendering its mana utterly unresponsive. And its colossal form became completely immobilized, as though time itself had been frozen. Ultimately, the last to flee was a howling moon sky wolf. Unlike the choices of its two companions, it circled around before deciding to escape towards the dragon's water abode. Damn it, that Jiao Long is simply insurmountable. I shall not outrun him. However, since I share a favorable relationship with that dragon lord, perhaps I could capture his family or offspring to barter for my survival. With this thought, the howling moon sky wolf quickened its pace. Yet, in the distance behind it, Yi Miao remained as composed as ever. He then raised his hand towards the sky and clenched it lightly. Star plucking. Star plucking is an ancient divine ability, symbolizing the act of plucking massive meteors or celestial bodies from the cosmos and hurling them down upon one's foes. It is clean, decisive, and possesses terrifying lethality while exuding an air of sophistication. Thus, no matter the race of the cultivating beings, they all hold a fondness for this technique, including even the immortals and Buddhas. Although Yi Miao was merely at the pinnacle of the return to void realm and lacked the power to influence the stars. Upon invoking the star plucking technique, a colossal mountain floating above the fifth heaven was instantaneously compressed into a sphere by a terrifying surge of mana. Following that, guided by a coordinate, it was unleashed with a tremendous crash. In an instant, the sky was torn asunder, followed by a sudden and violent descent towards the ground. Below, the howling moon wolf raced with unbridled speed, quickly nearing the vicinity of the dragon's water manor. Outside the manor, the fierce and ruthless Lai Tu commanded a multitude of demon soldiers to staunchly guard their stronghold. However, the tremendous commotion caused by the moon wolf's frantic run soon reached their ears. Lai Tu soared into the air and swiftly beheld a colossal figure akin to a mountain charging towards them, its immense size measuring at least 500 to 600 zhong. What is this? Lai Xiong's mouth fell agape, rendered momentarily speechless. Lai Tu, though slightly better composed, soon deduced the identity of the moon wolf. Curse it! This is the moon wolf sovereign from our northern lands, a return to the void realm. We had previously offered tribute at his domain, the Silver Moon Valley. Realizing this, Lai Xiong could hardly believe his ears as he exclaimed, "Brother, you can't possibly mean that Lord Dragon King expects us to fend off such a terrifying foe." That is an existence of the return to the void realm. Lai Tu was equally apprehensive, yet his keen observational skills soon assuaged his worries not fear. It seems the moon wolf sovereign is injured and appears to be pursued by someone. Indeed, his demeanor resembles that of a cornered dog, Lai Xiong remarked, only to then notice a massive fireball plummeting from the sky towards them. More precisely, it was aimed at the fleeing moon wolf. "Wait, brother, look up at the heavens. It's a shooting star." As Lai Tu and Lai Xiong spoke, the moon wolf was already a mere 20 miles ahead of them. Yet swifter still was the meteor descending from the sky. Mere moments later, under the incredulous gaze of the moon wolf, the meteor was on the verge of crashing down upon him. To make matters worse, the meteor was enveloped in a peculiar energy field that rendered the moon wolf completely immobile. In that moment, he could only watch helplessly as the meteor descended. Boom! The meteor struck the colossal form of the moon wolf, unleashing a torrent of blinding light and searing heat due to the energy field. All the damage was concentrated upon the moon wolf. Moments later, a water whip emerged from the smoke, dragging the gravely injured and unconscious moon wolf away. In the distance, Lai Tu and Lai Xiong witnessed this astonishing scene unfold before their eyes. Brother, the moon wolf sovereign has been defeated, vanquished in a single strike. Yes, brother, he was dragged away like a lifeless dog. After defeating the two fleeing demons and one corpse, Yi Miao proceeded to pull them back. Feng Ming and the four Return to the Void Realm experts finally grasped the sheer terror of Yi Miao. Meanwhile, the other 9 injured and defeated beings from the Return to the Void Realm began to dread their impending fate. Yet, feeling their lack of strength, they dared not act recklessly and could only await their outcomes in silence. Fortunately, Yi Miao then calmly proclaimed, "Those 3 are doomed. But as for you, let me ponder, fellow Taoists. I believe they were merely momentarily swayed and may still have a chance at survival. Compensation, there will surely be compensation, and it will be offered with sincerity." Before Yi Miao could finish, Feng Ming began to play the role of the white-face character, simultaneously pleading with Yi Miao while urging the Return to the Void Realm beings to prepare their reparations with genuine intent. Dear friends, surviving is more important than anything else. Oh dear, this matter is not solely on you. We are not in the right here. Why listen to those 3 dead souls? Everything shares from the black market, heavenly materials, secret realms, elixirs, can be cast aside. Dado, is that not Taoist Wei Tian Luo? I have heard that your niece, the Rakshasa princess, possesses extraordinary talents. I believe she would be quite the match for Lord Dragon King Yan. And is that not Taoist Tianjian? I have heard your sect boasts quite a number of 5th-grade spirit veins. Taoist Lan Ling, you need not worry about your Gu clan's holy maiden. Your clan's rules are quite strict. After all, it seems Lord Dragon King Yan has many wives and concubines. He cannot afford to hang all his hopes on your holy maiden Dado. Your Gu clan's rules are flexible enough to allow for temporary alterations to ancestral decrees. Thus, the holy maiden's husband may also take other wives. That is splendid. As for the outer world, Yin remained oblivious. At this moment, the 4 outer celestial demons had already infiltrated his soul, clinging to him like a malignant parasite, rendering them impossible to extricate. Helpless, Yin had no choice but to concentrate his consciousness deep within his soul. He soon observed the 4 outer celestial demons opening their hundreds of mouths, preparing to rend and consume his very essence. Damn it! Yin cursed vehemently, engaging in combat with the 4 outer celestial demons within his soul. Given that within his own soul, Yi Yan's nearly all-encompassing powers could not be utilized, he dared not unleash them. He could only employ soul-based techniques to gradually drive the outer celestial demons away. Fortunately, due to the previous enhancement of his soul, even against the 4 outer celestial demons, Yi Yan did not find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, his soul techniques were numerous and incredibly potent. The outer celestial demon's ability to confound the mind was countered effectively by Yi Yan's true Eye of Disruption. As time progressed during the battle, the 4 outer celestial demons began to falter, sustaining injuries and their essence weakening. Yikes! The outer celestial demons seemed to possess some level of intelligence. Upon realizing they could not best Yi Yan, they collectively opened their hundreds of mouths, emitting a cacophony of eerie, discordant howls. The howls serve as a form of soul attack from the outer celestial demons, unleashed simultaneously. Yi Yan, unable to withstand the onslaught, could only take a defensive stance. However, seizing the opportunity while Yi Yan was incapacitated, the 4 outer celestial demons burrowed into the vulnerable and critical area of Yi Yan's mind. Yi Yan could not react in time, feeling an ominous dread. Yet, in the next moment, an extraordinary voice resonated within his mind, seemingly uttering the words, "Get lost." In an instant, the 4 outer celestial demons were shattered into fragments by that otherworldly voice, their remnants swiftly vanishing, transforming into pure and potent soul energy. It was then that Yi Yan remembered. His mind was far from fragile. It was in fact the most formidable forbidden ground within himself, for it housed a great deity, the multitude of offspring and blessings system. As the outer world faced tribulation clouds, the moment the four outer celestial demons were obliterated, the clouds began to shift. Within the tempest, visible strands of divine wind began to coalesce. The final trial of the return to the void realm's tribulation had commenced. The three calamities now descending. Within his mind, having just vanquished the four outer celestial demons, the multitude of offspring and blessing system seemed to be in a foul mood. Its voice took on a tone of irritation. "Host, please marry more wives and bear more offspring to enhance your strength. Not allow even a mere dog to intrude upon your mind." Afterward, the system's voice returned to calmness, stating blandly, "The system also possesses a certain degree of cleanliness." Upon concluding its discourse, the Dozijo system fell silent. Yin, too, found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. Goodness, it felt as though he had been rescued by a wealthy benefactor in a most peculiar manner. Nevertheless, Yin chose not to dwell on such thoughts. He even neglected to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the demise of the four extraterrestrial demons. Instead, he hurriedly redirected his focus to the impending calamity clouds outside. With the conclusion of the heart demon barrier, the calamity clouds above Yan's head began to shift once more. Within the clouds, strands of azure divine wind started to coalesce. Soon after, black, purple, and red winds of various hues and attributes began to gather. In an instant, the calamity clouds, spanning 100 miles, transformed from black to a vibrant array of colors. This signified the commencement of the final trial of the void return realm's tribulation, the three calamities. Moments later, the winds began to surge and swirl. Strands of azure divine wind cascaded down from the clouds. In an instant, Yin felt a slight diminishment of his magical power. Following that, strands of purple divine wind swept over him, causing his spiritual strength to dim somewhat. Next came the black divine wind, which was particularly effective against the physical body, eroding one's vitality. The three hues of divine wind then converged into a massive tornado, swiftly engulfing Yi Yan's form. Under the onslaught of the tricolored winds, Yi Yan's magical power, spirit, and physical body were all subjected to a comprehensive weakening in the external realm. The spectators from the void return realm looked on in astonishment, their gazes tinged with a hint of dread. The reason was simple. These tricolored winds were known as the three calamity divine winds, renowned for their formidable power born from the heaven's fourth layer. Not to mention the nascent soul realm. Even the majority of those in the void return realm would suffer greatly, with some even facing severe injuries or demise. In that moment, the onlookers harbored little faith in Yi Yan, believing his misfortune would lead to his downfall amidst the three calamity divine winds. However, Yi Miao and Feng Ming remained entirely unperturbed. Yi Miao had unwavering faith in Yi Yan's potential and strength, while Feng Ming trusted Yi Miao's discernment. Yet moments later, to the disbelief of the onlookers, Yi Yan emerged effortlessly from the three calamity divine winds, unscathed and whole. Not only that, but he then opened his mouth wide. And in an instant, the tremendous suction drew in the entire tornado formed by the three calamity divine winds. Within moments, the winds were entirely consumed, and a seed of divine wind coalesced within Yi Yan, allowing him to summon the three calamity divine winds to vanquish his foes whenever he chose. What extraordinary magic, the spectators marveled. Who is this person undergoing tribulation? His mouth appears insatiable. However, even after devouring the three calamity divine winds, the tempest did not relent. Soon, a ghostly yellow divine wind descended from the calamity clouds, accompanied by eerie wails. Moments later, a multitude of ghostly yellow apparitions emerged amidst the divine wind. How intriguing! It is the yellow spring divine wind. Ian recognized it instantly and employed the same tactic once more. In no time, the yellow spring divine wind was consumed entirely, transforming into yet another seed of divine wind. The tribulations of the void return realm consist of 2 winds, 4 fires, and 6 thunders. Thus, with the conclusion of the yellow spring divine wind, The wind calamity came to an end, and the calamity clouds began to settle briefly. At this juncture, Yi Yin commenced meditative practice, refining the spiritual energy derived from the demise of the 4 extraterrestrial demons. After half a day's effort, Yi Yin successfully refined all the spiritual energy. It must be said that while the extraterrestrial demons posed a tremendous danger, they also presented a grand opportunity. Upon refining all the spiritual energy, Yi Yin's spirit reached the mid-stage of the Void Return realm. Meanwhile, in the external realm, Yuanmu's sacred wood emperor body was still in the process of awakening. With an increasing number of spiritual trees contributing their essence, more powerful figures from the southern domain of the Void Return realm soon arrived. However, upon witnessing the tragic fate of the first group, they displayed a remarkable sense of caution. Not only did they avoid approaching the awakening Yuanmu, but they also refrained from making light-hearted remarks. After inquiring, they learned of Yi Miao's formidable prowess, causing them to adopt a more subdued demeanor, merely observing Yi Yin as he faced his tribulation. Half a day passed, and the previously calm calamity clouds began to stir once more. They turned a deep crimson, and flames erupted forth uncontrollably. Subsequently, fiery red lotus flowers descended from the sky, targeting Yi Yin. The red fire lotuses exuded an overwhelming sense of threat. Yi Yin, not one to recklessly endure, promptly activated the 5th-tier spirit formation, the weak water 3000 formation. Instantly, a massive river manifested before him, transforming into a celestial barrier that shielded Yi Yin. The moment the red fire lotuses made contact with the river screen, they were mercilessly extinguished as the red fire lotuses continued to descend. Their numbers proved no match for the weak water. The first round of heavenly fire was traversed by Yi Yin without sustaining any harm. Soon after, the second round of heavenly fire arrived, manifesting as torrents of azure flames that surged skyward, taking the form of shrieking azure birds, which swiftly flew toward Yi Yin. However, as before, the azure firebirds met their demise under the influence of the weak water. The third round of heavenly fire took the form of grim, ashen flames, resembling skeletal heads. Yet, even they succumbed to extinction under the power of the weak water. After the conclusion of the first 3 rounds, the calamity clouds fell silent once more. Yi Yin, intrigued by the stillness, suddenly felt a flame igniting within his very being. The fire grew increasingly fervent, affecting Yi Yin's emotions and spirit, nearly plunging him into a state of madness. However, he swiftly tightened his grasp on his Tao heart, gradually quelling the flames. After considerable effort, coupled with the strength of Yi Yin's body and spirit, he successfully navigated the last trial of the fire calamity without peril. Following the fire calamity, the tribulation clouds seemed to grow irate, affording Yi Yin no respite. Moments later, the skies darkened, and bolts of lightning began to flash ominously. Boom! The first bolt of white calamity lightning struck Yi Yin unexpectedly. Caught off guard, he was hit squarely. Fortunately, Yi Yin's resistance to lightning was sufficiently high, and he sustained no injury. Just as Yi Yin intended to activate the myriad sacred with spirit formation to defend against the lightning tribulation, he discovered that the 3 seeds of 5 elements divine thunder within him were rejoicing. Moreover, the previous white divine lightning seemed to have been absorbed to a significant degree, resulting in certain beneficial transformations. Instantly, Yi Yin's mind brimmed with thoughts, contemplating how the 5 elements divine thunder could aid his path to immortality. He promptly resolved not to activate the spirit formation, but to transform into his true form. Confronting the lightning tribulation head-on, boom! The second bolt of calamity, lightning, descended in an instant. Yi Yin braced himself, realizing that approximately 80% of the lightning's power was absorbed by the 3 divine thunder seeds within him. The third bolt of calamity lightning then appeared as a massive spherical bolt of electricity, resembling a mountain. Undeterred, Yi Yin met it head-on. The spherical lightning erupted instantaneously, followed by billions of bolts of thunder weaving like silver serpents across Yi Yin's form. Yet instead of alarm, Yi Yin felt elation. At this moment, 3 divine thunder seeds had completed their transformation, subsequently releasing vast amounts of peculiar energy to nourish his demonic body. As a result, Yian's form was significantly augmented. With this transformation, he braved the fourth and fifth tribulation thunders with his demonic body. The extraordinary energy expelled by the divine thunder seeds elevated Yian's corporeal form to the pinnacle of the early stage of the return to Void Realm. However, to the outside world, Yian's actions appeared as if he were undergoing a terrifying and ancient body tempering. Particularly for the demon clan, who both feared and revered the tribulations, memories of those formidable demon immortals who could bathe in thunder solely through their physical forms resurfaced. For a moment, Yian's figure seemed to overlap with those ancient existences. The final tribulation thunder had been brewing for a long time, compressing the tribulation clouds over 100 miles until only 10 miles remained. The overwhelming sense of threat silenced the very heavens and earth. The return to Void experts sensed this and could not help but question themselves whether they could withstand such a strike. Subsequently, 8 out of 10 shook their heads. However, regarding Yian's ability to endure it, they unanimously believed he could. They marveled at the impending emergence of a terrifying return to Void Demon Sovereign in the southern region. A purple thunderbolt appeared silently, striking Yian in an instant. Moments later, the thunderclap reverberated belatedly. Even after the divine thunder seed absorbed 80% of its power, the remaining force still grievously injured both Yian's body and soul. However, the secondary function of the Holy Wood's myriad spiritual formations activated, and within the ethereal blue energy, all of Yian's injuries were fully restored. Thus, Yian successfully transcended his tribulation. At that moment, the layer of tribulation clouds above transformed into a resplendent gold. Following this, the heavenly Tao's feedback descended, enveloping Yian in a massive golden source chi cloud, spanning several miles. The sight left the other return of void beings utterly dumbfounded, followed by waves of envy. They reminisced about their own experiences of successful tribulation and the size of the source chi clouds they received. For Hu Pingdao, it had merely been over 300 meters of source chi cloud. He had thought himself a rare prodigy among the demon clan, yet his source chi cloud was only about 400 meters. How astonishing it was! The Dragon Monarch's heavenly Tao feedback manifested such an enormous source chi cloud. Indeed, even with a solid foundation, it seemed improbable to receive such a vast source chi cloud. Alas, Hu Pingdao felt jealousy brewing within him. The assembly of Return of Void beings was both perplexed and envious. Meanwhile, Yi Miao casually tossed out a bomb, for he sensed the arrival of an otherworldly demon from his heart demon domain. As if one bomb was insufficient, he hurled out 2 more, and not merely one, but a total of 4 otherworldly demons. Oh, and by the way, he had already exterminated those 4 otherworldly demons. The Return to Void beings were left speechless that why Yian took a full day and night to completely refine the source chi cloud. The rewards, however, were monumental. Firstly, Yian's cultivation level experienced a tremendous leap, breaking through directly to the mid-stage of the Return to Void Realm. Furthermore, both his demonic body and soul reached the strength of the late stage of the Return to Void Realm, with his demonic power nearly stepping into the late stage as well. After refining the source chi cloud, Yian soared into the sky, arriving before Yi Miao in an instant, and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi Miao, for your protection. I'm also deeply grateful for your safeguarding of my offspring." At this point, a hint of killing intent seeped into Yian's words. Though he had transcended the tribulation, he was acutely aware of the external happenings that moment. His heart brimmed with murderous intent that it was a close call. His child was nearly harmed by an ill-fated wretch. Nevertheless, Yian refrained from immediate outburst. Instead, turning to express his thanks to Feng Ming, "I presume you are Taoist Feng Ming, the father of brother Feng Qi. I sincerely appreciate your intervention earlier." Feng Ming, feeling somewhat uneasy, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I merely spoke a few words. I did not exert any real effort." Upon hearing this, Yian's countenance turned grave as he pointed to the towering tree in the sky, coldly stating, "That is the manifestation of my child awakening his innate constitution." Yet, some individuals seem to believe it is their opportunity to ascend, intent on preying upon the weak. As he spoke, Yi Yan's gaze swept across the assembly of returned to void beings. He then continued. However, I understand. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, but it appears some have misjudged strength and weakness, mistaking me for the prey. Ha! Yi Yan scoffed coldly, gesturing towards the 3 captured return to void beings from the northern lands. I would trouble you, Taoist Yi Miao, to heal their wounds and restore them completely. Yi Miao nodded and waved his hand, instantly conjuring several drops of clear spring water. The droplets fell upon Tianchan, Corpse Tiger, and Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. In mere moments, their injuries were entirely healed. Yi Yan then spoke again. Very well. 3 mid-stage return of void beings. I trust they carry some weight. Today, I shall use you to set an example. The assembly of returned to void beings erupted in chaos. The chicken to be slaughtered referred to the northern return to void beings, while the monkey was an obvious reference to those present. Moreover, Yi Yan's declaration was not merely a thought, but a blatant proclamation. This further incited both ire and admiration among the assembly. Coupled with Yi Yan's earlier tribulation transcendence, an air of reverence began to fill their hearts. Yi Miao added fuel to the fire, grinning as he said, "You 3 wretches, do your utmost. If you can survive under my kin, the Dragon Monarch, I shall let you go. Should you manage to slay him, I will not intervene. I swear on the great Tao." Upon hearing Yi Miao's vow, Tianchan, Corpse Tiger, and Howling Moon Celestial Wolf were instantly invigorated. They could not help but exclaim, "Very well, this is your word. You have sworn on the great Tao." Cackling, they thought, "It seems today is not my day to in stark contrast to the confidence of Tianchan and Corpse Tiger. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf was far less optimistic, already plotting its escape. Before long, the slaughter began. However, the moment Yi Miao released the 3 return to void beings, Howling Moon Celestial Wolf transformed into a flash of silver light, fleeing at breakneck speed into the distance. Tianchan and Corpse Tiger were left astounded by Howling Moon Celestial Wolf's actions, momentarily stunned as their minds churned with disbelief. "Brother, we haven't even begun to fight yet, and you run. Is there such a thing as betraying your comrades? You needn't be so terrified, right?" Yet, Yi Miao seemed to tacitly accept the retreat and did not intervene. As for Yi Yan, upon witnessing Howling Moon Celestial Wolf's flight, he merely chuckled, extending his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and pointed toward the fleeing figure, calmly uttering, "Domain Divine Power, Azure Lotus Sword Formation." In an instant, the distant Howling Moon Sky Wolf, fleeing at breakneck speed, was drawn into a cerulean realm. The next moment, 6 azure lotus flying swords pierced through the fabric of space, impaling his demonic body. Before the Howling Moon Sky Wolf could utter a cry of anguish, 12 more azure lotus flying swords manifested. In a frantic response, he summoned a 5th-tier defensive treasure and transformed into a colossal demon form towering hundreds of feet. Yet, it proved utterly futile. Moments later, the azure lotus flying swords disregarded the defensive artifact and appeared before him, ruthlessly tearing his body asunder. Following this, 18 additional azure lotus flying swords emerged in the span of merely 4 or 5 breaths. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf was obliterated by the azure sword formation, succumbing after enduring but the 4th wave of assault. Even his demon soul could not evade capture, being swiftly ensnared and sealed by Yi Yan. After executing these actions, Yi Yan turned his gaze toward the celestial toad and the corpse tiger. "Monster! You are a monster! How can this be? How can this be?" That was a demon lord of the void-returning realm. The celestial toad struggled to comprehend the scene before him, descending into madness. Illusion. This must be an illusion. How could you, a mere brat who has just survived the heavenly tribulation, possess such strength? With that, the celestial toad revealed its true form and struck at Yi Yan with a massive palm. Stunning sword calamity finger. Yi Yan made no attempt to evade. Instead, he extended his right hand, fingers dancing in rapid succession. In an instant, a torrent of black gold sword energy surged forth, enveloping the celestial toad's gigantic palm. It hurts so much." The celestial toad's palm met the sword energy of the stunning sword calamity finger and was swiftly vanquished, reduced to mere bone. Meanwhile, the corpse tiger, regaining some clarity, hastily burrowed underground in a bid to escape. Yin chuckled coldly, then waved his long sleeves, summoning forth 4 types of divine thunder. The 4 divine thunders: K-Water Divine Thunder, Iwa Divine Thunder, Gung Metal Divine Thunder, and the final stunning sword Calamity Thunder, accelerated with remarkable speed, swiftly closing in on the corpse tiger. Moments later, they coalesced into a colossal, thunderous prison. As a member of the corpse race, the corpse tiger was particularly vulnerable to thunder techniques, let alone 4 types of divine thunder. In mere moments, it was grievously wounded at this juncture. From Yi Yan's fingertips, more black gold sword energy continued to surge forth. The celestial toad was now riddled with sword wounds. Yi Yan, unwilling to waste any further time, summoned forth a black divine sword that materialized in his eyes, locking onto the celestial toad. Stunning sword Calamity Eye. In an instant, a massive black sword erupted from within the celestial toad, piercing through its body and emanating a black aura of death that corroded its form. Simultaneously, a black flying sword wreaked havoc within the celestial toad's very soul. In less than 2 breaths, the celestial toad collapsed lifelessly. Concurrently, deep underground, the corpse tiger had also met its demise. Thus, within a mere 30 breaths, all 3 mid-stage, void-returning realm powerhouses of the northern lands had perished. Having accomplished all this, Yi Yan said nothing, instead gazing with a light smile at the towering ancient tree in the sky. Suddenly, a peculiar fluctuation erupted from the spiritual herb garden, followed by the emergence of a cerulean lotus flower that grew at an astonishing rate, ultimately sharing the expanse of the sky with the ancient tree. This must be my daughter's awakening of her innate constitution. I wonder which fellow Taoists are inclined to engage in a game of survival of the fittest. With a chuckle, he invited any thoughts on the matter. Thoughts? They dared not even contemplate such notions. To voice them would be tantamount to courting death. The void-returning realm cultivators shook their heads in unison. Have reached the void-returning realm through cultivation. None among them were fools at this moment. Not only could they not afford to entertain thoughts, but even the slightest hint of an inappropriate expression could be deemed original sin, potentially serving as grounds for their demise. Presently, all the void-returning realm cultivators displayed a uniform demeanor of trepidation. Even those few formidable beings at the late stage of the void-returning realm were no exception. In an instant, they averted their gazes, their eyes beginning to slant sideways. Some closed their eyes in meditation, others stared at the clouds, while a few simply fixated on the air, vacating their minds, adopting expressions of feigned wisdom. They would rather observe the ants on the ground than gaze upon the towering ancient tree and the cerulean lotus flower. It was no wonder the void-returning realm cultivators exhibited such behavior. Yi Yan's earlier display of power was simply too terrifying that in the span of mere breaths, he had annihilated 3 mid-stage void-returning realm experts of considerable strength. Such combat prowess far surpassed that of even several late-stage void-returning realm cultivators. Furthermore, with the even more formidable Yi Miao present, even the most obstinate among the void-returning realm would temper their pride. As for the 9 who had previously been dealt with by Yi Miao, they were not only cowed, but also felt a profound sense of dread. They feared the prospect of Yi Yan exacting retribution in the future. Reflecting on Feng Ming's earlier words, they steeled themselves and resolved to spend wealth to avert disaster. After all, who among those who cultivated to the void-returning realm would be foolish enough to prioritize wealth over their lives? Among them, several void-returning realm cultivators pondered even deeper. It was rumored that the Dragon Lord had a penchant for marrying and taking concubines, fathering children. Feng Ming had just hinted at this. Thus, they devised a plan to see if they could send their outstanding female descendants into the rising Dragon Water Mansion. As for the justifications, they had prepared them well. My granddaughter, surely you don't wish for your grandfather to meet an untimely end, do you? My dear niece, you wouldn't want your uncle to lose his precious life, would you? As the saying goes, men must marry and women must wed. O saintly maiden, sacrifice your small self for the greater good. This was not mere cowardice. It was a form of self-sacrifice. Yes, while they could not openly contend with him, they could resort to cunning tactics. Indeed, marrying him and bearing 100 sons would exhaust him, impoverish him, and lead to infighting among their offspring. The sentiment was not limited to those who had offended Yi Yin. Even those who had just reached the void-returning realm harbored different thoughts. Compared to other regions, the void-returning realm cultivators of the southern domain were indeed more united. Yet, no matter how united, it was primarily against outsiders. Internal strife was inevitable. Witnessing Yi Yin's nearly invincible battle prowess in the void-returning realm, many cultivators began to consider how to cultivate a relationship with him. If they could establish a favorable rapport with Yi Yin, such a powerful ally could bolster their own standing, enabling them to speak more boldly. Even during meals with other void-returning realm cultivators, they could flip the table at will. In an instant, the minds of the returning voids became agitated, each filled with a myriad of thoughts. As time passed, the towering giant tree in the sky grew increasingly solidified. Meanwhile, the azure lotus, having absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, emitted a peculiar wave that radiated outward in all directions. This extraordinary fluctuation quickly impacted areas far beyond, extending 30,000, 50,000, and even 80,000 miles away. Compared to the commotion caused by the colossal tree, the influence of the azure lotus was far more significant. In an instant, all spiritual lotuses of the third rank and above soared toward the Tenglong water mansion. The awakening method of the azure lotus sacred soul was far more domineering than that of the sacred wood emperor. While the sacred wood emperor merely compelled the spiritual trees to pay homage and offer a modicum of their essence, the azure lotus sacred soul was an entirely different matter. The peculiar wave it emitted was undeniably a decree, akin to a summons that commanded, "Hasten to meet me." In an instant, all spiritual lotuses within an 80,000-mile radius received this order. Instead of resisting, they eagerly and enthusiastically raced toward the Tenglong water mansion. Soon, a multitude of spiritual lotuses began to arrive, including many of the fourth and even fifth ranks, which made the onlookers from the returning void realm quite envious. However, upon recalling the two killing deities, Yi Yin and Yi Miao, their desires were swiftly extinguished. Half a day later, a vast ocean of spiritual lotuses had formed around the azure lotus. Upon arrival, these lotuses excitedly circled the azure lotus, offering their spiritual energy and essence as they twirled that moment. Beside the immense azure lotus, the towering giant tree had fully matured. Its trunk reached into the clouds, and its branches and leaves spread out like a green canopy, obscuring the sky. The profound fluctuations of its Tao essence were so enigmatic that even the returning voids found them difficult to comprehend, with only Yi Yin and Yi Miao gaining insights. Moments later, a multitude of realizations regarding wood-based divine abilities began to surface in the minds of the two demons. Shortly after its maturation, the towering giant tree evolved to encompass a green domain that stretched nearly 100 miles. Instantly, all flowers, grasses, and trees within this realm were nourished. Simultaneously, azure raindrops cascaded from the heavens, falling upon every plant. The returning voids were initially astonished, but soon became ecstatic, for in that moment, the once ordinary plants had begun to exhale and inhale spiritual energy. Some fortunate ones even experienced a transformation in their bloodlines, evolving into exceptionally rare high-tier spiritual herbs. This indicated that all plants within 100 miles had metamorphosed into spiritual flora. The azure raindrops continued to fall, transforming the previously mundane soil into spiritual earth and fields. Even beneath the surface, spiritual veins began to form, releasing a wealth of spiritual energy that in just a short span of half a day. The area surrounding the Tenglong River had transformed into an immense spiritual herb garden. Such an enormous harvest left even Yi Yin astonished and delighted, as it felt reminiscent of certain narratives he had encountered in novels. Thus, did this mean that his son was akin to the protagonist of a story? Did this imply that he was likely destined for sacrifice? As Yi Yin pondered this, the towering giant tree morphed into a luminous sphere and subsequently descended into the spiritual herb garden of the Tenglong water mansion. Moments later, a youthful roar of a dragon echoed through the garden. Roar. The dragon's roar was young and tender, yet the terrifying pressure of its bloodline commanded the attention of all present in the returning void realm. Especially among the demon clan's returning voids, it felt as though they had encountered a noble sovereign of bloodlines. Under the influence of this bloodline, an innate sense of submission began to stir within them. However, the returning voids quickly composed themselves, clasping their hands in congratulations to Dragon Lord Yin. They congratulated him on the awakening of such a potential latent lineage in his offspring, foreseeing a promising future on the path to immortality. Indeed, that dragon's roar nearly terrified even the oldest among them. The bloodline of the young Dragon Lord and his innate constitution were astonishing. Dragon Lord, I won't flatter you. I'll only speak my honest thoughts. In my view, your child undoubtedly possesses the stature of an immortal emperor. To this, Yin replied that they should not dwell on such matters, as it felt as though the narrative was leading to a dramatic turn. With the gathering of numerous spiritual lotuses, 2 days later, the azure lotus reached full maturity. Even in its matured state, it remained ethereal, yet the number of its petals had increased to 36. However, the price of the azure lotus's maturation was steep. All the spiritual lotuses had their spiritual energy completely drained, with 90% of their essence extracted at this moment. The bodies of the spiritual lotuses appeared withered, reduced to mere seeds, struggling to sustain life. Was the azure lotus truly so domineering? Yin furrowed his brow, feeling that the azure lotus's behavior was excessively tyrannical. Yet, soon after, the azure lotus did not leave its former companions entirely desolate. It radiated a brilliant azure light that, under its influence, elevated the ranks of the surrounding lotus seeds. Third ranks became fourth, and fourth ranks transformed into fifth. Even those originally at the fifth rank began to approach the sixth rank. Furthermore, the seeds of the spiritual lotuses became imbued with greater spiritual resonance, suggesting that upon their subsequent growth, they held a significant probability of evolving into demon entities rather than remaining as mere fragile spiritual herbs. As the transformation of the lotus seeds was completed, Yin hurriedly gathered them all that moment. The mature azure lotus suddenly conveyed a message to Yin. The content of the message was somewhat fragmented and peculiar, yet he could grasp its essence. Essentially, it conveyed that they could transform into demons, all female, marry you, and bear many offspring. Yin pondered, why does it seem like each of them wants me to marry more wives and have more children? This is rather uncanny, isn't it? After transmitting this message, the fully matured azure lotus transformed into a lotus soul imprint and merged into Yi Yuanqing's body, in the spiritual garden. Yi Yuanqing, who had been in slumber, began to awaken. Upon seeing her brother, she blurted out, "Brother, why do I feel like you've turned into a piece of wood?" Yi Yuanmu chuckled, exuding an undeniable aura of royalty. "Even if I am wood, I'm the king of wood, the kind capable of dominating the world. However, sister, you too have undergone a significant transformation." Yi Yuanqing nodded and remarked, "Yes, I feel as though I've become a lotus. By the way, I suddenly have the urge for father to take many concubines and give us numerous brothers and sisters." Yi Yuanmu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, our father is still not traditional enough. He lacks a bit of the dragon clan's essence. There are too few wives and concubines, resulting in fewer offspring, which makes our home feel rather desolate." To which Yi Ilian, Li Yunyang, and Gu Sisi expressed their bewilderment. 7 days later, Yin encountered a weary Lu, the ghost cultivator, in the Great Hall. He also received a token from his guest, the tree demon grandmother, a token inscribed with the characters Black Mountain. Remarkably, this token contained a one-time use portal to the underworld, along with a coordinate located therein. Yin had not forgotten his divine ability to summon the spirits of the underworld. Now, even if the Black Mountain Old Demon did not come to the mortal realm, Yin could venture to his stronghold using the coordinates. Ha! Black Mountain Old Demon, your time is up? Yin's mind was already brimming with schemes. He would play the role of the sixth wheel, stealthily infiltrate, and let the Black Mountain Old Demon experience the sting of righteous betrayal. In the world of strange tales from a Chinese studio, the most frequently appearing antagonist is the formidable Black Mountain Old Demon. Unlike other villainous figures, he has never been truly vanquished by the protagonist group. The entities that perish are merely his avatars. His presence in the narrative is enigmatic, and even within this realm, he remains shrouded in mystery. According to credible sources, the Black Mountain Old Demon is also a powerful being from the Void Return realm. likely existing in its later stages. Furthermore, he has claimed substantial territory in the underworld, amassing considerable influence. Even after the emergence of the once-renowned underworld immortal city, Wangxi City, he managed to seize a fragment of its dilapidated structures. Leveraging the unique properties of Wangxi City, the Black Mountain Old Demon has cultivated a vast army of ghostly beings, including numerous entities at the Yuan Shun level and even those at the Void Return stage. That it is said that his true form is an extraordinary, eerie mountain born of the underworld's natural elements, possessing strength, power, and a formidable legacy that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Logically, such an adversary should be approached with caution, and it would be wise to avoid enmity with him. However, the Black Mountain Old Demon now harbors a grudge against Yin, leaving him no choice but to ensure the demon's obliteration. Revenge must be sought, and it must be swift. Yin is also concerned that news of his impending advancement to the Void Return realm might reach the Black Mountain Old Demon, prompting him to prepare defenses that could thwart Yan's ambitions. Thus, upon refining the command token and learning the coordinates of the Black Mountain Old Demon stronghold, Yin resolved to set off immediately. Barely sparing a glance at the intriguing ghostly figure, Xiao Qian, before departing, Yin chose not to summon his subordinates. Firstly, he intended for a rapid resolution and deemed it imprudent to delay by gathering his followers. Secondly, his underlings were still too weak to contribute meaningfully to such a grand conflict. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided to enlist 300 Golden Corps stage Qing Jiao Dao soldiers under his direct command, intending for them to assist in the aftermath and loot the spoils of war. Subsequently, within the confines of the Water Mansion's rear courtyard, Yin invoked the unique divine ability to summon the underworld. As he employed this extraordinary technique, he felt his soul emit a cry towards the depths below. In response to this call, the mysterious underworld seemed to react as if a mother responding to her child's plea. An immense and peculiar rift opened before him, swiftly expanding into a circular black hole. From within this void, potent ghostly and Yin energies surged forth. Undeterred, Yin plunged into the abyss, and in an instant, the black hole vanished, leaving only traces of ghostly aura and Yin energy lingering in the air. The underworld is a realm steeped in mystery, even for those who practice cultivation, even after the departure of celestial beings. Only ghosts, witches, and certain deities of incense can endure in this realm for extended periods. Upon entering, Yin was struck by the stark contrast in atmosphere. There was no trace of spiritual energy, only an abundance of Yin energy and the residual ghostly essence emitted by the specters. The first scene that met his eyes was one of desolation, an expanse of barren land within the underworld, eerily silent. Occasionally, some resilient underworld flora managed to thrive, but sightings of ghostly beings were scarce. Yin did not dwell on these thoughts, and swiftly followed the coordinates provided by the token. After soaring through the air for approximately 4,000 to 5,000 li, he finally arrived at a bustling gathering place of numerous ghosts and spirits. This peculiar locale comprised a dilapidated city resembling white paper, a colossal flower boat adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and an expansive graveyard filled with the wails of spectral beings. The atmosphere was lively. Yin could even hear the cries of the ghostly vendors below. Come, dead souls, come see our exquisite paper figures, delicious chicken soup, fresh and savory. However, despite his curiosity, Yin refrained from descending to investigate further. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Black Mountain Ghost Nation, within the confines of Wangxi City, the Black Mountain Old Demon was preparing for a momentous occasion, the joyous celebration of his decadal wedding. The city was adorned with an abundance of red and white double happiness characters, and peculiar guests, comprising strange and eerie ghostly beings, had come to offer their congratulations. Among them were rare phantoms and occasionally half-demon, half-ghost creatures, with their gifts wrapped in a bizarre fusion of festive and funeral motifs, rendering the atmosphere of the celebration both uncanny and surreal. Beyond 100 miles from Wangxi City, Yin gradually revealed his presence, observing the lively yet eerie scene before him with a sense of intrigue. He then seized a passing Golden Corps ghost for soul-searching, uncovering the truth behind the festivities. That it turned out that the Black Mountain Old Demon was celebrating his 10-year wedding anniversary. Explaining the recent hustle and bustle, that it was well known in the underworld that the Black Mountain Old Demon had a penchant for marrying and taking concubines, yet he never sired offspring. This was because, after the wedding night, his brides would invariably become his next feast. Moreover, the brides he selected were typically beings of exceptional talent or those with unique constitutions, leading many to speculate that he possessed a sinister technique allowing him to enhance his power by devouring these extraordinary brides. In the underworld, such occurrences were commonplace. Those who held dissent merely lamented their own lack of similar abilities. Upon learning the truth, Yi Yin scoffed. Well, you have paved yet another path to your demise. With that, he altered his appearance and aura to assume the guise of the Golden Core ghost he had just interrogated. However, he soon realized that a mere Golden Core ghost might not grant him access to the Black Mountain Old Demon, prompting him to refrain from entering Wangxi City and instead lie in wait. After a brief interval, Yi Yin detected the approach of a Yuan Shen-level Ghost King heading toward Wangxi City. Without hesitation, he turned to confront the Ghost King directly. Ghost King. However, as he drew near, the Ghost King, grinning wickedly, let out a stream of black saliva. Little ghost, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, knowing that this king is parched from the journey and graciously presenting yourself as a meal. In that moment, the Yuan Shun Ghost King struck, his maw expanding ominously. Not resist. We're beyond 100 miles from Wangxi City, where slaughter is permitted. Lord Black Mountain will not concern himself with such trifles. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy, Yi Yin replied, unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised his pinky-fingered, I apologize. I have no smaller finger than this. With that, he unleashed his divine ability, the sword calamity finger, and in an instant, a stream of black golden sword energy erupted from his pinky. Moments later, Yi Yin had transformed into a new visage, his cultivation level now at the mid-stage of the Yuanshan realm. Excellent. I am now the Bloodmouth Ghost King. Upon transforming into the Bloodmouth Ghost King, Yi Yin discovered an invitation to the wedding banquet of the Black Mountain Old Demon within his storage space. The invitation not only bore the name of the guest, the Bloodmouth Ghost King, but also featured a mark inscribed by an array, granting access to the inner sanctum. It must be said that Yi Yin's previous thoughts were indeed accurate. The wedding banquet hosted by the Black Mountain Old Demon was divided into inner and outer venues. The outer venue encompassed the entirety of the City of the Dead, where all demons and spirits below the Yuanshan realm were arranged to gather. In contrast, the inner venue was the Grand Hall of the Black Mountain Old Demon, accessible solely to those of the Yuanshan realm possessing the appropriate wedding invitation. Soon, Yi Yin arrived at the entrance of the City of the Dead. At this moment, the city was abuzz with activity due to the grand nuptials at the city gate. A myriad of unique underworld demons and spirits flowed in continuously, quickly transforming the entrance into a long queue. Subsequently, these demons and spirits were meticulously inspected by squads of Golden Core Realm Ghost soldiers before being admitted into the city. Those with considerable strength and potential were recorded by the Ghost soldiers, destined either to be invited to serve under the Black Mountain Old Demon as minor commanders or to mysteriously vanish, only to re-emerge later as Ghost soldiers, thus forming the ranks of the Black Mountain Old Demoness army. Interestingly, the Golden Core realm appeared to be akin to Dao soldiers, suggesting that the rumors were indeed true. The Black Mountain Old Demon had discovered a peculiar method for refining ghost soldiers within this corner of the City of the Dead. Yi Yin surveyed the ghost soldiers briefly before casting aside the wedding invitation. Upon recognizing it as an invitation to the inner venue, the ghost soldiers were momentarily taken aback, after which a late-stage Golden Core ghost general stepped forward, carefully comparing the various details of the invitation with Yi Yan's current appearance. Moments later, he clasped his fists in greeting. I have seen the Bloodmouth Ghost King. Please, escort the king to the Grand Ghost Hall. Before long, a contingent of ghost soldiers emerged, leading Yi Yin toward the Grand Ghost Hall. As Yi Yin approached the entrance of the Grand Ghost Hall, he felt a significant concentration of ghostly energy within. Yet, there was also a trace of demonic and magical energy, mingled with an eerie aura. Upon entering, the scene confirmed his suspicions. The Grand Ghost Hall was filled with an array of demons and spirits. the majority of which belonged to the ghostly race, all indulging in feasting and revelry. However, what caught Yian's eye was a gruesome sight. Numerous human cultivators and a few exceptional demon creatures were imprisoned in cages nearby. While banquet tables were set up around the cages, the demons and spirits, amidst their drinking and merrymaking, would occasionally seize a human or demon to partake in their meal. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The sounds of anguished cries and the raucous laughter of the demons, permeating the entire banquet. Had Yian witnessed such a scene prior to his transformation, he would have undoubtedly felt a surge of anger, even hatred. Yet now, he experienced only a slight sense of repulsion, discomfort, or perhaps mere disdain, devoid of any profound emotions. Not even a flicker of sympathy. The Bloodmouth Ghost King? Oh, Bloodmouth has arrived. You are among the last to arrive this year. Come, let us toast 3 cups. As soon as Yian entered the Grand Ghost Hall, several Ghost Kings approached him in greeting. Among them, a more familiar Ghost King enthusiastically offered him delicacies from his plate. Come, Bloodmouth brother, this human golden core body is quite delectable, strong in vitality, and has a delightful chewiness. Would you care for a taste? I have no taste for humans. Blacktooth brother, enjoy it at your leisure. Yi Yin responded in kind, adopting the Bloodmouth Ghost King's usual manner of speaking to Da. I prefer to feast upon my kin. The ghostly race is more to my liking. I wonder if the upcoming dishes will include golden core ghosts. As he spoke, Yin made his way to his designated seat. However, before he could settle down, his attention was immediately drawn to 2 figures within the hall, in the midst of the hall. A ghostly beauty clad in a crimson feathered robe was encased in a block of ice, while on the other side, a proud figure was imprisoned within a massive cage. Host, an exceptionally talented mate has been discovered. The Fire Ghost King. Host, an exceptionally talented mate has been discovered. The Peacock Princess. Yian merely cast a fleeting glance at the 2 brides before shifting his gaze. Nevertheless, his mind was awash with thoughts. Interesting, so these are the brides of the Black Mountain Old Demon? Remarkable that they have been deemed exceptionally qualified by the bountiful Offspring system, that I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Perhaps I shall make the Black Mountain Old Demon wear a green hat after his demise. Pondering this, Yian couldn't help but admire the names of the 2 brides. Moreover, the Fire Ghost King was a name he found oddly familiar. As for the Peacock Princess, it was impossible for her to be the one from the journey to the west. That figure was indeed formidable. Even ordinary celestial beings would not dare to breathe freely in her presence. She must belong to the Peacock clan from the Eastern Wasteland. But if that is the case, how could she have ended up here? While Yian contemplated these matters, he maintained a composed demeanor and began conversing with a nearby guest. This guest was a Yuan Shun Realm Pig Demon, accompanied by a Yuan Shun Realm Ghost King. They were acquaintances of the Bloodmouth Ghost King, though not particularly close, making them suitable conversational partners. My territory has been rather tumultuous lately. If this continues, I may have to relocate. What has transpired? It's all due to the resurgence of the Nether Blood God cult. As their discussion progressed, the topic inevitably gravitated toward the host of the banquet, the Black Mountain Old Demon. Before long, the Pig Demon expressed envy, saying, "Our Lord Black Mountain is truly fortunate this time. These 2 brides are not only stunning, but possess terrifying potential." Why Yin feigned surprise and confusion, inquiring, what do you mean by that? The Ghost King beside him also appeared puzzled. Yes, Pig brother, since you are privy to the details, do enlighten us. The Pig Demon wasted no time, stating directly, the one encased in the icy prison is known as the Fire Ghost King, said to be a naturally occurring innate ghost born from the fire veins of our underworld. Thus, she possesses the ability to wield various flames, and her strength is such that even a half-step return to the void in the ghost realm would find it challenging to defeat her. Ultimately, it was the Een River Ghost Sovereign who managed to capture her. After discussing the Fire Ghost King, the Pig Demon proceeded to speak of the Peacock Princess. That Peacock lady is even more extraordinary. She is the princess of the Eastern Wasteland's Peacock Demon clan, a genuine descendant of true spirits. It is said that in about 10 years, her cultivation will undoubtedly reach the return to Void Realm. Rumor has it that she fled to the underworld due to a significant upheaval in the Eastern Wasteland. Indeed, she was the princess of the Eastern Wasteland's Peacock clan, Yin nodded. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the upheaval that could affect even the princess of the Peacock Demon Clan. It is worth noting that the Peacock Demon Clan is among the most powerful forces in the Eastern Wasteland, boasting over 10 return to Void Realm demon sovereigns among their ranks. As the conversation continued, time flew by swiftly. Soon, all the guests had arrived, and figures began to take their places at the foremost seats of the hall. The highest 4 seats were designated for those of the return to Void Realm. Given the fierce battles in the underworld and the Black Mountain Old Demoness lack of allies, all 4 seats were occupied by the return to Void Realm underlings of the Black Mountain Old Demon. With the arrival of these 4 return to Void Realm figures, the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively. Many Yuan Shun Realm guests approached with obsequiousness, eager to toast and point 2 ghosts, 1 demon, and a peculiar entity on the path to transcendence. Yin, with a subtle awareness, quickly discerned the true nature of the 4 beings in the Void Return Realm. Soon, the hour of Z arrived. At that moment, an enormous figure quietly materialized upon the main seat. Upon witnessing this form, all the demons and monsters present, including the 4 from the Void Return Realm, bowed deeply and clasped their fists in respectful greeting. We pay our respects to Lord Black Mountain. After a brief pause, a chilling voice emanated from the main seat. In no need for formalities. Only then did the assembled demons and monsters dare to straighten their backs. Subsequently, the ancient Black Mountain demon declared, "Very well, I shall not indulge in idle chatter. The wedding banquet officially commences." Yes, soon as the words left his lips, black, white, and red petals rained down from the sky, marking the true beginning of the festivities. Shortly thereafter, the ghostly orchestra took the stage, playing an eerie and peculiar melody. Simultaneously, rows of ghostly dancers began to sway gracefully, their movements a captivating yet sinister tapestry. However, Yin found little appreciation for it, deeming it excessively macabre. Can you imagine? Amidst the dance, one female ghost's head simply detached from her body, only to be gently retrieved by her companions, who then delicately sliced it into pieces, consuming their fallen comrade as they continued to dance. Yet the Ghost King and the Een Pig demon beside Yin were thoroughly enthralled, clapping and cheering in delight, proclaiming this to be the authentic ghostly dance of the underworld. Yin nodded in agreement, acknowledging its authenticity. Indeed, it was sufficiently eerie. Fortunately, the dance did not last long. Following the performance, it swiftly transitioned to the time for gifts. After the 4 from the Void Return Realm presented their offerings, it was the turn of those from the Primordial Spirit Realm. Soon, the guests from the late stage of the Primordial Spirit Realm completed their presentations, and it was nearly time for Yi Yin and his companions. At this juncture, the Een Pig demon curiously inquired, "By the way, Bloodmouth Ghost King, what gift have you prepared this time?" Yin merely smiled, choosing not to reveal specifics. It was evident he held great confidence in his offering. "Rest assured, my gift will undoubtedly please Lord Black Mountain. He certainly won't give a poor evaluation." Although Yin intended to present the ancient Black Mountain demon with a death wish, along with a green hat after his demise, it was hardly a flaw. As long as the Black Mountain demon perished swiftly, a negative review would be impossible. The deceased's emotional stability meme. And since there was no negative review, it would be assumed as satisfaction, a 5-star rating. Before long, it was Yian's turn to present his gift. He slowly approached the front, directly standing before the ancient Black Mountain demon. The latter remained silent, seemingly deeming the insignificant primordial spirit realm and unworthy of his words. Allowing the Een River Ghost Sovereign beside him to speak on his behalf, Bloodmouth Ghost King, present your gift to Lord Black Mountain. Very well. I assure you, this gift will surely please Lord Black Mountain. Yin smiled, and the storage ring on his hand began to glow. In the next instant, a surge of demonic power erupted from within him. 12 astonishing sword phantoms instantly leaped from his body, dividing into 4 groups that swiftly surrounded the 4 subordinates of the ancient Black Mountain demon. Simultaneously, Yian's fingers danced lightly, conjuring nearly 100 sword chi from the astonishing sword phantoms, enveloping the ancient Black Mountain demon seated in the main position. Boom! The astonishing sword phantoms exploded in an instant. Clang! The ancient Black Mountain demon was reduced to countless fragments by the barrage of sword chi. Hmm. After completing this, Yin furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the shattered body on the main seat. Meanwhile, from the area where the sword phantoms had detonated, a weak yet hateful voice emerged. You damned fool. You have miscalculated. Lord Black Mountain is not so fragile. You have only slain a mere fragment of him. Then a hoarse voice chimed in. Indeed, do you think this will suffice to eliminate us? Following that, an ethereal voice echoed. I have transcended through strange means. How could such a trivial sword technique possibly defeat me? Hee, even a sneak attack cannot bring us down. Now it is your turn to perish. Moments later, the four severely injured beings from the Void Return realm reappeared, surrounding Yin tightly. Yin shook his head, then waved his hand, instantly enveloping the four Void Return beings in a green field. A frog at the bottom of a well. In an instant, the green lotus sword array took shape. 6 green lotus flying swords tore through their bodies, followed by 12 green lotus flying swords. In just 2 rounds of sword strikes, the 4 powerful beings from the Void Return realm were utterly annihilated. At this moment, the entire city of the dead began to tremble. A terrifying suction force emerged, draining the surrounding energy for nearly 100 miles. In that instant, the ancient Black Mountain demon revealed his true form. Before them stood a colossal, imposing Black Mountain that rose majestically. Upon transforming into a humanoid shape, it brought its foot crashing down upon the Ghost Palace Hall, instantly enveloping a substantial portion of the city of the dead. You accursed insect, dare to wreak havoc in my Black Mountain Ghost Kingdom. Do you die? The true form of the ancient Black Mountain demon was terrifyingly massive, originally a gigantic Black Mountain. Now, in human form, it towered at nearly 3,000, approaching 4,000 zhong. Even a single outstretched leg was as immense as a mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the giant leg of the Black Mountain demon overshadowed the majority of the city of the dead. Within the Ghost Palace Hall, Yin looked up and realized that much of the sky had turned pitch black. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the giant foot of the Black Mountain demon. Simultaneously, an immense gravitational field surged from the ground, firmly binding Yin's body, preventing him from moving freely. Anxious, are we, angered and humiliated? Yin remained unperturbed, merely chuckling softly. Have you forgotten your previous sneak attack? Why the great displeasure now that I have returned the favor? As he spoke, several astonishing sword phantoms leaped forth from his body. With 2 guarding the Fire Ghost King and the Peacock Princess, his carefully reserved spoils that he could not easily relinquish. Subsequently, 7 or 8 astonishing sword phantoms executed sword escape, appearing atop the giant foot of the Black Mountain demon in an instant. Boom! With a series of thunderous explosions, a gash was blown into the giant foot of the Black Mountain demon, causing it to tilt to one side. Roar! Almost immediately, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the city of the dead. Emerging into the sky was a nearly 1,000 zhong long azure-purple dragon, enveloped in clouds and crackling with lightning. Even the formidable gravitational field of the Black Mountain demon could not hinder its ascent. This azure-purple dragon was none other than Yin, who at that moment possessed extraordinary speed, soaring alongside the diverted trajectory of the Black Mountain demon's massive leg. Yes, he twisted his tail. A resounding crack echoed. In an instant, Yin's colossal dragon tail struck the giant leg of the Black Mountain demon. The tremendous force caused even the Black Mountain demon to lose its balance. Following this, Yin's tail lashed out once more, landing squarely across the Black Mountain demon's face. The immense force sent the massive demon body of the Black Mountain demon flying backward. But that was not the end. At this moment, within Yin's mouth, 4 types of terrifying divine thunder had reached their zenith, radiating a myriad of colors. The next instant, Yin pressed closely against the Black Mountain demon, his 4 dragon claws gripping the massive demon body tightly. Then, Yin opened his mouth wide, aiming directly at the Black Mountain demon's face. In an instant, the azure-purple Koi Water Divine Thunder, the deep azure Emu Divine Thunder, the golden Gungjin Divine Thunder, and the black Jingjianjek Thunder erupted simultaneously, engulfing the enormous black face of the Black Mountain demon. Struck by the 4 types of divine thunder, The Black Mountain demon instantly experienced excruciating agony, suffering significant damage even to its soul, prompting an involuntary scream of despair. Motherf! Yin, with a precise strike, did not linger. In an instant, the dragon's claws released the Black Mountain Old Demon. The immense dragon form soared into the heavens, while demon energy surged with unprecedented velocity. The four divine thunders that had previously wreaked havoc upon the face of the Black Mountain Old Demon instantaneously transformed, coalescing into a colossal divine thunder prison. Taste my four thunder prison. In a fleeting moment, the four types of divine thunder began to rise, spreading outward. The next instant, the formidable demon form of the Black Mountain Old Demon was entirely enveloped by the four thunder prison. Remarkable, truly impressive. At that moment, within the Ghost Palace's Grand Hall, the Fire Ghost King, liberated from the peril of the Sword of Calamity, witnessed this scene unfold. Instantly, his eyes widened and his mouth dropped in astonishment. This Black Mountain Old Demon has actually been beaten like a dog. As he spoke, stars sparkled in his eyes that no, the Black Mountain Old Demon is merely at a temporary disadvantage. For this elder in the Void Return realm to truly defeat the Black Mountain Old Demon, it is still far from sufficient. The one speaking was none other than Princess Peacock. Though her words appeared cool, the shock within her heart was no less than that of the Fire Ghost King. As a member of a clan where most elders were of the Void Return realm, and having frequently encountered those of such caliber, Princess Peacock possessed a keener eye, enabling her to perceive the true terror of Yin. Such a terrifying physical form, such formidable divine abilities. Who on earth is he? Humph, I care not. Our husband is truly exceptional. The Black Mountain Old Demon is undoubtedly no match for him. The Fire Ghost King pouted, clearly displeased with Princess Peacock's words. Our husband? Princess Peacock, taken aback by the Fire Ghost King's statement, was momentarily speechless. Indeed, we have been saved by him, and considering his stunning demon form, his true appearance must also be handsome. Should we not offer ourselves in gratitude? The Fire Ghost King asserted confidently. Princess Peacock contemplated retorting, attempting to uphold her dignity as a princess of the Peacock Demon Clan. However, upon recalling the turmoil within her clan, her expression suddenly dimmed, and she found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, as the Fire Ghost King and Princess Peacock conversed, the battlefield experienced a sudden upheaval. Within the previously ravaging Four Thunder Prison, a black axe blade abruptly materialized. Subsequently, the black axe began to spin in circles, accelerating with each rotation. The very ground trembled as a result. Boom! In an instant, countless phantoms of black axe blades erupted within the Thunder Prison. To Yan's astonishment, the Four Thunder Prison was directly shattered by the Black Mountain Old Demon. He then beheld the battered form of the Black Mountain Old Demon, who was in a dire state. Covered in wounds, with half of his colossal stone face marred, Yan was not surprised by the Black Mountain Old Demon's escape from the Four Thunder Prison. After all, he was the Black Mountain Old Demon. If he could be easily dealt with, that would indeed be a strange occurrence. Soaring through the sky, Yin gazed down upon the Black Mountain Old Demon, and he could not help but offer his praise. You truly possess remarkable resilience. Or rather, you are indeed a formidable lord of the underworld. You still have some tricks up your sleeve. Hee, you slippery mudfish, you have thoroughly provoked my ire. Fear not, I shall not rend your body to pieces. Instead, I shall forge you into a puppet to serve my will for eternity. Upon hearing Yan's words of commendation, the Black Mountain Old Demon laughed in rage, and a thick black mist began to envelop him. With the emergence of this mist, Yan noticed an immense amount of energy converging around the Black Mountain Old Demon. In mere moments, the old demoness injuries astonishingly healed, simultaneously, within the black mist. Numerous figures from the human race, demon race, ghost race, and even the dragon demon race began to materialize. Puppets. Recognizing the figures, Yin immediately discerned their true nature. However, he was perplexed by their considerable quantity. Yet, their auras seemed peculiar. The strength of the spirit realm and half-step void return realm poses no threat to me. Wait. Yan's expression shifted to one of shock. For at that moment, those who were initially only of the spirit realm or at most half-step void return realm began absorbing the abundant black mist. instantly enhancing their auras, their cultivation soared, crossing several minor realms, and ultimately, they all reached the Void Return realm. Huh? Are you shocked? Are you helpless? Do you regret your previous actions? Behold my magnum opus, a total of 28 Void Return puppets. My Wraith God puppet army. Within the Ghost Palace, upon witnessing the transformation of the 28 Wraith God puppets into beings of the Void Return realm, the Fire Ghost King and Princess Peacock were rendered speechless. Their hearts sank into despair. Losing all semblance of confidence, a bitter smile crept onto the Fire Ghost King's face as he muttered, "Damn it. This time, it's truly over. Alas, we are destined to accompany our dashing husband to the netherworld." Princess Peacock felt similarly like a tea this moment. She truly comprehended why her elders deemed the Black Mountain Old Demon an exceedingly fearsome entity, one that should only be provoked in dire circumstances. She sighed in resignation, echoing the Fire Ghost King. Indeed, there is no hope left. It was not that they doubted Yi Yan's strength, but rather that they could not fathom the possibility of him defeating 28 beings of the Void Return realm in a single strike, especially with the even more fearsome Black Mountain Old Demon lingering nearby. However, standing to the side, the two Sword of Calamity figures shook their heads. Not enough. The Black Mountain Old Demon's trump card is still insufficient. You are yet unaware of the true terror of his essence. Hearing this, a flicker of hope reignited within the hearts of the Fire Ghost King and Princess Peacock. In unison, they inquired, "What other trump cards does our husband possess?"